bad faith
So
interlocutor.
as far as going out into outer space, the evidence is all the people that have gone out there, the robots,
I guess it's just story
probes
time.
that
Okay,
we've,
story time.
the
All right,
weather
yeah, see you guys
balloons.
later. Yep.
We could read the
Hearsay.
encyclopedias of all the different ways that we've looked out into space
So
and
just
been out in
hearsay,
space.
right?
The cameras. Do we all trust cameras exist?
Can images
Say.
be manipulated?
Can images exist? Can images take pictures of something
Oh
and
my
be
goodness!
real?
Me, my goodness! Me. You didn't.
Yes, they can be
Yeah,
manipulated,
can
but
images be
can pictures
authentic?
also be real? Can film be real?
Fucking hell! All right,
Can
you
the
didn't
picture of
ask that
something be real?
Oh my goodness me! Why won't you let me state the question again? I asked you very simply: can images be manipulated? Yes or no?
That
Yes.
doesn't prove
Yes.
anything, but that doesn't prove anything.
Hold on.
But you
There's
never
a couple
made
more.
the point.
Hold on. Couple more questions. Don't lose your shit. So, if images can be manipulated, how would you demonstrate if they are manipulated or not?
You could look at how the image was taken.
How would you verify an image to be true?
You could look at all the supporting evidence of its existence.
Okay. Would it be a good idea if you could take the image yourself?
Sure.
Yeah,
Awesome
if you
stuff.
could afford a camera.
Can you go? Hold on. Can you go to space and take the images for yourself?
Sure.
Yeah, I could send a weather balloon up there with a camera.
Yep.
Weather balloon's not going to. Hold on. Weather balloon's not going to go into space now, is it?
Yeah, it was. It's going to go up like quite a few miles in space.
It's going to, but still be in the atmosphere before it pops.
For the most part.
Because
But it'll still be in space.
Hold on, no. Because it's still in the atmosphere, where the atmosphere is pressed on the balloon. The vacuum of space would mean the pressure on the outside would make the balloon expand, and the expansion of the balloon will make it pop. That's not the same as going to space. Otherwise, astronauts can just go up into fucking space in balloons, which they don't.
That's a non-sequitur.
Well, it depends on how you want to define space. Do you want to say? Are you saying outside? I'm not saying outside the atmosphere.
You referred to outer space. Outer space.
No, he said space.
No, I didn't say outer space. I just said space.
Yes, you did several times.
Well, he just clarified that he said space, right?
Yeah. And anyways,
so
like
now you want
to
debate.
Space,
you want to debate.
So like,
you want to debate where space
again,
begins and where it ends.
The other thing is that since we're like in space, like right now, like you're just talking about the line between where the atmosphere ends and the vacuum of space begins. And so if you want to talk about the vacuum of space, that's what you're talking about. So whether or not
it's
a weather
completely
balloon
arbitrary.
can get there,
it's an arbitrary
not really,
delineation.
but yeah, it doesn't really matter unless you want to talk about where the atmosphere ends and the vacuum of space begins, and how and like also like the distance it takes to orbit the Earth and all these different.
What effects does the vacuum have on optical technology? Does it have any effect? Right, like you're just making up kind of random points.
No, it's actually much better. So that's why we did the James Webb Telescope, and we built this huge telescope with a bunch of mirrors.
But it's fake,
sent
dude.
that out into space.
It's fake.
Not only because like the two things that we needed to do is to see really deep into space is have a really big telescope, and so have an infrared telescope so we can see in multiple different spectrums of light. And then we needed a shield to block the sunlight from the telescope that's on, that's in the James Webb Telescope. And so
can you verify that telescope exists?
Yeah, it's like, what do you mean? There's like massive. We watched it get developed took like 10 years. It was billions and billions of dollars went into it. You can watch them like polishing. Like I watched them polish each mirror. They have to polish it over and over and over again.
It's all Photoshop. I'm sorry.
Live video of like moving a huge mirror. I don't think that's like all Photoshop.
It's a lovely story, and I've let you ramble on for 6.
But, yeah.
I mean, you can just look at
fake,
live
dude.
video.
Everything is fake. Everything
fine,
you can't see with your eyes is fake.
No, that's not
video
true.
is real.
Hold on. We're just going to get to the point that you haven't verified these images to be true because you haven't gone to the vacuum. Now I'm going to ask you.
But you haven't verified or proven that they're fake either.
Why do people have to spew for everything that I say? Hush. Next question. Can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container?
Here we go. Total non-sequitur.
Gas pressure without a container.
Not
you're claiming space
sorry,
is
this
a
is a little
certain
heck.
place thing.
Sorry,
I hear this one a lot.
Do apologise to the little heckler in the background. Shush.
Not a
Not a
heckler.
non-sequitur.
Not a
Yeah,
heckler.
because of
That's
because
not
of
a
gravity.
honest question.
Jelly.
Gravity
Yes.
produces air pressure. Yes.
Sorry, say that again.
We talked about gravity before. It's gravity.
Which gravity are you talking about?
The effect of gravity produces air pressure, which creates the
Low G.
atmosphere, which we live in.
So you've got low G.
Does it really? Sorry, 2 seconds. Does it really?
It really does. That's what it does. Yeah.
Awesome. Can you provide me with a citation for that? Because I've got a citation that says that within your model, gravity's got fuck all to do with the gradient of the atmosphere. Fuck all. Do you know why?
I
we
mean,
have
I don't think you can
gradient?
prove a negative, so you can do that. We can look at what you said.
Yes.
Well, at the moment, I'm asking you to demonstrate a violation of the second law of thermodynamics. Can you violate entropy for me, please, with gravity?
What? No.
Can you
I don't know what
violate?
that question is.
I know. So shush and listen. Can you demonstrate to me a violation of the second law of thermodynamics? Can you show me with gravity a decrease in entropy?
Is that like a violation of the law of physics?
Yeah, it's a natural law, entropy.
What's a natural law?
Things that
Entropic
always
law.
happen. So things that always happen, laws of nature, right?
Okay.
Okay, so can you demonstrate a violation of that law that always happens, please, with gravity?
So I don't know why I'm required to demonstrate a violation of something.
Well,
No.
being as your space vacuum violates that law, I'd like you to demonstrate a
How does
violation
my
of that
space
law.
vacuum violate that
Because
law?
and the must
because-
increase.
Hush, please. So we've got gas pressure here that isn't increasing in entropy into the vacuum of space. I would like you to demonstrate in a physical experiment your gravity violating that natural law.
Entropy doesn't
So-
speak to pressure, gas pressure. It speaks to energy.
Right, so gas pressure, that's energy. Like you've popped a balloon and there's an increase in
No.
entropy. Yes.
Why would gas pressure be? Why would like pressure, the
wanna go
pressure
for
of
this one
gas,
again, do
like
you?
create energy?
When you open a
Containment,
system, you have an increase in entropy. You don't add energy into the system. Entropy acts all by itself. Have you popped a
Okay.
balloon before? Have you popped a balloon before?
Sure.
Have you ever got a
open
flat
that
tire?
soda.
Have you ever got a flat tire before?
Isn't the
Yep.
energy in the elasticity of the plastic?
Yes, I'm talking to this guy, not you. Have you ever popped a tire before?
Yep.
Awesome. So that's entropy in action. The high pressure disperses into the lower pressure environment. No energy needed. It's an increase in entropy. So the higher pressure system disperses into the much lower pressure environment if there isn't a
Okay.
physical boundary in between. So being as you've got an open system and we've got high pressure here and out there's a vacuum, I want you to demonstrate with your gravity a violation of that law, please.
Excuse me. What? Hold on. Let me just I don't understand a lot what you're saying. That last part. What was the last part again?
All right, so I have to do it all over again. Being as
No,
the
you don't have to
Earth
do it
is an
all over.
open, okay. Being as the Earth is an open system without the physical boundary, like the tire, and we have high pressure here,
What?
and out there is a vacuum. I would like you to demonstrate to me in an experiment that we can all falsify a violation of that law, a decrease in entropy. Can you do that?
No, I can't. I mean, I can't give you any interpretation, but you just said that the Earth is an open system like a tire, but
Yeah.
a tire is closed. It's a closed
Yes.
tire.
Don't conflate my words. In your model,
No, I'm
the Earth is an
inflating.
open system.
It's
Shush.
inflating a tire.
Shush. The Earth is an open system devoid of the tire, where we understand the tire is the only thing separating the two pressure vectors, right? When you pop the tire, the high pressure in the tire disperses into the lower atmosphere outside. Being
Right.
as your Earth is an open system without the tire, I would like you to demonstrate gas pressure without a tire. I'd like you to demonstrate a violation of the second law of thermodynamics with your gravity, please.
See, this idea like I have to provide a violation of the laws of thermodynamics to prove gravity.
Yes,
Is that
you
what
do.
you're There has
No,
to
Well,
be
you're
like,
claiming it.
no,
gravity to be
no,
real. Like,
no. Again, have to go slowly for you, don't I? Not to
no,
prove
you just
gravity. Well, you're going to have to
make it
prove
makes
gravity.
just make it
Hold on,
understandable.
Church. Why are you talking through me? You obviously have an issue understanding what I'm saying because I'm having to repeat myself 5 or 6 times. So
No.
stop talking through me.
Not the problem.
It is. You have an open system. We have gas pressure here. Out there
Yep.
is a vacuum. You have to demonstrate to me with gravity a violation of that law. Can you demonstrate
No,
with
I'm not
gravity?
gonna. So what I can demonstrate is that the Earth is in an atmosphere. We're in an atmosphere now that's open, whether you like it or not. And then a tire is inflated due to like taking a compressed air and putting it
You've
into
got
the
issues.
tire.
Yes.
So that's like, so there's no violation there of thermodynamics because
There
you're
is.
taking,
There is.
you used an air pump to
There is.
pump air into the tire.
Yeah, what
Against the
happens
laws,
when you,
against the,
my goodness me, it's like I have to start all over again. Have you ever popped a balloon?
but the balloon had been filled by atmosphere.
Awesome. So let me ask you this question. Have you ever kept an amount of gas in a space without a balloon?
But what? Yeah, you use a spaceship, so you keep all the air in
Oh,
a capsule.
spaceship, so appealing to your story again. You're quite literally going to have to demonstrate to me and everybody else, so you can keep your fairy tale of the vacuum up there uncontained from our gas pressure, a violation of that law with your gravity in place of the tire.
Violation of that law with gravity.
Yes, please.
But gravity doesn't violate that law.
Hold on. You're having to use gravity to demonstrate that it doesn't violate the second law of thermodynamics. You're going to have to
No, I
use
don't.
the gravity of whichever one that you claim, stopping gas from dispersing into a vacuous space. Can you do that, please?
Can I demonstrate that gravity doesn't allow the atmosphere to escape into space?
Yeah, without begging the question and pointing to sky religion. Yeah.
Air does not escape Earth primarily due to the planet's gravitational pull. This force, known as gravity, holds the atmosphere in place. Gravity is stronger
Awesome.
near the Earth's surface and weaker as you move farther away. The atmosphere,
Awesome.
composed of gases, held the Earth by gravity, preventing it from escaping into space. This
And like
gravitation
things that are lighter, things that are so light do escape.
Hold on. That's the very thing that's in contention. I understand the story. I would like you to demonstrate to me, I've had to say this 3 times without begging the question,
on the internet.
that gravity.
So I think that,
will,
but are you begging the
Wait a
question?
minute,
Is that why
man.
you have to keep
Let him
repeating
finish.
it?
Let him finish,
No,
man,
yeah.
and then you can answer. For fuck's sake. He's answering fucking stuff that he's not finished. How the fuck can you tell? Just let
I've had
Jedi
to
go and
repeat
then
you.
rebuttal.
I've
In
had
the
to repeat
Give him a
question of the
rebuttal.
straw man that he's presenting.
Just give Jedi a rebuttal concisely to what he's saying.
It's like the 5th time I've had to explain this to you, and I don't understand why you're not following. The Earth is an open system in your paradigm, yes?
Yep.
Awesome. And we've got gas pressure here, yes?
Yep. It's gas pressure on the planet. Yep.
Yep. And out there's a vacuum, yes?
Outside, away from the atmosphere, further away in the vacuum of space.
Yes.
There's a vacuum.
Yes. Awesome stuff. So being as we've got gas pressure here that is uncontained from that vacuum of space, where we all know to keep gas in a place, you have to physically contain it to
It
achieve
is
gas
contained.
pressure.
No.
Shush. By what? By
Wrong.
what? By what?
It's
What's it
gravity
contained
is
by?
holding it
Gravity.
in place.
Awesome. So what you would have to
Yeah, good
do
one.
is have to demonstrate to me and everybody else gravity decreasing the entropy of the system and not letting the gas disperse into that space without begging the question.
Gradient.
I don't understand that. That question doesn't make
Jump.
sense to me.
I mean, jump.
Yeah, we know.
Gravity.
That's an effect.
Really, really simple.
Same effect. That's also.
Can you explain
same-
why
We're
the atmosphere
talking
is
about
chilling?
we're talking about establishing the cause and effect relationship, not just saying, look, there's an effect, there's an effect, there's an effect. That doesn't
It's the same
include the
thing.
cause.
No,
It's the
what?
same
The
effect.
cause is not the effect.
No,
How can the
come on,
cause
man.
also be the effect?
The same effect happening to the gas.
Of what?
So that
Gravity.
He's had too many Grolsches, don't worry about him.
Just because something's a gas doesn't mean it can just because it floats above you, like doesn't mean it like disappears into space. Eventually rises until you know a rain come. You guys ever seen rain come back down? Like so like
Yeah,
most
yeah.
steam and
If you,
stuff
if you
goes
want
up
to
into
talk
the
For
about
the
air,
English
evaporation
people.
and then it
cycle,
becomes
that's fine.
water again. Why do you think it
Yeah,
becomes
but-
water? Because it becomes too heavy. Do you know what
Yeah,
like why
but-
rain
What
condenses?
was
Do
the
you know what
Mass.
first?
condensation is?
Sorry.
More
What was the
mass.
first part of that
Too
evaporation
many
cycle?
questions. I'm
What
sorry.
happened? That's fine. Just listen to me. It's not a problem. Well, I'll deal with your red herring first. The first part of the water cycle. What's that?
First part of the water cycle.
Yeah.
It's evaporation.
Awesome. Which way did the gas go after it left the water?
Gas is less dense than a liquid, so it rises.
Less dense. It's broken its hydrogen bonds. Correct.
Oh, from itself because of the temperature. Sure, I think
Yeah.
that's
Yeah. Awesome. And the
that's what you're
gas
citing.
goes in which and the gas goes in which direction?
Goes north. It goes like outward away from. It rises
Goes
up.
It goes up, doesn't it? It's not a problem saying up. We all understand that when the evaporation cycle happens, so the gas goes up. Awesome stuff.
Yep.
So, being as the gas is going up, and obviously gravity's not affecting it because it went up, you're going to have to demonstrate to me and everybody else a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, where you demonstrate to us with gravity a decrease in entropy, where the gas does not disperse into the vacuous space. Can you do that?
So obviously you're like
On what?
you're loading the question. You're loading the
Basically,
question,
no.
asking me to violate the laws of physics. That's a very loaded
Yeah,
question.
that's
That's the
basically what
issue.
your claim is.
That's the issue.
Yes,
That's
your
what the issue
claim
I'm
is
having
a
with
vi-
what you're
Oh,
saying.
you are correct. Your claim is a violation of laws of physics. So I'd like you to demonstrate a
Okay.
violation of that law of physics with gravity, please. So demonstrate a
But
violation.
that's a loaded. There's no violation.
nullifying that. Dude.
So like
Yes,
because again,
Sorry,
like
hold on,
the
my
law,
friend, 2 seconds, because you're clearly not understanding me. Do you know what a increase in entropy is?
Here,
increase in
I'm
entropy. What is
talking
that?
to
Energy?
yeah.
the gases in Earth's atmosphere do have a tendency to disperse into
Shush
space,
this
but
fucking
gravity
idiot.
holds them
Shut
in
up.
place.
Oh.
Gravity's
Shut up.
force counteracts
Shut
the
up.
movements of
Shut
gas
up.
molecules, preventing most
Shut
of
up.
them from
I've given him
escaping.
the answer 5
Answer
times.
given.
Do you know what an increase in entropy is? I've given you several demonstrations. I hope you've got the cognitive ability to
I
remember.
just gave you the answer.
I'm not talking to you. I will deal with you in a minute, my friend. I'm talking to this gentleman who's made a claim about pictures from space.
Give him the same answer.
Yeah, this is still about pictures in space.
Yeah, because the violation of that law would nullify the vacuum of space. We'll get there. What's an increase in entropy? I've given you a few examples. Maybe you can point one out.
No idea.
Pop a balloon.
Okay.
Burst a tire. That's an increase in entropy. Now, what you're suggesting is a decrease in entropy, where you pop the balloon and nothing fucking happens. The gas stays in that space.
Well, the gas just escapes from the balloon.
Yeah, it does. That's the increase in entropy. Your claim is
because the pressure was higher in the balloon.
Yeah, exactly. The pressure's higher here on the Earth. The pressure's higher than the vacuum of space. So without the container, we would have an increase in entropy, wouldn't we? But your claim is a violation of that law. Where we
No, you have no. But listen, you wouldn't have a balloon without the atmosphere.
That's the gas we're breathing. The
You wouldn't
atmosphere.
have a
That's
balloon
the thing
without the
contention.
atmosphere.
The gas. Well, yeah, that's the problem. So,
That's the solution.
Dude, listen very carefully, because this is taking some time, and I'm starting to wonder why you're not following, or you don't want to follow, because you don't want to answer the question, because you don't know how to answer the question.
Well, your question is loaded with misconceptions.
Yeah. It's
not loaded.
It's not
really
loaded
not.
at all.
That's a very loaded question. I disagree.
It's not. Your claim is this.
Asking me for a violation of the laws of physics.
Listen to me, young man. Listen. So I'll
my
explain
God.
your claim to you. Shut up. I'll deal with you in a minute. Your claim is this: a decrease in entropy, not an increase in entropy, where the higher pressure system will disperse into the lower pressure environment, the vacuum of space. That's an increase in entropy, like when you pop the balloon. Your claim is gravity decreases entropy, so the gas doesn't disperse into the vacuum. I want you to demonstrate with your gravity a violation of this law where there's a decrease in entropy. Can you do that for us, please?
Dude, you're telling me what my claim is, and it has to do with all this stuff with decreasing and increasing entropy, and I don't have any idea like what you're talking about, and so it can't possibly be my take on the situation. If you want to talk about how gravity maintains the atmosphere and filling a balloon
Okay.
with atmosphere using a machine to pressurize air and then increase the pressure in a balloon, like you can't do that without the atmosphere. So gravity is doing that, which is giving you the ability to fill a balloon with gas.
Yeah, that's the gas
to
that's
work
here.
against
It
it,
is-
And
to
so
work
do you
against
notice? And
entropy
so like
requires work.
I can even go further, and you can put specific kinds of gases into the balloon. And so a balloon with a pressure with a gas that's just like the atmosphere just falls to the ground because the weight of the balloon is heavier than the neutral pressure, which is the normal air pressure of the atmosphere, which is always at equilibrium because again, gravity is holding the air in. It's not a container like
Gravity
you're
again.
trying to say, because it doesn't like give a
Gravity
fuck
again.
about whether or not you
That's
think it's a
circular
container
reasoning,
or not.
bro.
And so a balloon with helium is lighter than the atmosphere. And so what does a helium balloon do? It defies the laws of gravity and goes up, right? So is that a violation of my gravity because it rises? No, it's because it's lighter than the weight of the balloon. So that's why
Jesus
planes
Christ.
fly. Planes also are
Circular
able to
reasoning.
fly because their
Oh,
weight
we're
to
off the
lift
planes
ratio
now. Bloody hell,
is
you're just all round
yeah,
the
because it's
place,
all about
aren't you? You're
flying.
just
Because
talking
flying is all
absolute
about
fucking bollocks.
defying the
Just
force of
talk,
gravity.
just talk, and maybe
I
we'll
had
shut
gay
up. No?
butt sex.
I'm sorry that
Jesus Christ.
I'm totally
That
okay
last
with
claim was
repeating. I'm okay with
yeah, this guy
explaining
never
it over
stops.
and over again.
Yeah, you just never stop talking. Just
I had
quickly, I
gay
just want to say, oh, that doesn't mean that you get to come
Jesus
in as well, right? Just very quickly, what Talon just said there was circular reasoning, but he didn't say it because he didn't hear me say it because he didn't stop talking.
Hey,
How's
like
it circular?
volume 10.
How is it
You
circular?
need to demonstrate. Very,
I'm
very
glad
well.
you asked.
My goodness. So, is there any chance that you can demonstrate in a physical experiment a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, please? If you can't, then
Nope.
just point your sky religion and say atmosphere 5 times. So you can't. No.
Okay.
Which
Yeah, I cannot prove. I cannot violate the laws of physics. No.
No, of course you can't. So this is the claim about the vacuum of space. It violates those laws of physics that we've just been fumbling around with for the last 10 minutes, and I don't understand how you didn't get it.
Because it doesn't.
You understand that high pressure in a balloon, when the balloon is burst, it's going to disperse into the lower pressure environment, right? You understand that, don't you?
Yeah.
Awesome. You understand what a vacuum chamber is, right? And I open the door of the vacuum chamber, and all of the atmosphere runs into the vacuum, making it pushing the gas into that vacuum of space.
But
That's
you have to
entropy
remove
in action.
only when you remove the air.
We remove the air by taking it out, so it's a vacuum chamber. Then open the door, and all the gas runs back in. Right? Entropy.
Because you removed it.
The high pressure system will disperse into the lower pressure environment, won't it? Obviously so, right? Obviously.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Say obviously, Jedi. Yeah, obviously.
You're saying that's
so.
real.
Being as you've got a claim that up there's a sky vacuum, and we've got gas pressure down here, that's a violation of that law because the gas is not increasing in entropy, dispersing into that vacuum. You understand? Do you understand?
So, no, I understand what you're saying, but you think that the Earth is a balloon.
No, I'm saying the Earth is an open system in your model. So there would be an increase in entropy because the gas would fill the space, wouldn't it? Space, the vacuum.
So you think the gas would just dissipate in like a balloon if we popped it, if it was open?
My goodness me, it's like you haven't understood a word that I've said. Let's go back to the vacuum chamber. When I open the door of the vacuum chamber, listen, when I open the door of the vacuum chamber, what happens?
The air goes back into it that you removed?
Yeah, awesome stuff. So that's an increase. That's an increase in entropy. This is your claim. When I open the vacuum chamber, the gas doesn't disperse into that vacuum. That's your claim. Do you understand?
Right.
That's
when
a
it's an
violation
atmosphere, when it's just atmosphere, yeah.
Yeah. So the atmosphere is the gas, and up there's a vacuum. So the gas we're breathing without a physical boundary should do what?
Yeah.
Should do what?
What? Should do what? What should it do? It should
I'm
just stay
asking
where it
you.
is because of gravity, and like you just
It
breathe
should,
it like we are now.
awesome stuff. Awesome stuff. So can you, 10th time of asking, demonstrate physically that gravity is acting on gas and making it decrease in entropy and not disperse into a vacuum?
Oh, why gravity is not? Because it has mass. Because so like it just does gravity.
Just what? Sorry, I've now got to ask this question. What gravity are you talking about?
Talking about like the gravity that's like holding us in place. Like like you jump in the like we don't fly off. How come we don't get flung out into the space? Because if we're open.
Yeah. Sorry, maybe this question was a little bit too technical for you. Which gravity are you talking about? Is it mass attracting mass? Yes. Is it mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of space time? Which one?
No, mass attracts mass because of the bending of time and space.
No,
they're the one and the same. That's the same gravity. That's one gravity.
No.
Yeah, it is.
No, really not. No, it's not. One's in 3D space, Newton. The other one's in 4D pseudo-Riemannian space, Einstein. Not the same thing.
1, 2, 3, 4.
One is
what's a fabric?
One mass attracts mass because of a magic at a distance. The other one is mass moves towards another mass because of the bending and warping of a space-time fabric. They're not the same thing.
Yeah, they are.
One superseded the other in 1915.
I don't.
So what you want to be talking about is
how do you think it's
Einstein.
doing? How do you think one is happening because of the other?
You don't even know there were two types of gravity, but you just parrot gravity. But you also parroted mass attraction, which was debunked in 1915, superseded by Einstein. Did you understand that?
Yeah, this guy doesn't actually understand the nature of circular reasoning.
I've heard this
He's
before. I
doing
just
it
don't
from
agree with
somewhere.
your interpretation of how that's.
Where I was talking.
Well, okay,
Swear I was talking.
but for
Yeah,
if you
Talon,
want to
you
just
don't really
have like,
understand.
if you just want to have
Swear
that,
I
you can
was
have
talking.
that. If you
I
want to
swear I
call that
was
two
talking.
gravities,
I
whichever
swear I
gravity
was
you want to
talking,
talk about,
you know,
it's fine. We can talk about either gravity.
Can you actually hear people talking, Talon?
Yeah, I hear
No,
you.
I don't
It's
think
just
you
I'm
can.
trying to have a
Yeah,
discussion.
you talked halfway through my sentence, so why don't you just not do that? I don't think you understand. Yeah, you're doing it again. I don't think you understand the nature of circular logic. I think because you've done it a few times, and you don't seem to see the problem with it. Like, you're saying that these things are happening, and therefore they're happening, right? You understand that that's circular.
So, I mean, you can go ahead and give me a specific point that I said was.
Well, you were talking about. So, so Jedi was questioning your claim of them being the same thing, right? And then your answer, your rebuttal to him was, well, how are they working together if they're not the same?
Like gravity?
That's circular. That's circular.
What, Newton's law of gravity, and then like the force of gravity discovered by Newton versus Einstein's theory of relativity?
No, your argument
This is
was
hilarious.
circular.
Oh dear. You understand that Newton didn't give a cause for his gravity. It's just the effect of shit going down, right? We're talking about the cause, big G, not little g. You do understand that as well, right? You fucking idiot.
Sure, I can understand that.
Sure, you didn't understand it till I even brought it up to you. You probably didn't understand the words that came out of my mouth. What did I just say about Newton's gravity? What was it?
What did you say? It's just a thing?
There you go. Fucking idiot hasn't got a clue. Newton's gravity is just the effect, not the cause.
Isn't the cause Einstein's theory of relativity?
You don't understand what I'm talking about, do you? So
well,
the
I mean,
apple falls.
I just want to be straight with what we're talking about.
It's like, why do you have to talk through people that are trying to educate you? It's
I'm responding to what you're saying.
Awesome.
Educate you.
What did Newton do? What did he observe?
Yeah, he measured gravity and made a bunch of really cool equations.
Awesome stuff. So what did he observe? What did he observe?
Gravity, like physics, all kinds of different physics stuff.
I'll ask you this question. Newton's gravity, was that cause or effect? Which one?
Based on what you were saying earlier, the one that you really want to hear is effect.
Yeah, so
The
not
one you
cause
want.
then.
Yeah.
I'm learning. I'm trying to learn.
Yeah, good. So that's the effect of rocks going down, right? Not the cause of rocks going down. So stop talking about mass attracting mass because Newton's
still
gravity. That's just an effect. No, it's just an effect. It's a solid object.
Gravity causes things to fall towards mass.
Yeah, solid objects.
Okay.
Not gas. Not gas.
Gas too. Gas too.
No.
All matter.
No,
all
no,
mass.
no,
Is
no.
gas mass?
Oh, awesome. Show
Just
me
look
gas
at
attracting
Neptune.
Gas is mass.
Show me gas. Show me gas attracting gas then, if you want to go in this fucking direction. Awesome. Show me gas
attracting
The sun?
gas.
What?
So
it's fucking heckler.
Oh, yeah.
Shut up, I'll
Thank
deal with you in a
The
minute.
sun is gas attracting gas. Yeah,
This
it's
is an
like
open
burn-
room. It's not a one-on-one.
because it's all gas, but it's like literally fusing with it. Is it fusion? I can never remember. It's fusion, right?
Awesome. On Earth.
Yes, fusion. The
where
sun
we are-
also went through that. Yes.
Is there
Shut
like
up,
is
this
it
idiot.
U sun for fusion? Is that like the memory device is U sun few,
No.
not fission
Because
sin?
at the moment, we're going to be talking about natural science. So I'm going to have to verify and falsify this claim. I want you to demonstrate to me the observation of gas attracting gas, being as you say it's mass. Show it.
Stars are made of gas.
No, remember the bit where I said I'm going to have to falsify this shit in an experiment? Not going to be going to a star now, am I? So here, where I can experiment on your claim where you say that gas is mass and mass attracts mass, show me gas attracting gas.
It's attracting gas. That's what stars burning are huge balls of gas.
Why don't you understand the words that are coming out my mouth? I'm speaking
So we can
slow
go. We've
and
been
very
to the sun, dude.
coherently. No, we can't.
We've
I
been to
want
the
an
sun.
experiment.
Yeah, we sent probes to the sun.
Dude, you don't understand what's happening, do you? It's fine. It's not a problem. An experiment that we can do on the Earth where we can falsify this claim. Can you give me the observed phenomena where we can start the science of, I'd give you two choices, mass attracting gas or gas attracting gas? Which one? Which one do you want to point at in the physical and natural world so we can start the science shit?
Other than the observations of stars, right? Like it has to be done here on Earth by
Seeing as I want to
humans.
fucking do an experiment on it, you bloody idiot. Yes. We're doing natural science, you fool.
Okay.
So yes.
Well, I mean, we've smashed atoms and we've tried to fuse atoms. And we know like when we split the atom in the
what the fuck has that got to do with gas attracting gas, you idiot?
It's when we
Show me
fuse the
gas
atom.
attracting gas. This is your claim. Show it to me.
Can I just quickly shout out Shane in the Discord? How you doing, Shane?
So I mean, do we know? Are we all in agreement that gas is mass?
Yes.
Okay, so if gas is mass,
hold on.
and we know mass attracts mass, what else do we need to know?
Well, you need to point to us so we can all observe the phenomena of mass attracting mass.
Oh, you're asking for a ridiculous standard of evidence.
It's gravity.
No, the problem is, can I just address that quickly?
Yeah, go on.
Let's address that quickly. The actual problem is that you've made a ridiculous claim that has such a ridiculous standard of evidence attached to the claim. So then pointing out to us that we're asking you for evidence for your stupid claim is actually, you're actually talking about your own claim as being stupid, and you don't realise it.
It's kind of laughable.
Awesome.
This is why I said you don't understand what's going on. You clearly haven't got a clue what's going on. You've said that mass is gas. Brilliant. Mass attracts mass. Show me gas attracting gas. But I've also asked you another thing.
We have imagery of the Hubble.
Shut up, this guy.
Oh, what's that space station called again? The space camera.
Space camera.
Show me mass attracting gas.
Mass.
James Webb. Oh yeah.
Breathing it. We're breathing it right now. It's atmosphere.
On the planet. Do you remember the water cycle? What was the first part of that?
It's mostly nitrogen. We actually breathe nitrogen mostly.
Hold on. Wait. Do you remember the first part of the water cycle? The evaporation cycle. Do you remember the first part of that?
Pillars of creation, right here.
Water vapor.
What happened? What happened? Where did the gas go?
Boom.
The gas is in. It doesn't go anywhere. It stays in the atmosphere.
It went up away from the water, didn't it, Sunshine?
The
It
one
went
depends
away.
on how depends on the temperature.
Did it go away from the mass?
What? No,
Did
it
it
just
go away from?
mixed.
Did
There's
it
no
go away from the
violation
mass?
of.
Dude,
Well, there's
listen
the
to me
laws of
very
physics
clearly.
says.
Dude, shush. You've claimed that mass attracts mass. I've put
You're
the
asking a
gas
question
attracting
and
gas
telling him
thing
to
on the
shush.
side.
What the hell?
Shut up. This guy's got a cognitive problem. Please don't talk through me because you won't understand what I'm saying. So shush. You've said that mass attracts mass. I've put to bed the gas attracting gas because you can't show that. I've now said, well, can you show me mass attracting gas? I've pointed out the water cycle, the evaporation cycle, where the gas moves away from the mass. If you noticed, we've got a problem here.
So the density, that's where you look at the density of the water vapor, because that's what clouds.
Density now.
That's how clouds form.
Yeah. Have you noticed that the gas is moving away from the mass that you are saying that's attracting?
Right. And
Listen to the question. Don't wait to talk.
Yeah, I said yeah. I said yeah.
Don't wait to talk. Listen, the gas is moving away from the mass, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, it's rising
Awesome.
above
Okay.
heavier massive gases.
Shush. I got your concession. The gas is moving away from the mass, isn't it? Yes. Good. So can you show me mass attracting gas?
Mass attracting gas.
Yeah, your claim.
I just did.
I know, sounds stupid.
No,
Shut up, this fool.
Just
So we're
look at the
talking
James
about
Webb space pictures.
Wait,
Yeah,
so let's talk about. So we're talking about the water vapor that rised, became that
Away
evaporated,
from the
and
mass,
it's rising
you said
above,
was attracting it. Yeah, it's going
away
away
from
from
the
mass.
heavier water, which
Yeah.
is liquid,
Yeah.
and liquid is heavier
Yeah.
than gas, right?
And then the liquid comes down. Brilliant. That's lovely.
So
I
then
want
the
you
gas.
to show me.
So why does the gas turn into liquid when it goes away from the mass?
Don't ask me a question. You still yet to answer this one. You still yet to demonstrate your claim. You've claimed mass attracts mass. Brilliant.
Yep.
So being as we understand, and you said that gas is mass, I want you to show me, fifth time of fucking asking you, mass attracting gas.
Okay.
Show it. Where?
So we're going. So you brought it up perfectly. It's the water cycle when the gas rises above the mass, but then because the mass is also doing gravity, the gas gets higher and higher, but then the temperature. But then because the temperature of being away from the mass changes it into liquid, and because the gas can then turn into liquid, because this is what happens in the water cycle. Once the gas becomes liquid, the gas moves towards the mass.
No, that's water coming back.
The
not
water
gas.
cycles. Right.
Yeah.
Well, what do you think the gas is?
Water.
Do you think the gas is water, right?
Water. Idiot.
Right.
That's
it's water.
Water.
So if water is if water is mass, how does it rise?
Hold on. Why are you asking me a question again? I don't get it. You've pointed to the evaporation cycle where the gas moves away from the mass, and then it's turned into water and come back down again. That's not mass attracting gas, you idiots. Is it? Because it's water, you fool. It's
water, right?
you fool.
And
is
then
water gas?
Attracts it.
Is water? Wait, dummy.
Water gas.
Is water gas?
Because mass attracts mass.
Is water gas?
Is water gas? Yes.
Yeah, I know. I've had to ask you 5 times. Did you say yes?
I think you're confusing the terms water.
So we're talking about well, wait a minute, because we're talking about the laws of conservation of mass. So nothing can be created or destroyed. So the water is water, even if it's a liquid or a gas or a solid.
Oh, the water is the water, even if it's gas. So water and gas at the same time. No.
Can it be?
No.
A soup.
I literally want you.
That's called steam.
I want you.
Yeah, when water is a gas, so you know it. So like when water is a gas, it's just because it's lighter than the other gases around it.
Yeah, but we're not talking about water.
Just a quick question.
Yeah.
Just a quick question to the big brain who said water can be gas. you know when water's a solid, do we still call it water or do we call it ice?
That's gas.
We
Mr. Big
call
Brain?
it frozen water. We call it frozen
Right, no,
water.
but
or
what's
ice.
the word that everyone uses for frozen water?
Shit, I had a Slurpee.
Is it still H2O?
Yeah, but what's the word that
is it-
everyone uses?
But is it still chemically water?
Didn't answer my question. What's the word everyone uses? What's everyone uses for frozen water?
It's
Crypto, I missed you.
it's called ice, but is
Oh,
ice
okay,
not
okay,
is,
cool.
i-
So
is ice not
did he
just
say
frozen water?
did he say ice or did
See,
he say steam?
Again, like I said,
I mean, this
you're
is a yes or no
confusing the
question,
terms
bro.
liquid and water. Gas cannot
Right.
be liquid, but
So,
water can be gas. Do you
so
understand?
when
that?
water is solid, it's called ice, and when water is a gas, it's called steam. Your
And the
words.
whole- and the whole
Didn't
time it's
finish.
still called water.
Didn't finish. When Jedi was talking, did he at any point mention ice or steam?
No, he mentioned water. and ice-
Fantastic.
and
So shut
ice
up
and-
and put yourself
and
on
I-
mute.
Let me finish. And ice and steam are water. They're not liquid, but they are water.
That's the point.
Then say that. Don't say water. Say liquid. Fuck.
You don't understand how you literally don't understand how you just punched yourself in the face.
Awesome.
What's a liquid?
It's ice is
Oh
water.
my god.
Steam is water.
This is
Water
fucking hilarious.
is water.
Why do you guys try and
You-
make
We've got
how-
people
how do
not
you not
understanding what
understand
fucking
this?
gas is.
All right, so
How do
here
you
I
not
think I figured it
understand?
out. So like when water is liquid, it's a
It's
mass,
you not
right?
understanding it, bro.
So I think the issue that Jedi is having is that we're talking about how water is a mass and
Shut up.
that mass gravitates towards mass.
So the issue
But
is
then
you
when
guys
that mass becomes a gas, it suddenly doesn't apply to gravity doesn't apply to that mass. But because
still
we
does.
have law of conservation of mass, we know that even though water is a gas, it is still a mass. And so since we know that mass attracts mass and that gas is still mass because
Just
the law of
stop, you're
conservation of
fucking
mass
retarded.
says that you
Shut
can't
We do now, do we?
create
Bro,
or
bro.
destroy mass. So that
Bro.
makes
No, you
gas
just don't know
mass.
how
I have to
gravity
clarify.
works.
Held by
He just keeps on, so I've had to mute him. Did he just say the conservation of mass was a law?
He said the
Hang on, hang on.
conservation of mass. I'm literally picking myself up off the floor.
Yeah, he did. He's fucking retarded. The conservation of mass, and the mass attracts the mass.
Fuck me.
Yeah.
See, you
I think
can
I need
just
to move
mock
on.
him, but I
Yeah.
like
Oh
He
my
never stops
goodness.
talking, bro. He never stops talking. The reason that it was such a chore to talk to him is that he never stops. Like he'll literally stack about 6 different things that you have to respond to, one on top of another. And then when you try and unpick one of them, he'll then stack another 6 things on top. Before you know it, you're swimming in bullshit and no conversation is happening. So the only thing left to do is mock him. It's the only thing you can do.
Yeah, of course we're
I
gonna
think it's
mock
called
him. You all
dish
deserve
salad.
being
Dude,
mocked.
you were questioning him nonstop. What are you talking about?
He wouldn't
Yeah, you
stop
don't have
talking,
to.
bro. That's why I had
He
to mute
wasn't
him.
allowed to talk for like 10, 20 minutes because he was
Alright, now
told
you're
to
Are
shut
you
up every
kidding?
fucking
He
time.
didn't
You guys are
stop.
ridiculous.
Are you
You guys are
kidding?
fucking ridiculous.
Your turn to sound
Bro
remember,
didn't
now,
stop
then.
remember 5
talking.
minutes ago when you asked me a question and I said ice and you were like, oh, yep, that's the end of the conversation. Like, you're the last person that should be talking about people talking over each other.
I asked you a question and you answered it, and then you didn't like the fact that you slapped yourself.
No.
Now
See,
you're talking over me.
Yeah, because that's how
You guys are
conversations
such
happen. You said
hypocrites.
something incorrect. I never
You just
tried
started
to.
talking over me,
I
bro.
never
I'm not going to
tried to play
stop.
the moral high
Just
ground.
because
Like,
you
I don't
started
talk
talking
over
over me
people.
doesn't mean that
I
you get to
never
just carry
tried to
on.
pull that
You just
card.
need to
That's
stop
you.
talking so that I get to finish what I was saying. The way this works is that when someone talks, you wait for them, right? But if they are filibustering, that's a different issue, and that's what Talon's doing.
It's not what he's doing.
Clearly was. That's why I stopped it.
Nope.
Again, like
Nah.
I said, beautiful. But like I said, the entire point that
You
I
didn't say
made-
shit.
Oh, who's doing what now?
the entire point that I made was that ice steam and liquid water are all different phases of the same thing. They are all water. They are all H2O.
Let me ask you a question.
How does its properties change when it is H2O on the ground or falling from the sky when it is in the air? When it is
Let me ask you a question.
No,
How many
asked you a
10-year-olds?
question.
Well, the properties change because they're different states of matter, so they act in different ways.
Yeah,
Let me ask you a question.
That's beautiful cope. That's like
Not
like me
cope, that's
saying,
objective.
well, they're different colors, so like that one's blue and that one's red. I'm asking you what
That
the
was the question.
mechanism is. Like you seem to think that gases and other states of matter are differently. They have different physics that make
What's mass?
one
To each other?
have mass.
Yeah, they do have different physics to each other, yeah.
So you think water's
Obviously.
gas, right?
So
you think water's gas, right?
Is that a question towards me?
Yeah.
H2O can be a gas.
That wasn't a question. I said you think water is gas.
That's a malformed question.
Answer the fucking question, dude.
That's
me,
like
man.
saying, so you think rectangle is shape? I mean, a
Okay,
rectangle is a
so
kind
let's
of
put it another way.
shape.
Do you think that when you're drinking a glass of water, you're drinking gas?
No, because it is in the state of
Fantastic.
liquid.
Exactly.
But steam is still water. Exactly.
That was my point.
That's been my point this entire time. Solid, liquid, gas, it's all
Yeah,
still
so when it
water.
falls down from the sky, it's not in a gaseous state, right?
Right.
Okay, so he didn't demonstrate what Jedi had asked him to. Good job filibustering all this time instead, though.
I don't even know what the original claim is. Y'all
That's
just can't
what
get
he
your
was
terms
trying to
right.
explain, but he got told to shut up and got muted.
What? No, that wasn't.
Yep.
He was trying to claim that you can use the word water to describe water in a gaseous state and water in a solid state, which isn't correct.
You can.
Only if you're being very unclear.
You literally can.
But when Jedi was talking about water, he's clearly talking about liquid water. So obvious.
No, he was using the term incorrectly, which is why I brought up this entire conversation about the difference between water and liquid.
This conversation is an
don't
irrelevant
understand.
diversion from what Jedi was asking for, so kindly shut the fuck up about it.
I mean that's cool, but y'all muted the guy who was talking before me.
I'm not gonna mute you if you don't heed what I just said.
Okay, go ahead, man.
No one will miss you, dude.
Prove how ineffective you are at debate. It's no skin off my back. I'll go find another room.
Skin off your back?
Yeah, no skin off my back.
Not a problem.
Well, proving how ineffective you are at debate is exactly what
Yeah, whoever is screaming into their mic like an eldritch horror, could you stop?
Okay, this guy's
you
done.
can just go to another channel.
Yeah, you
Everyone
got-
listening to you, you'll be doing a favor. So, yeah.
Flatwater, you're having lots of air going around your mic.
Are you sure it's air or is it liquid? Or...
I don't know. It might be liquid, or it might be gas.
Might be solid. You never know.
Pretty sure it's gas.
Still waiting for a demonstration of mass attracting gas, not water
I already
coming
gave
back
you
down.
multiple ones, so you just don't accept the evidence.
Awesome. Sorry. So, being as your sky religion is in contention, here on Earth, show me mass attracting gas.
That's a ridiculous standard to have.
It was
what,
the claim.
for you to prove your fucking claim?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
damn right.
it's a ridiculous standard to have.
Yeah, what, for you to demonstrate your claim?
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a ridiculous standard.
Yes,
for us to have
yes, it's a ridiculous standard to have for a
So
normal
you can
claim.
just go around making blasé claims, and we don't have to challenge those claims, and for you to point them out where they're actually happening.
You can challenge them, but with a normal
But can you
standard,
point-
not a ridiculous one.
I'll tell you what, let's do it like this. Can you point to anywhere on Earth where your claim is true, where mass is attracting
Again,
gas? Show it.
It's a ridiculous standard to have.
What?
What for you to demonstrate?
Yes, to adhere to your ridiculous standard. Yes.
Well,
What
then you're
of
just
you
you're just
demonstrating?
claiming. You're just accepting that your claim is ridiculous, then, aren't you?
No, you're just accepting. I'm accepting that your standard is ridiculous. I'm not claiming.
No,
anything.
you don't even get it. Like, the point is that if your claim is unfalsifiable and unprovable, then the claim's the problem, not the person challenging it.
No, the person challenging is setting a ridiculous standard. It's
based
out of
on the
box.
claim.
No, he's just flat out setting a ridiculous standard. He's not basing in anything.
Of course, it's based on the claim. What else would it be based on?
On the fact that we have other measurement forms that can prove the same thing, but you're just not accepting the evidence.
Okay, but that's just a red herring. We're talking about
No,
your claim.
it's a normal standard.
Yes,
You are coming up with a ridiculous standard.
But that's just a red herring from the point of your claim, which is
not a
part
red
of
herring.
this. Why are you talking over me? So this is just a red herring from the point that you've made a claim, we've asked for evidence of, and you've then said, well, there's other measurements to back it up. That's not part of this argument.
No.
Yes, that's a waste of time.
No,
so
it's not a waste of
I haven't
time.
finished.
The evidence
Why are you talking over me again?
The evidence given.
Dude,
is
I haven't
acceptable
finished. I haven't finished. The issue is that we have a specific claim up for discussion. You've been asked for evidence, and then you've complained that you've been asked for evidence. That proves that, yes, that proves that your claim is.
And you
You
said
talked
this
over
is
me
not
like
acceptable.
5 times.
Stop
You talked over me like
misrepresenting the
5 times.
conversation being had.
Stop talking over me. Right. So the issue is that you've got a claim on the table. You don't like the fact that you don't have any evidence for it, and then you're saying that the request for that evidence is unfair, which is stupid.
No, you just don't like the evidence given. That's what's happening.
You haven't even provided any yet. He asked you for some, and then
I did multiple times. But
no,
you're
he
not
asked you
looking
for
at it.
some. Dude, man, come on.
I've
I
been
waited for you to talk. I waited
multiple-
2 seconds while there was nothing,
been
no one
posting-
talking, and then as soon as I start talking, you talk over me
Because you are
again.
misrepresenting what I am
But
doing.
I waited for you to
I'm not going to
finish,
allow you to
dude.
do it.
No, but I waited for you to finish, and you then just talked over me the second I started talking.
Because you are misrepresenting what I'm doing.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
How is it misrepresentation?
Because, again, you guys are setting the standard for evidence, and I'm saying that's not acceptable. This is the evidence. It's an acceptable standard of evidence. And the way you are representing what we are talking about is not what we are actually talking. Like,
Fine,
the
what's the
evidence
claim
that
then?
I have given in the chat, in the channel, I've done it like half an hour ago. You can look it up. It's there. I don't know if it's still there. It might be deleted.
Those
but
fairy tales you posted.
It's like multiple freaking
So
videos,
what the
and
claim?
pictures.
So what?
and-
So what? The claim is mass attracting gas or something stupid like that. Is that the claim?
Yeah, gas.
Okay,
gas.
and what's the
it's
physical
no, the
demonstration?
claim is
What's the
gas
physical-
is mass and it attracts to each other. Yes.
Yeah, I gotcha. So what's the physical demonstration for gas being attracted by mass?
The physical demonstration is that we have picture proof of it happening in space, but you guys are not accepting that evidence,
Picture
and that's
proof
not
of
my
gas is being
problem.
attracted by
That's not
mass
my
in
problem. That's your
space.
problem.
Okay, no, you haven't met the the burden of proof for this. Sorry, that's the problem. It's a
Well, I'm
ridiculous
sorry,
claim.
that's
and
your
why
problem.
listen. You're talking through me, so you're not going to understand what's going on here. It's a ridiculous claim, so that's why you're having a hard time supporting it.
Nope.
Yeah, it's a ridiculous claim, so the standard of evidence for it is going to be impossible to meet. It's your problem because it's
No,
the
that's
problem
your
is with the
problem
claim.
because it's
No,
acceptable.
the problem is not with the standards of evidence, it's with the claim. It's not a claim that can be validated because it's preposterous, right? So that's the problem you're having is with making the claim.
How is it preposterous when we have
Well, it's
picture proof?
preposterous because you can't physically demonstrate it. That's why
I
you have to
did.
defer to picture proof, which is preposterous in itself. Yes.
Okay, well then
Picture proof of
your
gas
level,
being
your
attracted by
standards are
mass.
ridiculous. Your
No,
your standards are
claim is
ridiculous, and that's a
ridiculous. Your claim
you
is
problem. It's not a
ridiculous.
me
Your
problem.
claim
Can
It's a you problem.
Can I respond to this after?
Yeah, his claim
you
is
can respond
ridiculous.
right now. You can
His
respond
claim is
right now.
ridiculous.
right
That's
now,
why he
bro.
tried to
Right.
support it
So I
ridiculously.
I joined in like 20 minutes ago, and I've been listening, so I might not be all caught up, but from my understanding, you can absolutely capture gas. There are plenty of ways to do this. For instance, you could just have water, and you could boil it, and you can capture it in a container, right? But there are plenty of ways to do this. You could use like gas syringe.
Did you just say container?
Right, right.
Dude,
So there are
you
definitely
you
ways
you
to
really,
capture.
really,
Wait,
you,
right. Let me
you're not
just
on.
go
Can
for
we
30
capture the
seconds.
gas without a?
Right.
Yeah, but
Let me
let him
just
go.
go for 30 seconds, right? So you can capture gas of any sort, right? It's just not water that turns into gas. There are multiple of other, liquids that you can liquefy and turn into gas. With that being said, with a container, right, it is absolutely provable to prove that container, without the weight of the container itself, is also affected by mass and gravity, right, as a whole. You could go by Newton's cannonball, or you could set up an experiment, right?
That's not the question. The question
No,
is,
I
can we
know.
capture that gas without a container? Without a container.
You can. Here, let me cook, all right? Let me cook.
Well, we're kind of losing confidence in your cooking skills at the moment, so hopefully you get somewhere really quick, okay?
Right. The omelet is cooking. So with that in mind, right, it would then also follow that the gas itself, without the container, would also be pulled by gravity, and the largest gravitational pull that we have.
Extrapolation.
Wait, you're
What
just
is
making
gravity?
the claim, though. No. Wait.
So
Just burned the omelet, bro.
and so therefore, by pure logic and science, you guys have been
Pure
defeated.
logic and science.
No, we need a demonstration of the gas pressure without a container.
Well, he said pure science. What was the hypothesis? Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, gentlemen.
That
this is the thing.
gas
Sorry, my friend,
has mass, and that mass attracts mass. Therefore, mass attracts gas.
Shush. So this is why I've been asking this question for the last 10 minutes. To start the hypothesis, we need the observed phenomena. That's the mass attracting gas.
Rain,
we need
nigga.
the observed phenomena. Shush. Thank you. I don't want you to act like the last gentleman where you start talking for everything that I say. I'm just clarifying so you understand. We're going to be doing natural science, okay? We're going to be formulating a hypothesis, okay? The first step of that hypothesis to observe a natural phenomena. This is why I keep asking for the observation of mass attracting gas. Can you show that, please?
I already did. Hello?
Can you show it? Can you show it, please?
I can tell you.
Without your logical, without your logical thought, right? We're going to be pointing out to somewhere in the natural and physical world where mass is attracting gas.
No mental contortions, no sophistry, just a direct demonstration, please, of mass attracting gas. That's all. Go.
Right. Why is the tranny going in? Never mind. But here's the thing. You could have an observation like.
There we go. Shared an observation.
Huh?
Yeah, no mental contortions, please. Just the direct demonstration of gravity causing air pressure. Go ahead. Start with the hypothesis, please. Because you said pure science.
Hypothesis,
Just
pictures.
I only
nothing mental.
Some other guy
just
was
pictures.
Bro just posted a cartoon. Lol.
Right here.
This is your level, guys.
Right here.
Cartoon isn't a hypothesis, guys. I'm sorry. Try again.
The
so
observation.
An observation could be water boiling from a pond or evaporating in a hot summer day, and then inevitably.
Okay, stop you right there. Stop you right there. Stop you right there. I do apologise. Which way's the gas going?
Upwards.
An actual
upwards. Problem. We want the demonstration of the gas being
actual star forming.
Shush. This gentleman, I want him to understand. He's pointed out the water boils. Brilliant. So when the water evaporates, turns to gas and goes upwards, that's not mass attracting gas because the gas is going away from the mass. So we want an observation. I'm incorrect.
Wait, you cut me off. Respectfully, I'll cut you off when you're wrong, right?
Okay.
Just because you had a mental brain lag.
I'm wrong.
Yeah, it's fine.
Okay.
So here it is.
Okay.
Right?
Personal insults. I haven't given you one yet.
You have plenty. There are other forces, right, that have gravitational pull. Also, moreover, right, there are other forces at play than just gravity. For one, there is pressure. There are
okay,
waves.
well, that won't be what we're asking about. That won't be what we're asking about. So just
I'm
try
aware.
with the
Hey,
hypothesis.
Tranny, calm down, right? Tranny,
Just
no,
you you just try to give us what we're asking about, which is a
Why is this
hypothesis,
ladyboy
which is a
talking?
hypothesis to support the claim that gravity can cause air pressure. You're having a really hard time with this, so just try to focus. Start with the
I think you
phenomenon,
have a hard
and we'll go
time
through
understanding your
hypothesis.
gender, right, homie? But here's the thing.
Yeah, that's irrelevant. That's also not a demonstration of gravity causing air pressure. Try again. Really focus here.
No, but the problem is, right? You're framing it as go and observe a natural phenomena in a vacuum.
A phenomena.
Hey, calm down, calm down. I know you're eager. I know you're eager, right?
Come on,
But
phenomenon.
I'm rooting for you.
the
I'm
You're
rooting
going to
for you.
observe a phenomenon.
cool. The problem with
Come
that
on.
We've
is
got LL Cool J.
the problem with that is if you're seeking out to single out a single variable, that would not be possible in a natural habitat due to the forces.
I got
Due
you.
to
So
the
you can't
forces.
demonstrate.
Hey,
Yeah, that's cool. I got it. You
I
can't
know
demonstrate.
you're losing.
Hey. Yeah, you're done. You can't demonstrate your claim. Next, Glover.
Literally just turned around and said you can't demonstrate it, which is a problem being we're asking for an observation of it. You're saying we can't observe it. Problem for you, not for us. So does anybody else want to demonstrate? Shush. Does anybody, sorry, whoever that was, do apologise. I'm on it tonight. Sorry, Mayhem. But would somebody please, for the love of God, like to demonstrate mass attracting gas? Someone. Anyone. No.
You can take him
45
off
minutes
mood if
now.
you want. If you want to try
No.
with him again, but it's clear that he's empty-handed. Up to you guys.
Well, he said that I was wrong, and he kind of hasn't demonstrated how I was wrong. He cut me off to say that I was wrong, but ultimately he gave me the demonstration of water boiling and gas going upwards. That's not what I'm asking for.
Yep, and then he started conceding. He started telling you that you can't isolate the variables and yada yada. He ultimately won't be able to demonstrate the claim. So, okay, fine, fair enough, but let's move on to the next guy who can.
Sorry, Mayhem, just a moment ago. I do apologise, mate. Didn't recognise your voice.
That's all good. What are you having, a party in here?
Yeah, we're
Hell yeah.
Space vacuums and violations of natural laws and observe phenomena of that we can't observe, and we've got pictures from space that we can't verify, which is the fucking thing in contention in the first place. Because
Isn't that
of the entry of the system.
Isn't that guy AT familiar? Like I've seen that avatar before.
Possibly,
You
mate.
dealt with him before?
Yeah, I was dealing with Talon earlier as well.
He just realized he's been on mute.
Oh, he was talking this whole time. You still at work, Flatwater?
I'm just leaving work right now.
Okay. Who's on the team right now?
Miggy,
Oh,
quick
okay.
question for you.
Yes, sir.
What is your profession?
You don't even have to ask twice.
Yeah, I have to link you something actually. This is fucking brilliant. So, yeah, I don't want to change the subject, but yeah, just check your DMs.
Oh yeah, I got you.
So I don't know if you guys know, but Owlishness admitted yesterday that the Earth is indeed flat and stationary.
Did she?
She did, yeah.
I think the Globers flipped her because she's been frustrated with how stupid they are one after the other. It's your fault,
Well,
Globers.
that's coming from her as well.
You know, Globers, you flipped me too, actually. When I started hearing the flat Earth claims, I was like, oh no, Globers must have a reputation of this. And then I heard idiots like 18, and I was like, oh wow, they really don't. Oh man.
Yeah, you can't listen to Globers for more than a week and not become a flat earther.
Yeah, you'd think that. Looks like Talon's muted.
Yeah.
Yeah, a Glober definitely solidified a lot of it for me as well, and that was not a Professor Dave.
Yeah.
Good
Oh yeah, I muted Talon because he never stops talking. Do you guys want to hear 10 minutes of filibustering?
Thanks. No.
Your call if you're up for it.
AT's a secret king, isn't he? Thinks he won.
Probably, yeah. I mean, I can't mute him, but it's just as soon as the filibustering starts, I'm just going to mute him again. So. Let's go. So yeah, Alishness was like, "Yeah, man, the Earth is flat and stationary. These global cucks are retards," and then just like left.
Yeah, totally. That's definitely what happened.
That's word for word quote.
She's.
Yeah.
I think she's Earth globe
I-
for life, man.
Can I get the
Yeah.
can I get the recording, please?
Yeah, basically, if I'm just,
Yeah.
I just need
For
to
the
I just need to
Flatter's guest
enter it
room
into like,
mod.
yeah, Alishness. I just need to enter it into like an AI voice generator. So I'm just going to quickly clip your voice, and then it'll be just as good evidence as NASA.
Yeah, that makes sense.
I apologize for saying gas and mass too many times in a row, but I was couldn't help myself.
Well, it was
okay.
the fact that you didn't take a breath between about 8 different sentences and allow anyone to actually address anything you said.
It's just how it goes sometimes.
Still waiting for the observed phenomena of mass attracting gas.
Well, because since mass attracts mass and gas is mass.
Awesome. So I understand it, quote unquote, makes sense of this pre-1915 idea of mass attracting mass, which was superseded by Einstein. Not a problem. But I still want the observed phenomena of it happening.
Did you put that sentence together all yourself, buddy? Mass attracts mass, therefore gas. Okay.
Isn't that good? I was so
It's
happy.
so
I'm proud of
good.
myself.
I mean,
I just wanted to say gas and mass and mass and gas. It's so good. It's so fun.
Good. Have you got the observed phenomena of it then?
Yeah, that's the observed phenomenon. I mean, we all agreed that mass attracts mass.
Do we?
We all agree. No, no, we don't.
You sure about that?
This is why I said this is pre-1915 gravity, right? Not the one that we use today, my friend. That's Einstein bending and warping a space-time. Not the same thing.
Yeah.
But if you want to, don't care what the cause is, I still want you to show me a big thing attracting gas to it. Show it.
What did Einstein show us?
Answer my question first. Show me in the physical and natural world your claim of a phenomena of a big thing attracting gas to it.
Vacuum cleaner.
Because it's just attracting all mass.
Do you remember the evaporation cycle bit that we went through?
Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Do you remember which way the gas went?
Gas was.
It moved. Where did it? What was the direction of the gas? Up. What happened?
It rised above the more dense to its density level.
You just can't say up.
It was pushed.
Did
it was
go,
pushed upward by the denser gases on top of it.
It wasn't pushed upwards. It lost its.
Yeah, it was because there was heavier gas on top. And
what
went
happened?
Down.
So, Talon, when heat evaporates water and it turns to gas, the gas goes up, doesn't it?
Water,
doesn't it?
Mass made of gas.
Yeah. So, which way does the gas go?
The water mass gas goes up and away from the
The
more
water mass gas.
gases.
Because you know, I know you know, sunshine. All right, so just be honest, because I know you know, and I think we all know that you know now. Being you're saying water gas, fucking hell, that's a throwback to the past. But being as the gas, which isn't water anymore, it's turned to gas, is going up away from the mass. That's not mass attracting gas. I want the phenomena of mass, a really, really big thing, attracting gas to it. Show it.
Really big thing attracting gas. God. Well, so you said that like water was liquid and then it was a gas, right? So it's still a mass, correct?
Oh shit, me! You got to define mass for me now. What is it?
It's mass is like all the matter that we're made of. It's like the weight of our existence.
Right? You're in the text room, yes? Can you see the citation that I've posted at 45 minutes after the hour? Can you read it out for the class, please?
Math. Are you talking about like the scientific definition?
Yeah, the scientific stuff. Yeah, the really complicated stuff. Yeah. Read it.
Yeah,
Out to the class.
Property of a physical body.
All of it.
And a measure of its resistance to acceleration when a net force is applied.
Awesome. So keep going. There's lots and lots.
What?
There's
I'm sorry,
lots
what?
of it. Keep going.
Well, inertia, that's a different word. We're talking about mass, the property of a physical body.
It's a property of a physical
we're
body.
on
You do
mass.
understand that sorry, I'll do it for you, being as you can't now read, apparently. I've asked you to define mass. I've given you 3 options. Is it the amount of substance in a space? Is it the resistance to acceleration? Or is it, as is described in physics, has no meaning? Which one do you want?
Well, I mean, I don't know what you mean.
You don't need to define your fucking words. You don't need to define your words.
I mean, it says it right there, property of a physical body.
Mm-hmm. Keep reading.
Well, why do I keep reading? That's the part that I'm talking about.
You didn't
that's
even
the
finish
part you're
this
talking about,
sentence,
isn't it?
dude. This is pathetic.
I don't have to finish the sentence. That's the whole part of it. That
It's
says
disgusting
mass
what
is
you're
a
doing.
property
It's
is a
pathetic.
property of a physical body.
Go on.
Okay, and a measure of its resistance to acceleration when net force is applied.
Keep going.
A change in its state of motion.
It's like it's got a cognitive issue. It's really funny.
I'm gonna go make some fruit dip, but I appreciate talking with you guys. Thank you for unmuting me. I was listening. I was just away from my computer because you guys muted me. So we can work on. I want to keep working on the gas issue. So I'm not sure how gas is a mass.
Well, you need to know what mass is. But it sounds to me like you think mass is matter, right?
Yeah,
that
it
sounds.
It says property of physical body.
So then that was the first definition the Jedi offered you.
I said that too.
So then
Yeah,
it's
because.
not.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so then it's not the second definition, is it?
What do you mean second? They don't hurt, like they're not diametrically opposed.
All right, 47 minutes. Sorry, 47 minutes after the hour. Read this one as well. Read it all out to the class.
Sure. 45.
47.
Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. The Royal Society of Chemistry. Nature does not offer us any concept of as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such term. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method to try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass.
Problems for you. Keep going.
92. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, as we must very strongly emphasize, the word mass has no meaning other than that given by formula, it is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity.
That's Max Born, by the way, Nobel laureate.
So it says given by formula, it is the measure of the resistance to changes of velocity. So like with gas, since the gas is so light and gravity doesn't, like it's less dense.
Brilliant.
And since density is mass over the volume.
Are we doing science, dude?
The water rises.
Are we doing science, dude?
The water gas rises.
Dude, are we doing science?
The water gas.
I mean, it's like really casual.
Yeah, are we doing science?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, we're explaining science.
Is physics science?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Physics is science.
So in physics, the word mass has no meaning.
No, other than given by formula.
Yeah. So in mathematics.
So when we're formulating, when we formulate something like gravity, mass counts.
So we understand that in physics, it hasn't got any meaning unless you apply it to a formula, which is a concept.
That's physics. Physics is all formulas.
Which
physics
is a
is all
concept.
formulas.
No, physics is not all formulas, my friend. Physics is a natural science. No, it's not.
Okay.
You will vary and manipulate things. Dude, yeah. You will vary and manipulate things in physics. Yes, you can abstract formulas from the science, but within the actual physics itself, mass hasn't got any meaning. It's also been incorrectly defined as the amount of substance in a space, or it's also been termed as the resistance to acceleration. So this is why I asked you to define the words that you were talking about, because at the moment you've got 2, 3 definitions, and I'm still trying to struggle what the fuck you're talking about. This is why it was superseded in 1915, my friend.
Superseded by what?
No, Einstein, bending and warping of space-time.
What did he say? What did he say about gravity?
Well, that's the bending and warping of space-time, not
By
mass
what?
attracting mass. By a body of mass. So again, the amount of substance in a space, that's incorrectly defined. The resistance to acceleration, or it has no meaning. Again, this isn't me you're arguing with. It's Nobel laureates you're arguing with, my friend, not me.
He believes in gravity.
He believes in gravity. Bunny,
Yeah.
Which one?
He just doesn't
Which
think
one
it's a force.
Which one does he believe in, though?
What, the one that he measured the theory they made theory of relativity with?
Oh, so he measured the theory of relativity.
Sure.
Was that scientific? Did that come with a scientific experiment?
I think he was a mathematician. I don't know if he did
Oh,
science experiments.
so no science
did
for
most-
that one
Newton did
either.
most of
So
that.
no, so being as this non-scientific experiment, because there wasn't any science and not science, superseded the other science that wasn't science because they couldn't prove anything, and I'll give you at best the effect. We still haven't found the cause, my friend. So being as you keep saying mass
Causes
attracts
the mass.
being as you keep saying mass attracts mass, no, it fucking doesn't.
Energy equals mass
That's
times the
the-
speed of light squared. It's in the theory of relativity. Mass is in Einstein's equation. You know that, right?
Oh, awesome. That's fine. So are we going to be talking
Yeah.
about Einstein now? Are you going to put to bed the mass attracting mass pre-1915 gravity?
That's
Are
not
you
what
gonna
that's not
stop
what that does.
Are you going to stop saying it now?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep
Or are you
saying
gonna-
mass
or-
attracts
or
mass,
are
but
you
I mean
gonna-
we'll work on it.
or are you gonna
I'm gonna
keep
go make some fruit
asserting
dip.
that- Yeah, you better run away.
It's gonna be held on. It's gonna be held on in the bowl by gravity, but we'll figure it out. It's gonna go from a liquid to delicious fruit dip.
You're gonna keep denying Einstein and saying that mass attracts mass, and in so doing, you're gonna throw your solar system
Wait,
out the window.
what did Einstein say about like our planet? What did he say
Well,
like about like what are we on the fabric of time and space on?
Yeah,
Globe,
depending
right?
on
Didn't he say we
yeah,
were on a globe?
yeah. So what?
Didn't he say the sun is a globe like floating through space on the fabric of
Yeah.
time? Yeah, he did
So
say that.
what? So what?
Well, I mean, are you guys denying what Einstein said?
Well,
No, you're doing.
No, I think you might be.
You are.
Yeah, actually, it's supposed to be your lore. This is your pseudoscience priest. This is your guy, your baller. He's the one that's supposed to be giving
No,
your
sorry,
concept
I'm an
of gravity
Aristophanes man.
behind
Sorry,
that, right?
Aristophanes
So
is my boy.
yeah, okay, cool. But this isn't my religion; it's yours. So it doesn't matter what I think of Einstein. This is supposed to be your pseudoscience and your
All hail
claim.
Newton.
Denying it. So if you want to go with Newton, fine, but so long heliocentrism. It's not compatible with the expectations of the sky, given the heliocentric claim.
Fucking measured relativity, you fucking idiot.
So go ahead, deny Einstein. I don't care, but you're making things hard for yourself. Newtonian gravity doesn't match a heliocentrist's expectations of the sky.
Right. Are we going to have to unmute some people? Or is everybody unmuted?
It's like they think that Einstein just redefined gravity for absolutely no reason. Like there was nothing wrong with the prior concept. They just did it 'cause.
What was the reason? I just got here, by the way. Please don't come at me.
Yeah, well, the problem is that they don't even believe he redefined it. They believe that he just further explained it, and there's no difference.
Oh.
Yeah. Newtonian
Okay.
gravity had its problems. Like, for example, it doesn't match what Mercury is supposed to be doing in the heliocentric paradigm.
Why not?
I think that Mercury moves too fast for
For
Newtonian.
Newtonian or
Yeah.
okay. Why? Like, what's the? Can you elaborate on that a little bit?
Well, that's it.
It just what? It spins too. Wait, what did you say? Sorry.
I said that it moves too fast.
Like it
So
spins too fast, or it's moving.
It
Yeah,
becomes
so
inaccurate with massive amounts of gravity, is what they say.
Got
So
it.
Newton's equation is in Einstein's equation. There's just a lot more to it because they calculate for space time and
well,
the three
they're in
flame.
different. They're in different geometries. Einstein is 4D. Newtonian is 3D. Einstein's is limited by the speed of light. Newton's is instantaneous. Relativity precludes instantaneity. So they're just different concepts altogether, different frameworks.
And then where Einstein's fails is at the quantum level, because then infinities arise in the math, and usually with infinities, it means there's something wrong.
Yeah, it does fail there.
Usually, not
So they
always,
both.
but usually.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
there's other ways that they're trying to explain that. What is that? The loop and then the strings or whatever. I forget those two beyond that, but
Right. So Newton's already failed. Einstein's is in the process of failing.
well, I don't think they've been disproven. They work to their limit. There's
All right.
limitations in those. That's it.
Yeah, let me play a clip for you real quick.
Well, they're just
First of all,
reapplying
we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you. The space around you is warped, and space itself is pushing you down into your chair. And that's why you're sitting in your chair today.
Here you
Is
go.
that Walter Lewin?
Michio Kaku.
Oh, Michio Kaku. I know Walter Lewin has a good presentation on gravity as well, sort of something very similar to it. Where, he talks about you don't start even mentioning gravity until you get into the cosmic scale, right? Once you leave, pretty much along the lines of what Michio Kaku was saying here, that everything on Earth is determined by electromagnetism, and until you get to outer space with all of your orbital mechanics and planets suspended in a vacuum and endless particles and all that nonsense, that's the only time you should really be talking about gravity. But
Yeah, exactly. Like they're mathemagics designed to reify this worldview of heliocentrism and a ball in space and all that stuff. On the practical day-to-day level, it just doesn't serve any purpose, really.
But the thing is, people aren't arguing with us in here. They're arguing with the paradigm. And sorry, but you don't have a choice in the matter. You have to go with whatever they're saying they establish. And that's the thing. These guys are the ones who are the talking heads for academia. So there's really no choice for you guys. Unfortunately, you have to just go with the paradigm. Sorry.
I mean, half the time they're fighting their own claims. No, it's mass attracting mass. No, it is. Okay, you're 108 years out of date. If you go with mass attracting mass, doesn't work with your pre-assumed orbits around the sun and blah blah. You're just throwing your own paradigm out. They're fighting themselves.
Right.
Absolutely. Isn't it sort of like an all or nothing fallacy, right? Because they come in and they say that you can't have anything without gravity, right? Because of course mass and weight have this relationship with gravity, and therefore everything is mass, everything is matter, right? It's like a atomist fundamental religion, right? It's, everything is actually gravity. It's weird how they word these arguments.
Yep. We're always showing them. Somebody wanted to speak? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just have like a question about like, I guess like the flat Earth view of gravity. So gravity is the effect, right? Not the cause.
Correct.
So, do you believe in gravity?
It's not a belief if you can provide an effect that shows a word that shows the average rate of fall of things in the medium of air. It's not
What
a
would
belief.
you? So, okay, would you agree that there is a force pulling us to the ground?
Force is something denoting a causation to something. So we're just saying that we see an effect of something happening, and things have a specific vector whenever we drop them, and if they're dense in the medium of air. This stuff can be averaged. I mean, this is something
that's
that
still
everybody
force,
knows.
though.
Yeah, that's the thing, though. That's the cause of the effect. So the
It's
cause of
just
the effect.
density.
Well, for what we can understand in this physical natural world, it operates in a density and buoyancy object and medium relationship. So we have an object and a medium relationship.
So you would argue that, like, the force is not me being like pulled or space-time being bended or anything. It's just the matter above me. I know you guys don't like the word matter, but it's what I'm going to use. But the matter above me is just like pushing me down.
Well, no, I would say it like this. Things, how can I say it a little bit easier? Things in the object and medium relationship tend to have their own vector according to whatever medium that you're. Let's say you change medium, you jump in the pool. Well, you're going to be more buoyant than you would if you're just jumping in air. You're going to have a different reaction to the medium that you're in. So everything that the object enters, whatever medium it enters, it has a relationship with that medium. And because of that relationship, it will then react to it. Like, if, for example, right, like an egg in water, in fresh water, it will sink to the bottom because it's more dense. But then you put some salt in the water, then it'll start to float. So that's it'll change its vector. When it was going down in the water, when you put salt in it, the water becomes more dense, and then the egg rises. But you have the object and medium relationship change. That's what changed, because you manipulated the water, you added more salt. So because you did so, the object and medium relationship, now it changed to where the egg is now going a different vector than it was prior to you dropping it with just fresh water. It's a reaction. It's basically whatever conditions that the object and medium relationship have, that's what is explaining the effect. Now, the cause of, I would just say it this way, TY, the cause of something happening, that would be more related to like what this whole reality that we are in, like why the laws of the way things are, what gives it the propensity to move in that vector, we wouldn't know. That's the cause. All we can say is that we can see that we can quantify the object and medium relationship to the effect of saying we can understand Archimedes' principle. We can work with density and buoyancy. These things are very real to us. Changing the object or the medium gives us a vector of whatever direction we want. So,
so I don't know your answer to this. It might be, I don't know, but like, why does density like work the way it does? Like, why are more dense things below less dense things? Like, we would say it's because of gravity. What would you say if you had a reason?
Well, like I said before, the object and medium relationship, because we can quantify the density and buoyancy of the object and medium, we'll be able to just tell you from the effect portion of it, not the cause, but from the effect portion of it. So if something goes into water and sinks to the floor, that's because it's not buoyant enough to stay in that medium. It can, go straight to the bottom. But
Hold
if
on.
that,
But do you have
Go
a
ahead.
reason for that, or is
No,
it
that's
just
the
like
cause. That's the cause. Yeah, we don't attribute a reason to it. That would be a knowledge that nobody has, because the reason on the side of
the effect?
globe Earth, yeah, on the side of globe Earth, it would be the causation being either mass attracting mass or the bending and warping of the fabric of space time. So you have the causation being that is attributed to the cause. We don't have something attributed to the cause because we would say there's no way to define that. We can't define the cause because we only see an effect. But to define a cause, we'd have to be able to say, okay, I know that it's a bending and warping of space time because I can vary and manipulate space and time. That way I can see if it's space time causing the object to fall through the medium of air. But
Okay,
since
that
we
makes
can't,
sense.
since we can't manipulate it, there's no way we can attribute a cause. So for us, it just stops at the effect.
Yeah, but we did just listen to you, Ty, right? That's who was talking.
He's
What?
talking right now. Yeah.
Yeah, we listened to you justify. Not that you meant to. Not saying that you meant to or anything like that. But we
I'm
just.
sorry. I have no interest in talking to Flatsy.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I'm sorry, Flatsy. I don't. You're very incoherent. But when something is like more dense, right? It just has more matter. And so if we're assuming gravity is how it is, it would pull the thing that has more stuff in it down, right? Because it has more stuff, so there's more stuff it's pulling on. And that's like the cause of
more stuff.
density.
Can I ask a question? What do you mean by more stuff, more matter?
Like more atoms in the object.
How you find out there is more atoms in the object?
I don't know. I'm not a fucking. I was just wondering. I was just asking a question. I'm not here to debate. I was just like.
No, I
wondering.
know. I'm asking because that's for me too much. How to say? I don't know, philosophical to say all matter, atoms. I don't understand that.
Right, it's atomism.
I think you do understand it, even if you disagree with it.
How much matter I have in my lighter or glass?
What?
How much matter I have
don't
in
know.
my glass, but I'm drinking
You could
wine?
calculate it, and the
Yeah.
unit of measurement would be moles, but I don't know.
And that will depend if I drop that things. Now, what is causing that things fall down? The matter.
Well, there's the explanation that the globe Earth has attributed the cause and the effect are married in the globe Earth explanation. It would have to be because you can't distinguish the fact that you're talking about the effect without the cause. So the cause was always something that they were trying to at least quantify on some level, but it actually doesn't help the matter that you were using concepts. So even in the case for like the bending and warping of space and time, these things are abstracts. You can't physically or tangibly operate in a level where you're manipulating the abstract. There's no way to bend and warp space and time. Like you can't just take those concepts and put them into reality and then do something with them. So the way it's proposed to everybody is that because something has the mass or the as big as the earth is, like if it's that big, it's going to affect that. But there's no way to test for that because you need something the size of that. You know what I mean? So it puts it out of the realm of tangibility. You can't test for it in a way. They do Cavendish, which is the mass attracting mass test. They call it experiment, but it's not really. But the thing is, every single time somebody tries to attribute a cause of concepts, there's no way you can do it. You can't put it into reality and try to run it through like a scientific method where the rigor is a hypothesis test on manipulating the independent variable to find out the cause of the effect that you see, dropping a pen through the medium of air. So that's the difficult part, right? And it's hard for people to like kind of come to grips with like, okay, so all we have are these theories, right? That of course prior to Einstein, that was the Newton theory about gravity. And I mean, I guess you could say they're trying to give the causation enough reason to believe in the heliocentric paradigm. That's the whole thing, is for you to kind of tie it into like it making sense in a way in that worldview. And so I think that's why it had a lot of leg room for as much as it did. But we're in the age of social media where everybody's talking with one another. Now it's different. People used to be separated and kind of like segregated in different areas where they live. So they had little, the institutions where they were at, that's like their social circles weren't that big. Now everybody's connected. So we're all talking to each other about this. Now it's making a difference. Like the old and busted was when people were just accepting everything. Now we're in forums, we're talking about them and different platforms, and we're like getting to the root of like, dude, we were believing these things a long time ago. Now it's time to like wake up and realize, I mean, we have the advent of technology to get in touch with one another and like realize what's going on. And that's all we're doing. We're like just making people aware, okay, what can what can be achieved by our our knowledge of things. What can we do? What groundbreaking things can we change? So I don't know. I guess to me that's the most important thing.
Yeah, but even then, it's all non sequitur, isn't it? I mean, dropping something on the ground doesn't tell us what shape the ground is, what the nature of Earth is. So the Globies will talk for 2 hours about bending and warping of space-time, mass attracts mass. And then if you ask them, okay, so does dropping something tell us anything about what the Earth is? No, I didn't say it told us what the Earth is. They're just wasting our time. The only reason that they have any thought of speaking about things falling in relation to the Earth is because they've been fed a story with the globe heliocentric religion where they do connect those two ideas. But there's no logical connection between the two. It's totally non sequitur. So the guys, I was just going to ask him, do you think dropping something tells you anything about the shape of the Earth? And he just said, no. So it's just wasting our time. Are there any Globies that think that an object falling to the ground tells us what the shape of the Earth is?
We had sour cream just roll in. What's up, sour cream?
Were you able to measure the globe today by dropping any pens or any of that?
Well, if it didn't fall, it would definitely float away.
So, huh? Thus, we conclude what?
Did sour cream say anything? Sour cream, are you there?
What's your shit about?
Oh, you entered the room, bro. Jesus.
Where am I at?
That's
the 24/7 Flatwater Crisis Support Line. How can we help?
Flat water? Water's
Yeah,
not flat.
we're in trouble because the water is flat on Earth, right? The seas are level.
Yeah, it's not carbonated.
Yeah, and the sea is level. Yeah, sea level. So we've got a problem because they're telling us the Earth's a cartoon spinning ball in a vacuum, but the water's level.
Well, it is. It is a ball.
How can it be a ball if the water's flat?
Yeah, I never heard of.
It's because we're super small.
No, but the water is flat. All of the water is level, not curving.
It's not.
Wait, so the water's curving?
Of course.
What? Where have you seen this?
The water fills whatever, I guess you could say, cup it's in.
Right. Okay. So are we in a? Is the Earth a cup?
In a sense, yeah.
So not a ball then.
It's a ball, but I mean, if you thought of
a ball and a cup, you understand those are very different things.
A cup without any walls.
Is a cup a ball?
It's not a fucking cup then, dude. Like what the fuck?
Well, it was like a metaphor, a really shitty metaphor.
Confused already. Right. Okay, I agree with you. We can have water in a cup. I do not agree that we can have water adhering to the exterior of a spinning ball. That's not a cup.
He said cup without walls.
I just want to marinate on. Oh shit!
Right. Let me get back to this.
Okay.
Right.
What would you say?
We put the water in a cup. Yeah.
Okay.
Are you following so far? Have you got water in front of you in a cup?
Yes, sir. I got a beer.
Okay. Do you see the surface of that liquid and how it's flat?
Yes.
Right. So if we put it in a bathtub, what's the surface of that water going to be like?
Be flat as well.
Okay. What if we put it in a swimming pool? What's that going to be like?
Be flat.
Okay. What if we put it in a lake? What's that going to be like?
Be flat.
Okay. What about an ocean?
It'll be flat to an extent.
Right. So if it's flat everywhere, how the hell is it a ball?
Because there's no walls.
What?
The fuck, dude?
Right. So the lakes and the water and the oceans, they're the same as the water in your cup. Yeah? Flat. That's what water is.
To our eyes, yes.
Well, no, just in reality.
In reality, no.
So wait, to our eyes, so you see it as flat, but you know it's actually something else. How?
The shit that measures like super small distances and stuff.
What?
Small distances.
What do
Because
you
the Earth
mean?
is curved.
Who's measured that? Who's measured a curved lake? You just said the lake was flat.
Well, it's nothing we can measure, but I'm sure if you
So what the hell are you
transcribed it,
talking about? If it's never been measured, if we can't measure it, why are you claiming it?
because the oceans aren't. The ocean's
Well, you-
smaller. It's larger than the lake.
So but you've just said you can't measure it and you only observe it to be flat.
You can measure an ocean's curvature, but not a lake's because it's
Who
not.
the hell has measured curvature of an ocean?
I don't know.
Please.
Do you
Can
know?
you give us the email of that guy?
Wait, what?
I'd say, can you give
Curvature
us
of an
the email
ocean.
of that guy?
Yeah. Who's measuring curvature of an ocean, bro? Why are you saying things that you don't know?
I mean, people have been doing it for what 2,000 years or something. We figured it out.
Name one person who measured curvature of an ocean, bro.
What, that Aristotle guy, and
Aristotle measured curvature of an ocean.
well, the Earth entirely, but I mean, you can transcribe it.
Measured the entirety of the Earth. You believe that?
Sure.
Why? What did he do? Tell us his method.
I don't remember off the top of my head.
So then why the hell do you believe it?
Huh?
So then why the hell do you believe it if you don't even know what the hell you think you believe?
Because I read it and I studied
What
at
did
one
you
point,
what
but
did
I
you
forgot
read?
it. I don't
So you
remember.
don't know.
I just told you I don't remember off the top of my head.
So if some guy tells you, "Hey, I measured," or "This guy measured the entirety of the Earth," you're just gonna believe it.
I mean, we can all do it ourselves. I just don't remember the shit
Do
off
what
the top of my head.
yourself? You don't even know what it is.
Well, we know how far the sun away is, right?
How do you know that?
Because we can measure it with a laser now? I don't know what you mean.
Come on, bro. Come on.
We verified it, didn't we?
No. You don't know how far away the sun is. What the hell are you talking about?
The speed of light. You know what that is?
What? How did you measure that?
A laser travels at the speed of light.
How did... Oh, bro.
So if you
Come
send
on.
a laser at the sun and you know how far it gets there and then it comes back, you divide that by T.
Is that what you did? Is that what you did, was it? You shot a laser at the sun? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't do it. Somebody just did it because to verify what Aristotle did. He did it through shadows.
So you're saying Aristotle measured curvature of the sea, and to verify that, some other guy shot a laser at the sun. That's what you're saying.
Yeah.
And the
Listen
laser
to
came back.
yourself.
He agreed, bro.
Listen to yourself.
You cannot shoot a laser at the sun. It's a
Quiet, you.
They
You
did in
can.
Star Wars. They did in Star Wars. They blew it
Let
up.
your globers go.
No.
Let them go.
Let them roast.
The
Let them
sun's
melt.
somewhat dense. Like you can shoot a
Okay,
laser
so you don't
at
know
it.
the density of the sun. Let's not go there.
No, I
Let's
don't.
go
Not off
back
the
to
top
the
of my head.
curvature. Let's go back to the curvature of the ocean, because remember, originally you said the cup was flat, the bath was flat, the swimming pool was flat, the lake was flat, and the ocean was pretty much flat, is what you said.
No.
That's what you said.
Do you remember off the top of your head?
Not in particular, no.
Damn, we just had this conversation like 5 minutes ago, bro.
What conversation?
Do you retain any information? Is this just like the Aristotle thing? It just all goes out the other ear straight away.
Well, I mean, usually a couple minutes, but after that, it usually goes away. Yeah.
Fair enough. At least you're honest. No, okay. I'll just let you know the situation.
Maybe I used a poor analogy, but
I'll just bring you up to speed with where we're at here, because
Okay.
you're obviously new to this conversation.
I'll listen.
So no one has ever measured curvature of the Earth. No one has ever measured motion of the Earth. No one's measured the distance to the sun, moon, or stars. No one's demonstrated that you can have gas pressure next to a vacuum to make space possible. None of this has ever been proven, demonstrated. It's always just been an assumption. Okay? Now, if I'm wrong about any of those things, please provide the measurements.
He didn't provide any measurements either, though.
No, I just said no one's done it. How could I provide a measurement that I'm saying doesn't exist?
That's weird.
The fuck? Jesus Christ.
Well, I don't think he's the one. Doesn't sound like he has the measurements.
But I would say this: he did bring up shooting the laser beam to the sun and then getting a laser beam back. But I would argue that the sun is a laser beam. Just saying, man. You don't need to shoot one at it; it's already one.
You gotta
You got
you
that
gotta
covered
let
already?
me you gotta let me say something here.
What do I
You
gotta let
cannot
you say?
Redeem the globe.
you cannot shoot a laser at the sun because it is almost a perfect black body. So anything you shoot at it, it will absorb and will not.
That's fucking racist.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was.
All right, all right.
So
like a black hole or something?
Sun stories aren't going to help you anyway because we're talking about the Earth. You have no idea what the sun is. Let's not pretend.
You also have, you don't know the medium between you and it. Globers just assume that it's an open system with 93 million miles of vacuum between you and it, but that's obviously stupid on its face. You can't have gas pressure next to a vacuum like that, like Cyclone already elucidated.
What do y'all mean by that? Can you elaborate, please? I don't understand the gas next to a vacuum. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, right. Because if you have a higher pressure system next to a vacuum, it'll simply fill that vacuum, right?
Sure.
Yeah.
that makes sense.
Yeah. Well, there you go. That's what they're saying the Earth is, the higher pressure atmosphere right next to a vacuum, enveloped by a vacuum, and it's not dispersing to fill that vacuum. That's nonsense on its face, if you ask me.
Fuck Israel and fuck the flat earthers.
Whatever, Q. Just because you don't have a rebuttal.
They're so salty, bro. They're so salty. Why are you lumping us in with Israel, bro? That's fucked up.
Q's just salty.
Compelling. Globe argument.
See, this is what happens to people when they realize that water is flat. They go into a state of crisis.
Wait, did sour cream understand the point about the gas pressure? Did you understand that, sour cream?
Yeah, but usually, I don't know what's like. Okay, at that point, when you say that, like, what's an atmosphere? Then what's?
Well, the point is, right? The definition of gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the
Right.
walls of it.
It equalizes throughout the entire whatever.
No, but the
Right.
gas pressure is the gas pressing off of the container, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's pressing off of a physical container, and that means it's pressurized, yeah?
Right.
Right, so if we are breathing pressurized gas, air, that's a pressurized gas, then it must be pressing off something, yeah?
Would that be the Earth's atmosphere at that point?
Well, the Earth's atmosphere, the air, that's the gas that must be pressing off something to be pressurized.
Right.
Right? Right. In the globe, there is nothing to press off. It is supposed to go to a near infinite vacuum, which is not possible. The gas would flow into the vacuum. It wouldn't be pressurized.
What if it is?
You need something for the gas to press off, like you just agreed.
Right, but what if it's like a pinhole in a balloon?
Well, the balloon is a container.
Right. So
You
what
don't
if
have that in the globe.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Isn't the Earth's atmosphere act sort of like a
No, that's the gas
membrane?
pressure that needs the container.
Am I thinking of it backwards?
Yeah. The gas pressure, the atmosphere, as you're referring to it, that's the air that we breathe. That's a pressurized gas, and for it to be pressurized, it must be pressing against the walls of a container, per the
Okay, so
definition.
from the outside of the okay.
You understand? So like air in a balloon, or air in a tire, air in a bicycle tire, right? If you remove the tire, the air is just going to go in all directions. Yeah.
Well, okay, yeah. It would be considered relative pressure, so whatever is outside this container is what it would equalize to.
Well, whatever's out, yeah. But what I'm not interested on. I'm not making a claim as to what's on the other side of this container. We're just saying if there's gas pressure, there is a container, which in itself debunks the globe. Okay, that's the point. That means we're not adjacent to space. You cannot leave the Earth and travel into a vacuum. We're contained, like we're in a physically contained environment. Right? So where they've told you that you're on the outside of a massive spinning ball, flying through this infinite nothingness, what's more the case is that we're in like a giant building. That's the kind of paradigm shift that you need to understand.
Or like an air bubble.
Or whatever. Whatever you want to imagine it, it's enclosed. It's physically enclosed, it's motionless, and it's a topographical plane.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So the gas pressure, if we didn't have a container, we would all be dead. Yeah? So every breath you take debunks the globe. That's what that song was about.
Nice one.
You have amnesia that just joined the chat.
Brilliant. This is going to go well.
Bro, what am I, a micro celebrity here, man? I join in to listen and get recognized.
It's all right. You'll forget about it in a minute, Amnesia.
What'd you say?
Doesn't matter, man.
That was good. Right, sour cream, did you understand that?
I'm trying. I got a little bit of it.
That's good enough.
So,
I mean, it's pretty simple.
Earth
Gas
is flat.
pressure needs a container. We breathe gas pressure. We have a container.
yeah, but like, what if the vacuum, the expanse of space is a container, and we're just on the outside?
No, vacuum is not a container. Vacuum is nothingness. The opposite of a container.
Right, but the direction at which the vacuum is pointing is on the Earth, right? So if you consider the
I don't think we
Earth,
can start saying that the vacuum is pointing in any direction. That seems a bit weird.
well, it's pointing in all directions. I know this, but it's if the
Oh,
Earth
you do know
was
this.
if the Earth was outside of the container, and the Earth's technically not in the container.
The Earth outside of the container.
Yeah.
So we're getting containment.
Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense the way you said it?
The last few sentences haven't made any sense to me.
Like an air bubble.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh, so Earth's like an air bubble.
I mean, if we're in a bubble, I mean, if you want to imagine your containment is a bubble, I don't really care.
It's still circular, isn't it?
You can think, well, yeah, but it's not you living on the surface of a sphere, which is what they're telling you.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, the idea of the cosmic egg and Earth being in some kind of spherical container was a tradition held by many ancient cultures, but maybe that's a little bit different to what you're talking about.
Was there any like ancient philosophers that were pro flat Earth that they
Yes,
argued
every culture in history has pretty much showed the same thing. Can someone post the meme? Are you in the text channel? Someone post the meme showing all of the different cultures. If you just look at the text channel on the top right of the, I don't know if you're on your phone or whatever, but there's a text channel accompanying this room. Right, yeah, despite everything, just posted it. Do you see the image that he just posted?
I see Necros.
Right, okay. So look at those. These are all the different cultures, and they're all pretty much describing the same thing. It's a topographical plane, and it's contained. Now, they had variations on what they thought this container was, how many levels it had, but they all pretty much agree we are on this one level surface, and it's a contained system. And then in the globe is this modern abomination, basically. Every culture in history has pretty much been flat Earth. Didn't teach you that in school, did they?
Nope.
Well, there you go. You learn something new every day. You should join the server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. There's loads of additional information channels that go through stuff like this. So yeah, all the ancient cultures were based, and they knew it was a flat, motionless, contained Earth.
Ancient
Somehow,
cultures also killed their own children. So
okay. Good argument. Good argument.
Wow, that was good stuff, man. Appreciate
Bruce
it.
forgetting. Okay, I'm not
Point is,
gonna
what NASA made
start
these
another
pyramids about.
controversial topic. But so yeah, your question was, did any of the previous cultures think the Earth was flat? Yes, all of them.
that's not true.
Pretty much all of them.
The Greek thought that the Earth was round.
No, that's wrong as well. See, this is what they do tell you in the. This is how they misrepresent the Greek history to you in the mainstream education. They try and make it sound like the majority of Greece believed in the globe. No, it was a tiny minority of Greeks that even proposed the idea, and that was based on a worship of geometry, right? They thought the sphere was the perfect shape because it was equal from the center to all of its
Let me ask you something, right?
To its edge.
How many of these ancient societies discovered any scientific discoveries?
Bro, you're not equipped. I can already tell you're not very equipped to have this conversation.
Yeah, he's not, dude. Like that question alone, it undermines his knowledge of like what he knows of history and like where all things came from. So
you're telling me they had scientific discoveries? They made.
You're really not equipped, bro. You're really not equipped.
Bro thinks people just started singing in
That's not even an answer. That's a non-answer.
I'll give him an answer. All of them. There you go. You got your.
You're telling me they had all scientific discoveries?
Where do you think they came from, bro? they didn't come from the globe. Are you serious?
He thinks folk just started discovering things in like the 1800s.
Yeah, as soon as the globe came into conception, it's like, oh, bro, we discovered everything.
Yeah.
All right,
You're telling me the same people that would murder their own children, sacrifice their own children, they had scientific discoveries. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Those very same people, yep. What's so funny about it?
How he knows that they were sacrificing anyone?
They're such brainlets. It's crazy.
Like even if that was the case, that doesn't negate the fact that they couldn't have scientific discoveries. So you're saying just because they did atrocities, they couldn't have scientific discoveries?
I'm saying they were pea-brained.
Is that what you're saying?
Okay. They did not have the advancements that we had today.
What? Dude, the Saros cycle, which the Chaldeans came up with, is being used by NASA today, bro. What is wrong with you? Do you know what the Saros cycle is?
This guy would 100%.
This guy would 100%. They were so stupid to make this kind of architecture to stay for thousands of years, and we are so advanced that they cannot be like a 20 years. These buildings.
Yeah, we can actually. We literally can.
Hang on a second, man. I'm gonna drop a link in here for you to look at. Whether you do or not,
I'm sorry, but you have to be pea-brained to believe the Earth is flat. Like you just have
check this out. Look at this ex-Muslim from Mecca. Look at that link I just put in there. Now this is by NASA, bro. NASA is putting this information out so that you can understand.
I never said ancient societies did not contribute to anything. That's not what I said. I said,
what were you saying then?
The majority of what they've done is rubbish. The majority of their beliefs are garbage.
Based on what? Based on your feelings? Based on your feelings?
This guy. He's
what
trolling.
The fuck is wrong with you? He's just in his feelings. Well, they did all these bad things, so they can't think of anything. They're just pea-brains. Like, what the? He's a child. This one.
Yeah, they're too low-brained.
You're a child, sir.
Still use that today. Fire. Use that today still.
Honestly, you can't even tell if they're trolling or if they're just really this dumb.
I wonder if he knows what a scientific discovery is. That'd be
He definitely
interesting.
doesn't. He
So
definitely doesn't.
because ancient civilizations committed atrocities, there's no way they could discover anything in the past. Right? Is that what he's saying?
No, he's saying their discoveries
Emily.
are dog shit.
Oh, thank you. Thank you so much for unmuting me, you pussies. Listen, no
Oh,
one here.
yeah, what a zinger, bro. You have no intellect, dude. There's nothing. You're bankrupt, bro. If that's what you're thinking, you're bankrupt.
You fucking listen, you idiot. There's hundreds of thousands of children being allowed to be starved, raped, murdered. So you shut the fuck up. Today this is happening, you fucking moron. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah, fuck you! Fuck you!
Yeah. Yeah, you
All
too,
right, guys.
Amnesia.
All right.
Fucking idiot.
All right. We're gonna take this back to any Globie that can compose themselves for more than 5 seconds. There must be one of you in here.
Sorry, Cyclone. That was harsh. That was awesome.
Yeah, they need a wake-up call, these idiots.
I mean, what the fuck?
Fucking sleeping and shit.
We are living in peace in last 100 years, harmony. Everything is good, and everybody was killing 1,000 each. There was fucking barbers, but now we are living in good peace.
Nah, maybe in their neck of the woods, but that shit is. There's atrocities being committed right now, idiot. Fuck's wrong with you?
Well, we killed
Yeah, he
in 1
thinks
day too much.
these are the kind of guys who think that they're like super genius because they have an iPhone, but in reality, he can't do fuck all in the real world. And if he was in any other era, he would be just dead. He would know nothing compared to everyone, and they would just kill
Cyclone,
him.
man, fuck any other era. Put him in a different country that's war torn. Let's see what how they're just gonna change their fucking tune real quick.
Yeah, true.
You know what's funny?
Just anywhere outside of his house.
Jeez Louise, man.
What's funny is the people that are committing the atrocities today, right now, not back then, but right now, are the ones who fund like your curriculum at school and your institutions. You guys think that you all are all knowing and you've got everything figured out, but you're all or not all of you, I guess, but not a stereotype, but just a lot of you are brain.
They are all retarded.
Drowned in La La Land.
Yeah. I'm a
Jeez
genius
Louise.
because I have an iPhone and an Apple
Yeah,
Watch
that is what Globies are like. And an
And
Apple Watch. See, that's how we know that you're
and
a
an
mark.
AirPods.
Anyone who thinks that getting an Apple Watch to save themselves the 3 seconds that it takes to pull the phone out of their pocket to check their messages is, again, I'm sorry to say, a bit retarded.
No, that's not why I use it, but
I'm just joking. Sort of. It is a bit of a gimmick, but anyway, come on. The globe. We're being told we live on a spinning ball in a vacuum. There must be some evidence for this outrageous claim.
yeah.
What is it?
Fucking sun laser beams.
Stop.
Jeez
Yeah.
Louise.
Send laser beams to the sun.
No. Oh, she was about to give a semi-serious answer. Come on. What was it?
No, I wasn't. I don't.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so so there is no evidence for this cartoon spinning space ball in a vacuum that all the kids are being told they definitely live on.
Why do you keep calling it a cartoon?
Because you only see it in cartoons.
Do you have a semblance of original thought?
Ooh.
Whoa, from the
Where'd that
Globie.
come from?
Wow.
That's an uppercut. Where'd that come from?
Because I hear the same.
Well, because they are cartoons. What
I hear
else
the
would you
same
just?
thing
How else would you
repeated.
describe them?
I hear the same thing repeated ad nauseum between.
Yeah, because you guys still cannot bring anything other than cartoons. That's why you repeatedly hear us asking, have you found any evidence yet?
You should come up with something more unique, like AI generated or.
Ouch.
No need. We don't need anything more unique than where's the globe evidence? And we just listen to you guys spiral and embarrass yourselves. That's quite sufficient. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's really good,
we can
isn't
ask
it?
again. It is good. I mean, that's why this channel became #1 in a couple of weeks, right?
Ain't no doubt.
People love hearing the Globies spiral and fail to prove
Yeah,
the globe.
congrats.
Pats on the back,
#1
everybody.
on Discord.
Good job, right?
Yes.
Pats on the back.
We couldn't have
Yeah,
done it without the spiraling
the back.
Globies. But it is pretty
That's
shocking.
AI intelligence
If
evolved.
I was here arguing for a viewpoint that I literally couldn't even present an argument for, and I was cool with them just telling and brainwashing loads of kids into thinking that this is where they live, when I, as an adult, cannot produce one argument for that case, I'd be pretty embarrassed. I'd be pretty ashamed of myself to be thinking, why am I coming in here trying to argue with these people when actually I don't have a single argument to present?
I'd be ashamed of my team. Be like, dude, you guys are letting me down, bro. Every day? What the fuck? Can't get one of these intellect globies to come in here. You got all just scrubs. All these scrubs from the internet come in here. That's whatever.
Well, I don't think they know about this.
They don't know enough about it. You guys are just bullying up on little kids, basically.
All right, well, Amnesia, go ahead and take the challenge, bro. Let's see what you got. How about you?
I'm not someone in the field myself to
Aw.
justify it.
Okay.
Fields are
I
flat.
bet you if we get a PhD in here, you guys, everyone will
Bring
start being
him.
silent.
Get him. I
Wow.
want you to go find one and tell him to come in here. Let's see what happens.
A PhD in what?
Philosophy.
Let's see if
you can
Philosophy. A PhD in philosophy. Yeah, that'll be your
Play-
glue proof, will it?
Play spin the fucking bottle and just like land on anyone fucking with any degree. Just tell him to come in here.
He doesn't even know what kind of PhD he'd be looking for.
Oh, fuck, I
Yes,
don't
I
even
just
care.
told you.
What?
What was it? What was it? What was the PhD? Hold on, Sasha. Hold on, Sasha.
Sorry.
What was it?
A philosophy degree.
So how would that prove that how would philosophy prove that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Deduction.
What deduction of what?
Our observation.
Oh, go on.
Observations of what?
The world.
Mine.
What observation?
I don't know. That's why you have to get the PhD.
Oh, he doesn't know. There you go. Pats on the back, everybody.
You're asking me for the PhD argument. Clearly, I wouldn't ask him.
Well, you're making the argument
reason why
that...
the reason why the PhD guys aren't here is because they've moved on to bigger things. They have jobs.
Yeah, bro. Well, you don't know that because you don't know what they would argue.
Why would I need to know what they argue? I know that they're making money.
So how would you know? How would you know? Right. Let's think about this logic. Think about this logic. You're saying we can get the PhD in here to prove the globe to you, and then when we ask how would they do that, you say I don't know.
Well, they're winning because they're making money.
That's why they have a PhD.
So how do you know? So how do you know a PhD would be able to prove it if you don't know what they would prove?
Because I know that they've done it before. Clearly.
Done what before?
Prove the
If you took philosophy, you would understand that you're making a logical fallacy already by making an argument from incredulity.
Exactly.
Brilliant.
Wow.
So,
that guy person's talking to you, by the way. He's talking to you.
No, he's talking to you, bro.
No, they're saying because my incredulity doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, hold on. Jedi wants to talk to you. Jedi is trying to talk to you, Amnesia. Hang on, man.
No, the other guy's incredulity.
That's fine. That's fine. You calm down. Amnesia, how you doing? You well? You good? You happy?
I'm a very calm individual, just waiting for anyone to prove the flat Earth.
Awesome stuff. Prove the flat Earth. That's absolutely fine. We'll get round to demonstrating to you in a minute. I just want to figure out your science acumen. You sound relatively intelligent and seem to want to point us in the right directions to scientists. Shush. Shush. I'm trying to help him. You're trying to point us to scientists that would, know better than we would. So I'll just ask you this really, very simple question. Being as these scientists have told us that the Earth is a ball, would you be able to point to any scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth?
Yeah.
Why, when science only deals with cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world and doesn't adjudicate shapes? To figure out the shape of an object, you use... Do you understand what science is? Natural science. Do you understand what it is?
I disagree with your definition of science.
What, the scientific method used by these people that you're going to want to use? Yeah, natural science used by the people that you're going to appeal to, and you've told us that would be better than us because they got PhDs. Do you know what the scientific method is?
No.
No. So why the fuck would you tell us to go and do something that you don't know anything about yourself?
Because that's how science works.
No, science only deals with cause and effect, hypothesis construction and experimentation. That's the scientific method, my friend.
I disagree.
Do you know what the scientific method? Do you know what the scientific method is?
I thought we just went over this.
Yeah, I am. You're not. What's the scientific method? Tell me. Tell me where I'm wrong.
I just told you I have no idea.
Oh, so being as you're saying that I'm incorrect, but you have no idea what the scientific method is, how the fuck could you tell me that I'm incorrect?
Deduction.
Deduction of what? A standard known as a scientific method, which I'm going to elucidate to you and have tried to do so, but you don't understand what that standard is.
I think you're just analytically false. Like it's just
I
analytically
think
true.
I think you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about. So can't appeal to an authority because you don't understand what the fuck you're talking about.
Oh, I didn't
Science
appeal to
only
authority.
Yes, you did. You told us to go and talk to PhDs, and they
Yeah, that's not
piss
me
all
saying
over
that
it.
they're right because they're PhDs.
Yeah, and you told us to appeal to science, didn't you? These PhDs, these people who are better educated than us, the scientific community, and all that jazz, right? Yes.
I don't remember me saying that
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, I'm paraphrasing you. You understand what paraphrasing means?
Do you mean like phrasing what I'm saying exactly?
Paraphrasing. Yeah, trying to get a rough estimation of what you just said because that's the impression that you've given us. Yeah, that. Do you understand what
Did
the
I
scientific
implicitly
method
or
is?
explicitly say
Do
this?
you understand what the scientific method is?
I thought we just went over this.
So how could you tell me I was wrong, being as you don't know what it is?
Because of abduction. Do you know what that is?
Yeah. So if I was to define the scientific method for you, the hypothesis construction, the observation of a natural phenomena, and the prediction of cause, and then a physical experiment where you, the researcher, physically manipulates the presumption of cause to see if it has the effect in an experiment, would you think that that's how you adjudicate shape? A concrete noun. A concrete noun, you think that's a cause and effect question, do you? You think a
Science
what
doesn't
is
necessarily
question?
deal with cause and effect.
Listen, Mr. Deduction. Do you think a what is question is a how and why question?
Yes.
Then you're a fucking idiot, then, aren't you?
And you can add on, but that's just 5 fallacies.
No,
That's
it's not an
that's just not an
add-on.
argument. It's not even that it's an ad-hom. It's just not an argument.
It's not an add-on because you've demonstrated yourself to have cognitive issues and obviously an education problem.
No, but calling someone an idiot is not progressing the conversation at all. You're just
Shut
killing
up,
it.
you pussy. Just shut up.
Another add-on.
Yeah, no, I've just told him to shut up. Being as I've already demonstrated that you don't know what you're talking about, how the fuck can you
When did
tell
you do
us what
that?
to do? Why would you tell us what to do?
When did
You
you
think
demonstrate that I don't
science,
know what I'm talking about?
listen. You said that science would be able to give an experiment that proves the shape of an object. You do understand that to figure out the shape of an object, you observe and measure it. It's not a question for science, young man.
Disagree.
Really?
Yeah, they don't want to know.
How
They
would
don't
you-
want to know. They just want to be dumb.
That doesn't actually disprove anything.
I mean, you can have him. I've demonstrated my point. We can move on to the
No.
next jumping.
Yeah, go get your intellects and bring them into this room and see if they fare.
You guys
Yeah,
all
bring your
fear. You guys all.
PhD,
You guys
bro.
all fear Professor
Bring your
Dave. I got
PhD,
Professor Dave.
bro.
Professor, no, get him in here. Get Professor Dave in here.
Yeah,
Get
because
him
I
in
just
here.
have him on speed dial, by the way.
Then have him come in here.
Yeah, let me
Hey,
just email
it's
him
me,
and then wait.
Please
Professor
do.
Dave.
Please, no,
so
you're not
you
Professor
can't-
Dave.
So you
are
can't make
not
the
Professor Dave.
argument, and you don't know
Okay.
anyone who can make the argument. Okay, very good. So is
No,
there
I
anyone in
do.
here who can make the argument for the
Do y'all just
globe?
need somebody to say like what textbooks say with a condescending tone? Because that's like
Well,
super
no.
easy.
We want you to present some evidence that the Earth is a ball that spins.
Yeah, go on. Have you got a side?
For Amnesia. Amnesia, do you
Pretty
think
broad.
astronomy is science?
Technically, it's not
Do I
spheroid,
what?
so
Amnesia, do you think astronomy counts as science?
You mean the prediction? Like you mean the thing where people say like
Is astronomy a
Gemini
field?
and
It's
Gemini?
is astronomy a field of science or not?
That's astrology.
You're talking about the Gemini thing, right?
See, they don't
Geminis
even
do get
fucking know
along
the
with almost
basic
everybody. This
terms.
is basic
You're talking
sociology.
about Taurus, the signs, right? Is that
Fuck
science?
no,
No, we're
dude.
talking
That's
about
astrology.
He's being
Matthew,
anthropology.
you're
obtuse
going
on
to confuse
purpose.
him.
Has really good clothing.
Matthew,
Wait,
you're
can you
just going
repeat
to
the
confuse
question
him.
then? I don't know what that means.
So
Look,
he
if you want
doesn't
the
know what
globe,
astronomy is. So no, Matthew, he doesn't. He
I mean,
doesn't.
I'm just gonna say.
I just
Hold
asked you
on,
if I
hold
just
on.
asked you what
Amnesia,
astronomy is.
amnesia. If you want the global perspective, he was gonna tell you. But I mean,
Yeah, I
from
was
an
a global
astrology
asking. I was trying to help you out, Amnesia, but I'm done. I'm not going to help you out. Sorry.
Wait, what do you mean by
even Matthew's just sickened by you.
how does me being a Leo or something do anything? What do you?
That's not, bro.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
just trolling.
whatever.
He's
dude.
just trolling.
He
He's
knows,
just
he knows
trolling.
the difference between astronomy and
He's just trolling.
I think he's just trolling.
He's just
Okay,
he's just
whatever.
upset. He's just upset because he's exposed himself.
His
and
Venus is obviously
he's
in
been
retrograde.
embarrassed. That's pretty funny.
That's pretty good.
Bro,
That's funny.
no, unmute Amnesia for a second. I wanna ask
No,
He's
him.
not muted.
No, he is.
He's not
He
muted.
is.
No, he's not.
Alice, for
He was,
fuck's
he
sake,
was.
why? This is what I was talking about
He needs to
yesterday.
recharge his amethyst
hear-
rainbow crystal in the moonlight.
Yeah.
Jeez Louise.
You hear this shit, and then you're like, "Oh, don't mute him!" Like he's not just talking shit.
No. I wanna ask him. So, do you believe that Earth is up against a vacuum?
Can you repeat the question?
Do you believe that Earth is against a vacuum?
What do you mean by vacuum?
God,
Vacuum
they're so
space.
pressed.
You said what? Absence of space.
Do you believe space is a vacuum?
I don't know what you mean by vacuum.
See how they can't answer a straight question, Alice. How frustrating is it
Dude,
speaking
she's
to
a
these guys?
Glober too.
I know.
Because this guy sounds like that other guy, just on a new
Yeah,
account.
fucking retarded. Yeah, they all sound.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't put my finger on the guy you were
Meister.
talking about, but I think I know who you mean.
Reverse.
Is that reverse? No, I don't think it's reverse. I think there's another
Are
character.
you saying all of us sound the same?
No, there's
Yeah,
another.
you all sound retarded.
No, you just
Well,
just the
we're all
way.
black, right? So we all sound retarded because we're black.
Yeah, you all sound
Oh
retarded.
my!
It's
How did
true.
you know he was? How do you know he was black?
and you sound
Dude, how can you? Wait a minute.
How
How
do
can
you-
you tell? Yeah, how can you tell over a mic the skin color of someone, dude?
It just
So wait, hold on. So this is your
Well,
first
let's
time in the
try.
server, right?
Hmm?
This is your first day, your first time in the server.
What do you mean? Like my first time here?
Yeah, this is the first time you've been in the server, right?
No, I've been here before.
Okay, so
maybe
so your
channel.
account was made today.
Yeah, I was in here earlier.
Your account was
Today.
made today.
Yeah, I was in here earlier today.
Okay. So, how do you know what the other guy sounds like if today's the only time you've ever been in the server?
Because I was in a call with Reverb earlier.
Yeah, no, you weren't. Bye.
How do you know what I was doing earlier?
See how dishonest and annoying they are, our listeners. See what we have to deal with 24/7.
That's not an argument.
It is.
No, it's
Bro,
an observation
listen.
Statement.
of your
You're not so good at
neuroses.
hiding your voice. I'm just saying you.
I mean, the irony is if
See how,
Reverb comes
see
in
how
here
they can't
and
even.
if
See how
Reverb
they
comes in
can't
here
even
and me and him
say
speak at the
yes.
same
I
time,
believe.
then what?
Shut up. See how they
I will
can't even
say
bring
he is
themselves
not
to
reversed.
say.
I will
See
say
how
he
they
is not
ca-
reversed.
Yeah, I don't think he is
My
either,
bad,
but
my
we
bad.
could test it with his air
No.
pressure. With his air pressure claims.
But
That's
see,
literally what I was
just
getting at.
see how he can't even say yes. I believe that space is a vacuum,
That's
or
literally
yes,
what
I
I was
believe
getting
that
at.
Earth
That's why
is
I
in a
said that.
vacuum. He can't admit it. He can't say it. Why can't he say it? Because he's afraid of his own claim. That's why. You could tell. Whoa, what is it you're talking about? Oh, I don't know what you mean by that. What do you mean by
I
space?
just honestly think there's just people that just like to troll for the fun of trolling. Like they
Well,
don't
he
have
is
an
trolling,
agenda.
but he's trolling because he knows he can't actually make an argument. So he just has to obfuscate, be a pedant, and say, "What do you mean by that? I don't know what you mean by that." Well, if you mean by that, then something that you didn't say at all. That's exactly what those types do. He's a pussy. Fucking unbelievable. These guys.
The other guy that was in here was pretty bad. That he said
Yeah,
that
yeah.
because people commit atrocities, you can't have
Yeah.
breakthroughs in
Did-
science. Like, whoa, dude!
Did,
Like,
did
that's-
older cultures discover anything? No. It's like, what the fuck, bro? My goodness.
All right, should we move on to the next contender? This has been a very entertaining evening. I've been awake for 27 hours. I can't get out of this fucking place
Jeez
today.
Louise. we got Puddin',
Jedi.
we got Puddin' Baby in here. Puddin' Baby. And Stinky. They both have little rat icons. Well, one of them's Ratatouille. The other one is like a cat. Oh, it's a cat, not a rat.
Ooh, that's going to insult someone. Yeah, little rat PFPs. Speak up. Tell us about the globe.
Oh, did the guy leave already? Aw.
Of course he did.
High 592 will return. He's frequent flyer.
Gonna change his tampon.
No,
Right.
I meant the other guy, the Amnesia or whatever his name was.
Yeah, he's high 592. That's who he was earlier.
Who?
Amnesia is high 592. The guy who was in earlier.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's because I was trying to think about who he is, but then his the bottom of his at name, that's what it is.
Oh.
Any other Globers in who want to make a case? Convince us we're spinning millions of miles an hour through a vacuum.
How do you pronounce that guy's name with the AJELCH? He's right above all, dude. Underneath, under heaven, earth.
A jelch. I'm
Okay.
going with that. I don't know what an A with a little circle on top of it is, though. I could be wrong. A helch? Maybe it's like a Spanish type of J? I don't know.
Is it like stressing the A, like
Yeah, I don't know.
I would guess a yuck or yuck.
See, I was close because that's what I was thinking, but
I'm just gonna anglicize it. A jelch. I'm going with it.
okay. Has he spoken in here? Is he a Glover? Letter?
I never heard him.
And we got Rebel Landers, ET, at the very bottom.
Believe that's a flat earther.
Come out wherever you are.
Keep talking.
We know you're there, Globers.
Well, Brandon just showed up, but
Brilliant.
All Brandon shows up to do is just elbow in the middle of someone else's conversation and white knight for the
Wait,
dumbest
what was that?
All Brandon ever does is just elbow into white knight for the dumbest guy in the room. He doesn't seem to like start his own conversations.
and we got him on a few clips on 24/7.
I just wanted to be obnoxious and interrupt you.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
Well, it's not like you're going to be interrupting any globe proof, so feel free.
Ooh, yeesh.
He got you there.
Smack.
I will fight
That
back.
was that was a retort to the uppercut earlier.
Yeah, that was good. That was good.
Matthew learns his post in the 24-hour sun in Antarctica. It's interesting.
Isn't that video the one that's always been? It's the only video, that one particular one. That's that same one that they've shown like years ago.
Yeah. Oh. Yeah, he did a more recent one too.
Is it 24-hour sun right now, or is?
I mean,
I'm getting near there. December
Yeah.
21st, it will be.
Oh,
Supposed to
okay.
be, yeah.
Why don't they observe the 24-hour sun in the South Orkney Islands at 60 latitude south?
60 is still too low, right?
No, because 60 north, but that's where Helsinki is, and they in Finland, and they get a 24-hour sun there.
Yeah.
Wait, is this south or north? No, this is south.
So you have to be above the Arctic Circle or the Antarctic, or below the Antarctic Circle to see a 24-hour sun.
60, which is 60, right?
Wait, they can't
we
both
got-
be circles.
We got Sensei. They just put a video up. It says, "Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me." Hey guys, check
Yeah,
that
why
out.
have they been faking those 24-hour videos in the south?
Why are there examples of that that's just looped?
Interesting.
What?
Well, there's a bunch of those videos showing what they claim is a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, and when you watch it, you see that it's just a looped recording, and the clouds are exactly the same 12 hours later.
Yeah, I think the one Matthew just posted, they've cloned the sun. On other ones, they do the clouds.
So, I mean, if they're faking them, then it's going to bring all the other ones into question, is it not?
Yep.
So then we're probably just going to have to get back to trying to measure some of that curve, since no one's going to Antarctica to verify that 24-hour sun that they're claiming and faking videos of.
Well, yeah, so that's the key right there. If it's real, then it requires explanation. If it's fake, then you
Yes, the key is that there's no curvature. That's a problem.
Cyclone.
That's a separate topic. Yeah, I'm talking
Well, now
about
with that
like
attitude.
certain observations. By the way, the Arctic Circle and the Antarctic Circle are 66.5 degrees latitude, so you'd have to be.
Wait, isn't the whole time lapse thing though like that? If long enough, you would see it change, like over time, a little bit, and then after 12 months, going back to the beginning.
No. The issue was that they were trying to claim that they were showing a 24-hour sun, but watch the video. It was obvious that they just looped 12 hours because the clouds at the start of the video are the exact same clouds that appear halfway through. And Sensei Glatt in the chat posted that video.
Yeah, he posted it.
Which you can watch. So go into the chat and watch it and ask yourself, why would they need to fake this if it's something that definitely
Wait, but there are
100%
time lapse
happens?
videos that are not that
Because we're on a
video, right?
globe.
Where are they at? You got another one?
Right.
No.
I get it. But the fact that they're faking any of them calls all of them into question.
Yeah, why would that ever be necessary? If this is a real phenomenon that happens, then why not just record that?
Yeah, why would they have to fake it?
And look at Slow Mo Moonbug. He says we need to send Rob Noxious on a kayak to Antarctica to verify the 24-hour sun. He was saying that earlier, wasn't he? That you could take a kayak to Antarctica.
Yeah.
What the fuck, dude?
You could just bowl up there. There's a free tour. You just bowl up to the Antarctica.
You just get the proper thing to do is to get a sleeping bag and a couple of bologna sandwiches and go, in your kayak to Antarctica. I mean,
yeah, why are you flat earthers not just getting your sandwiches together and going to Antarctica?
Seriously, man, you guys are lacking. Kayak's the right move, though.
Undetectable by radar.
Yeah.
A stealth move. Don't worry about that 200-foot wall of ice.
Take that, globe earthers.
Fine, then I'll just go down there.
Could you? That'd be awesome.
Yeah, I'll get my friend to fly me down.
Yeah, the point being that if the sun is moving from right to left and staying above the horizon, down there, then it can't be going clockwise around the North Pole.
Well, but you know what's weird about that? I just got something to say. Even if that was the case, that there was a 24-hour sun, I mean, what would it change, honestly? Because we're really just watching something in the sky. Like that, we've always made the understanding that if you're talking about things in the sky has no relation to the ground that we're walking on. That's something separate. And still, even that, like, I'm not even claiming that it could be a 24-hour sun, but if it was possible that was caught, then what would it change? I mean, then the sun's doing something.
I agree with you.
Still no ground curvature. That's why you have to point to things like this instead of the ground curvature. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree with you guys that in order to maintain the belief in the flat Earth, it's useful to ignore what's going on in the sky. That's true.
What you're literally doing is ignoring what's going on the surface of Earth, though, which is where your claim lies ultimately.
That was facts. Both. You look at both the sky and the Earth and figure out what the explains.
Yeah, but you guys are ignoring the fact that we're not detecting any curvature.
We are sometimes. We are other times. It depends on refraction. So
are we?
Be careful to keep.
Who's measuring curvature?
If you look at pictures from space, you can see.
Yeah, those don't comport with what we actually observe and measure here on the surface of Earth, so we can just throw those away.
Yeah, but Matthew, can you agree that that's not measurement?
Yeah, it's just observations. We can't directly measure the curvature of Earth at all.
We can't directly measure the curvature that they show us in those outer space cartoons.
Hilarious.
But you can assume it when you look at the sun.
Right, you can assume it because all of the observations
sense.
kind of fit the story well, and so it's a good explanation.
The story. They all fit the story. So that's all we need.
No, but
Go to sleep. Nice story.
You know, people like hearing stories. You know, throughout time.
I love a good yarn as much as the next man.
You think stories can be true?
They can also be bullshit.
Right. So you have to like adjudicate between the different stories and see which ones are true.
Yeah, and we can't detect any of the curvature that your story needs. So that's a problem.
Yeah, that would count against my story.
Sure
would.
would.
A decent explanation.
It would actually undermine your entire story. Fundamentally.
Not if I can explain it away.
You can't explain away a flat sphere.
Refraction.
I'm afraid. Oh
What
dear.
happens if you can? What happens if you can see long distances with an infrared camera, then target the thing you can see with an infrared laser? What would that demonstrate?
The refraction of infrared light.
The refraction of infrared light.
Right.
Awesome stuff. About radio waves.
Gotta go. Dinner time. I'll talk to you guys later.
Fair enough.
Well, to explain something away is to basically excuse it, and that's just what he's outright telling you he's doing. That's crazy.
I hope
story,
one
though.
day you can move away from the sun is moving away from the Earth paradigm, because it doesn't work for you.
What?
A lot of people, I've heard people say like the sun is not setting or going around the Earth, it's merely moving away from Earth or something.
The sun is moving above the earth as you have always observed every single day in your entire life. That's what's happening.
And
Right,
it's
I've
moving
heard-
away. It's moving away from your
So,
position, though, is it not?
Could you please get away from this paradigm where you're telling yourself that the sun is moving above your head because you're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour?
Well, somebody tried to claim Rayleigh's criterion, or Rayleigh's whatever it is, when talking about how the Earth, or how the sun like disappears over the horizon or something.
No. What happened was a bunch of people have in their head that the sun appears to be going down because they're falling backwards on a spinning ball, even though they have no evidence of any curvature or motion of the ground.
So then what is happening with the sun? What is your input?
It's moving away.
The sun's
How is it
moving
moving away?
above your head as you've witnessed every single day of your life.
How is it moving away? Where is it going?
It's
Away
going
from your
away from
location.
you, away from where you are.
Yeah.
Okay, so but where? Where is it
It's
going?
pretty obvious,
So are
isn't it?
is the sun not moving above your head every single day?
I mean,
Yeah.
that's what I thought. I don't know what the.
Yes,
So what's
but
confusing you? So what's
how
confusing you
is,
about that observation?
because what's confusing me is you would still be able to see it at a distance. It doesn't just vanish.
At what distance?
At what distance do you think it goes? Where do
Well,
you
it was
think
your
it goes?
claim. It was your claim. You said you'd be able to see it at any distance. So how far?
Yeah.
Where do you think you shouldn't be able to see it, or should be able to see it the whole
You
time?
should be able to see it for, at this
Forever.
point, trillions of miles. Yeah.
Trillions of miles. But
Trillions?
Yeah.
what's your why do you say that? What's your evidence for that?
Stars.
What do you mean? So
Oh.
wait, the
Well,
stars, not the sun,
Oh.
not the sun. I
Like
thought you were talking about the sun.
like Hollywood
Yeah, which is a
story,
star?
like
Wait,
the one
how
from
are
the
you
movie.
saying? See, you're all over the place already because now you're not even talking about the sun. You're talking about the stars.
Yeah, which is, yeah, sun's a
So
star.
how does that tell you anything about the sun?
Because it's a star.
Your
But yeah,
claims.
but yeah,
What are you
but yeah,
talking
yeah.
about?
Real
What do you mean
quick.
it's just
No, I just want to ask: have you ever seen the sun look like any star? And have you ever seen any star look like the sun?
Yes,
Which one?
most of them.
Which point to one? Because
What the
they
fuck
all
are
look
you
like stars
talking
to
about?
us. They don't look
So
like the
like
sun.
if you look up, like if
Mhm.
you were foolish enough to look up at the sun, you'll notice that it's like a white dot, yeah, in the sky. Right? It's not
That's more like a
yellow.
yellowish circle.
No, it's not yellow. That's what we color it in elementary school. We color it as yellow, yeah. But if
Mhm.
you actually look at it, it looks white, right?
So
Does it look like
yeah,
does it look like a star?
does it look like a
Yes, that's
star?
what a star looks
Which
like. If
star?
you go
It looks
outside at
like a
night,
star. No, it doesn't look like a star. A star looks like a
Which?
star. The
Yeah.
sun looks like the
yeah.
sun. Is that
Do you-
confusing you?
Do you agree that the sun is a black body or no?
How is it black?
What are you talking about?
So you can't point a laser at the sun. Why?
Yeah, I'm
It's
confused
a
about
black
I can
body
point a laser
only
at the
during
sun.
the night.
Why can't you point a laser at the sun?
But we're
And
jumping
You
find-
can
topics
get a
here.
laser. You can point it at the sun.
But we're
Why
jumping
can't you
topics
point
here.
Why can't
He's
you point
still
a laser
talking
at
about
the
the
sun?
sun.
No, Brandon, you're throwing
Hush.
elbows again.
Hush. Why can we not point a laser at the sun or
How does
send?
this get you to the sun observably moving above your head and being a star?
But what do you want to speak
I'm
about,
trying to
John?
keep you on.
my
I'm trying to
turn.
keep you on track here. I'm trying to keep you on
It's
track
my
here.
turn with the talking stick. I'll give it to you when it's yours. Anyway. So
Well, I
why
can just mute you. So
Okay,
calm down.
that's fine. But why can we not shoot a laser at the sun or determine its distance through infrared or sending radio
I'm
waves
not.
at it?
I'm not
bouncing
talking
it
about
back?
determining its distance. Why are you talking about determining its distance?
Because this is irrelevant. So you can't do that
Because it's irrelevant. So you're talking about.
Right. So we can't
makes
do that
sense.
because the sun is an almost perfect black body. That means it absorbs everything that comes into contact with it, essentially.
Sounds like a cool story, but okay, carry on.
Yeah.
What does this have to do with your
So
point?
what does that tell you about the sun, that we can't measure its distance with any conventional method that we use to measure other things?
It would tell me that you don't know where the sun is or how far away the sun is.
I think we know where it is because you look up and you can literally see it with your eyes. So you can't use that.
Oh, so that tells you a distance.
That tells you that you can see it. You know what direction, what general
Right, but
direction.
that doesn't
it's
tell you
in.
a distance. That doesn't tell you a distance or a size.
Right. Well,
Right.
it
So
tells you that it tells
what's your
you
point?
sort of a size, but you can't really get
not
away
really.
from the fact that the sun is a star. You can't really get away from
It
it.
doesn't look like a star. Why do you keep saying
your
that? It doesn't
entire
look like a star.
ramble, your entire ramble that you just did at the
absolutely-
start. You said it was a star, and then you just
Yeah.
rambled for about 5 minutes about lasers in the distance, and then
Yeah.
you just went back. Now that says it's a star. You've made no point about how it's a star. Those two are totally unrelated.
It doesn't look like a star. It doesn't move like a star. It doesn't behave like a star. What doesn't make
does.
it a star?
Does
Nothing
look
like a star.
bigger? Does look bigger than Earth?
What star acts like a black body?
Does
Most of
sun
them.
look bigger than Earth?
All red giants are, I think, mostly black bodies.
Does sun looks bigger than Earth?
Sasha, listen this.
So you
Listen this,
tested that.
Sasha.
No, I want to know. Does sun looks bigger than Earth?
No.
The sun is
No.
considered a red giant, I believe. Let me make sure I'm
Yeah,
accurate
I'm
in that
asking you,
statement.
does
check
it
the
look
D&D rule
bigger
book.
than Earth? I'm not
Well,
asking you what
yeah,
it
those
is.
supernovas.
Does it look bigger than Earth?
No.
Okay. How we know that it's bigger than Earth?
We don't.
Well, our sun will become a red giant.
It's
I'm
not.
sorry.
Oh,
Will
you
it
made
now?
a, you made
Yeah.
a, you made a boo boo.
Cool story.
Yeah, well,
right. Can we get back to actual reality now? So you said something about. Actually, I don't even know what the fuck you were talking about. I mean, you said the sun's a star, but you've obviously got no evidence for that. So
Yeah, she's talking
it's
about the sun moving
irrelevant.
away. It was moving
Right,
away.
we're talking about the sun moving.
Yeah.
The sun moves through the sky. What's confusing you about that?
Because you would still be able to see it if it went
We
away.
can see it until it goes away.
Yeah.
Right. So what's confusing you about that?
Nothing.
It goes away, so you can't see
Sorry,
it.
I
What's so hard
just got a
about it?
message. I was reading
Yeah.
it. Sorry, can you say
Yeah.
that again?
I said, so the sun moves away. What's confusing you about that?
Because you would still be able to see it.
I
What
have
does
a
that mean? What
question
do you
about
mean?
that.
Wait,
So
no.
keep using what is it called?
You
Rayleigh's
said
criterion, right? Is that
no. I didn't mention Rayleigh's criterion. You just said you'd still be
Right.
able to see it, and I said, what do
Yep.
you mean by that? What do you mean you'd still be able to see it?
you would still be able, if it was moving away from the Earth, you would still be able to see it when it continued to move away from Earth.
What do you mean? It's moving over the Earth?
You said moving away or moving.
No, I said it's moving over the Earth.
Okay, moving over,
through
moving.
the sky.
Okay,
said
so I've heard
away
moving
too, though.
away and moving over. Which one are we going with?
Yeah, he said
It's
away.
moving over the Earth. If
Okay.
saying away is confusing you, we're
it's
not saying
moving-
that the sun is moving
we're saying the sun is moving over the Earth and around the
Right.
Earth, right? Obviously, that's
Alicia,
what we're saying.
It's
you know
going
when your
around the
cat
Earth.
comes to you and they walks away from you, it moves away from
So,
you and then comes back
so what's
again.
your contention? What's
That
your
doesn't
contention
mean
here? Because
away
your
from you.
argument is that the sun's moving because you're spinning backwards or your ground is
Yeah.
moving. That's your
Yes.
argument. Okay, so what's
Yes.
your evidence that the ground is moving to make that plausible?
Well, hold on. We're not done talking about the sun.
Well, no, because
No,
this
no,
is
no,
your
no.
fundamental assumption of
Hold on.
why
We're not
you're
getting
saying the sun is moving.
we're not getting to rotation yet. Okay, we're not there yet. Hold on. Let's back
Well,
up. Let's
okay,
rewind.
so okay, well then I don't need to make an argument because you don't have one.
Yeah, back it up now,
You're in
y'all.
the same position. You're in the same position as we are. You observe the sun moving. You have no evidence for the ground moving. So the sun's moving.
Yep. Cha-cha real smooth. Anyway.
Yeah, that's it. Sun's moving.
Yeah, I just like the thing is like there's no clear idea of like where the sun is moving because you have it moving away, you have it moving across the sky, but if it moves across the sky, it would never be just moves across the sky, it would never be nighttime. It would just always be day.
It moving across the sky is all you have ever observed. What are you talking about? Why are you acting like that's a crazy idea? That's all you've ever observed.
Yeah, it's just that like if that were actually what was happening.
That is what you observe to be happening.
It is what's happening.
Every
Right.
single day. So why are you
Uh-huh.
saying if the thing I observe every day is actually happening, what is that logic?
So like when water comes out of your tap, do you just assume that it's always at the edge of the tap? Do you
not
just assume that
analogous.
that's where it is?
It's not analogous.
It is. It's
It's
perfectly
not analogous.
analogous.
What?
No, it's not.
So
Oh,
if you only witness water coming out of your faucet, right? Where do you
Then I
think the
can
water's
say that
coming from?
then I can say that the water comes out of the faucet when I turn the
Right.
tap.
So
Yes.
do you think it just is always there at the tip of the faucet, ready to come out? Or do you
No,
think it
it
comes
comes through the
from
pipes.
Right. Do you think it comes through the pipes? Do you think it's supplied to you by, you know,
Right. What's this got to do with you observing the sun moving through the sky every day?
so the sun moves through the sky, you don't know where it goes, you don't
Well, it
have
stays
any
in
correlation.
the sky.
It just stays in the sky?
Well, where else would it go? Is it going underground?
Oh, I don't know. How does it get nighttime? How does the nighttime happen? How does night? How is it night?
You've been
I
in
have to
here
make
for how
5
long?
iterations
And
of
you're
it 'cause I keep
asking
messing up.
how does it become night? Because the
Yeah,
sun moves
yeah.
to a different part of the earth.
You would still be able to see it if the earth was flat.
Says who?
Says me and most people
Oh,
who understand
says
how
you. Okay, well in that case, that must be true if you say it.
yes. But
So what's
if
your
you're
so
standing
what's your basis for saying this other than you saying I say so? What's your evidence for it?
because if you're standing on a flat surface, flat level surface that is unmoving, and you move a light source across it, you're still going to see that light source in the distance.
So regardless of the size of the light source, you'll be able to see that light source from anywhere.
Yeah. Well, the earth.
So if
Well, the
I'm
sun is
okay,
pretty big.
so any light source can light up any distance, is what you're saying.
No, we're talking about the sun here, so it's pretty big.
Right, which is a light source in which you don't know the size and strength of it.
I know we know the strength.
No, you don't know what it would cover and what it wouldn't cover. You don't know its range.
Is it? We do know its range. That's absolutely not
No,
true.
clearly you don't, because you're saying
We do know its
it
range.
would just travel. What do you mean? What is its
We
range?
would absolutely know its range. Even
What's its
without
range?
measuring it, we would know what its range is.
What's its range?
So, what you can call your friend who lives on another part of the world and say, "Hey, is it sunny there?" Right? And then you call your other
That's
friend
not a
who you know
range.
lives
That's not a
somewhere else,
range. Give us the range
right?
in
And you
numbers.
call them, you're like, "Is it sunny there?" Right? And then you can kind of
Give
be
me
like,
its range in number.
"Well, I'm here, you're there, it's sunny." Weird.
You said you had a range.
Yeah, that's how we
So what's the
even not
range?
scientifically, we can figure out the range.
What's the range?
It's pretty far.
That's not a range.
Yeah, it is.
That's not. What's the number?
Number big.
See, you don't know.
Large.
So you just make claims about shit you don't know. So you don't have an
I mean,
argument.
like, this is the thing though, is that you're not trying to go off
A
of
light
measurements
source.
either.
You already know that a light source could light up a portion of the surface, depending on the nature of that light. Yeah.
Yeah, it makes sense when the Earth
Yeah.
is round, but
So
when
the
the
sun
Earth is
can. No.
You're like, if I light a candle in a field, I'm not going to light up the whole field. Obviously.
That doesn't even
So,
make sense.
proportion. What the fuck are you talking about?
If you light a
It doesn't make
candle in a
sense.
field, no, that doesn't make
Yeah,
sense.
candle in a field. Is it going to light up the whole field?
Depends on how big the candle is.
Okay. Just put
How big is
yourself
the
on mute.
candle? Oh, you want me to mute myself?
Candle. Yeah, mute yourself.
Okay. Sorry.
Well, I got a question for Olish. Is it that time of the month or something? Because sound kind of like cranky.
No.
Yeah, everyone can. You should just stick to slyly mocking the globies when they come in because you're no good at the actual argument stuff.
Why? You just keep trying to divert me by talking about rotation.
No,
when
no,
I'm
no.
talking
I'm
about
getting
the
you.
sun.
Yeah, no, I'm getting you on point. Your low key claim is that the sun does what it does because you're spinning on a ball. But when I ask
Yes,
you, okay, let's get
that's
evidence of
correct.
the spinning ball, you say, no, I'm not talking about that. That's
We're
exactly what
not
you're
on that yet.
claiming.
We were talking about the
No,
sun,
that is
right?
exactly what we're on. Yeah, no, any
You can't
assumption that you
change.
make that includes assuming a spinning ball, you need to provide evidence for that spinning ball before you can start to waffle on about your beliefs of what the sun is doing.
Listen, we're
So
not
no, we
talking about
start with the
breakfast.
logical basis.
This has nothing to do with waffles. We're talking about the sun. Okay. You need to
Whatever you
stop
do,
diverting.
don't listen to her, bro.
No, she's on mute. Next. What else we got?
We got a ascensionist. Ascensionist. I don't know if the ascensionist wants to get unmuted. Dustpan. Who the heck is Dustpan? Have we heard him before?
Yeah, we have.
Let's see. Ascensionist, and then we got moving on the list. Oberon. Oberon, what's up, man? Maybe not. All right, so Kiwi's in the house.
Carry
and then we
on.
got.
Oh shit.
We got TY back in the house, and then Alech is in the house.
Why is Earth is a globe on Moot? I come back. I was so enamored with her proofs that the sun is a star that I just couldn't. I was overwhelmed with the logic and the coherent consistency of every single point she made.
Well, if you want to try Q, feel free.
No, no, thanks.
I didn't think so.
Stupid. That was one of the dumbest conversations I think I ever heard. I can't get that time back.
You didn't
I
hear
feel
that
I was in it.
1 hour before.
The sun's a star because it's a red giant. The sun's a star because it is a black body. Well, can you point a laser at the sun? You better go talk to your ball-tard boyfriends and tell them they can't be bouncing radar off the sun. Their love.
Nah, she
black
doesn't
body.
do any boyfriends. She doesn't do that.
Oh wait, there was a guy that was saying that prior to her. I think that's why the conversation went into that. There was a guy saying he could bounce lasers off the sun.
Yeah, she just killed that, unbeknownst to her.
Don't forget that I'm the one that brought up the whole sun acting like a black body to the room. So if they even know
you had
about
a very good question, but the male members in the room overwhelmed you again. Flatsy had a really good point that got dismissed, where she stated to Earth is a globe that so the sun is a black body, but you said the sun's a star. So can you please connect how the stars are black bodies? But then again, you guys just whistled by that. You had bigger fish to fry, I guess. Very good point, Flatsy.
Can she reply to Flassy actually on that point?
Okay, hold on. First of all, I did say the
No,
sun.
no. You're gonna reply to Flassy on that question. That's it.
Yeah, I was going to say that I did say the sun was a black body. I did say that. I also stated that you cannot bounce a laser off of the sun because of that fact.
Yeah, we already know that. Can you please answer a question?
I'm sorry, what was your question, Flatsy? Go ahead.
how is the sun a star if it's a black body?
What?
Because most stars are black bodies.
Because stars are black bodies.
Yeah.
No circular reasoning there.
Yeah, I mean that's just kind of how it is, though.
That's just really dumb.
I mean, you can't really.
Okay, but you hold on. You can go test that they all the stars in the sky are at thermodynamic equilibrium to make them a black body.
I don't know, but we are aware that this. But the thing is you can't really like accept the fact that the sun is a black body without accepting the fact that it's a star because we.
What? That's dumbass. That's non sequitur.
That's dumbass. Okay.
It's dumbass non sequitur.
Okay,
The
it's
premise
dumbass
doesn't- the conclusion doesn't
okay.
follow from its premise.
Okay.
It's fucking stupid.
All right.
It doesn't help your
Okay.
argument anyway. I think the only reason you brought up the sun being a star was because you wanted to make another fallacious argument about how the stars are billions and trillions of miles away and we can see those, so we should see the sun
Yes.
anyway.
Good point.
Yes,
Which
exactly.
is just fallacious nonsense anyway.
Yeah, it's fallacious. Not good point. So, can you prove
Yeah.
that the stars are trillions of miles away?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Because if they were any closer.
Because if they were, no. Prove
Because
that the star. I want you to pick a star. Do you want us to pick one for you?
Yes.
Polaris. Please
Okay.
show how Polaris is 433 million light years away.
If it were any closer.
It's 433 million light years away because if it was any closer,
Yes.
then my aunt would have balls.
I don't.
Yeah,
I'm not
because
going
your
to.
imagination kicks in at that point.
Well, see, I'm not going to question if your aunt has balls. That's not for me to
That's
decide.
more or less your logic.
Well, if it were any closer, then it would be another sun. You know.
It would be a
Like,
sun. There you
yeah.
go. Another circular.
Well, it
begging
would
the
be our
question
sun.
fallacy.
It would be our sun. You know.
Circle jerk.
How do you know that?
Some dumbass nonsense.
So if it was 432 million light years away, it would be a sun?
It is a sun for a solar system. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh my
You
god.
realize how that's fallacious, right?
Where are all that planets?
Well, maybe,
If
that's
all
just
are
how it
suns,
is.
where
That's
are
how
the
it is.
planets? Because
Yeah.
they're all
In your
suns.
imagination, that is how it is.
I'm
Yeah.
sorry, it wasn't million light years. It's 433 light years away.
Yeah.
Does anybody in here that is a glober realize that using fallacious arguments is the opposite of using logic and reason?
But they
But
don't tell them.
the thing is you can't use logic that the sun is a black body if you are kind of negating
is
the
no
fact that it's a
logic with that.
star. Well,
There
then
is
why
no
are you saying?
logic.
Then how
There
are you
is
You're
no
saying?
logic
assuming
with
they're the
that.
same thing. You're
There
just
is no
baselessly
logic
assuming.
with that. What type of logic are you talking about?
So what
Post
is
the syllogism.
black body then?
Post the syllogism.
Oh, I'm sorry. What?
Post the syllogism. You said logic, right? What are the four types of
Syllogism.
logic?
I don't know what a
1, 2,
syllogism
3,
is. That a
4.
definition?
He doesn't. She says it's logic. She's preaching about logic, but she hasn't a clue what a syllogism is.
Syllogism. An instance of a form of reasoning which a conclusion
She's
is
claiming
drawn.
to be a butcher, but never heard of a T-bone before.
Can I answer that 4 types of logic?
I'm sorry. I didn't claim to be like an English professor. Like, I didn't claim
What
to be
does
that.
English professor and you
We're just
claiming it
looking
have to
for
do with
basic
anything?
logic.
Yeah, yeah. I see where my logic is right here. Where my
You don't
logic
have any.
is. Well, I
assuming
think so.
assuming the sun is a star for no reason is not logic.
Yeah.
Well, see, my logic lies in the fact that Flatsy correctly identified it as a black body. Correctly identifying it as a black body kind of.
You didn't correctly identify it. What the hell are you talking about?
She did, yeah. She said it was a
You
black body.
did. You claimed it.
She did too.
So what? She was just repeating your claim. Put her.
Oh.
Put her on mute. I'm done playing games with an
I'll mute
abject
myself.
retard. Shut the hell up.
Hey, we got Fondue that just joined the chat. Fondue, are you there?
Go ahead, cheesehead.
Jeez. How's it going? Fondue, are you there?
Speak up, cheesehead.
Yeah, you're lighting up, but there's no sound.
Okay.
Yeah, try again.
There he is, right there.
Huh?
The lights
We
are
can
on, but nobody's home.
Oh shit!
We can
I
hear
heard
you.
him. He left.
All right, try again. Yep.
Oh, fun.
Sound check, Fondue.
We can hear you cheesing.
Fondue, try again.
Hello.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, welcome to the chat.
Thank you.
Hey, Fondue, quick question. Is the sun a star?
Yes.
Oof.
Oh, okay. So, what is your position on the topic of this room that you just joined, Fondue?
I don't really have one. I'm just going down the chats.
You don't have a position. So, what is the Earth that you think you live in right now?
I believe it's a globe.
It's a globe. Is there any
Yeah.
scientific evidence to back up the claim that it is a globe?
Guess it depends on what you consider scientific evidence, right?
Well, I'm asking the question, like, is there any scientific evidence for it?
I would say that there is.
Put them on mute.
This is gonna go well.
Fondue. What you should have stated to Mr. What's his name up? I'm sorry, Alpha Veritas. What you should have stated was, Mr. Alpha Veritas, that is a malformed question. Science, natural science, and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect suppositions, not shapes. Because you did not identify the malformed question, ipso facto means you are a pretender clown, numpty, dipshit, booger-eating schmuck.
Welcome to the server.
Is that all that you wanted to do?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
so we're
Okay,
just asking,
that's cool.
what's the best evidence? What's the best evidence, in your opinion, that the Earth is a spinning ball in a vacuum?
About right. None.
Yes, the Earth is flat, guys.
Oh well, we tried.
Well, I mean, at least he's honest. And he said nothing because he's got nothing.
Well,
It makes
here's the
sense.
thing.
Did he leave?
Hold on. He gets completely exposed, and then he's like, "Is that all you wanted to do?" Yeah, actually.
That's quite a handy method. Did he leave?
Oh yeah, he boot scooted immediately.
Oh Jesus Christ!
Boot scooting
I
boogie.
I jumped over to go support Demon Stride in his MMM server, and he was talking with FTFE Craig, and Craig said exactly the things you guys are questioning these people, and I'm just thinking like, oh my god. Over there though, he talks to his followers and believers and idiot, like patrons and whatnot. But he said that we're shooting radars to the sun. I heard you right when I jumped in. I heard QE say, "Yeah, we're not shooting radars." I was like, "Well, I was trying to tell Craig earlier, but he swore by it." And then also he
Send the Earth as a glob over there. Go square him away.
Yeah, she's the one who squared Glober away today, actually, with the fact that somebody was like, "You could shoot a laser to the sun," and she's like, "No, you can't. The sun is like a black body," and negated his complete argument.
What?
Yeah, that guy said he was getting a laser beam bouncing back from the sun. That's what he said.
So if
You
she
got
can
laser
be
beams.
redeemed from being mooted, but it's okay if she's not. I was just gonna go ahead and let you know she crushed a Glober today, even though she's Glober.
some
Hey,
globe on globe action.
we got G-Ube in the chat right now. G-Ube, are you there? Welcome to the chat, G-Ube. J-I-U-B. Are you there? Oh, okay.
He's just a little shy. Maybe he's a little mic shy.
Has anybody spoken to Rebel Landers?
I feel like I've seen him in the chat
Yes,
before.
No. Okay, he's at the very bottom.
He
And
was
I
a
think that's
Glober.
it. Rest of the Count Tacula just joined. Count Tacula, you there?
Yes, hello. How may I help you?
Very well.
I was actually looking for Budukol. Is she here?
Is this customer service?
I don't know who that is.
Never mind then. I'll stay just because you seem friendly.
Well, no, I mean, we're just asking because you jumped into this room, but like,
don't judge too quick.
What is it? Oh, excuse me. Let me get my.
Oh yeah, what's up?
So, Do you think there's any evidence for the Earth being a globe? Any scientific evidence, Count Tacula?
Oh, I haven't personally seen it, but I have it on good authority that people much smarter than me have said that it is round. So I guess.
Oh, not you though, right?
No, not personally. No.
That it's round. Well, round and flat aren't mutually
I have not
exclusive. You have a
verified
little bit
every
more.
I have not personally verified every fact.
But round and flat aren't mutually exclusive.
That's true.
So,
I mean, it could be, but I think it's a globe. I think so. I might be wrong, but
okay,
I'm
so
pretty sure it
answer
is.
his question. Go ahead, ask him again.
Yeah. Well, if that's your take, do you think that there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
There probably is. I'd have to look it up.
Come on, Moot. You see, you just exposed yourself as a pretender clown, which you should have stated to Meggy, aka, let me scroll up. What's his name again? I know it has Veritas in it.
Alpha Veritas.
Veritas. What you should have stated to Alpha Veritas, you should have said, that is a malformed question, Mr. Alpha Veritas. You see, natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect suppositions, not shapes. Ipso facto heretofore, because you did not object to Alpha Veritas's question, it revealed you as a pretender clown numpty dipshit, booger eating schmuck.
What? I don't know what's going on. I answered your questions honestly. I have no regrets.
That's
you
all
have
right.
no
You're all
regrets. We do.
Well, that sounds like a skill issue.
You're all right.
Sounds like a what?
We're just asking if there's any evidence for Earth being a spinning ball, and we realize
scientific
I
evidence
suspect that
was the
there may
question.
be evidence for such a claim, but
Scientific
I have not
evidence was the question.
I suspect there probably is, but I have not personally.
What about Moat?
Oh dear.
So you can tell when they don't really believe in the globe, because if they really believed in the globe, they would just say, "Yeah, NASA has."
Maybe they
taken
just don't
photos
believe
of
in
videos."
globe as hard as you believe in flat Earth.
Okay, now listen, Count Tech. I thought we just went over this. Going to do it again. They stated a malformed question to you. If you know what natural science and the scientific method was or were, you would have said, "Stop! I object. That is a malformed question. There cannot exist scientific evidence for a fucking shape." Okay? Are we getting through to you now? We're exposing you as having a science acumen below 5th grade. You're a moron. You're exposed. You're a pretender clown, numpty dipshit, booger eating schmuck. Do you understand it for the second time?
I disagree. I think you could prove it.
It's not a case of agree or disagree.
I think you're wrong.
I think you're wrong. But that's a great argument. Do you know what a scientific hypothesis is?
Let me Google it real quick.
Oh, so you don't know what it is, but you're saying I'm wrong.
Yeah,
But
I mean, you're on a very low level of intelligence, so I don't need to know that.
Just go on, Moat. You're a pretender clown, booger eating schmuck again. Thank you.
All right, you gonna mute me?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. We appreciate it.
Take your time. Just mute me eventually. Whenever you
You
get to it.
You take your time. Go on, Moat. Or just leave. Go back to your fucking.
I'm gonna stay until you mute me. I don't think you have the balls. Mute me. Mute me.
Go back to your science.
Put them on Moot.
You can't. You don't have the balls.
Just go back to your friggin' cake decorating threads.
Well, I liked him. At least he gave it back a bit. That was pretty amusing.
At least he did it the second time.
Can you supply me
Yeah,
with
yeah, yeah.
one cake decorating forum?
Why? Will you spend more time there than you do here?
I'd like to.
Please
I'd like
do.
evidence of a cake decorating
Please,
forum.
please, Omar, give her the server, please.
I'd like scientific evidence of a cake decorating forum.
That makes perfect sense. Why is she off Moot?
No.
Good question.
Wait a minute. The sun's a star because we think that the water is right at the end of the tap?
I'm sorry, what?
That was the analogy. Yeah.
Wait, where did you get that from? Were you here the whole time?
Your
Yeah,
mouth.
from you.
Well, yeah, it came from me, but like.
Oh,
didn't
yeah.
Like
I said
the
it was a
water at
bad
the end of the
analogy,
tap.
and you just bulldozed right through it. Like, no,
No,
it's fine.
It's a good one.
No, yeah,
It's
sure,
fine.
maybe, possibly,
No, it's good.
maybe not. Maybe yes.
Earth is globe because taps.
Yeah.
Like Alishes is just trying to get a win for today's lackluster Globers that come in here. I mean, she's just trying to get assembled some kind of, pick up the pieces from these guys. They're just dropping the ball, man. Pun intended, but they are just all over the place.
Any other analysis of my statements?
Critique, you mean?
Yeah.
Maybe, but we'll save it for later.
Okay, I mean,
made up, disconnected, incoherent, dumb shit.
okay. Anything else?
That's it. That covers it.
Okay, thank you.
I'm still surprised that you don't understand that why when the light goes away it gets dark. To be honest.
Yeah, I mean, it does, when a light goes away, it does get darker, but in the case of the sun, ever so eloquently put, goes away from your location,
Mm-hmm.
you would still be able to see at
Why?
least a pinprick of light. You'd be able
Why?
to follow its progression.
How? Why? Why?
Because
That's
it's
what
moving
I
away
said.
from you, right?
Because it's moving away. Okay, then
Yeah.
why? Are you thinking that the sun is like got an 850-mile radius
Yeah.
and it's like 93 million miles away? So you're assuming all that horseshit, right?
It probably has a bigger radius than that, considering the Earth's
Probably.
radius
I like
is
that. Probably.
3959.
That's really secure. I feel a lot better. You made your point.
Yes.
Put her on mute.
Hey, we got creative 00 name just joined the chat. Creative 00 name, are you there? Welcome to the 24/7 Flat Earth channel in the politics server. Are you there, Creative? No, I guess not. Who's next on the docket? I don't see anybody else there. Oh, Geob. Once again, Geob, are you there? Hello. Perhaps not. Okay. I think now is a good time for somebody to actually have a meme drawn up, like a person on the telephone saying, "Hey, the cake decorating form is calling you" or something, and the person handing the phone over or something, or something funny.
I might just make a cake decorating forum server, see what happens.
I'm here.
Yeah, you're unmuted, man.
I don't usually use push to talk.
Okay.
Yeah, you have to at first.
So now that you're on the microphone, Creative, what is your position on the topic of this room?
I think the world isn't flat.
The world isn't flat. Okay. And I'm just gonna maybe ask you a different way, but do you have any evidence for that?
Say the multiple footage from
From
No,
a
you're
second
cutting
law
up,
of
man.
thermodynamics violation.
the footage from like space and multiple
Footage from a
others
second
could
law
be.
of thermodynamics violation. I don't think it's going to work. Mickey, you didn't ask the question correctly.
God, bro.
All right, so perhaps if I asked it differently, you can understand, Creative. Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe?
So what would be good enough evidence for you?
Ask him again.
Is there any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe? Radio silence. I think we lost him.
He sounds like a kid, to be honest.
Yeah, he does sound like a kid.
Yeah.
Bro, I'm 7.
Yeah, that's what I.
Yeah, must be like 14 or something. Who knows?
Yeah, that's not. I'm not insulting you. I'm just saying, just to make the room aware.
I don't think he has control of his mic at the moment, but perhaps later. Other than that, I think that's it.
Oh, like photos not a
Oh,
good enough proof.
you just came back from the dead. What would you say?
Is our photos not good enough proof?
He asked you a
Can you
specific
verify
question.
the photos?
No. He asked you a specific question. He said, "Do you have any? Is there any scientific evidence for a globe?"
No, not if we're not including like photos and stuff like that.
No,
No,
we wouldn't include photos for scientific evidence, and you
no,
have no
then no,
photos anyway.
no.
Well, at least some people are learning. How old are you?
17.
Okay. You have no photos. What are these photos you speak of?
If photos of what's it called? Of the Earth being round.
No. Number one, round and flat aren't mutually exclusive. Number two, you'd have to someone would have had to take that photo in the vacuum of space, but that's going to be a problem because the vacuum of space in the paradigm is a standing second law of thermodynamics violation. You know why? You're still breathing.
What's it called?
So, in other words, you can't take pictures from Narnia. They would have to redefine what the vacuum of space is because now it's a standing second law of thermodynamics violation. So, no one's been out there taking any photos. That's for sure.
But don't they take the pictures with the satellites?
Satellites are in a second law of thermodynamics violation too. So you can't take pictures from Narnia. You know why? Narnia doesn't exist.
Yeah, the space that you're told about doesn't exist.
The vacuum of space, to be more precise. You can't have a
Creative, are you still
vacuum.
with us?
You can't have a vacuum next to a pressurized system, gas pressurized system, without a physical barrier because all that gas in that pressurized systems, it's going to increase entropy and fuck off into that available volume. And that available volume is quite large according to the paradigm. I think it's, what's that number again?
10 to the negative 17th or?
No. How large they claim
sorry.
space is. I used to have that right on the tip of my tongue. It's really friggin' big. Let's see how big space is. I'll be back 1 second. How big is the universe? I think it's 10 to the 80th or some shit like that. Cubic meters.
Wow.
What?
What about the other planets? Do you think the other planets are flat?
There are no other planets.
They're not what you've been told.
They're just lights in the sky.
So if
But
you're a
there,
flat earther, right, doesn't that make you a creationist?
I don't know why you wouldn't be a creationist to begin with.
No, but you have to be a creationist to be a flat earther, right?
You're not a
Or am I wrong?
creationist?
Somebody that believes in a god, right?
Somebody
You
that
believe in a god?
believes in creation?
No, believes that we were created by an intelligent being.
Well, what do you think happened there? I mean, can something come from nothing naturally?
We're not talking about that. We're talking
Yes,
about
we are.
flat Earth.
The universe come. No, we're talking. No, you went a little bit beyond that. So the three numpty pillars of atheism, which you can't define anyway, something can come from nothing naturally. Number 2, ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals and blueprints. And number 3, you're in direct standing violation of the laws of thermodynamics, quantum mechanics, and common sense.
Well, we know nothing about the beginning of the universe.
And I quote from Werner Heisenberg, pioneer of quantum mechanics,
No, you're
Nobel
not done.
laureate. The first gulp from the glass of natural science will turn you into an atheist. But at the bottom of the glass, God is waiting for you.
So
Your tits up.
you aren't a creationist.
Your tits up, son.
So you are a creationist and you believe in flat Earth.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, duh.
Are there any
Who
flat
isn't?
earthers here that are
He
not
isn't, obviously.
creationists?
What type
Are
of
there any
dumbass
other
is that?
flat earthers that aren't creationists?
Shut up. Just put him on mood. He's a dumbass.
The system's created, bro. What are you talking about? Everything that's in here, intelligent design to every bit of it.
Wait, bro. I mean, I hope you don't drive, but if you drive, you think that vehicle just came out of existence out of nowhere with no designer?
I mean,
Willy?
a car is a car. The universe is the universe.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure there'll be some exceptions.
They
Just
were
saying,
both created.
oh,
They
we
were both created by
create-
a creator, right? Yes.
There's exceptions to shit.
I know, but did you answer the question? Were they not created by a creator?
A car, yes, but the universe, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I never seen the creation of the universe with my own 2 eyes, so I can't say.
Yeah, you walk out into
I mean,
it every
my
single
eyes
day.
were there. My eyes were Stardust at
You only
that
have
time,
two
but,
choices. There's only two
I
choices.
don't see it.
There's only two choices.
Yeah,
There's
read a
only-
leather book
The two
that
ontological
says the
primitives.
universe
There's
was
the-
made
you-
by a
of course,
person.
the dumbest asshole is going to talk the most, right? Right? You only got two choices for how the universe, that is us, and the universe are here. One of two choices. Nature created it, or it was intelligently designed. It's the only two choices.
What are you talking about?
So, back again to the three numpty pillars of atheism, which can't be defined anyway.
Nature isn't
Number one, something can come from nothing naturally. That's what you believe in by your statements here today. Want to deal with that one first?
Yeah, I am an atheist. Yeah, I can confirm that.
Who's mumbling?
Can you stop muting me? Like,
I'm
why
not
are you
muting
Yeah,
anyone.
if you keep over talking people, you're gonna get muted because it's not
Well,
just
when
you trying to listen.
when you mute me, then
All right, just keep complaining. Someone else was trying to speak.
Yeah,
Get
I
closer
hear
to
somebody
your mic.
coming in somebody's coming in really low.
Yep.
Oh, that's why. Okay, no, can you hear me? Hello?
Who is
No.
I'm not mumbling. I was trying to talk.
Nora, it sounds like you're in a different room than your mic.
No, I
so get in the
literally have
same
my
room.
mic up. I
That's better.
literally have my
That's
mic
better.
up to my fucking thing. I mean, I am in the same room.
Fucking
It's
thing?
fucking better now.
Keep
That's
it
a lot
family
better.
friendly.
I have it up to my fucking mouth. I meant to
Well,
say,
it's
but
fucking
no.
better now.
Oh,
Fucking
thank
right.
you. Absolutely. Anyways,
Fucking
no, I
speak.
was gonna- No, can you hear me? Hello, I'm speaking.
Oh, now
We
you're
hear
getting.
you,
Now
Nora.
it's going back to the fuckwit.
Okay, wait, hold on. Is this better? Which one's better
Yeah.
for you?
It's
Yeah, it's
fucking better
fine. It's
now.
fine. Get your point.
Okay,
Say
great.
your point.
No. So it came from literally nature.
Now it's going back again to fuckwit.
Okay, well, which one is it? I'm trying to speak to
You're
you guys
fine.
clearly. Okay, so the thing is about it, it came from nature.
Nora, can you
And
speak up? We
obviously,
can't hear you.
I am. This is my regular voice. I'm speaking out.
There's
Oh my
something
God!
wrong
Please
with your
stop
mic,
screaming.
Nora.
Please stop screaming.
I'm not trying to
Just
scream.
you're getting trolled.
Nora, there's something going on with your mic. See if you can't jump out and jump back in again.
Okay, well, hold on. I'll be right back. 2 seconds, yeah?
All right.
Okay.
Sounds good. We wait with bated breath.
I mean, I could hear her. You guys not just trolling her. Just trolling her.
Hello?
Oh, that's better. Try again. Yeah.
I can hear her fine.
Okay, great. So the thing is about it and stuff like that is that it literally came from nature itself. Yeah. Because we're
What's that
atheists in
mean?
here and stuff like that because Jesus does not exist. Obviously, he doesn't exist.
I can't. I'm losing her again, dudes. Am I the only one?
Is
I
that
can
is
hear
that
her. I can
Nora?
Every
hear
time she's
her.
talking, she's fading out. Like I don't know what that
She's
is.
What are you
blaring into
talking
my
about?
ears. She's blaring it. Oh my god, I'm bleeding. Bleeding.
Is
Shut
that
the fuck up.
Nora La Exploradora?
No, it's Nora Vegan something or other.
Nora,
Very
Nora,
top.
can you just do us a favor and can you just try and talk, but don't move your lips, basically.
Talk,
It
but
helps.
don't move my lip.
There you go.
Ha
Perfect.
ha ha.
Perfect. Okay, now you sound clear. Thank you.
Now it's gonna fuck
Yeah,
up.
you're welcome. Anyways, no, but for real,
All right, so you're saying nature created
She's
it or
trolling.
whatever.
She's trolling. There's no way. There's no freaking way. This is so difficult. There's no way. She's trolling 100%.
I don't
Are
know
you
what's going
accusing
on.
Nora of being flat?
I don't know what's going on.
No. We're accusing
we're
Nora of not being
accusing
able
her
to
of having a
get on the
fucked up
mic properly.
I am on the mic and stuff like that. Like literally, my mic is down to my freaking mouth. Like,
Well,
what
your
the hell
mic's
is-
fucked up.
My mic is fucked up. Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe
I
don't
do
be in your live screen.
I can hear it all
Maybe
right.
don't.
I don't know. Is it just me?
Go into your settings and in Discord and just turn your output all the way up, or your
Okay,
input.
okay.
I'm sorry.
That's
Turn your
a
input
good.
all the way up.
Also,
Yeah,
turn
that's
off
a
your
good idea.
game. Pause your game while you're speaking to
Yeah.
us.
Also, you could also just yell a little bit, but it'll sound normal to us. You know what I mean?
Well,
Just
the thing
it's
about it is, like, I'm not going to yell because
Stream off.
literally my
Stream
husband
off.
is in the next room sleeping. Like, what
I
the
will.
fuck?
He'll
Oh,
understand.
guys, I can
Good.
hear her.
Stream off.
So if no one else can
Okay,
hear her,
so
either
If
just
he
go on
loves
mute
you, I
or
mean,
I'll have the
just
conversation.
yell a little bit.
no, but for real, can you guys hear me? Like, is this fine?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead. What is your
I mean, we
question?
can hear you.
No,
Go for it.
no, I was answering your question. You said
What
that there's
question?
only two. Somebody said that there's only two things where it came from, and you are like, one, it came from like natural causes, like nature itself, and then the other one was that came
Yeah,
from
that's two
God, and
ontological
obviously,
primitives. Yes.
yeah. So the thing is about it is that God does not exist. Like that's
Oh,
bullshit.
the
It
thing
came
about it
from
is that God does not exist. So nature
yeah,
created itself.
That's just a
absolutely.
claim, though. That's just a claim,
Absolutely.
though.
So something can create itself. So something can
Yes,
pre-exist before its existence and then poof itself
yes,
into existence from
yes,
non-existent. Go on fucking
yes.
moot. You're a dumbass.
Maybe we should just get the meaning of the
You-
word nature. Do you know what the word nature means? She will never be able to answer that. Thanks.
She's already
I
dead.
wanted to pull.
That's why she
I
can't
wanted to
answer.
pull something out of
Mic
that hat. Brilliant. Well done, everyone. Maybe she could demonstrate something spring into existence for no apparent reason whatsoever. You do that.
Yeah, this conversation probably, but that's the only thing.
You understand? Sorry, I've got to do this.
Damn, we got
Sorry,
some
I've got to do this.
badasses.
Nora, sorry, guys. Nora, you understand that to have a building, you need a builder, and to have a painting, you need a painter, and to have a creation, you need a creator. Are you saying that buildings and paintings can spring into existence for no apparent reason?
Well, no,
Even
it does have a
creators need to
creator.
create,
Guys,
Nora.
So the thing is about it. So wait, are we talking? We're talking about Earth, right? We're talking
We're
about this
talking
thing.
about everything.
Everything.
Yeah,
Yeah.
everything.
So the Earth came from the Big Bang and stuff like that.
Who
So,
Came from the
begot the
Big
creator?
Bang.
so like, yeah.
Guys, so you
For
agreed
God's
with
sake.
me.
Is there a
that-
forever
sorry,
God that
my
keeps
friend.
farting out a
Hold
new God?
on. Hold on.
My
Let
God,
Jedi go.
my goodness. So you agreed with me. To have a building, you need a builder. To have a
Mhm.
painting, you need a painter. And to have a
Mhm.
creation, you need a creator. Yes? Awesome. So all of these things require intelligence, don't they?
Somewhat of intelligence, not really.
But intelligence nonetheless. To create something, you need intelligence, don't you?
I mean, I personally wouldn't know,
Can
but
it-
I guess.
So
I mean, you
a
don't need it
building
to
can
take
spring into
all of
existence.
intelligence. No,
Okay,
that is
but
man-made.
a building. My goodness me. Yeah, so man-made, intelligence created, right? Man, there's the intelligence it created. Yes.
Yeah.
Awesome stuff. Can buildings spring into existence for no apparent reason?
No.
Nora, explain to me
No.
like I'm 5. How is a
How
building
why
made?
are you talking? Shush. I'm trying to help this woman along to see she understands her fucking issue. So you understand that things cannot spring into existence for no apparent reason without intelligence, yes?
Some things, not all things.
Can you demonstrate to me something that has sprung into existence for no apparent reason, devoid of intelligence?
Yep. Nature.
Nature sprang into existence all by itself. You understand that's just a claim that you can't verify to be true.
Actually, I can.
Nora's right.
Can you?
Nora's
Yes,
a
I can.
dumbass.
I'm autistic, yeah.
I'm
She
not
but
can't
gonna-
no, I'm
even
not a
friggin'
dumbass.
tie her shoes, for God's sake. Nora's right. Those things can just spring into existence on their own.
Because of evolution. Like
Yeah, it's
Nora's
an evolution. What
Hold
the
on,
fuck
good
is
sir.
that?
Can I actually ask you how old are you?
What the fuck is evolution?
Evolution? What's that?
Yeah. Can you post? Can you define it and then post the scientific theory of evolution in the chat, please?
So I can not define it because I'm autistic, and I cannot post it.
Just
in the
put her
chat.
on mute.
If you can't
Why
define
do you
it,
guys
why
mute
would you use it as an
everybody?
argument?
okay, but like literally Google's free, so
So why
Google's
wouldn't you
free.
have? Why wouldn't you have
What,
used
you a
it then?
wiki Google scientist?
Maybe you should use it then
No.
before
Yeah.
making an argument about a term you don't understand.
Yeah, that's an elephant hurling fallacy. There, love.
Well, why do you compare buildings to the universe?
Well, buildings to the
Because
universe.
they-
Well, go ahead, Jetty.
Yeah,
Because they
exactly.
require a creator. Because they require intelligence to create. We
Did the
understand
creator
that.
come out of some other
Why are
creator's
you
pussy?
talking? We're not going to go through the infinite regression fallacy. Why has everybody got to talk through me?
Jetty, be
Really hard to have a
quiet. Like
conversation.
you are dictating.
Yeah, I'm trying to talk.
Why did you
Call
unmute
you a
her?
dick.
She's trying to talk.
Think so.
Yeah. So this guy right here, you understand that to have things in existence, they must be created. A building must be created, yes?
Mm-hmm.
A painting must have a painter, correct?
Mm-hmm.
To have code, you need a coder, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome stuff. So being as we have code here on Earth, that's within you, your genetic code, for example, that must have come from intelligence, right?
No.
No, so code can create itself.
So you're equivalating.
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 Wait,
You're equivalating.
let me finish. Let me
Is
finish.
that like a
So you're
Spanish
gonna let
word?
him talk his whole
Billy,
thing,
Billy, you said it. You mean
but you can't let
equivocating,
me.
right?
Huh?
Equivocating, right?
Equivalator. Quantum
You mean
equivalator.
You mean
It's
equivocating, right?
equivocation.
I don't
Actually.
know what I meant because I already
Yeah, you're
forgot what
fine.
I said.
You're fine.
We know that you
we
don't
got it.
know.
We got it. Just go ahead.
It's NASA's gravity.
You're
Equivalating.
comparing, equivalating, yeah, equivalating.
No, it's not. It's
Say
not
it
a word, bro.
right. It's
Don't use it again.
equivocation. Okay, it's
not,
equivocation.
no, it's equivocation.
You're
Equivocation.
equivalating.
Equivocation.
No,
You guys
you
equivalate
guys
level with
stop.
curved.
Please.
Just stop, guys.
What's wrong? I don't get the joke.
What's
Just
wrong?
continue.
You're what's
Just,
wrong.
just don't use the
Sorry.
word equivocating. That's not a word. If we were
I
playing
didn't say
Scrabble,
equivocating.
you would lose right now.
Hey, only use it when you speak Spanish. That's it. Not English.
You're
Equivalating.
you're comparing a code, like a simple code on a video game,
Simple code.
A simple.
to
That's your code.
the universe.
Do you know how many?
Your
And
How
code,
much?
saying,
your
oh,
code
because
does sound quite
just
simple.
because
There's
what?
It's like you're an ass.
information
Stop
for a cell
equivalating.
to build a body.
I'm gonna equivalate all I want to.
He's going to equivalate as much as he wants.
My question is, how do you guys equivalificate the Earth to the space?
You guys are trolling. Fucking trolling.
You can't be that dumb.
You see, you guys can't have a real conversation.
Yeah, because we're equivalating.
Because we're trying
You're
to.
equivalent. You're
It's because
equivalent,
we're.
actually.
Yeah, but
You're
it's
equivalent.
because we're trying to use existing words. That's where we're crossing paths.
Communicate them. Emancipate them from their talk abilities.
Mike, you're going in and out of your. Well, Mike.
Your mic's equivalating.
Mikey Mike.
We
I
got to
just
get him with
said
third
minimum,
dynamics, man.
It ain't got to be repeated.
There's new words coming out every day. It's wonderful.
We got NASA's gravity is equivalating with
Entropy's killing me.
Oh my god.
Animal's satellite
There you have it.
connection is not working at the moment.
There you have it, folks. New words spring into existence because not intelligence.
Well,
Can somebody tell Nora, because she said that she's atheist, because she said she believes in Big Bang. Can somebody tell her who is the father of Big Bang?
I'll give her the Big Bang.
Oh, come on now.
That was weird, dude.
Yeah. Ask her. Okay, Sasha, that's a good
It's that
question. Ask her who the father of the
Jesuit
Big
priest
Bang was.
George Lamette.
Not you. Are you fucking Nora?
Are you fucking
You're not reciprocating well. You got to re-equivalate.
Jesus. There goes
Hey
your
Nora, is
question,
that the
Sasha.
curvature of the Earth that you see there in the video game? Is that the curve?
I'm sorry, I thought I was muted.
Nora, do you believe in Big Bang?
Shut up, Sasha.
No, wait a second. Back it up. Stop. 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 Who's the father of the Big Bang, Nora?
I'm sorry, I thought I was muted.
Second
That's
time
not
he
a
said
problem.
What does that
We
have to do
forgive
with
you.
his question?
That's not a problem. We're going to forgive you for that. I just have one little question. I'm going to go back in my dungeon. Who is the father of the Big Bang? Who invented it? No pressure.
He doesn't know.
Must be some scientist.
Let her think. Maybe she should look it up. Have her Google it, because Google's for free. So
He's playing a video game right now.
Don't
Now-
watch that.
okay,
It will
now,
scare you.
Nora. So I know I got bad news. It might have been somebody that's not a scientist that came up with the Big Bang religion. It was my dad. His name is
J.
George
Edgar
Lamette.
Hoover.
His name is George Lamette. He's a Catholic priest. I hope you're not upset. So you follow a Catholic. You're basically you're a Catholic. Thanks.
The Scientologist?
The Scientologist? What the
Oh,
No, dude.
the Catholic Scientologist. That's a first.
That's a
No,
weird.
I'm sorry.
So in
I'm
other
thinking of
words, yes is the answer. Yes.
Yes.
thinking of like a LeVay or something.
Yeah, you guys are equivocating the Scientologists
LeVay?
with the Catholics.
Anton LaVey came up with the Big Bang. Really?
Can we go
Can
back
I
to like
ask
a
you how old you
Scientolofied
are?
argument, please?
We're
Oh,
trying, but we're speaking to
Well, it is
Globers.
satanic.
No, can I ask how old you are?
Yeah, you got to bear with us, man.
why do you want to know how old anyone is in here? That's
I want
strange.
to
Old
know
enough
how
to
old
be
you are
here.
That's
because no, I
irrelevant.
want to
Old
know how
enough to
old
be
you
here.
are. Well,
Old enough to be here.
no, because to the guy who said that
Yes.
I would
We are old
equivalent
enough to be
you
here.
and stuff
Yes.
like that, I can probably report you for sexual harassment. Yeah.
Probably report you.
Wait, what?
Well, yeah,
I am
he was an
probably
offender. Yeah, you report him. That's a Satanist evolutionist. Yeah.
that was
Good.
You
a
sound
sexual.
like you're biting a pillow when you talk, Nora. Like stop.
It's
Who
that's.
is that?
Can
Who
you
is
report
that?
all of them for
Someone
me?
mute that guy.
Report all of them. Thanks.
Didn't you say you were married?
Oh.
She did. She said her husband is in the next room.
That is terrible. This is just
That
unbelievable.
is
So
strange.
What's
So?
going on?
She's
You're-
cheating on him with flat
You're
earthers,
married,
man. He
but
don't want her doing this flat earth shit.
I'm assuming
Right,
you're
we're
over
gonna take this
18,
back.
right?
We're gonna take this back to the globe, or whatever we're talking
No,
about.
we are
She's
not
actually
married. We don't.
I don't like
We are
this
all,
direction.
we are,
I'll be back in a few minutes.
She's
we are
been working
old
at
and
Goodwill
single.
for 20.
All right, listen, we're not going into who's how old and in what relationship. Stick to the earth.
They only hire handicaps, bro.
It's a tough day at the office for
The
the Globies.
Goodwill. You guys didn't get his joke.
Yeah, ain't no doubt, Cyclone.
It's been brutal.
Yeah, the Goodwill only hires special needs people or handicapped people.
What does that have to
Mentally
do with
handicapped
anything?
people. Yeah,
Yeah,
so what the
Olishness
guy
is a good example of that, right, Olishness?
You worked there
Yeah.
24 years, huh?
What does that have to do with anything?
What were we talking about before all this?
This white knighting in here.
We're talking about creation, whether things were being created or nature created everything, and that's where we devolved from there. So
Yeah, Nora, where did you get
speculating what
that
came
belief?
into
Who gave you that belief? How did you come up with that idea, Nora?
What belief?
That like everything just sprang into existence for no reason.
From the Big Bang Theory?
There we go. We're back to George.
So you were told about the Big Bang Theory in school or something, yeah?
No, I was not told about it in school.
Okay, so where did you hear about it?
The TV
I have friends.
Okay,
Friends,
so a
okay.
friend told you about the Big Bang Theory,
Yeah.
She seen
and
Sheldon.
then what evidence did your friend show you for the theory?
They were on the
guy.
red carpet at
But
the
there was a big
VMAs.
I'm asking Nora.
explosion.
Hold on.
There was a big explosion that created the Milky Way and stuff like that.
Right, that's the claim, but I asked what
And
evidence.
Snickers, too.
What evidence did your friend show you for any of that?
YouTube,
What did YouTube show you?
a video of how the Earth was created.
And what was the evidence in the video?
That there was a big explosion that created the Big Bang Theory of the Milky Way.
So was that like a CGI explosion?
No.
It was the actual Big Bang on film?
Yeah.
Yeah? Yeah?
Well, who was
Cool.
starring? Doc Brown.
Who was filming it?
Doc Brown.
Oh my goodness.
Who
I
filmed
think
the
George
Big
himself,
Bang?
the Catholic priest, hosted this extravaganza.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. Nora, are you trolling me? You're saying you think someone filmed the Big Bang?
No,
I
I
need
mean, like
one of
that's
them
just how
cameras.
that's just how
What kind of
science
camera
is.
they use?
That's how
Right,
It's
but
just
you
science.
said
You heard her.
but you
It's just how science
right.
works, Wolfgang.
Hold on. So, but you said, I said, was that like a CGI explosion on the video that you watched? And you said, no, someone filmed it?
Yes, I did say that. You're not wrong.
It's a hell of a spacesuit.
So who do you think filmed it?
I do not know.
Doc Brown.
Because it would have had to be someone with. So if someone filmed the Big Bang, then that would be an intelligent agent to film it, right?
That's just true.
Right. So there was an intelligent agent there before the Big Bang.
There could have been.
All right. Well, there you go. So your creation
God
story is
filmed it.
Why
over.
are you talking about the
No,
Big
God
Bang
is
and
not
flat
wrong.
Earth?
He's a figment
Well,
of
he's
their
he must be the camera guy who filmed the Big Bang.
Yeah, God filmed it. Yeah.
Do you believe
To
in
you
time
guys, the
travel?
Big Bang never happened.
Do you believe in dark
One
holes?
verse he said. In one verse he said, action.
She said someone filmed the Big Bang. Nora, come on.
I believe that
I
somebody did
know.
film it. I believe that somebody probably time traveled. And probably
Yeah,
took
I
No,
it.
told
the
you,
Big
Doc
Bang,
Brown.
the beginning. There was
Dang,
no
you were right,
matter or
Huey.
Quantum
people.
eraser
I
was
told you I
finally
was right. You
That's
wouldn't
amazing.
listen. You were just rumpusing me.
Everybody's got to pay
10
up.
minutes ago.
He called it, man. You got to pay up. They still owe him
Marty.
$100.
Geo
There's a
owes me 100.
problem in the
Wait,
future.
why do you guys care about the Big Bang if the Earth is flat?
We don't.
We went-
We're just
we
like
w-
listening to your mad theories.
No, check it out, man. We went all the way back.
if
We
it's
went
a
all the Billy
theory-
Willie. Let me tell you why. Because we went all the way back to where the globe Earth was created. Now, if you think it was created by the Big Bang or the idea that the flat Earth was a created system, we're talking about that very specific thing. So it either was a Big Bang cosmology, like you think nature created everything, which is crazy, or that it was created by a creator. And what we're saying is true, that we are in a closed system, that a creator put us here. So that's the reason why it's relevant, right?
Somebody earlier said nature is an intelligence, and
Billy
nobody
Willie,
got
do you
that.
understand?
Yeah, I said
It's a
that
form
of
nature is
intelligence.
intelligent.
Nature is
What?
intelligent.
Hey,
Yeah, you
nature!
guys.
Hey,
Somebody
nature.
just wanted to point out You missed that. Nature is an intelligence, so yes.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Do you
Nature
think a
film.
tiger is intelligent?
You just anthropomorphized nature. So what is nature's?
I'm not anthropomorphizing anything. Intelligence
You just did with
isn't just
nature.
a human trait.
Nature's biggest intelligent is the animals that live in the
So
forest.
did
And
nature.
not only
Certainly
animals.
isn't the people, that's for sure.
What can I?
Certainly isn't ballers, that's for sure.
Can I email nature?
No.
Man,
the
this is a
thing
better
Sorry,
rabbit
The
hole
guys.
than
fact that
Alice
you
went
make
in.
emails, we make emails. The fuck?
We make
We're
emails.
different
We make 'em?
aspects. Okay, are you guys
You
gonna let me
guys.
talk? Or are you just gonna
Sorry,
laugh?
guys. Hush, please.
Because
No
you
one
guys
is
are
so
laughing, and
Okay,
whenever I
Jetty,
want to talk, you
Jetty,
guys seem
you're not
weird.
getting through, man. You're gonna have to take charge.
Yeah, Jedi's quiet. Guys, shut up for a
Oh,
sec.
okay. All right. When we're talking about nature, we're not talking about all of the cuddly animals. We're talking about the rocks and the matter and the material, not
Yeah,
the
that's what I'm
animals that
talking
walk
What's the
around with
difference?
genetic code.
What's the difference between the rocks and the plants and the
So
animals?
when I
What's the
say
difference
Well,
between
yeah, you
rocks
don't
and
even know.
animals?
What's the difference between
Nothing.
a
Nothing at
rock
all,
and a
actually.
plant?
Nothing at all.
so when
Since you
I'm
put it
talking
that way.
about
Since you put it
Oh
that
my
way,
god.
close the server.
Close the
If
rocks.
you
Yo,
remove
so when
all
I
the
talk about
animals
nature,
and
I'm
all
not
the
talking
plants
about
from
animals
nature,
creating
what do you
like
get?
Yes,
wow.
yes. Let the
Somebody
woman
shut
talk,
this
please.
guy
Yes, can
out.
please let the
Only
woman talk,
guys.
please.
Like you
Good
say,
lord.
oh, nature
Wait.
minus all the
Stop.
Hey,
Shut
animals.
the
somebody
hell
mute the
up.
fucking kid.
Stop.
Somebody mute him.
Yeah, someone
Please
mute
let the
him.
woman talk and not the
Please.
soon-to-be woman, please.
Yeah. But we also just have to, let's just think about that. He said, what's the difference between a rock and an animal?
Animals.
Do
So,
we
I mean,
really want to consider this?
yeah, you don't, only in a place where people are trying to argue for the globe do you hear stuff like this. It's insane.
That guy boot scooted, so he's not even listening.
The idea that life came from rocks is absurd.
That's not what his point was. He said, "What is the difference between
He said
rocks
rocks are intelligent.
and
man,
animals?"
no.
Yeah, let's get a
Whoa.
stethoscope and see if we can find a beating heart in the rock.
Right.
Think we can
One's
do
a
that?
sentient being, one's not.
He's one of these guys with a
is the
pet
fucking
rock.
difference.
He's an
Well, be
earthbender, bro.
careful,
He can
guys.
sense their emotions.
Be
Look,
careful,
get off
guys. If
his
you put
rock,
two
man.
rocks
He's got
together,
that
they
thing
might
on
have
the
made
desk.
rocks.
All right, we need to get some control going.
Listen, you
Can
just don't
rocks
have
be
enough.
produced?
You just don't have enough Native American blood. You can't listen to the songs of the trees and the rocks, bro.
If you drop rock, if you
You're
drop rock,
equivalating.
That's it. Equivalating. Right.
None
Have we
of
got
us
any
will.
other globies in here, or are we going back to Nora and the Big Bang on film?
No.
Yeah, the Big Bang
no,
on the Big Bang on film. That's a good one.
No, hang on. We got CSC just jumped in around. CSC, are you there?
I kind of like the what's the difference between the rocks and the animal shit.
Yo,
Well, you
CSC.
would.
How you doing, bud?
A lot of ridiculing.
Oh, hold on, Nora. We're trying to talk to CSC. He's brand new to the channel. CSC, are you there? Stonewall, eh? Oh. Nope. Try again. You lit up for just a moment. CSC, are you there? Come in, CSC.
Okay, just got back. What's up?
Hey. No, I just wanted, we're kind of asking people when they come into the server, getting to know everybody. What is your position on the topic of this channel? Do you think the Earth is a globe?
Which right now we're talking about trans people.
No, dude, settle down. Have a seat. CSC, what do you think about the topic of this room here?
I think the Earth is a globe.
Ah, okay. And if you do think that it's a globe, do you think that there's any scientific evidence for the Earth being a globe, CSC?
Sure.
Okay.
For the moment.
For the moment.
No, I'm not guaranteed to be able to very accurately recount the science to you on the spot, mind you.
The science?
Sorry. Say
Hmm?
Oh, go on. Ask you,
Noah's
CSC.
here to help.
Do you think that science, thank you. Do you think that science, which only adjudicates cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world through hypothesis construction and experiment, is the tool that you would use to denote a shape?
I think that the shape of the Earth is going to have a consequence on certain observations that we have, and so if the shape of the Earth has a consequence, then it must be a cause, right?
Must be a cause. No, see, shapes. That's a mathematical and
Okay, did you
geometric
like
question,
not
isn't it?
listen to what I just said? Did you just not listen to
Yes,
what I
and
said?
you were incorrect. I'm just going to clear
The
that up
shape of
for
the
you.
Earth has a consequence on what we see. We can test those
Okay.
consequences, yes?
Okay, no problem. Let's try and build a hypothesis around this. What's your naturally observed phenomena? If we're going to start doing science with this, what's the observed phenomena?
Okay, so I'll give you an example, right? I'll give you an example
Just
of a
want a
prediction based
phenomena,
on the
mate.
shape of the Earth.
Just want a phenomena, mate.
A phenomena?
Yeah, we're going to do science. You said we could do science with this shit. All right, I'll fucking placate you, no problem. The first step of the scientific method is to observe something happening.
If you look at the sky for a sufficiently long time, right, the
Mm-hmm.
stars will rotate around a particular position in the sky known as Polaris,
Mm-hmm.
right? If that would make perfect sense if we were on a rotating sphere, right? Because it's the rotation of the Earth that causes our image to change.
Don't need perfect sense. I just want the observable phenomena. We'll get to the independent variable in a minute. You know what science is, don't you?
I'm
You know
aware.
what science is. Yeah, good. So we're building a
Are
hypothesis,
you
aren't we?
are you just gonna like handhold me throughout this entire thing and be condescending?
No, I'm going
Is
to
that
pass.
your whole
I'm going to
shtick?
pass you off to the bit. I'm
Well,
going
the
to pass
last
you off
guy
to
was
the bit.
asking us what the difference is between rocks and animals, so we don't know how baby steps we need to take it.
Damn.
Yeah. So I can pass you off to the bigger dogs if you don't want to deal with me. They would have literally muted you straight away, and you wouldn't have had the chance to talk. Because obviously, science only denotes cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world, where you test them in an experiment. You vary and manipulate the independent variable to see if it causes the phenomena. The shape is a what is question. Science deals with how and why. Science wouldn't be the tool that you would use to figure out the shape of an object now, would it? You would use maths, measurement, and observation, wouldn't you?
Once again, the shape of the Earth has a consequence on the observations
All right,
we could
let's
make.
go into this
We can test
consequence.
those.
What is this consequence that you're claiming?
A consequence would be like what we would be able to see if we were to look at the moon or were to look at the stars, right?
No, but we're talking about the
shape-
Earth, though.
Yeah, and the shape of the Earth has a consequence on what we should be able to see.
So
So
wouldn't you be observing?
No, it doesn't.
Wouldn't you be observing the Earth, though?
when talking about
you
the stars.
said, but you said the shape of the Earth would have a consequence on what we observe of the Earth. No.
I said it would have a consequence of what we could observe. I never specified of the Earth.
Oh, so
You
you're
mean at the
talking about
sky?
you're just talking about the sky.
I mean, yeah. At the moment,
No,
I'm
it
currently
doesn't.
talking about
No,
the
it
stars.
That would
doesn't.
just be an
That-
assumption then.
Yeah, that's a flat out no. It's not a consequence of what you observe in the sky. As a matter of fact, the celestial sphere is, but it has irrespective of the ground that you're walking on. So it doesn't denote shape. It doesn't
The
denote
things
shape,
we
sir.
see are irrespective of the ground we're walking on. Did you
Yes,
seriously just say
because the
that?
ground does not have anything to do with the sky. They're mutually exclusive.
Yeah, our
You
argument
understand
is
that?
about the Earth.
Serious right now?
No, I'm dead serious because think about it like this, right? If you're looking at a phenomena
You
that's taking
fuckers are fucking retarded.
yeah, because you don't think correctly. You're just attributing
You don't
phenomena
think at all.
because you're attributing things that happen in the sky to the shape of the ground. Now I'm going to
Yeah,
ask you.
because the shape
Okay.
of the
Let me ask
Earth
you.
would have a
Let me ask you the
consequence on
question.
what
No,
we
it
can
doesn't.
see.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it
because
does. You can
no,
keep
it don't.
denying it all you
Listen.
want, but it's just
Yeah,
the
but check
truth,
this
my
out.
man.
All right. So let's see if your truth claim holds up. How are you going to measure anything on the ground with something to do with the sky? Now, I want geometric shape of the Earth derived from what you see in the sky. Go.
Mm-hmm.
Go.
So
How are
we
you going to
have-
get geometric shape of the Earth?
I'll give you two phenomenon, right?
Go ahead.
One is that when we sorry, I just lost my words for a second. When you look at the sky, right, all the stars in the night sky rotate around a particular point known as Polaris, right? This observation doesn't make sense on a stationary flat plane.
No. CSC, you did not give me the dimensions of the Earth with your rotational stars. Now, I need to know how big the Earth is. And yeah, I'm dead serious. Why you keep asking that? Because you don't understand the question or something. I don't know. Maybe you're lacking. But if you're saying that you're looking at rotational stars, now I need you to directly tell me how that's telling you what the ground is. How do you know the shape of the ground by looking at those rotational stars? Tell me, please.
It tells you one of two things: either the stars are rotating or you're rotating.
How do I derive geometry
Right,
from that?
and you
How do I
only
derive
observe the
geometry,
stars.
CSC? Tell me how I derive geometry from that observation.
Really
Yes? Go ahead. That's what I thought. You're coming up empty, aren't you? Bankrupt. Radio silence. That's all you got, bro?
Look, it's kind of really simple. It's kind of really simple, CSC. Even if we were to let you beg the question about the shape of the Earth, which we've got no intention of doing so, if your presupposition of cause of rotating stars is because begging the question the Earth is a ball, then you would have to physically manipulate the rotation of the Earth on its axis in an experiment to demonstrate this, because that will be your presupposed cause of star rotation, right? So you can't pass this through the scientific method because you ain't varying manipulating the rotation of the Earth, my friend. And I'm
Nor
not going
can
to
you.
let you beg, not going to let you beg the question either.
Nor can you tell us the geometry of the Earth.
Can you give an explanation for why the stars rotate then? If it's not because of the claimed model?
Stars
Well, you only have an observation of the stars
sky-
rotating. That's all you have.
The sky's in motion, bro.
And it
Everything in the sky.
The stars
So
rotating works on the rotating ball model.
That's an extra
Does it
step.
work on a,
That's an
No, it
extra
doesn't.
step. See,
Does it
you've got the
work on the flat
observation. You've got the
stationary
observation. You've got the observation of the stars rotating, and then you're making an extra step and saying, "I assume that's because I'm
Isn't
rotating."
the model that it's a flat
So
stationary
that
plane?
requires
If you're on a flat
the burden of
stationary
proof.
plane, then you can if you're on a flat stationary plane, there should be some mechanism of the flat stationary plane that causes this observed phenomenon. If it's incompatible with this
everything that's
observed
happening in the
phenomenon, then the
sky-
flat Earth model doesn't work.
Everything that's happening in the sky is happening over an observably flat and motionless plane.
Yeah, the stars are the stars are the ones. CSC. The stars are the ones that are moving. The stars are the ones that are moving, not the Earth. The stars are, because that is your observation. Even in your own claim, you're saying that the stars are rotating. You're saying it out of your own mouth. You're already saying what your observation is. So that is what's moving, not the Earth. The stars. Pretty simple,
Yeah,
right?
so we agree. We agree
Finally,
the stars are
finally.
rotating. So yeah, the
Okay,
stars are
that's-
rotating. How does that tell you what the ground is doing?
Let me get a drink of water.
Okay, fair enough. He said a lot of really interesting words, guys. He said model. We haven't got one. He hasn't got one. Scientific model, really? Has he got that as well? We could take the question. No, we're not.
Hey, Alpha.
What's up?
Hey. This is out of
Yo.
respect of you, man. I think the gain on your mic is too high.
Is it really?
Think so, yeah. When you start getting like a little yelly, gets a little tinny, you know what I mean?
All right.
3 questions.
It's only because I like you, you know.
No, thanks.
Please, your mic sounds bad when you unmute it.
Yeah, I know, right? Hold on, let me get it back to.
Try
sounding
talking
good.
with your mic on mute. See if that works.
Yeah, there you go. That sounds.
Shut your mouth when you're talking to me.
That's copyrighted.
Did that sound better?
No.
Put the volume down totally.
Further away from the mic.
Somebody named themselves equivocation in chat.
Stunning.
Fun.
Awesome stuff.
The next runner up.
So, before we start begging the question here, which we are in this pseudo-scientific experiment, which isn't an experiment because you're not very manipulating the rotation of the Earth because you're begging the question, the ball, and describing a model to us. Hold on, and describing a model to us, which we have not presented. we would ask you first of all for a direct measurement over
What do
the
you mean you
surface
haven't
of the Earth.
presented it?
Well, we haven't presented you one, have we? Has anybody
You
handed you a
guys
model?
just... Yeah, he said it was flat and stationary.
That's not a model. That's a claim.
That's a model.
That's not.
It's an observation.
That's an
It's an observation. You go to the beach.
Okay.
What do you observe? Flat horizon, motionless surface.
Oh, he's got
That's
a
not a
big
model.
problem right there.
Hmm?
He's got a big problem right there. If you're observing, how do you have a horizon on a globe Earth?
I would assume geometric.
You would assume geometric. That's pretty fucking stupid to say.
It could be extended by
It
atmospheric
could be
refraction, of
extended.
course.
Well, according to the slope intercept formula for horizontal line, yeah, the slope of a horizontal line is your IQ, 0.
0.
And the horizontal line is derived from the horizon. Now, we have a problem because curvature is the rate of change of slope. So how can you live on a balltard that has a rate of change of slope and have a horizon on said balltard that has
Have you never taken a calculus
0?
class before?
Clown
You
fuck.
Have
You
you
are
never taken a calculus
compromised
class
right
before?
there, dumb fuck.
Have you never taken a
Have you
calculus class
never
before?
a retard?
Have you never taken
You're
a
in a
calculus class
paradox,
before?
Sunshine.
Can you
Unless
answer the
you
question,
directly
please?
answer that.
He
Don't
keeps
overtalk
saying
me.
he keeps saying toucan like a bird. Have you not toucan?
Yeah, can you answer the
calculus class?
question? Right? Have you taken a
No,
calculus
you
class?
can answer the
It's
paradox.
taken. It's taken.
A
Taken.
spherical ball,
Answer.
right? When you're
Answer the
Oh my God.
paradox. Put him
Okay,
on
if you're just
mute.
gonna interrupt me when I'm speaking.
No, answer the paradox. How can you have curvature?
Are you gonna keep interrupting me?
How can you have curvature? You're about to get mooted and kicked out of here. Answer the fucking question right now.
I can't answer the question when you keep interrupting me.
Answer it.
No, okay. So if you would have taken calculus, right, you would know, right, that at any individual point on a sphere, you can draw a tangent line.
No,
right, and
there
get
are
a
no
slope.
tangent lines.
Yes, there is.
No,
The-
there
the
aren't. Where are you getting the
horizon-
tangent line?
The horizon is an example of a tangent observation.
No, it's not.
right?
A
The
horizon's not
horizon-
a fucking
the
tangent.
the
What?
horizon.
Define
Yeah,
tangent.
it is.
Define tangent.
A tangent line is a line that intersects exactly one point on a surface.
And what is a horizon? Is there only one point, you idiot fucking mung?
Are you serious right now?
Yeah, I am serious. You're a fucking retard. Put him on mute.
have-
He's finished.
So as long as you've never taken
Horizon's not a
calculus
point.
class, this
That doesn't mean
this
you keep talking,
conversation is
fuckwit.
worthless.
Horizon's not a point,
I'm
dipshit.
turning you down to
Put him on mute.
26% because
Just put him on. Yeah, thank
Have you ever had a dream where you could? Never mind.
Yeah. Yeah, man.
Hey, so how's my mic? Am I coming through better? My
Yeah.
Much better.
Yes.
Much better.
You're a bit self-conscious from Earth as a globe, right?
Yeah, she's the only one that
Got
was because I'm coming through. But was I coming through tinny before, and now is it better now?
Yeah, but it was cool, man. I liked it that way.
Alright.
Turn
You're
it back.
totally
Yeah, if we're gonna
She's
if we're
just
gonna use the same
gaslighting you.
logic, Kiwi has to adjust his mic as well. So go ahead, Kiwi.
Shut the fuck up.
No, I just didn't want to be tinny. That's all. I don't care. I want to be loud, but not tinny.
Ooh. Alpha and Earth is a globe sitting in a tree.
Why would you
Well,
listen
I
to
do-
Ollishness about anything? Aren't you
You
alpha?
know, I just want to make sure that you guys are hearing me, and the ballers are too. But I mean,
We
my
hear
quality
you.
is something. You guys gotta admit, my quality is a thing, right? Because we get on to people because their mic is trash, and so we doing what we can.
Miggy, silky and smooth, brother. You're fine.
Oh, okay. Was
Now,
I fine
bring us
before? Okay.
your little. It's fucking debatable, and mate, we're not going to debate it. We're fucking day.
All right.
Also,
Sorry, I
dumb
missed
shit.
something.
Also, dumb shit. CSC, dude, somebody's taking you off mute. I don't know fucking why. At
well, thank you for taking me off
33 minutes after the hour, there's 18 seconds of the fall of the heliocentric ball-tard spinning space monkey religion. 18 seconds of inertial reference frame, moon and star rotation. It's all over, Sunshine.
Okay.
Would you like your goose cooked?
So
I mean, I
I
literally,
would like to.
I
I
can't
would like to
believe
elaborate.
that. I still can't believe that you tried to pass a shape through the scientific method, mate.
I
Fuck.
would like.
Oh, did he
I
do
would
that?
like
I
to.
wasn't here. Did
I
he try
would
to do
like
that?
to elaborate on the
At the
tangent
beginning, he
line
did.
bit.
Oh, did you set him up and nothing happened?
No, Jedi
So-
took
Yeah.
him through it, but he fucking
I
weaseled out
I'm
of it.
sorry.
That's
I took
fine.
a break. I went out to talk to my wife. Sorry about that.
No, it's fine. There was that moment of silence, so I kind of jumped on it because I was bored.
All
to
right,
be
fair
fair.
enough. Sorry about that. CSC, did you fuck up?
Hmm?
Did you
On
fuck
the
up
tangent
again?
line. The tangent line bit.
No, not that. That was just dumb fuckery. But your scientific evidence for your globetard, did you fall into that?
So.
So yes or
perhaps,
no?
yeah.
It's a
I
fucking
do.
close-ended question,
I
dipshit.
did make the mistake of talking about the stars. Yes, I did make.
No,
that wasn't it. We asked you if there was
I
any
just said
scientific.
yes to your question.
Shut
CSC,
him
no.
up. He's just gonna projectile
me-
diarrhea, vomit of the mouth. Shut him up. There you go. Now ask him, Meggie.
Yeah, basically, when you first came in here, we asked you if there's any scientific evidence of the Earth being a globe, and you said yes. Right, now we're gonna
Uh-oh.
Well, I should just keep him muted, but go ahead.
Yeah, put him on mute. Uh-oh. CSC. See, what you should have done was said, Mr. Alpha Veritas, that is a malformed question. Natural science and the scientific method only adjudicate natural cause and effect suppositions, not shapes. Therefore, ipso facto, you are a pretender clown retard, booger-eating schmuck.
Okay.
That's simple.
I'm impressed with the insult.
It was pretty good, wasn't it?
Got some flair to it.
I mean, it's like I tried to explain to you before. Science deals with how and why. A shape is a what is question, right? Not a scientific question.
I've heard better insults.
Damn.
Well, it's an
gonna
oldie but
take-
goodie, so.
CSC, do you think bodies of water curve?
Sure. Yeah, I think bodies of water can curve.
Have you ever observed that?
Yeah, a water droplet.
Is that a body of water?
Is that a body of
That
water?
is in fact a body of water. That is a.
He's a
collection of water.
retard. Put him on
Alright.
mute. Let's
But,
move on.
but you also see.
Shut the
like,
fuck
in
up.
a-
Shut the fuck up.
Uh,
We're going to quarantine your dumb ass from everyone else in here because you're a dumb fuck. Demonstrated
Hilarious.
over and over again. You're done. Let's move on.
Is there anything larger than a droplet that's showing water to be curved, Globies?
Yeah, water slide.
I like big waves. Big waves, bro. Waves.
Maybe it was his overuse of the word toucan that got him
Yeah,
at the end.
he's taking drugs.
Toucan and equivocating. Well, we got some fucking Scrabble geniuses in here, man. Like, stumped the shit out of you. You're playing with them. You're like, nah, bro, that's not a fucking word. What the fuck?
We got a Stylish Tiger 62 in chat. Has anybody spoken to Stylish Tiger? Also got an
We have
outlaw
not.
down the bottom. Got a few new people, my friend.
Where's he at? At the bottom.
Hopefully they talk so I don't have to go over the latest troll.
All right, well, we got Outlaw. So, Outlaw, are you there? Outlaw? Hello? What was the name of the last guy? Stylish, what?
Stylish Tiger 62.
Damn, I don't see him in here.
I thought I was being quarantined.
Yeah, but it's kind of like that game show where the light goes around the ring once or twice. It's going to land on you again. So this is how it works.
You're up again. Right. So a body of water larger than a droplet. Have you ever seen it curve? A lake? You ever seen a lake curve?
Holy shit. You unmuted him?
If
I
you were
didn't
to take,
unmute him.
like,
Someone has.
If you were to
Holy
take like water
fuck.
in a beaker, for example, it curves due to surface tension on the container,
All right.
the beaker.
I'm out of here.
And curves
Have a
into
good
a
evening,
meniscus.
ladies and gentlemen.
Peace.
Later on.
See ya.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. Now, it is harder to see like a curving meniscus on like a lake due to how large it is, but a beaker, right?
A
you can
meniscus of
definitely see a meniscus
water
on a
would
beaker.
not help your argument because a meniscus of
It's
water
water
would be
curving.
going up, not down.
It's
You
still
need it to
water
be going
curving.
down.
The question
You need
was
it to be
about water
curving
curving.
down. You need it to be curving down.
Okay. Then, like as someone said before, a wave is an example of part of the water curving down.
No, that's not an example of the water curving around a
How
ball.
is it? Okay. Is it curving or curving around a ball?
Well, your claim is that it's curving around a ball, is it not?
You asked about whether it was curving.
Your claim is that the water is curving around a ball, is it
I
not?
never made that claim.
Oh, so you don't believe that the Earth is a globe?
I also never made that claim.
Oh, so you can't discuss the globe. That's unusual and unique.
We're
The new troll, if you guys haven't noticed.
I'm not gonna let you like gish gallop, right? You questioned
Gish
about whether
Gallop, you're
water
not gonna let you gish
avoiding
gallop.
your
bodies of
claim
water
that
curve.
the water is
curve
supposed to
according
be
to their
curving
container.
around a ball. So they don't curve around a ball.
Water curves according to its container. If it's in a
So
circular
what if it's
container,
on the
then it's gonna
exterior
curve.
of a ball?
Well, then, like if you were to pour water on a basketball due to surface tension, it's gonna curve around the surface of the ball, wouldn't it?
So is that what's happening on Earth? Is that what's happening on Earth then?
Well, that would be due to gravity, but but still.
Oh, so the water is
on
curving around a ball.
Yeah.
Okay, so where's the curve of this water curving around a ball?
Okay, now we're gonna move on to this. Got it.
No, that's exactly what we were talking about. You just tried to obfuscate away from it because
You
you're
asked about
globy.
water curving, water.
Yes, the water
a ball.
curving around a ball. Yes,
On a
that's
ball, bro.
obviously what we were talking about, which is why, and you know that, which is why you're trying so hard to not talk about it. So try again.
Because whenever I talk
Any
about the shape of the Earth, you
observation
guys end up
or
muting me.
measurement, any observation or measurement of this water curving around a ball that you believe in.
I am unaware of the measurement off the top of my head.
What about the
So you don't know.
observation?
The observation of water curving?
Around a ball. Around a ball. Earth.
I'm sure I can find a photo.
I'm gonna go holler at Helio for a little bit. I'll see you guys in a little bit.
See you
Peace,
later. See you
nigga.
later.
I'm going to the home base.
So, yeah, we're not going to get anything for water curving around a ball Earth.
Hey, can I do
Right.
you guys have like a link to somewhere where I can learn more about the flat Earth? I want to educate
Yes.
myself.
Someone send him the server link.
Thank you.
Who was that talking?
That was me.
Deacon.
Dark.
Gotcha. Okay, mate. Give me a moment.
So there's an additional information section on the server if you scroll 3/4 or so down on the server list of the server that you're about to be sent to. And it's all alphabetized, so you'll see all the different channels and, yeah, research those.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Was that Dark? Yeah, Dark Christ.
Yeah, that was me.
Cool. Okay, buddy.
Well, it has been a while tonight. I haven't heard Globies this incoherent since yesterday.
I don't know. The day before was quite interesting, and the day before that.
And the day before that.
Yeah.
Ad infinitum.
I can't wait
Oh
till I'm
dear.
let back onto the 24/7 server.
We can.
Why? What are you going to do there? You going to actually research something?
No. It would just be nice to go
Just
back.
gonna go in there to get muted again.
What's so
Yeah.
nice about the
You
24/7
just love
flat
us.
Earth server?
There's a lot of good information there. And a lot of good discussion about the Earth that we live on.
No, I just don't like being banned. It's annoying.
Hmm.
I don't like being disallowed from somewhere.
Understandable. I don't like being
It's
banned
nothing
either.
personal. It's probably just your personality.
That is
sounds
personal.
spoken like a girl that gets in everywhere she goes.
I don't know what that means.
Fits in everywhere you go. You go to the club, you get in first.
I don't go to clubs. I spend time on Discord. Like, what the fuck? You
Oh,
think I go
Yeah,
to
they don't
clubs?
allow cats
Yeah,
in
I was just
rooms.
on the dance floor, but on Discord,
Absolutely not. Absolutely fucking not.
dancing to 24/7 Flat Earth.
Bro thinks that someone like me who goes on
Damn,
Discord
we
is
got
just like
FE
at the club.
simping for Glover.
Yeah, that is pretty funny. Thinking how this
She
is
does
at the
have a
club.
nice
Yeah.
voice, though.
What?
She's in the
I said you're
dungeon.
well spoken. You're well spoken.
Oh, thanks.
No insults.
Thank you.
I'm not picking on you today, man.
You already
flip a
did
bitch switch.
earlier.
Don't flip
Oh my god.
Um,
A
We'll be
bitch switch.
alright.
Okay, wow.
So yeah, to the person who asked why the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord is so good, it's because for some reason, even though this is a crazy conspiracy theory, apparently Google and YouTube and everything have decided to censor all the genuine information, so you can't find it if you're just scrolling through YouTube. So we save it there. So we've got terabytes of stuff, days and days of information and videos and articles and everything, so that you can actually research the other side of this topic. Because if you've never
This is
been in
true.
this kind of setting, then you've never even been exposed to the other side of the argument. You don't even know what it is that we're talking about. So that's why you should check it out.
A lot of pooled in information there. I can't argue with that, brother. You guys are fastidious about saving
Yeah, what's
your
the team effort?
information in your links, but we have to be because they corrupt our links and delete our sources and all that.
Yeah, censorship.
I mean, you
Sad.
guys still have Zetetic astrology, don't you?
Is that a
What
question
did you
or
say?
a statement?
You guys still have the Zetetic astrology book, yes?
Is that what Rowbotham's book?
I don't remember the author's name.
Well, there's a PDF channel in there, and it has a bunch of books. So yeah, it's probably in there.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's in there, bro. I thought you said something else. I ain't been there in a while, but
By
we had that.
Samuel
We had that.
Rowbotham?
It's good to hear you, Mike. Hope you're well.
I am.
Good.
It's all
What were you?
good, bro.
Yeah. What were you saying, CSC?
It's written by Samuel Rowbotham. I think that's
Yeah,
how you
it's
pronounce it.
Rowbotham's book. Yes.
Yeah.
What an OG.
Apparently, the full book's available on Google.
I found PDFs of
Yeah,
it.
yeah. You can find a bunch
I
of
found
Flat Earth
audiobooks
books.
too on YouTube for it.
But what I'm saying is, these won't be served up to you if you just type in like Flat Earth into YouTube or Google. What will be brought up is like Professor Dave and Flat Earth Society nonsense.
You sure won't find that book that's titled Lands Beyond the Poles, right? You won't find that. That won't come up in your Google recommendations.
Yeah. It's the algorithms they've changed since 2016 or 17, whatever it was.
Yeah, they don't want them reading about the Arctic shelf journeys, Operation Fishbowl, any of that stuff. They don't want them knowing history. Sever them from their history and, funnel them into their future. That's how programming works. You funnel them right in. Give them a
100%
narrow
well
path.
said.
So
Capital.
you all believe in like a conspiracy, right? To like cover up the shape of the Earth, yeah.
Conspiracy. No, it's deeper than that. Rule the world. That would be a better.
Deeper than a conspiracy. Wow.
Well, the conspiracy is just a bit of a
deeper
misnomer.
than what you said. You made it just about shape, but it's about tyranny and ruling over the weaker, the mentally
the shape.
deficient.
Yeah, the shape isn't really the main point. The shape's not really that consequential in itself. It's about the story around that, the creation story, how it came to be, everything else.
Yeah, they're leading you to a point where you'll accept other men dictating what is your right to do on Earth in a natural environment. They'll sever
It
you
might
from the
seem removed.
ideal that even in an evolution theory, you involved with the environment and it still belongs to you and you to it. That's how ecosystems work. You're a part of it.
Yeah, it's
Man can't handle it.
essentially a creation story created by the Catholic Church, the Big Bang.
Is it?
It
So,
is, and it's funny how they
like,
said people were imprisoned or beheaded for bringing this up when their own Jesuit priest built the story.
so like, so the Catholics are the one perpetuating this.
No. Not just perpet. We're saying in its main push because the church was in charge of most of the education throughout most of Europe.
I see.
And it was them who paid Copernicus for the publishing of his book about the heliocentric calendar.
So in this case, would some government, like let's say the Soviet Union, be like an example of a Catholic-controlled country who parrots the flat Earth movement? Sorry, I mean the round Earth.
I don't know. Can I ask a question? Listen, do you believe your government, wherever it is, do you think they got your best welfare and your best interests at heart?
I'm just asking about
Well,
the
it's a
flat Earth.
simple question. I'm just because a
No,
lot of
I
people
don't
ask
trust
us,
the government all the time.
you're
No.
beating around to why would they lie, and it leads to, well, we've caught them lying, so we don't really care about why.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the government doesn't always lie, does it?
Well, it has lied. So when we see things that don't comport with what we're being told, we don't wonder why.
Yeah.
Because we're smart men. Well, we got lied to again. Yep, that's logical. There's a progression there in logical thought and inference and deduction.
But even with that, the argument doesn't rest on the credulity or incredulity of who might or might not lie. The argument is based on measurement and observation of the surface. Those measurements tell us that we are not on a ball. So someone at some point has lied, but the majority of people who are saying it's a ball and teaching kids that it's a ball, they're not lying. That's just what they've been taught. That's what they think.
That's what they believe. Yeah, they're not part of a big scam. They just believe what we see as a untruth to be a truth.
The only people who would really have to be lying when you think about it is, I mean, the only people that they say that could have actually seen it with their own eyes are the Apollo astronauts, which is like 25 people, right? That's not that many.
Yeah, it's a small group. They're all
So when people are
Masons.
like, "Oh, they're all lying. All the scientists are lying," no, that's not what we're saying.
I mean, there is the Soviet Union too. They sent up their own cosmonauts.
Yeah. They have the same scam running, right? They take billions in tax revenue as well for this story, and they get to define their people's worldview and place. If they want, they can say, "Oh no, a big asteroid's coming, guys. You better take your injections," or whatever they're going to say.
And buy a shitload of food and stock up.
Yeah. They can
Don't forget
literally
toilet paper. I mean, they
they
get
can
rich off toilet paper now, dude.
yeah, they get to dictate like how everyone thinks about things, their place in this reality, what their purpose might be or not be. Right? It's a lot of power in creating someone's worldview.
And so they only get this. So they get all of this power from just an investment of NASA of $24 billion a year.
No. That's just part of it. That's just part of the system. Right?
I'm aware, but they
The
get this
system
influence
includes
about the
laws, taxes, policings, monies for road repairs, school education.
This is just a very fundamental aspect of the control system. And the aspect is they have given you a worldview from creation to now. Like a religion.
Yep. With a secular leader too, huh?
Yeah. Even though it came from the Catholic Church.
I mean, I don't think there's like a singular leader of this round Earth religion, is there? Pretty much every government on the planet.
Well, I don't know.
Would
Let's
No, we're not
ask
talking
the
about a
Pope.
leader.
Would each?
Doesn't
I mean,
the
he
Pope
just said a
confirm
secular
this
leader.
heliocentric model? I don't know. The Pope.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really matter about the hierarchy or lack thereof. It's a
Right.
theory that's been promoted, but it is essentially a religion, even though it's being taught to kids as if it's scientific fact.
So
That's
are
the
there
problem.
no Catholic flat earthers?
Catholic?
I'm sure
Are
there
there
are
no?
some.
Yeah, I
So
would guess some. Yeah.
so does that mean they're not actually Catholic, or?
I don't really get into that.
No,
If you believe in God, I don't care if you're Islam or Muslim. If you believe in God, then make your God happy.
yeah,
Be
no,
a good,
because saying that it
be a good
originated in the
man.
Catholic Church isn't saying that the globe is a part of Catholic doctrine. It just means
I
it
mean,
came from that entity
Yeah,
in
Jesuit
origin.
universities.
Yeah.
Jesuit
I mean,
universities.
don't we
Which all
have?
Masons usually go to Jesuits.
Do you
Like
see
Yale,
yourself aligning
Brown.
more with like modern day
Most of you
Sharia
people,
law
no,
compared
not
to maybe
really
like the
into
status quo, like
doctrinal
Democrat?
argument. Sharia
Uh,
law.
No, the people who
it's an
believe in Sharia law
interesting.
believe in the round earth.
It's an interesting
I would
question,
just
but
say,
no,
I would
it's
just say, remember the restrictions on who is giving the available information. Just like the church was always back in the day, they were always responsible for giving the people the information. So if they're still responsible for giving you the information that you don't get to go out there in the field and learn for yourself, be careful what you believe.
Yeah,
But don't
that's
we
why
have the
they had
before
the
times,
scribes and the
before the
Pharisees.
church ever existed?
well, yeah, pre the Catholic Church pushing this as hard as they did. Pretty much every culture in history have accepted the Earth as being flat and
Well,
motionless.
We'll never doubt the Lord your God in all the days you live.
what about the ancient Chinese and the ancient Greeks? They didn't think the
Yeah,
Earth
the
was flat.
Chinese thought it was flat. The Greeks thought it was flat, with the exception of a
That's not
small
true.
minority who posed the theory that it could be a ball, and they did so on religious grounds, not scientific ones.
That's not true.
Yes, it is true. It is true. The Pythagorean cult were worshipping the sphere as a sacred shape. They thought it was a perfect shape because of its geometry, and so then they reasoned, Pythagoras, that the globe or the earth must be this shape because our perfect creator would create us on this perfect shape. That was their reasoning. That was like the inception of this whole thing. But they were
Yeah,
persecuted. They were prosecuted in Greece because the rest of the Greeks were like, what the fuck are you talking about? They were not all globe heads. Far from it.
Let's not
No one was.
forget.
Citation fucking needed.
Also, let's not forget other people that were persecuted and, looked for to, to be killed in history, because we just always seem to forget that there are other recorded things that in history to cover up things. And also there are other strategies like sexual immorality to spread to the people, because they knew that sexual immorality being justified among people would display some sort of relativism
Yep,
where they're susceptible to anything that you want
exactly.
to teach them.
And it gets worse because there's also the obesity issue. And like Globers never want to talk about that. It's like defend your like how can you have a globe earth when everyone's so heavy?
All
It's
right.
like, listen, it's like weights on a wheel. I got a balancing machine, a tire
Well, that's
balancing machine.
trivial.
And
That's
listen, you're right. If we move weight around on Earth and it'd be redistributed, which would put it in a wobble.
Yeah,
they're
he's
trying
just
to make,
trolling. But
they're just trying to make the
Like a bad
bigger
tire.
people. They're trying to make the bigger people more so you'll be more sexually aroused by bigger
No, if
people.
we're making like a moral claim on something, I think that it's important to point out that like gluttony as well is a vice that needs to also be addressed, I think, in this modern
yeah, but
day.
it's got nothing to do with the
Now,
rotation of the Earth.
don't
Don't be
care
silly.
the
That
size or
sounds like
anything
Tarodic law, not
about.
Sharia law.
You just care about sexuality. You don't
But
care
they
about
compare.
how big you are. They're spreading that propaganda just to spread the idea of, hey, it doesn't matter how big somebody is. Why don't we just have this sexual
No, I'm saying
immorality?
it does. I'm saying it's disgusting that we have children with diabetes at the rate that we do. It's disgusting.
They
That
have
is true.
an agenda to perpetrate, though.
That's
It
literally
doesn't
like I
matter
think that
what
should be
age.
akin to childhood abuse, like child abuse.
Yeah, but
Like
you know
parents
Well,
what?
should be
Kids are
put in
affected by the
prison.
listen, could it?
globe Earth too.
Hold on.
So
Could
they're
it be the
told
You
that
case
can't
the
that
take
Earth is a
children?
globe.
Yeah, guys,
Could,
let's take it. We're gonna take it back to the Earth. Right.
with obesity, it could be the quality of the food and not the amount of the food that causes the obesity. Just remember that. Don't think you're getting the purest food at the grocery mart. I very seldom eat fast food or grocery store food, but I grow my own. I live
Well,
on a farm.
ignorance is the downfall of man. They think that they know things, and they don't actually know anything. They don't even try to know anything because they already think that they know everything.
Well, let's
Do you
put
not
that to
trust
the
the Lord your
test.
God?
Let's put that to the test. Are there any globe believers in this chat who can present some proof that the Earth is a globe?
Exactly. If the globe paradigm falls, all of it falls. It just the whole cosmology is gone. There is no vast universe. There is no any of this because the globe Earth depends on the whole cosmology. You have to
I
be
thought
able to prove
that's
that
when
the
you
Earth
do
is a
people's
globe
nails,
first.
right?
All right, Oberon, I'm going to mute you. I mean, come on.
Please,
Nails.
please do.
My
Please
nails are fucked.
do.
Oh, come on.
She,
It was a joke. Come on.
I
That's
know,
okay.
but I'm trying to move it back on
I love
topic, and you keep
her.
trying to
Sorry, I
derail it.
apologize. I'll be quiet. I apologize.
that sounded weird, but hey, listen, she's country. She don't care about her nails.
I'm country too.
I
We've
don't
been in
give
rooms together before. Like, it's okay. Like, I don't take it was a ribbing. Like, sorry, I'll be quiet though. My bad.
Oh, you're country. Your truck run. How's your
I'm
truck
from
run?
San Antonio, hun.
Fun.
I'm from Alabama, hun.
Oh shit, that's
Well,
deep south. Yeah.
Lamb, damned if and I wouldn't be country if I didn't say my name is not Hun.
You still there,
Sugar.
CSC? Let me see.
Here's the problem. If there is no globe Earth, there is no heliocentric paradigm. That's the problem. If you don't have the globe, you don't have the distances from you to the sun because you have to assume that Venus is approximately the same size as the Earth because the Earth already has dimensions and assumptions. So you have to be able to assume all of these other things to establish all of these other distances from the sun to the stars being light years away, from all of these other things. So, if the earth isn't a globe, then all of those other things aren't true either. So,
It's like a
you have
house of
to
cards. Yeah.
yeah, you have to reconcile everything that you know about what's going on in
Well,
the
yeah.
sky to the earth being flat.
That's right. If it's not a globe, all your claims based on it being a globe fall apart with the globe.
It's like foundational. Yeah. Like,
Yes. The axioms have to be proven, which is curvature, motion, gas pressure adjacent to a vacuum. None of these things can be proven. It's all just
do you know what
assumption.
is the most and all lol cowing aside, if I may, what's the most compelling thing to me is somebody who doesn't really care either way, but it's compelled for it to be a globe because I had a globe as a kid, and that's just what just I have no reason not to think so. But anyway, regardless, what's compelling to me is like the whole maybe it's just from a place of ignorance, but I've tried to deep dive it. But the whole idea that we don't know how galaxies don't spin out like crazy, like we're so confident that we've got like everything else down, but like big stuff like galaxies, it's like, yeah, we don't know how they don't just like something about dark
Well, they
energy
update that.
halos and all that stuff.
Yeah, they
Like,
just make it up, and they have to patch it all the
that's
time because
yeah,
it doesn't work.
exactly. That's the double
The whole
standard. It
model,
sounds like
the whole
to me.
model is. I mean, there's that quote from Michio Kaku, which says that their whole model is off by like 10 to the power of 100 or something mental. So it's just totally wrong, and he's just admitting it, and yet everyone seems to think
Yeah.
we have the nailed. It's like
It's
no.
because it's a fantasy interpretation of the sky based on the core premise that the world's a ball, which it very easily enough to prove isn't.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like that's sort of the fault in their armor, or in the armor of like the globe Earth modelers is like they still can't answer that, and I don't know. It's
Well,
interesting.
that ruins the whole thing. I mean, well, the curvature destroys the whole thing. Like everything
Like
is
you start pulling
reliant
on that
on
thread,
that
and then it's like,
curvature.
oh shit, dark energy, dark matter. Wait, what the fuck is all
Yeah,
this?
all
Oh
that was
shit.
invented, but you have to realize that all that is invented because the equations weren't working out. So they just added a bunch of stuff to the other side of the equation to make it balance, to make it work. But it's just theoretical equation at that point.
Yeah.
It has
Think
no
about
bearing on reality.
Just patchworking their model and propping it up every step of the way. That's what they always have to do. And they started off on the wrong core premise. It's obvious.
Just giving y'all like that's a tip. Like that's if y'all ever need like a sort of like card up your sleeve that they can never answer to that one ever, like ever.
Think about that. Think about
Yeah, they
think
can't
about
answer any of them.
the how much they had to reconcile with equations instead of actual reality. So it has to
Well,
at
yeah,
least
Hubble messed it all up, right? Like he started seeing stuff and recording it and everything, and they were like, "Wait, okay, this is really cool, but we have to account for all of these weird things that are happening, like but we don't know how." So,
Yeah, like instead of saying, okay, we were wrong, they say, okay, we're still right, but we have to add all
but
this
here's
other stuff
mystery
to make us
particle.
right.
Yeah, like exactly.
Yeah. It can't be the model that's wrong.
But God's not real, but mystery
Yeah.
particle. Like,
But they said Hubble has the quote himself, right? He said all the observations would work on a geocentric position with the stars going around us and us being still, but we abhor a special position, meaning we cannot be in the center of things because that points to
like that
creation.
model, like that model with the globe, like it looks like a marble rolling, like but there's a marble on the inside that's just stationary, kind of. You know what I mean? Have you seen that model? It's just like, let me see if I can pull it up.
Well, on what Cyclone was just saying, though, the fact that they could just explain the sky as being geocentric versus heliocentric just as easily, but choose not to, shows you that the whole globe story and paradigm is a philosophical one, ultimately. It's not based on evidence or any, like, it's not like somebody went out into the field and discovered, oh, it's a globe, and let's try to learn more about it. No, it's just a philosophical decision to decide that it is.
That was the vacuum of space. I'm sorry. I'm trying to get in here. I know females aren't allowed, but let me just try to fit in here for a second. So nature abhors a vacuum, but we think that we live in a vacuum of space. How is that even how can you reconcile that in your mind?
Another inversion.
Yeah. So you don't have any kind of perfect vacuum ever in reality. You can't create one. You can't even create a vacuum that they say that something in the vacuum of space is 10 to the negative 17. We can only do the 10 to the negative 6, right? And that's
Whoa,
where they
Flatsy.
claim the ISS is, right? So it's
I feel
pretty
you,
convenient.
Flatsy.
Yeah. And you need a lot of reinforcement to keep a vacuum chamber like that going. And they're saying that you can just do it with no solid barrier.
Yeah.
Or that nature does it itself. Okay.
I mean, a vacuum is just an absence of material, right? It's an absence of gas, liquid, and so I guess it would just be an absence of a gas in this case.
Right,
but
and if
you're
there's
talking
gas
about
adjacent to it, that
Yeah, we
gas will
can't.
move into it.
If there's like a lot of empty space and there's not enough gas to fill it, then naturally it would be a vacuum.
Yeah, but you're also talking about a place that our
Dear
gas here that
wow.
we breathe would escape to
Well,
immediately in all directions.
if you had a lot of empty space, you wouldn't just have a concentration of gas just somewhere within it. That gas would just disperse to fill that empty space.
It's like being
Obviously.
Dutch oven by your loved one, you know, in the
Yeah.
morning.
Okay. Great analogy. It's kind of like that. Yeah.
Okay.
For those who don't know what that is, that's when like your partner farts under the blanket and then traps you inside of it. It's called a Dutch oven.
That's
Thank you. Thank you
great.
for the
Thank you for
explanation.
sharing. Yeah, thank you for sharing.
Requires containment.
Yeah, Dutch ovens too.
Yeah, because of the behavior of gas.
Yeah, but entropy also takes place so that it dissipates even in that like contained area. It
Of
will
course.
find a way to dissipate and equilibrate, like to seek equilibrium.
So I would like
Of
to
course.
propose. I'd like to propose something, right? So let's say we had like a pipe, right? One end is sealed and one is completely open to the atmosphere of the Earth,
Like a
right?
pipe bomb.
It's still a
Not
container.
not like a pipe bomb, right? But like it would be completely open to the atmosphere of the Earth. So the pressure in the pipe should equalize with the rest of the pressure of the atmosphere. Yes.
No.
Why not?
Eventually, probably.
Well, eventually it would, yeah.
Eventually, but if you did something in a pocket of it, it would still be contained and need to seek equilibrium.
Go
It
off,
may
Queen.
Yeah, but you're talking about the span of time that it takes to seek equilibrium that you'll use against the argument.
But hold up, guys, because if he can pull off this argument, then he gets us one step closer to pipe Earth.
Then
Not
there's a
globe
wrinkle
Earth,
in time.
but at least
That's
pipe
true.
Earth.
You exposed me. I'm a pipe Earth believer. You exposed me.
Sounds like it. Sounds like we're going for pipe
That's type
Earth.
of hollow Earth. You're
Hey,
just crypto hollow Earth.
Hey,
That's damn. You exposed me.
Yeah.
Like Hollow Earth.
My
But
fellow
if you want
brother.
to try sphere of gas in vacuum.
my papers. Can we use
Oh, Mike, you're roboting.
your pipe for a minute?
You're roboting a bit there, Mike. I'm gonna try again.
I think he's just talking about drugs anyway. I bet.
All right. So yeah, the issue is we're looking for gas pressure without a container next to a vacuum, not equalizing.
So, okay, why does it need to be particularly? So what? You still haven't explained how like the pipe is a container, right? Doesn't a container need to be sealed for gas pressure to exist?
Well, a pipe would still be a container because it's a physical container. I mean, if you have one end open, the gas will eventually dissipate and equalize.
But isn't the claim right that okay? So isn't
The claim
that you
is
can't
that we've
like the-
got a gas pressure system adjacent to a vacuum with no physical separation, which cannot be demonstrated in reality. That's the claim.
But you can demonstrate that in an unsealed. I mean, on the claim that like it will eventually equalize, it won't. By the way, right? With this particular experiment I'm talking about, which is butane in an open pipe, right? It will
In a
never
vacuum.
ever it will never equalize with the air pressure like ever. As long as that container is still there, the butane is going to stay there like for as long as the container can hold it. I mean, the pipe can hold it.
In a
Well,
vacuum?
how long in a vacuum?
In a vacuum, it probably won't last very long. But still,
Well, that's the
without-
problem then, because
without a-
that's the story we're being told.
without
And it's
a
not
sealed
butane, it's air.
without a sealed container, right? You can have gas pressure that is greater than the surrounding pressure of the system. That's the point of the pipe.
Well, could you have it in a vacuum? Because that's what they say we're in.
If you had like a force pulling the butane, such as I don't know, gravity.
Can you,
Sounds like a big if.
well, would you be able to define gravity and then demonstrate it doing that?
Well, let's think about this. Let's get a
Gravity-
pipe full of air. We'll get a pipe full of air, and we'll put it on the floor of a vacuum chamber, which should have all the force of gravity that you're after. And then we open the pipe at one end, and all the air rushes out and fills the available space in the vacuum. So gravity isn't pulling it down. There's no force acting on it. It's filling the vacuum.
Mhm.
So that's a problem.
Would that actually? I mean, do you have like an example of a pipe like of that kind of experiment? That does sound interesting. I wonder what, because if the butane's not leaving the pipe, would the air leave the pipe? I don't know.
Now, speaking of examples, do you have that example handy for us to look at?
I do. I can't post in the flat Earth chat, so I'll post in like I don't know, guest chat or something. But I have a video of a person with a pipe. He fills it with butane and he measures the gas pressure. By the way, the gas pressure also has a gradient. So when he
Yeah, I
measures
think
it at
we've
different
seen that
levels of the
video.
pipe,
I think he uses a total of 3 containers. if it's the one I'm thinking about.
3
But yeah, post it
containing.
wherever you've got it.
I will
But yeah,
post it in voice. I'll post it in voice.
But either way, I mean, it's not a demonstration of air pressure sitting next to a vacuum with no physical
It is
container.
demonstration of gas pressure maintaining itself despite the outward pressure.
In a
And it's
vacuum?
not in a vacuum. It's
Yeah,
not air.
Right, so it's not analogous to the claim that
it's
the
not
Earth is an open
equalizing.
system with pressure inside of a vacuum, because that's what they're saying, that we're inside an extremely powerful vacuum. So
It is still independent. It is still maintaining pressure independent of the outward pressure of the pressure of the system. And I'm not sure about the pipe. I'm not sure about the pipe in a vacuum chamber. I'm not
well,
sure.
so
if
far
it
at this point, it
equalized
rises to the
right.
level of claim. We actually haven't seen the validation for it, or the video, or any of the
posted it
details,
in
any of
voice
that. So,
links. I
so it'd
just
be
saw-
cool to
posted
look
in
at
voice
it and take a look. But you've already told us, though, at the same time, that it's not analogous to what we're actually asking about, which is the open system of Earth within a near perfect vacuum.
It shows that the gas doesn't equalize with the pressure. I think that's pretty analogous.
It's not in a vacuum. So third time now, it's not analogous to the thing that we're asking about, and it's still just a claim at this level, at this stage. So if you could post the evidence, that'd be great.
It's in voice link.
Thanks. But we're asking if pressure can be maintained like that within a vacuum. And if there's a physical demonstration of it.
No, there isn't.
I know.
I wonder if there's a vacuum chamber at my college. That would be really convenient.
Blue Marble Science. Okay, I'm going to post it in chat.
Thanks. I suppose I could look that up on my college website.
Hmm.
That would be really funny if we just didn't specify it was my video. That would be hilarious.
Yeah, don't attribute this to me. This is like Newton and gravity for me. Had nothing to do with that shit. Okay, that's half an hour. I've seen this come up before, but not watched it. I'll refrain from commenting till I've seen it.
Cool.
I can tell he's not in a vacuum chamber right off the hop, though. That much is for sure. Because he's breathing. He's also not exploded everywhere.
Thank God.
Yeah. So is it possible to demonstrate a force being used to contain air pressure in a vacuum?
I don't know, man. If my college has a vacuum chamber, I will use it to try this experiment.
You will harness the force, or the pseudo force of gravity, and contain air pressure within a vacuum.
Gravity. I mean, can we at least, at the very baseline, agree that there's something pulling us down at about 9.8 meters per second squared? Like at least that very baseline we can agree on.
No. Einstein wouldn't even agree with that, so why should I?
That we're being pulled towards the Earth at 9.8 meters per second.
It's not a pull
Square.
according to Einstein. It's a
Is
pseudo
everything
force.
being pulled towards the Earth?
Well, I mean, I haven't got. I'm only in I am only in like a physics 1 class. I'm not at Einstein yet, so I can't make an argument on Einstein. But
So I would say no. Since Einstein would not agree, we cannot all agree that we're being pulled.
Okay, but there is at least something that's causing us to accelerate downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared.
There's an
I don't
effect.
seem
So
to be accelerating.
go ahead, Cyclone.
I was just going to say, do you think everything's being pulled down?
I think everything's being pulled down. But if I had to remove the word pull, then something is causing everything to fall down at 9.8
So if
meters
I let
per
go of
second
a
squared.
helium, if I let go of a helium balloon, is that being pulled down?
Well, that's different because of buoyancy, right?
So that goes up.
There's the buoyant force where
So
less
not,
dense
so not,
gases will float
so
on
not,
top of more dense gases.
so not everything is getting pulled down.
It's being pulled down, but there are other forces that cause the helium balloon to go up.
So it's being pulled
It
down,
doesn't
but
leave
it's
the
going up.
atmosphere.
So it's being
The
pulled
balloon
down
will
and
the
going up
balloon
at the
will
same
pop
time.
before it leaves the atmosphere. I can agree on that.
Well, it just shows that not everything is being pulled down, as you say, because some
It
things
still
are going up.
experiences the force of gravity.
Well, see, now you're adding to it, because originally you were like, just saying we agree that things fall. Now you're saying force of gravity, which isn't even defined as a force nowadays.
I mean, it's
You know what
still,
you're trying to do?
I mean,
You're trying to conflate the effect with your cause claim for it. I see it.
Okay.
Yeah, we agree things rise and fall. We don't agree that it's because of a concept that they call the bending and warping of space-time.
I'm not making a claim about the bending or warping of space-time. I'm arguing from a purely like Newtonian classical mechanics view. I'm not
Well,
making
that's
any
been
claim about
superseded,
Einstein.
though, by the bending and warping of space-time.
Yeah, so you're an
Classical
Einstein denier.
mechanics. I'm not making a claim about Einstein.
Come on, what
I'm
kind
not
of a
denying.
heliocentrist denies Einstein?
No, but that's what the
I'm
model
not denying.
or the
I'm not
quote-unquote
denying.
globe
I'm not
model
denying him.
is
I'm
saying.
not making a comment on him because I
Well,
haven't
Well, we're
gotten
dealing
to
with what the
Einstein's
globe,
level yet.
but we're
I don't
dealing
have
with
the
the current
mathematics to
globe
understand
model.
Einstein yet.
What the current globe model uses is Einstein, not Newton.
But
And
I'm
they're
not
mutually
pretending to
exclusive.
understand Einstein.
Yeah,
They're
they're
not
Right,
mutually
but that
exclusive.
doesn't.
I mean,
That's not
I
our
can
fault.
tell you that they're not
We're
mutually
not gonna.
exclusive.
We're not
They
gonna
are.
argue about something that the globe
At the
side aren't even
scale,
arguing because you don't
at the
understand what they
scale,
currently are
at the
arguing.
scale, I can tell you this: at the scale of like of humans, and at the scales that we operate at, Einstein's equations of gravity simplify to Newton's theories.
They're
Like
different.
ask
They're
any
different
physicist,
concepts.
right? And they ask any physicist, and the equations simplify to Newton's theories once you
You
get to a
might
certain
be able
scale.
to use them to describe the same phenomena on a certain scale, but beyond that, they will definitely
No,
diverge from one another, and they
the
are completely
equations.
different. They are completely different concepts in different geometries with different limitations, and definitely not the same thing. So if space-time exists and its curvature is the reason for things falling and so forth, then that precludes Newtonian mass attracting mass from being an actual force in reality. You might be able to use it to describe something, but the two can't coexist.
Newton's theories are just a smaller scale, right, of the relativistic theories, right? Once
No.
you get down to our scales, right, and once you get down to a sufficiently negligible general relativistic effect, they simplify to Newton's equations exactly. Like
You're telling me that it works it has descriptive power at a certain small scale. Yeah, fine, but what I'm telling you is that the concepts are mutually exclusive because they're in different geometries and they're just completely different ways of describing the phenomena. They might be comparable to one another or basically the same for describing the phenomena. They might work just as well as one another at a certain small scale, but they're definitely completely different things.
But
And if you're saying you don't really understand
the
Einstein,
equations still simplify to Newton's theories at our scales.
well, you're
Like,
saying
the
that, but then at the
equations
same time,
themselves simplify.
you're saying at the same time that you don't actually understand Einstein. So how would you know the intricacies of the equations?
Well, that's the claim of the model, at least, that it.
Well, you
Einstein's
said you don't
model
understand that, so you're not arguing it. But now you
I don't
compare the two
understand the full
theories.
breadth. I don't understand the full breadth of it, right? But the claim was never that Newton's theories and Einstein's theories were mutually exclusive.
Yeah,
In
it's
fact,
superseded. It's superseded Newton.
physicists claim the opposite, and that they're
No,
completely
that's not true.
compatible, and that
That's just
Newton's
incorrect.
theories are a
Well,
subset
cite
of
one
those
that does
theories.
that. You're mistaken there. So cite us one, please. And
I'll
Einstein
post
superseded Newton. Okay, so they are mutually exclusive.
Superseded does not mean mutually exclusive.
Took the
Okay, so
place
why
of.
don't you define superseded for us, please?
I'll make sure to give you a precise.
Listen,
Let me
because
look it up so I can give you something precise.
Yeah, if they weren't mutually exclusive and Einstein was just adding on to Newton, then Newton wouldn't have been superseded by him.
Take the place of a person or thing previously in authority or use. Supplant.
It took the place of supplanted. Toppled from the throne is another quote. Completely rule out is another quote.
Yep, superseded means that it does away with the previous.
Yeah.
Anyway, answer me this, CSC. Do you think us observing objects rising or falling on Earth tell us anything about the shape of the Earth?
So the reason I brought up gravity was in this particular context of gas pressure, right? I was trying to establish a basic rapport that things accelerate downward at 9.8 meters per second squared. I'm not going to make
But
a
not
comment on
gas.
the shape of the Earth
Well,
due to
not
that.
gas.
Not
But
the
that was
air.
just basic rapport, right?
Right. But that doesn't relate to the gas because air is not falling to the floor at 9.8 meters per second and pooling on the floor.
It relates to gas in so much as like buoyancy relates to gas, and buoyancy relates to our
No, but
context
air
about
is
gas
moving in all
pressure.
directions, including up. So when you say, "Oh, it's being held down," observably, it's not. It's going up.
There are different things causing the air to rise
So you're
depending on
talking
Right, but it
about a
rises.
cause.
So
You're talking about a cause. What is the
if you like
effect?
cool down the air, right, it'll become more dense and it'll sink. If you heat it up,
Okay,
it'll
no,
become
that's
less
not what
dense
we're
and
talking about.
it will float.
But that's not
Oh, but
what
the air is going up, so it is not being pulled down. So your rebuttal to us saying that the air would be moving to the lower pressure space,
being-
i.e. the vacuum of space, doesn't work because the air is not being pulled down observably on the surface where gravity is supposed to be strongest. So if you're saying that it goes up to some height where magically where gravity is supposed to be weaker, it then all of a sudden starts pulling it back down, you've got no evidence for that.
I never claimed that. It rises
Then-
because it's a
why
high.
is it not
It
flowing
rises
into the
because
space? Why is it not flowing into the lower pressure space?
because they're less dense because it's denser than the less dense gases above it.
No. High pressure
And so
flows
it's
to
being
low
held down.
pressure. Why is the high pressure not flowing to low pressure?
Oh, you wanted to segue me into this argument. Okay.
No, this was the argument, remember? This is why you said you brought up gravity, because of the gas pressure argument.
Yeah.
So why is the high pressure not
brought
flowing into the low? No, don't try and deviate from my question. Why is the high pressure not flowing into the low pressure?
Because of gravity.
Okay, what
So
is gravity?
that's still not bringing it down. It's still just going up.
It's not bringing it down, and we already did this. You made that claim earlier, right? And then, so the first thing that I asked you is, can you even define what this thing is that's supposed to be causing air pressure? Gravity. And you didn't even get past that, let alone onto a physical demonstration for it actually doing this.
Yeah, we're
So I'm
not
gonna
talking about something
respond
in your
to what the
mind.
other person said, right?
We're not talking about something in your mind. We're talking about cause and effect.
Yes,
If
the
you're
buoyant
telling me
forces,
the
right, are
effect is
things that we observe in reality, right? When we put
Okay.
gases under certain conditions, the buoyant forces overcome gravity until eventually it
gravity?
encounters. Gravity is what's causing us to accelerate downwards at 9.8
Okay, so
meters per second squared.
just saying that the gas will move upwards. Yeah, then it would move out into the vacuum of
when it-
space.
Not depending on the gas, sure.
Well,
Like
how does it
hydrogen
get?
and helium.
No, air.
Air doesn't go out into the vacuum of space because there are
Yeah,
less
why
dense
does it not
gases.
flow? Why does it not flow to the low pressure
okay.
space?
I've explained this like 3 times. Are you just going to ignore
You're
what I
not.
said?
You've made
No,
a
you're not, 'cause
claim.
you made a claim that it was gravity pulling it down, but we're
Yes, and
also
I said
pointing out that it's going upwards.
the reason it doesn't flow out into the vacuum is because there are less dense gases holding it in. Right.
No.
That
Things
How
that
does
float.
gas
no,
contain gas?
Yeah.
What?
Now you're trying to claim gas as a container, so please demonstrate less dense
I didn't
gas
claim-
containing
I
more
didn't
dense
claim.
gas, please.
Less dense gas would rise, not contain.
Let me rephrase what I said. I should not have said contains. That was the wrong word to use. Right. Once it gets up to a certain level of the certain layer of the atmosphere, right, the buoyant forces are no longer pushing it, right. I'm losing my words. Pushing it harder than gravity, I guess, is the word
Gravity
you would
again.
use.
So
So
You're
no,
restating the claim.
I'm
Sorry,
explaining. He asked why in the model gas doesn't flow. It's because
the
because
You're
as
double
you move
speaking.
up
Listen,
through
no,
the
no, no. Let me get this
as
because
you
you're
move
double
up through,
speaking. You're double speaking because I just said that you're claiming that where the gravity is strongest on the surface, the air is still rising up. But then at a certain point at the higher altitude, the gravity is magically going to come back into effect and start pulling it down. And you said, no, that's not what I'm
No,
saying. And
the
then you
buoyant
just said it
forces
there.
stop
You
it.
just said it
The
there. The buoyant forces
forces. Are
don't
you
come on,
serious?
and then the gravity takes over and starts pulling it down at that higher point. So that's exactly what you're saying.
Because it's not gravity becoming stronger; it's the buoyant forces becoming weaker.
No, you're
at
saying
that point.
gravity's taken over. Right. You're just talking
The
shit.
buoyant forces
You don't
are
have a
becoming
demonstration for any of
weaker,
this. Okay,
not
what's your
gravity
evidence for that
becoming
claim?
stronger.
Okay,
Yeah,
what's your evidence for that claim? No, no, no.
Exactly.
What's your
Let's get the
what's your evidence
Well,
for that claim?
when you rise up an atmosphere, right, the pressure becomes less, right, because there are not as many high density
no.
gases at
That's
that
not
point.
evidence for your claim that the gas pressure is now being pulled downwards at a certain altitude because gravity is taking over. What's your evidence for that claim specifically?
This is getting really tiring.
Yeah,
It is.
You're making endless claims and
how's the
providing no
gas?
evidence.
How's the gas pressure without a
No,
container video
You
going? By the way,
what's your
that was the
evidence
original.
for that claim?
That's the original context, right? Was
What's
the gas
the
pressure
evidence
without a
for your
container
claim
video?
that the
I'm asking
gravity
about
is
the original
taking over at a certain altitude, stopping the air from moving into the lower pressure
taking
space?
over has a certain it's the buoyant
What's your
forces,
evidence?
right?
What's your
Becoming
evidence for it? Don't just repeat the claim. Tell us
Yeah,
what the evidence is.
because you do keep doing that. You're just repeating the claim over and over again. When you said that the buoyant force stops working, it was just another repetition of the same gravity causing air pressure claim. What we're looking for is the valid. Now you're talking through me, so this might be why you don't understand what we're asking for. Because when we ask for it, you talk through us. So try not to do that for your sake. So we're looking for a demonstration, validation of this claim, physical demonstration that supports it, please.
You guys have been like over talking me throughout this entire conversation. Like, how ironic that is. But anyway, that gas pressure without a container
you don't
video.
understand what we're asking for. So yeah, irony. Go ahead.
Something is pulling those more dense gases downward, right? And it causes air pressure in the pipe.
You're saying at a certain point in the altitude,
gas
the
pressure
air
without a
is being
container.
pulled down. You're saying at a certain point in altitude, the air is starting to be pulled back down. You made this specific claim. What's your evidence for it? Last chance.
Last chance? You gonna mute me after this? Okay.
No, we're just gonna move on to someone else because you clearly can't demonstrate your claim.
I'm tired of this game. I'm done talking. Goodbye.
What are you tired of?
Cool.
You're tired
Goodbye.
of not being able to prove what you
Yeah,
claim?
that's cool. That's cool. No, we don't need to hear what he's tired about. He can just go. That's fine.
That's right.
Good talk.
Listen,
Thank
you got another rage quit. You got 100 more points. Keep moving.
Yeah. He gave
Good
up.
talk.
He pointed at a gradient, a thing that happens in a container, to make his case for no container. Another
that
fail.
was a rage
Next.
quit. It was just a liberal rage quit.
Yeah, well, I don't care about anybody that can rage quit and not be able to prove what they're talking about. Be a man or be a woman and be able to prove what you can claim.
That's it. I mean, we're just holding them to their claims, and they're acting like we're being disingenuous for asking them for evidence for their claims.
Yeah, well,
Gaslighting.
don't
Insane.
understand where they don't understand where the positive claim is. They think
No,
that
even when they're saying it.
on conclusion of their belief system, and we're questioning that belief system, not something that's foregone and a conclusion. We're questioning the belief system. So those are claims. The belief system are claims, and they have nothing to substantiate the claims.
Well,
So
that's not true.
it's
They
nothing
have claims to
with
substantiate the claims.
Well, he already realized. He already
It's just
realized
joking.
he had absolutely nothing, which is why he started trying to deflect and deviate into non sequitur every time he was asked for evidence. So he already knows that his position is built on sand. So if he's either going to come to the realization and man up about it, or he's going to hide. I
exactly.
assume the latter.
What I think is funny is he's actually seriously
Listen.
contemplating using the school vacuum chamber to demonstrate gravity containing air.
Me
I
too.
like the reference. Anything not built on the rock, brother.
That's
It's
right.
built
Me
on
too.
sand and it'll surely crumble.
Yeah. Honestly,
not-
if your house of cards, because that's what it is built on sand, it's doomed to crumble under anything. But if your house of whatever substantial structure is built on something substantial like rock, it's not going to crumble because the truth is
Oh, let's
true
not
no
be
matter
coy.
who speaks it. No,
The truth is true no matter who.
Yeah, the truth is true no matter who speaks it. It doesn't matter, like Miggy says.
That's right.
Well, what other copium artists do we have left? I see I'm not allowed to unmute Maverick.
I'm jealous now. You guys just got a rage quit right in front of me. Damn it. I'm competitive at this.
Yeah. We keep getting this.
Wait, are you guys flat earthers or globe earthers?
What do you think?
I don't know. I just
We're
came in.
not believers. I can
Which do
guarantee
you
you
have
we're not.
scientific evidence for?
Excuse me?
Which do you have evidence for? Scientific evidence. The globe, flat earth, what?
Globe
What
earth.
do you believe? Oh, you got scientific
Mute
evidence
him.
for globe earth?
Mute him.
Mute me. That's a pretty crazy thing. That's not a way to convert
They're
people.
joking. They're joking. They're joking.
Oh,
Don't
no,
worry
it
about
was
it.
a bad joke. It's a bad
There.
joke.
What's your
Let's
best
go to
evidence
the
for the
next
Earth
step.
being a
Yeah,
spinning
there you go.
ball?
I mean, we've been able to predict solar eclipses as technology has progressed.
Okay.
Throughout
Well, do you know
recent years.
that the prediction of eclipses is based on the Saros cycle, Saros, and it's a Babylonian cycle
Right,
that they
I
came
mean,
up with thousands of years ago.
they
And it's
they
no,
predicted them.
wait. It's not a globe model. It's flat Earth. That's what they use. NASA today.
Well, then how is NASA improved over the
They haven't.
years?
They use the
improved
Saros cycle. The Saros
They
cycle
say
already
they
worked.
have, but they really have.
Well, what's your proof? What's your proof for that?
It's on their
Saros
website.
Babylonians.
Yeah, it's right there on NASA's website. The Saros cycles.
They predict eclipse cycles for 10,000 years based on
You're saying NASA has something that supports flat Earth right on their website?
circles.
Well, they tell you that the model they're using for eclipses is the Saros cycle.
But they've had technology that's improved in the past 50 years.
No.
That's made it more accurate. That's made predicting solar eclipses more
Listen.
accurate.
The eclipse cycles are basically
improves through trial and error, son.
Yeah, and the eclipse cycles are basically a rhythm. It's not based on the Earth being a globe or anything. It's just this cyclical thing that plays out again and again, and that's how the cycles are calculated and known.
Correct. Yeah, they just observed the eclipses over a number of years and then said, right, they're recurring this often. So we
So
know
how do
it's
they
going
put
to occur at this time.
how do they put satellites in space then?
Yeah, how
They
do
don't.
they? Because they
Space
need the
doesn't exist.
radius of the Earth first. How did they measure the radius of the Earth?
Yeah, you need the radius of the ball to then go into orbit around the
Scientific
ball.
instruments.
Yeah, well,
Which
why
one?
don't you demonstrate that? Give us the example and
Did he
demonstrate it
just
for us,
say
please.
scientific instruments?
Yeah,
Or a
because
shape.
Are you gonna slide on general? Huh?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
globe ruler.
You've
But
made this
one
category error a
moment,
few times,
one
sir.
moment,
Computer
one
models.
moment, please, because you jumped so quick from one matter to the other one. So using Saros cycles is a post-diction, not a prediction.
Told them that already,
This is lunar eclipses or the sun eclipses. They are post-dictions.
Yeah,
They are
but
What does that
observations
mean?
of repeatable cycles.
You're saying the
Repeatable
same thing
cycles,
to him
yeah.
we already said in terms that confuse him. So we might as well have just kept going where we were.
yeah, because he said satellites
Wow.
are things, so
Man,
they
you're gonna turn a lot of people over to your
hold
side by
on,
just criticizing
hold
people.
on, hold on. You needed the radius to send the satellites up to orbit to begin with. So who measured the radius of the Earth first?
I don't know who.
Well, you need to find that one out first, because how are they going to pray and spray these satellites into orbit if they don't know the radius of the Earth definitely?
Well, don't they? I mean,
Do they
Yeah,
spray?
in orbital mechanics, you do need that.
Yeah, they need orbital mechanics, so that needs the radius of the Earth, that needs the diameter, the circumference. So who measured that so they could send those satellites off to orbit first?
Spoilers. No one's ever
NASA.
measured it.
Why don't
How?
you give us some sort of article
Yeah,
demonstration,
link us their
anything
measurement.
that has a measurement of the curvature of the Earth so that they can do orbital mechanics in the first place? Thank you.
If you find that proof, we'll all leave this channel.
Yeah, just show the measurement.
Or leave
Pretty
this
simple.
channel.
The point being,
Yeah, I'll
here,
just
if you
sign out
find the radius
and
of the
not sign
globe,
back in.
Yeah, you can shut the whole thing
Yeah, if
down.
you can find the measurement of the Earth, we'll shut down 24/7 flat Earth in an instant. So why don't you go find who measured the curvature of the Earth, please?
Hint, it was not Eratosthenes.
Radio silence. This is what I love, because nobody has it. Nobody has the direct measurement of curvature of the Earth, because it's always just assumed. And then they measure what? Shadows? Are you kidding me? Go fuck off somewhere.
You're doing a bad job converting him.
I don't give a shit.
I'm just joking.
I know.
Isn't that the point of this chat? To
No,
convert people?
no, we don't want to convert anybody to anything. We're not
Shit,
like a religion or a cult or something like that. We're not looking for members. Like, we're just offering you information about
Okay, well then
reality.
I'm just
You can
gonna
take or leave
continue
it.
to believe what science has taught me my entire life.
Science didn't teach you that. Pseudoscience may have, but definitely not science, because a shape is not a scientific inquiry. So you got a
No,
category error there.
we're
What
asking.
about math and everything? I mean,
Oh,
We can
that's
use that to debunk the globe.
Math also
how do you
is not
use
a
math to
science.
debunk the globe?
It's in the chat right now. It says,
Mathematics.
"Where's your horizon?" The black swan modus tollens. That's using the math of the globe and then the observations of reality to debunk this globe.
Yeah, please revert to something that's in reality, not just math.
Yeah, using the geometry that they claim, we can actually show that that geometry doesn't exist in reality. So, I mean, you can take or leave that. If you want to stay with your belief, that's on you, man. We're not trying to convert anybody. You've already been converted. It's up to you whether you want to deconvert. That's you.
Well, I just need proper evidence.
We posted it. Take a look, though. I don't expect you to just, like, get it on a whim or whatever. Like, take your time, go through what we got there, ask questions.
Do you guys think
I don't
people
understand this.
Do you guys think people are trying to hide the existence of the flat Earth?
I really don't
Yes, there is a controlled opposition against us.
Hold on,
Yeah,
hold on.
I don't
Before we
care.
get taken down this road, the other guy just said he doesn't understand the black swan. So could someone go through it with him?
Sure. Can I? I will.
Yeah, do it.
Take
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. So the black swan, I'll go ahead and post it myself if you want me to.
I mean, I'm looking at it right now. It's in the chat.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I'm a little bit
Real
behind.
quick, I don't know if this will confuse him or not, but he's talking about, I think, the one Resolve posted. It's with the wind turbines. I don't know if you want to stay on that or if that matters. Just
No,
letting
do
you
the
know.
oil rigs one. Do the oil rigs one. It's easier
Okay,
to
go
see.
for it.
The one with the oil rigs is more comprehensive to anybody, but there are many black swans, so I don't have to extrapolate
What is a
on.
black swan?
Okay, so if all swans are supposed to be white, one black swan will prove that all swans aren't white. Anyways, so we're doing a modus tollens, okay? This is a logical syllogism. All right. Do you know what logic is?
I assume so.
Okay, I hope you do. But most people that say that they know don't know. But we'll go ahead and assume you do. So a logical syllogism would be like if P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So if the Earth is with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the horizon distance at an observer's height at 1 foot should be no more than 1.225, okay, miles.
Miles.
So if the horizon from the observer at 1 foot is greater than 1.225 miles, then therefore the Earth cannot be at a radius of 3,959 miles. Pretty simple.
Like she said,
So,
there's not just one black swan. It's like a million. So
okay, so in this picture, can you tell me where the apparently where the sky meets the surface of the water? Is it in front of platform habitat or behind it? I'm still waiting.
Looks like behind it, I guess.
Okay, so where is platform habitat from 1 foot of observer's height to that platform?
To that platform.
Yeah, 9.41. Is that right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, okay. So where's the horizon is behind it. So you can say at least 10 miles, right? Roughly.
What's 10 miles?
The horizon. Where the sun or the sky meets the surface.
I mean, I don't know.
So you don't
literally
see
just said that.
you don't see where the sky meets the surface of the water in the distance.
No, I do, but like, how do we know that that's 10 miles away?
Okay, I'll give you
It's
at
further
least
than 9.
it's
Can you just agree to
further
that?
than
Yeah.
9.4. That's fine. We don't have to
Okay.
say 10. We can just approximate that it's at least a little bit beyond 9.41 miles, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So on a globe where at 1 foot of observer's height, the geometric horizon should be at 1.225 miles. How do you reconcile at all that the horizon would not be in the predicted position?
This question doesn't matter. He just agreed that the horizon is 9.4 miles away, at least at an observer height of 1 foot. So he just falsified the radius himself.
Yeah,
There you
exactly.
go.
I'm not
Done.
gonna argue with you because he did concede to that, but he needs to understand that he did.
Well, how would other globe earthers, how would they usually respond to that? I'm curious.
Refraction.
What is refraction?
Refraction is Snell's law, which
Are,
requires
are we
two media.
literally teaching the Globers now? We're
Yeah,
teaching
we
them
have
their own
to. We always
arguments.
do.
Yeah, they basically say it's a mirage, Kenobi.
That's funny.
You can't see 10 miles away, apparently. It's a mirage.
They say it's all being lifted up optically so that it just looks flat, even though it's behind the curve of a ball. That's what they're literally saying.
So they're saying the only reason we can see these oil rigs is because it's a mirage?
Is lifting up the oil rigs from behind the curve and then putting that curve behind them, even though it's physically in front of them. Yes, this is what they're saying.
You have to ignore hundreds and hundreds of observations. And
You
just
have to
live in a
throw your
fantasy
brain
land.
out.
So, I mean, but this is like agreed on upon by scientists.
No, just by these internet globe heads. The scientists aren't actually addressing the observations.
I mean, what do scientists say about this?
They're not addressing them.
There's just nobody's talking about it?
In mainstream academia and the scientific fields, no, they can't touch it
say
because they'll
refraction.
lose their jobs.
Wait, are you
The
assuming
Real scientists don't get platforms.
Are you guys
The-
assuming the sphere is a perfect sphere?
No, we're not assuming a sphere. We're observing the surface and observing that there's no curvature, so it
Having
cannot
to
be a
say
sphere.
oblate is so 10 years ago, dude. Come on. Maybe
So isn't
20.
that crazy, Larry? That they're just ignoring the fact that we see way too far, and they're just saying it's a mirage because they
So
believe
you're
it's a
saying
globe.
like most astronomers believe in the flat Earth, but they know they would like
No,
get
that's not what I
blackmailed?
said.
He
That's
didn't
not what I
say
said.
that.
Well, I mean,
Anytime
these-
anyone says "so you're saying," they always say the complete, not what you
Who
said.
cares what other people
I'm-
think when you
They're
literally
like
just
vacuum
falsified the radius yourself?
salesmen.
You yourself
Well,
agreed.
They're
no,
gonna
I'm
sell
just
you that
I'm just
vacuum,
wondering
bro.
why the
Or your wife will buy it when you ain't home.
Bro, you guys are way too defensive. He's just asking, bro. Chill out.
I'm not being defensive.
Just asking a
Come on, man,
question,
get
bro.
Well,
You
Larry,
asked
Larry,
what they
sense of
said.
humor.
Well, no, I'm like wondering why would scientists believe in the globe Earth if it's
Because
easily
it's
debunked?
what they're told. It's what they're told. Most of them are not challenging, questioning, or proving the globe Earth. Right? Most people, most scientists, quote unquote, are not dealing with. Science doesn't even deal with the shape of the Earth. Right? Science is not about measuring surfaces and shapes.
No,
Well,
they're
then
doing
how-
chemistry, construction, metallurgy, but they're not really worried about only theoretical groups.
What about
PhDs
like
sit around and make
SpaceX
these
and
new theories.
NASA? But like,
Yeah, that's all Hollywood, bro.
wait, so like SpaceX and Blue
Yeah, how would you
Origin are
confirm-
like lying
Yeah.
to us?
How do you
Yes.
confirm they're going where
I
they're
actually
going?
talked to a guy who works
Is
at
a better
SpaceX, and
question.
all he does is make models. He doesn't do anything with reality or anything. They just give him numbers, and he plugs it in to make a model. So there's nothing. He's just on a computer all day.
Wait, are the
Yeah,
rockets
none of them
real?
are actually claiming to go to
So,
space.
Are
Yeah,
the
they can launch
rockets-
rockets. but
Wouldn't
they're-
these physicists figure that out if they're so intelligent?
Well, bro, never
Most
overestimate.
people just take a check.
Asking the question.
Most people are just dumb.
What about the stick thing then?
It goes
How
outside
do you
of their
falsify
given
that?
doctrine.
Tell
The
us
stick
about the
thing.
stick thing.
You put a
Two sticks
stick
are gonna-
90 degrees to the ground, and
Yeah, don't you have to
you
assume the shadow
you're-
would be equal to the radius of a
no,
circumference? or-
see, look, you're not even
yeah,
letting me
yeah,
speak.
you have to. You
No, I'm
have
not.
to assume
Yeah, we know the
Dude.
story, bro. We know the story. Probably
shadow
better
is a
than you do.
fraction of a circumference.
No,
You
it
have
has
to
nothing to
assume
do with
first that
circumference. It has
the
nothing to do with radius.
So he didn't measure the radius.
One stick, like, let me finish. Jesus Christ, guys.
Go on
You,
then.
one stick doesn't cast a shadow because it's directly under the sun. So if you go to the next nearby city and you put the same stick 90 degrees,
depends on the
it
time of
casts a
day.
shadow.
Right. The same would happen in
So
your
crazy.
bedroom from your bedroom light. You stand directly underneath your bedroom light. There's no shadow. You move to the side. There is a shadow. So what is that? Is your
Yeah,
bedroom
but
floor a
Right.
ball?
if you
So,
keep
so
placing
test them both
sticks
at the same
to
time
the
of day
next,
and see if the
again,
shadows
you're
are
not even
equal.
listening.
I'm not, because
Yeah.
you got to do it
Or
at
how
the
about
same
this?
time, or
How about
got to
this?
be
If
done
you
at the
stand
same
on the
time.
North Pole, you take a picture of the stars, and you stand on the South Pole and you take a picture of the stars. They do not match. They do not overlap.
Why would they?
How do you explain that?
Why would they?
Well, when I say overlap, they're not the same stars.
Yeah, why would they be?
Well, you're
Did
on
he
the
ever
flat
say
Earth,
the
right?
South Pole
Yeah,
is
you're in a totally
So
different part of the Earth.
shouldn't
Why would you see the exact same part of the sky?
well shouldn't you be able to see all the
No,
stars that the North and
Why
South Pole?
why would you be able to?
no.
Well, why wouldn't you not?
Because you
Even
can't see
astronomers
forever.
look
You have a
at
limit to your vision, don't you?
it's called stellar extinction of
You're
light.
telling
It's
me
at
like Orion's belt, I wouldn't be able to see it at all.
I'm telling
listen. Some
you, you
Only on
people
can't
one
see
can't
side of
forever.
the Earth.
because some
Go
people
on, Mike.
can't because of the stellar abbreviation or the atmospheric extinction of light. This is
So
science for astronomers. Light isn't infinite in the medium of our
wait,
atmosphere.
hold up. How far
We
are the
got seven.
stars?
We got 7 layers of atmosphere and 7 varying densities,
How
so 7
so
varying
hold up.
rates of
North
How
and
would
attenuation.
South
you?
Pole can
I
see
don't know how far away they are, but I know that light attenuates in the atmosphere to the point of extinction, which you're not trying to let me get out.
Yeah. How would you measure the distance to the
so
stars? Tell us.
Also, the stars, however they do whatever they do, is not an absolute like direction because of rotation. And you have to reconcile your idea
rotation.
of what the stars are doing if the Earth isn't measuring to be a globe. Sorry.
Yeah, we already
So for some
went through the
reason
curvature bit.
so for some reason on a flat Earth you depending on where you're standing, you somehow
If you're
can't
under a
see certain
different part,
stars.
if you're
It
under a
doesn't
Yeah, we
different
just
part
matter.
of the
covered that.
sky, if you're under a different part of the
Even
sky, then you'll see a different part of the sky,
even if it's
correct?
clear
It doesn't
Yeah,
skies
you'll see a different part of the sky, yeah.
it
Yeah, it's
doesn't matter
because
Like
what
the
like if
on a
you're in a
flat
atmosphere
Earth.
is a
warehouse, imagine you're in a
listen.
massive warehouse.
The atmosphere is clear, yes, but it's a always changing fluid medium, so it's consistent. It has a
So
consistent rate. It's
not a
scattering and
single star
absorption.
matches though.
it really doesn't matter if the
What do you,
Earth is measured as
that's an
flat.
assertion.
Yeah,
So
if
you
the Earth doesn't actually comport to a sphere, everything
Why
that
would
you
the
think
stars
about the
over here
sky
match the stars over
well,
and
there?
I'm saying I'm trying to find like a pattern
Right.
of
Because the
Okay.
stars.
Okay. Imagine it like this. Imagine it like this. You're in a warehouse that's like 10 miles long, and there's random fairy light patterns just on the ceiling throughout this warehouse. If you're on one side of the warehouse and you look up, you're going to see a certain amount of those patterns. You move to the other side of the warehouse and you look up, you're going to see totally different patterns,
Not
right?
true.
Not true. How would
Because
that not be true?
I can take a telescope and I can look on the other side of the warehouse from my corner, and I can see the same stars that the other guy on his
well,
corner
that's
would just look
So
directly up.
you think you
and
can see
walls and
forever
shit,
and that there's no
shelves. You're
limit?
in a warehouse.
I didn't
That's
say you
right.
can see forever, but you're using the warehouse
Right,
analogy,
right.
right?
So okay. So in the warehouse, if it's sufficiently big enough to the point where
What
those
about
fairy lights aren't reaching your
okay? How
eye,
about
the
this?
light from those lights, right? You wouldn't be able to see them, correct?
If you're going to use this analogy, can we see the same
yeah.
stars in the center of the warehouse if we were both standing in opposite corners?
no, let's
It
use
depends
reality.
how far away you were, and what the
Depends on
limit
how
of
big the
The
damn
the
center,
eyesight
warehouse
was.
the
is.
center stars of the
Listen,
Right.
warehouse, the
start
middle one.
laying out some parameters to how big of a fucking warehouse this is. Because I actually own some storage units that are pretty
Even
big.
with, I'm not talking about with the naked eye, obviously.
Listen,
We're
dude, I
using
store
instruments
class
to
A
help us.
cars in a 100 by 60 fucking barn, man. And at one end
Optics
of it,
all have a limit.
you won't see all the shit that's going on at the other end because they got dim lighting in there.
So do you think the stars are outside of our solar system?
See, you're starting off with the assumption
that-
of a solar system. You don't know about that.
Exactly.
Well, okay, then
Do I
what
have
do
to
you
agree
call
on
it
the
then,
solar
please?
system? That's my
you
first
need to
thought.
wipe the slate clean on what you
Well,
think
So
you
what are
know
the,
about
so
the
do
Earth and
planets
space
exist?
if
and the
there's no,
sky.
are you saying there's no solar
Hold on. We're
system?
speaking to this guy.
Are
Listen,
do
you need to
planets
start
exist?
from scratch. We can see what we call planets, yeah, but that doesn't mean
Okay.
that they
So
are what you've been told they are, right?
what is a, so for you, what is a solar system?
A solar
Nothing.
system is the story that you're told in the globe, right?
All
Well,
right, what do you call our galaxy then? Is there a
okay.
galaxy?
I don't. We have
Space is fake,
the
buddy.
the
Hey, space
stars, the
isn't real.
planets,
I'll
the
just cut to the
sun, and the
chase. Space
moon
isn't real.
in the sky. We have them in the sky.
Let's talk about this.
Jesus
Let's talk
Christ.
about how
Or how about
all
this?
the stars and all the stars that move in retrograde are all in respect to
Are
polarity.
Hey,
are
how
the
many alts you got,
stars
bro?
stars
Bro,
further away
bro.
from Saturn?
What's this,
No.
like your 5th alt today?
I'm trying to quantify your thinking here.
You
Think of
can't. You're not quantifying our thinking. You are asking questions that cannot be answered. How would you measure the distance to a star? Tell me your method.
It's because, well, all I'm saying is not the distance. I'm saying whether something's further or closer.
Yeah, that's a
Okay.
distance.
So when Saturn basically eclipses over another star and it's behind it, you obviously tell that something's further or closer, right?
No, that would be based on your assumption on how these things
Oh,
are
so when,
interacting.
Also,
wait, what?
there are stars. Hold
So
on. There are
when the
stars that
moon covers the sun, is the moon closer to us or the sun is?
When the moon covers the sun, so you're
What?
So you're talking about an eclipse,
Yeah, that's what I'm
right?
trying to talk about here.
Do you think you see the moon go in front of the sun?
Yes, you literally
Well,
see it.
you don't.
Okay, then you're obviously have no reality.
it doesn't matter.
No
that's
concept of
the case.
reality
That's
then.
the case. You see the eclipse. You see the eclipse. You don't see the moon.
No, you can literally watch the moon
Okay,
go
okay.
across and cast a
Okay.
right?
Okay.
Cast a shadow on
Go
you
onto YouTube. Go onto YouTube and show us the moon going in front of the sun, and you're not
with
just
a
seeing the
telescope,
eclipse occurring. Yeah, with whatever. Show
with
us the
whatever
moon.
instrument, really. So you
Show
don't
us,
believe that.
yeah. Show us the moon.
So
Show
what?
us the moon. So when you see the sun and it starts to darken with a disk going over it, that's
Not
the
even
eclipse
eclipse.
occurring.
What about like a half moon?
You're not
Like a-
seeing. No. Go and find us because you're so outraged that we're questioning this. Go and find your video that shows the moon. The moon,
Even if
by
I
the
show
way.
you, you wouldn't believe it. You would just cast
Okay,
it out.
go and no.
There's no
Dude,
hard
stop
evidence for you.
interrupting
Oh,
him.
see, if you're gonna
Damn
back out,
goofball.
if you're gonna back out of your thing, which you're so certain is the case, why are you backing out? Just go and post it.
You know you can just look this up, right?
It's your claim. You said you see the moon going in front of the sun.
There's
Show
plenty of
us.
evidence of this.
Yeah,
Like the
show me
fact
then.
that you don't think a moon
Show me then.
is
I've seen it
closer to
Show
us
me.
than the sun.
Let's talk.
in
Let's talk. Show me.
transit.
Show
I've
me.
seen it in
Show
person
us the
before.
moon in
Look, I've
transit.
seen it in
So it should
person
be
as
very
well. So
easy. It
it's
should
like
be very easy for you to find a video then.
From space, especially.
No.
We're-
I want to see from Earth. I want to see the moon going in front of the sun.
you want me to go look at it, and then you're gonna just
You're
cast
gonna
something out, right?
no. Just go and find the video. You said it's so obvious. You've seen it yourself. There must be millions of videos of it. Show me one.
In 2017, I was on a bus in California.
Cool.
and
I want to see the video. Don't want to hear the story.
Well, I'm just saying, like, the sun went dark. It was like really dark and orange.
Yes, the sun darkens. The sun darkens. The claim is you see the moon going in front of the sun.
Well, yeah.
That's
I
the
mean, there was
claim.
like a.
So
it-
show me the moon going in front of the sun.
Well, what else was it?
No, that's
what
not
does
the
happen
answer.
then?
Saying
What do you
else
think
is
happens?
it? Okay, so are you conceding now that you do not see
I'm
the
not
moon going
conceding
in front of the sun?
anything. I want to understand
Okay,
what
well then
are
show me.
you,
Show
what
me
do
the
you
moon going
think
in front of the
happens
sun.
there?
Well, I'm saying you don't see the moon going in front of the sun. You're
So
saying you do, so I'm saying post it.
So what happens
Wait,
with
what
an
do you
eclipse?
define the moon?
The sun eclipses.
What is it then? What do you?
A
What is that?
darkening.
That's
A
happening.
darkening. It's you observe a darkening of the
Is
sun.
it the sun darkening?
Yes, the sun appears to darken.
Sun is okay. So what
You
happens
can
to the
literally
moon?
see a
then?
circle. What are you talking
A circle.
about? Yes,
Circle.
you can fucking see it with your fucking
Okay,
you
a
damn
circle. But
glasses.
he said the moon.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw the moon
The
in front of
darkening of the
the.
sun,
so
you see
it's the
there's
moon
an
again.
object
Show me the
going in
moon.
front of the sun.
Oh, do you
Yeah.
see?
I
So
mean,
you
you
so
call
you
it an
see the
I
moon?
object, but I
see an
mean,
object.
An
what I've known
object
as
is that the
moon.
moon?
Okay,
I
but
believe so.
I
Yes.
thought for a second that you were claiming there was just no object at all.
No.
So what is it
We're not. The sun is eclipsing, so we're seeing a darkening of the sun and a disk
Because
darkening
something's
over the
getting in
sun.
front of it.
Right, but he said you see the moon going in front of it. So I said, show me the moon going in front of it, and now you're all
Because
panicking.
because you can watch clearly hours before that the moon is slowly moving
Yeah, you
across the
can
sky,
see
right?
the. It's
And
like
okay,
chugging
show me the
along.
video. Show me the
Slowly
video.
moving, and then it eclipses.
Okay, show me the video.
All right, can we get to my answer?
Can't
Or
believe
to
you
get to
No,
did
could
my
we get to the
I
video
actually
first,
didn't
or
see it.
either you guys present us the
Well, I'm gonna
observation
have
of
to
what you're
find this
claiming,
video because
or
now
you
I have to freaking
concede
go look
that
for
you
the
don't
Yeah.
have the evidence for
I'm
it.
sure you probably find a video, but I've seen it with my own.
Yeah, I've seen it
Well, then
as
it should be
well.
very
Globular
easy to find this
eyeball.
video. It should be very easy to find the video then.
Yeah, maybe.
I get what you're saying. You're saying the black circle is not the moon.
Correct. Well,
Yeah.
at least
But
you've got no
if
evidence
the
that it
Got
black
to
is.
that yet.
Okay, I
wait,
had a
but the black
question a
circle's
while
on
ago
the
though.
other side of the Earth, and it's hitting the it's getting hit by this.
Wait,
You know what I'm saying? That the whole thing that they explained in astronomy class.
Very, very vague. These guys are going to have to step it up, get a little bit more specific.
Wait, can I get my question answered? I was wondering what the if there, let's say, what would be the purpose of hiding the globe?
What would be the purpose of
Or I
someone
mean, of hiding.
crafting you your
Yeah,
reality
crafting.
and worldview? Control. Control.
Oh,
Okay,
control. Okay.
but I remember in astronomy class they showed that the moon is just going in front of the sun, and that's why you can't see it.
Oh, really? Did they show you a video? Or what?
No, there was a chart. There's
A
a
But what's the
chart?
model.
benefit? How does that
How about in
control?
reality?
How does that control people though?
Well, if you get to tell someone what their entire world is, how it got here, when it got here, what's going to happen with it, how it might be destroyed by outside forces, that's a lot of power. They
I
get to
get the
define your
destroyed. I get
purpose,
destroyed by
your
outside
origin.
forces, but like the.
How do you think Earth got here?
Well, I mean, what I'm wondering is like, how would the Earth being flat or the Earth being circular give someone more power? Like,
It's about the hierarchy of power. Those who are at the top of the hierarchy of power are interested in maintaining that position of power, and in order to do that, they want people on Earth to think that they are the ultimate authority and that there's no higher authority than them. And that's where the accidental creation globe story comes in, because the alternative, the flat motionless Earth that we inhabit, is only possible through intelligent design, right? Meaning there's a power higher than the nation state governments, the NATOs, the
I'm just
UNs.
saying they can do. They
So,
can have power and do that. Like, even if they explain the world as, let's
so
say,
not the
like,
level of power, not the level of power that they're after. They want the level of power to be able to tell you to stay in your house, not go and see your friends, wear whatever they tell you to wear, think whatever they tell you to think, be afraid of whatever they tell you to be
Oh, are we
afraid.
talking about
That's
COVID
the
now?
level of power. That's the
right,
level
but
of power
I
that
don't
they're
think.
interested in, and that's
I
what
just
they
don't
have.
think that like having the globe or the authority of calling the world a globe or a cube or a flat gives them any like more or less power. Does that make
Yeah, well, the
sense?
shape isn't the thing that's important. It's the creation story about it. So when I asked you, how do you think the Earth got here? You think the Big Bang, right?
No. I think they have the same. What I'm trying to say is, I think they still have the same amount of power. Like, even if the world
No,
was
no,
flat,
because
I
they've
still feel like
crafted your
they would.
creation story like a religion, right? The
Right, but
church
I mean,
had power. The church had a lot of power because it defined people's expectations of reality in terms of the spiritual, the metaphysical, the beyond physical, which essentially is what NASA's
Fuck you.
doing by telling you this is what's going beyond the
Fuck
sky.
you, Mo.
Wait, no, but I believe in God, but I mean,
Get some of
that
that,
doesn't.
bitch.
What's wrong? What?
Mike, you're hot mic in a bit.
Oh, sorry.
The heck?
I'm playing chess. Nothing for you guys. My bad. I didn't know I was unmuted. I'm sorry.
You're all right.
I mean,
That's a good
God,
point.
God could
Most
have created the
Christians,
world.
yeah, most Christians believe in a heliocentric model. So, like,
Yeah, listen, it's not to say that you cannot be a glober and understand that there's a creator, but what they've done is create a paradigm where it's very possible to opt for no creator. And whatever paradigm they then craft is the one that people will follow. And that's what's going on, right?
I'm just
They're,
thinking
especially in the West.
that even if they backed like the flat Earth model, I feel like they would still retain the same amount of power. If that makes
Well, they
sense.
shouldn't do. They shouldn't do, because if they came out tomorrow and said, "By the way, we were wrong. Whoops, the Earth isn't this giant spinning ball in a vacuum. It's actually this flat, motionless, topographical, contained environment." I mean, everyone would be like, "So these stories about you
Meaning they're
going
the
into
only
space."
thing. There's nothing else. Like,
But I mean,
Well,
even
this is
the
no. Listen. Let me finish. The
okay.
trust, basically, in the institutions, the money that's being spent, the education that's being foisted upon everyone. You're telling me that people wouldn't then turn around and say, "Why the fuck would we listen to you about anything then? If you've lied to us on this level, or you've misled us on this level."
But why would they do it in the first place?
I think I'm just thinking though is that
To hide the creator,
that
basically.
why would the government kill their
the
own
solar
people in
system
9/11, bro? They're
the
sick.
solar system
So
in general feels like something that is already like a nest of like life built by a creator just because it's so like
No, it's
open.
science fiction, is what it is.
Well, I'm just saying though, like even the solar system model is so like unique and contingent on so many factors having to come together in perfect balance for us to even exist.
Right.
And it feels like the solar system is like even that explanation. Like I just feel like modern science makes it even more
Well, what you need to
provable
understand
that
is
there's a creator.
that modern science has essentially been one long cope about how everything we observe tells us that we're essentially part of this geocentric system. But they've had to try and turn this into being a heliocentric system, so the Earth isn't in a special place, quote unquote, because that's what they don't like. They don't
No,
like the
wait, but
idea of
hold
us
on a
being at the
second. You're
center.
telling me that all of these politicians, all of these scientists, all these astronomers,
No,
all of
no,
these
no. They just believe it
physicists
too.
are in on
They just
this?
believe it like you do. No, no, no. I'm not saying that. They just believe it like most other people do.
But if
They've
they're
not
so
been to
intelligent,
space.
why wouldn't they
Who
investigate it
said they
like
were
you
so
guys
intelligent?
are?
Who said they were? Who said they were? Shut up, bro. Who said they were so intelligent?
And what about all the scientists that created the heliocentric model and expanded upon it in
Were they
history?
scientists or were they priests?
They were literally scientists. You're like a deep state.
they're actually Freemasons.
So George
Well, they were
Lemaître,
okay, Freemason
who came up
scientists.
with the Big Bang,
Like
the
dirty
guy who
ass
came up.
fucking flat earther.
Oh, someone mute this retard. So George Lemaître, the guy who invented the Big Bang theory, he was a Catholic priest. Copernicus was with the Jesuits, or at least rumored to be. So all of this stuff comes from
I thought he was an astronomer.
religion. He was asked by the Catholic Church to come up with a heliocentric calendar because he was interested in astronomy and math, and they said,
But I mean,
basically,
if
we want
the
you to
entire
come up with a
point,
model of how the observations of the stars that we have right now, how that could work on a spinning ball. They asked him to do the math, and he
why would
said,
they
well,
do that?
because they wanted to push the idea that we're on a spinning ball.
But the other planets
Hold on a second. No, wait.
weird.
Okay, you just said that it was the heliocentric model was created in order to make us feel like the government and institutions are the highest creator. But The Catholic
Highest
Church
power,
believes
they're not
highest
creators.
power, whatever. But
Yes, why
the
would the
Catholic Church
come up
believes
with a
in
theory
God.
that undermines the Bible and everything else? Because the
Yeah.
Catholic Church is an infiltrated institution and has been for many hundreds of years.
How is the Catholic Church infiltrated?
Jesuits, mainly.
What's wrong with the Jesuits? Isn't that just kind of like a
Catholics
fraternity?
have infiltrated.
Well, you'll need to look into that.
What does that mean? Look into that.
It means you need to look
Means
into
he
the
has no
history
idea.
of the globe model.
Well, I mean, okay, from what I'm aware of, the Jesuits are just basically a very rich fraternity all throughout history.
Have you read their oath?
No, I mean, what does their oath say?
Well, you should read it and find out.
You know,
I mean,
the one thing that is really
okay.
Just look it up, the oath of the Jesuits.
I still feel
Was,
like, from what I've seen personally, I still like am convinced of the globe model, but I will say I do not understand how the Freemasons have a building in every major city. That kind of blows me away.
Well, yeah,
was Galileo a Freemason and controlled by the Jesuits?
So, I mean, when you say from everything you've observed, when you think about it, you've only ever observed a flat, motionless surface of Earth with the stars and the sun and the moon moving overhead.
Well,
You've only ever seen a flat Earth. You've never seen a globe Earth except on TV.
All right, what about all these astronauts going into space?
Yeah.
They're liars.
The astronauts are liars?
Yeah, what about the guys on TV? Aren't they telling the truth?
Starlink.
Why would they lie
You
about
think
that?
Starlink is real?
Why would people lie? People don't lie.
And how would you
Why
put
would anyone do
satellites up into space if space doesn't exist like you're postulating?
Yeah, exactly. How can
Because they're
satellites
on
be in a
helium
place
balloons, they're
that doesn't
actually not
exist?
in orbit.
How
Wait,
could
you can see Starlink. So
How
is
could
that satellite
Yeah, you can
real?
see Starlink.
how could fawns work in Narnia if Narnia doesn't exist?
Wait, do you think Starlink is
That doesn't
fake?
make any sense.
Wait,
Exactly.
but I mean, okay, we probably already covered this, but I mean, like they use the fact that when they launch a satellite, that it's kind of with the gravitational pull of the Earth and the way that they launch it keeps it in orbit.
Cool story.
Right.
Well, I mean,
it works out. Orbital mechanics. The equations work.
Okay, so
Except
how
you
does it
don't have a
actually
radius,
do it if
so
that's
it
not
doesn't
how it's
work.
doing it?
Yeah, so there's plenty of high altitude technologies that they can use, balloons, drones, things like that. And in more remote places, they have things like buoys and sea, like technology that floats on the sea for signal. But most of the time, in most populated areas, it's just things like towers.
Okay,
Right,
but
they're
then
not
how
spending
do
millions.
satellites work if gravity doesn't exist?
Well, because it has nothing to do. I mean, gravity. God, it's a longer conversation, but gravity doesn't tell you anything about the shape of the Earth.
Yeah,
Just dropping an
satellite.
object.
Does the
They
moon
say
float?
satellite TV doesn't exist.
But does
Satellite
the moon
broadcast.
float in the sky?
Matt,
Yeah.
could you get
How
your
does it-
Satellite
feelings in
phones?
check?
You ever hear of satellite phones?
Yeah, very good. So do you have any proof that the Earth is a spinning ball?
I mean, you're
Yeah,
not answering the question.
But okay,
Yeah, I've
but
just answered
why?
like 30 questions from you. Now I'm asking one. Have you got any proof that the Earth is a spinning ball?
Yeah, literally everything that science teaches and everything that astronomers and scientists.
Could you name one piece of proof?
Eyewitness testimony from
Not
Apollo
you,
11.
Matthew. We're speaking to new people here.
Oh, sorry.
You've
Yeah,
been
yeah.
watching.
I mean, there's
I
that.
mean,
I know we've
no.
already gone over this too, but I mean, there's that like one dude back in like 260 BC that did the test of
He
the
assumed a
shadows.
globe, though. He didn't prove one. He assumed one.
But I mean, the shadows at the same time.
Yeah, that works on a
and
flat.
length.
That works on a flat Earth as well. So it doesn't prove either way. So is there anyone else other than that?
I'm still waiting for an answer. Still waiting for an answer
we're
on the
waiting for the
satellites.
answer. We're still waiting for the
I
answer about
asked the question
globe
first.
evidence. Yeah, you
I
asked
asked the
like
question
20
first.
questions, which I
Yeah,
answered.
and you didn't answer.
So
You didn't
I asked
answer
you,
how satellites are in the
yeah, I
sky.
answered all your other questions, and then I asked the question, and then you tried to ask the question
So you
after
can't
that.
answer. You can't answer that.
He
Yeah,
stopped answering questions after he falsified the radius.
yeah. I mean, I'm under. It's non sequitur, right? Why do the things I've seen on TV not work? It's childish. So
I mean, you can see
we're gonna go back
Starlink in the
again.
sky. So how is it in the sky?
You see a light in the sky. Very good. So what evidence do we have that the Earth is a spinning ball? That was the question.
Have you guys seen that YouTube video of the guy that has like the laser that he's shooting out, and there's like
From the water?
Well, there's plenty of laser tests,
From the
but
water?
they're not measuring any curve.
well, it's
Oh, yeah,
he's trying to prove that the Earth is flat by shining a laser from through one hole.
No, you're talking about the Netflix documentary. Oh dear.
Yeah, the
It's not
Netflix
a laser.
documentary.
It's not
at
a
the
laser.
end,
It's a torch.
At the end, they shined a light and they couldn't see it. So
that was a
that
failed. That was a failed test because the laser broke. So they used a torch instead. But there are actual laser tests that have worked, and they don't detect any curvature either. So if you're interested in seeing those, if you go into our server 24/7 Flat Earth Discord and look at the additional information sections under L, you'll see laser tests.
So why
and you
why
can look
couldn't
at
he
those.
see the laser when it was being shined?
Well, you can't really know what went on there because it was, edited for a documentary. So, and they got into a big row with the people who were there about how they've misrepresented the whole thing, and they're trying to get hold of the original uncut footage and all this stuff. But basically, it didn't. It was just a failed test because the laser broke because it overheated, so they couldn't use it. So they ended up using a torch, and I think even the distance that they said to be, it didn't match up with the globe curvature either. So it was just apparently everyone there was like, oh well, that was just a failed test, we'll have to come back and do it again. But they never did, and they just released the movie like that because, well, there's a whole story about why the documentary makers decided to make it a hit piece instead of something that could have been a fair representation of what some people in the community were doing. But that's a longer story. But basically, if you want to actually look at some laser tests, there are plenty that did work and they did use lasers, and they're shooting lasers way too far, no curvature.
Well, for the
Like in
sake of
the
argument, I will look into them.
Yeah, check out someone sent him the server link, and check out the additional information sections. There's long distance observations, laser tests, all kinds of stuff. And you won't find it on YouTube or Google because even though this is apparently a crazy conspiracy theory, they have to censor it in the algorithms.
Okay, but I mean, I still need to know the answer to that. What are satellites if the gravity isn't real?
He already answered
Well,
that,
when you
though.
say gravity, right, we're not saying that if you drop your phone, it's not going to go down. Yeah, we all agree with that. That doesn't really play into this conversation. You see lights in the sky moving, and you're told these are tin cans floating around in a vacuum.
Well, then how do
What
I
we're
get
saying is
satellite
that's not the
phone
case.
technology? How do I get satellite TV?
Well, I mean,
is Starlink real?
Does you receiving a signal tell you what device that signal came from and where that device is emitting the signal just by
And then,
receiving the signal?
Jeff Bezos has been.
So no is the answer to that.
Well, I mean, where else would it be coming from?
And where else would it be coming from but the one thing I'm imagining is not
So
an
if we're
answer?
not floating in a vacuum in space, where are we?
Good question. Now you are thinking. Good. You are on Earth. You are on Earth. Yeah?
I'm on Earth. All right, but
yeah,
where is Earth?
Well, good question. Have you ever left Earth to find out?
Have you seen $1 Million?
Well, I mean, if someone did leave Earth and then they came back and said, "Hey, I left Earth,"
Yep, you'd believe them, right?
I mean, several
come
of
on,
them.
bro. This
had,
is a test in critical thinking. Would you believe them?
No.
Hey, bro,
Have
I've
you
left
seen $1
Earth
Million?
before. I've left Earth before, bro. Trust me.
You've left Earth.
Yeah, I've left Earth.
So,
Have you not?
But again, have you seen $1 Million?
You go
Right, but
into a
How much
land
$1 million?
of candy, floss, and marshmallows.
Is
Trust
$1
me.
million real?
Is this really the level that you're at?
Well, I'm just
Well,
saying, like,
you're saying just
where do
because you
you
haven't gone out
think,
there.
like, where do you think we're at right now? Then, if we're not in a universe.
Well, right. So it's a question of what we can verify, right? What can we verify? We can verify that we're on Earth. Can we verify something beyond Earth? What do you think?
So, are you thinking that everything has to be proven by the individual when it comes to like going up to
I'm
space?
thinking that I wouldn't just accept stories on the TV as proof of my worldview.
But then how can you accept anything if it's just
If I
it's
don't just
based on
believe
your
the TV, how can I
responsibility?
accept anything? I accept reality. I accept the Earth.
But
So
that
I
is
mean,
only
what
revolve
then
around
what do you believe? What do you believe the
About what?
answers to this? I mean, what is
I'm
out
not
there?
here to give you a story. I'm not here to make bullshit stories up about things that I can't possibly verify. We are
Plus,
interested in
flat
what
Earth is
can be
a
verified.
loss, but flat Earth is a loss of a belief
Yeah,
because
we're not the
you
ones with a belief here.
But how did you verify it's flat?
with observation and
You go out and test the globe model.
Tested it with by yourself with what test?
Well, you can test the claimed curvature and the obstruction that the curvature is supposed to be causing by doing
Any
long
other
But
distance
test?
did
observations.
you test it
Yeah,
yourself?
did you test it yourself?
Yeah,
Or
you
did
can
you
go out
just
easily and do long distance
believe?
observations. No, you can go out and do a long distance observation. That's what we're saying.
yes, I
So,
tested it for myself, and
Okay,
it did not
so
with the
all
globe.
right. I just want to go to this real quick. Jeff Bezos is putting billions of dollars into this new venture he has to give satellite internet to the entire world. He just got contracts
Who cares?
authorized with the United States government, and he's
Amazing.
going to start mass producing satellites. So what
cares?
is he what is well I mean, why would he invest all that money if satellites didn't
Don't
exist?
care. I don't care.
What
I
are
care about
those
That's
what
lights in the
not
I
an
don't
sky
care about
then?
answer.
what
How
he's
are
doing.
you going to
Are those
convert people if that's your response to that
Well,
We're
it's not
not
question?
about
looking to
it's not
convert
about
anyone.
Talking
This is
about
nonsense.
How
We're just
okay,
talking about
how are you going to
reality. We're
sound
talking
like
about
an
reality,
intelligent
and you guys
person
are
if you
asking
just say you don't
questions.
care to why
You guys
the
are
richest
asking
man in the world
questions.
is sending thousands
Bro,
of satellites into
bro,
space? Why
stop.
why
See,
why
you're
don't
still
you all calm
assuming.
down?
You're still talking about space, which you have no evidence for other than stories that you've heard and seen on TV.
then what are the satellites in orbit?
How about you calm
You're
down?
doing it again.
I'm
Wait,
not calm.
have
What
you
are the
seen
like?
I'm
Starlink?
thinking
Listen,
what
if
I'm
I asked
getting
you to show
here
me,
He's
is
not
if I asked you to
answering
show
you.
me,
a little more
if I asked you to,
skeptical, right? Just kind of looking at things more like,
it's
Guys,
hey,
are you
empirical.
aware that
It's
all of you are
empirical.
talking at once and
Yeah, it's
nobody's
painful.
really being heard?
yeah.
I mean,
So I was thinking that,
good
you know,
combo though.
from this perspective, it's more of just like what you guys are trying to say is like, hey, just don't be so agreeable
Gullible.
about whatever's being fed to you and be a little
Yes,
skeptical, do some research, figure it out for
exactly.
yourself. So
Exactly. Good for you. You can figure it out. We are saying do not just accept what you're being told on blind faith and do your own research. Check it, test it. Don't just accept it.
Okay,
no,
so
I
then
agree with that premise. I don't
personally,
necessarily agree with this with you know, with what these
Well, that's
findings.
because
I
no
haven't been
offense,
convinced.
but you haven't researched it yet. This is what you need to do. None of us came
that
into this being like, oh yeah, obviously we want Earth to be flat. We were trying to prove the globe.
Right. I'm saying from the like what I've personally seen already, I'm pretty convinced, almost
You've
100%
only ever
of.
seen a flat Earth and the
Well, I'm
globe
just
on
saying,
TV.
like, from you know, I've looked through really powerful telescopes and stuff, and I've seen some
You've never seen a
things.
globe Earth. You've never seen a globe Earth.
here's another thing. Speaking of telescopes, if you get a high-end consumer-grade telescope, you can look at the planets, and when you look at Saturn, you can actually see the rings around the planet. There's footage of this on YouTube. How do you explain that?
How do you explain
You can
all
also
the
see the flag on the
that?
moon too.
How do you
The
explain
what?
all the
See the
Yes,
flag on the moon.
you
Can
can.
we at least talk about the fact that you believe something with a preconceived notion because of all the propaganda that you're given to have that preconceived notion, first of all? So you look at Saturn and you see Saturn and you think, oh, that's a ball with rings because you've been told that's what it is. If you look at it again and you stop thinking that, you don't see that.
Wow, sounds like you never looked at Saturn.
Yes, I have looked at Saturn.
Sounds
Yeah,
like you boys have
not
never looked
long
at the
enough.
Earth.
Like,
You're out here telling me
it's
it's
the
a
fact that
spinning
you say
ball.
satellites aren't real is kind of mind-boggling. When you
Bro,
can just
bro,
look at
bro.
Starlink and you see the lights floating
If I
around.
asked you to, okay, go and find me a photograph of a satellite in space and post it
Starlink
for me.
satellite. You
No,
can
no,
see
no,
a
like an
string of
actual.
them.
That's a light. That's a light that you can see. You're saying it's a tin can just floating in the vacuum of space, right? Show me a photo of that.
So what? They just magically all of a sudden appear on the year that they said
No,
they
no,
launched
no.
them?
Don't deflect. Show me your photograph that isn't just showing lights in the sky.
Isn't what you want a close up of them?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
even
Show
if I
me. Show me
showed
what you're talking about.
the launch of Starlink,
No,
the
just show me an image.
videos
Show
of
me a
those,
photo. Show me a photo. Shouldn't be hard.
Just
what?
grab a photo.
Grab a
Weird.
photo. Let's see it.
What
Go
even
on.
the Starlink wiki
Like a real
shows a
photo.
photo of
A
Starlink
photo of some floating
satellite?
metal box in space.
All right, bro.
Cool.
Are
There you
you
go. Here's your
Wiki?
Wikipedia search that you could have done.
Cool. Well, it should be easy then. Can't wait.
You know, it's kind of interesting that at one point we did all believe as society that the Earth was the center of the solar system, and then as we learned more, we learned that the sun was the center.
No, they didn't learn that. They assumed it. That's the whole point.
Oh.
This is the problem. They never figured out anything that changed the worldview. It was an assumption.
If you observe
So
the sun
funny.
moving across the sky, do you have the assumption on your own without any preconceived notions that we're orbiting the sun? Or do you observe the sun moving in the sky?
Let's not forget that it was the assumption that it was flat, and then came along this guy
No,
named
but that's an
Galileo,
observation.
right? And who
That's
was
an
controlling
observation.
Galileo?
Whatever, dude. Whatever. I don't
I mean, a
care.
lot of these
That
scientists they brought their findings in, and they were almost killed for their findings because
They were
people.
I
natural
only care about their
philosophers then.
cowbell. Do they have
They weren't
cowbells?
scientists. They were natural philosophers.
Hey, the problem
I
you're
mean,
getting with this idea that they weren't killed because of their findings on the heliocentric model. They were almost killed because they went against the Pope. The Pope said, do not release this information. If you say these things, people will attach it to the Catholic Church and it will weaken the power of the church. Because people say this is batshit. The church is clearly cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Then he did it anyway, and at the time, it was the height of the Inquisition. You were getting people burned at the stake if they had a lazy eye. And here's a guy who directly challenged the authority of the Pope, and he got put on house arrest. And you
And
think
didn't
that
he
he was
recant
was
at the end of
ever
his
in
life?
peril with that? Dude, that's not even a slap on the hand. That's like sending a millennial to their room. It's like they got a PlayStation, Game Boy, internet, a computer. Dude, his house was a mansion, a compound. I mean,
Yeah,
get
and
the
he
fuck out of here.
recanted
Like,
on his deathbed. On his deathbed, he said he takes it back, didn't he?
yeah, something like that too. That's even the best part. Is like these globalists make it seem like somehow the Catholic Church was holding back science. No, they weren't holding back science. They were holding back knowledge
When you
because
say
no one was going to believe them.
when you say globalists, are you talking about people that are talking about the global centric world, or the people that want to unite all the nations?
Well, it's both, right? Don't you need a globalist? Don't you need a globe model to have a globalist agenda?
Not necessarily, but I get what you're saying.
You don't
because
think that they're interconnected?
Well, I mean, it's like
How many
They
degrees
are.
of
How can
okay,
an agenda be global without a globe?
Hippo?
No, it's just getting
How many
pedantic.
degrees of
I'm just
Kevin
saying
Bacon?
they could be globalists, as in
Yeah,
trying to unite all the nations with like, but they could all still
No,
be
he's
flat.
talking
flat
about globe
earthers.
earthers. He's
Only
talking
on
about
a
globe
yeah,
globe.
earthers.
you could call it a one world government
Otherwise,
without.
they'd just be. Otherwise, they'd just be an ambassador.
See,
to
how
their
many degrees
nation.
of how many degrees of Kevin Bacon do you think are separated the globe model from the globalist agenda? I would say 0 degrees of Kevin Bacon. For this is the same thing.
Right. I think we were talking about that earlier, where it was just
So
like
funny. It's
I
so
just
funny. We're not. My
go.
husband and me met Kevin Bacon, so you guys aren't very far from the degrees of bacon by being around me on the internet.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like when he would do that too. It was a fun little skit. That it's gonna last for a while. I think this could be part of the lexicon. For
Yeah, I've
you
met
know.
him in person, and my husband has a picture with him, so that's pretty funny. Like the degrees of bacon in reality is not that much.
Yeah, mine was I met Jay Leno, and Jay Leno certainly knows Kevin Bacon. So that's my
Nice.
I've
I've met Jay Leno. I had a car he wanted, and I grew up knowing Ted Nugent. He was my neighbor.
Well, there we go. That's like a double. I'm sure Kevin Bacon knows both of them.
Listen, I'll make it a triple. I even dated Sasha Nugent.
Nice.
I'm mathematically
You never
greater
know
than
what
Hulk
goes
Hogan.
down in a small town. Yeah, Terry Hogan. Terry? Met him in a park in Florida once.
No. So I'm mathematically greater than Hulk Hogan. So I dated. I can
Ric
prove
Flair.
it. Okay, I can prove
You're
this
Ric Flair, then.
mathematically. No, hold on. So I dated this girl right in high school who left this other guy for me. His name is Charlie Hill. Right, she left Charlie for me. Hulk Hogan's wife left Hulk for him, for Charlie Hill, this dude I went to high school with. So he was greater than Hulk Hogan, and I was greater than him. I am mathematically greater than Hulk Hogan.
That's
You're
assuming
roboting.
greatness is.
How can anyone understand him? He's roboting.
Don't take this
Nice.
from me.
Listen, bro. Listen. Nice. Fuck all that. I'm from a small town. It's nice when you win. Right?
So have you guys given up on the whole like gas in a vacuum thing? You guys don't talk about that anymore.
Well, the Globers have given up in
We
trying
talk
to
about it a lot.
demonstrate that they can have gas pressure without a container adjacent to a vacuum. But we're still pointing out that you can't do that.
It's not just that, too. It's all three laws of thermodynamics are completely in contradiction to a heliocentric globe model. The second one's just the easiest one to explain. The other two are a little more tricky. They require some, presuppositions and whatnot.
Wait, you're saying you can't have gas in a vacuum chamber?
You can't have gas.
You can't have a ball of gas in a vacuum chamber, can you?
Well, I mean,
not within Earth. Wait.
Hold on. You can't have a vacuum with gas in it. You can't have a vacuum with gas in it.
Well, yeah, you can.
Wait. Oh my God!
And then it's not a
I
vacuum.
really wanted to make a point here. So you understand, like under the gravitational model, right? An object, in order to leave Earth's atmosphere, would need to reach an escape velocity, right?
It's a cool religion, but we're talking about reality.
But I just asked the question. That's a yes or no. Under the gravitational model, something doesn't need to reach escape velocity to leave the Earth's atmosphere.
That's fantasy. That's a falsehood.
Based on what?
And your imagination.
That's literally the model.
What model? Posted in the live
The gravitational model.
Where?
Well, all I'm saying is the reason that a ball of gas can exist is just because of the density, right? So it's all
That's the religion.
That's the religion. I'm going to stop you anytime you invoke a religious belief, because that's not something you've ever observed or demonstrated. What we can observe and demonstrate is that any gas pressure must be within a container. It's in the definition of gas pressure. The force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. That is what gas pressure is. We breathe air, which is a pressurized gas, meaning it's contained. And you can't have gas pressure sitting adjacent to a vacuum without physical separation. So that's it.
That's where
Wait,
gravity.
well,
No, that's where the religion kicks in. Yeah.
Wait. If matter has to reach escape velocity to escape the Earth's gravitational pull,
No.
then no, it literally is. Okay,
No.
this
It's
is the
literally not.
model.
It's literally that you need a container to have the pressure. Yeah. You don't have the pressure without the container.
No, you do. You
Okay. Demonstrate it. Demonstrate it.
a gas particle is
Demonstrate
matter,
it.
correct?
Show me the demonstration. Show me the demonstration.
I'm making an argument.
No. I don't want your argument. I want a demonstration of your claim that you can have gas pressure without the container.
You want me to demonstrate something to you over Discord while I'm driving
Send
a
me the link.
semi?
Send me the link
to
of
fucking
someone doing
Chicago.
it. Okay, well, if you're driving, you shouldn't
What?
be distracting
No,
yourself, especially if you're driving a semi.
I can make an argument.
No, you can't, because to make this argument, you would need a physical demonstration, which you can't provide. So we don't need to. We're not
Well,
going
how
to waste
would
our
you
time
know?
on it.
You haven't let me make the
Yeah,
argument.
because we've asked 1 million people this, and no one's presented one.
No,
Because
but
you can't.
you
You don't think we
understand.
look? You don't think we look?
You understand though that under the gravitational model, matter
No, we're not
has to
talking
reach
about the
escape
model.
velocity. I
No,
know
we're
you don't
talking about
want
reality.
to.
Yeah, we don't
I
want to talk
know you
about your
don't want
fantasy.
to because it shows how fucking retarded you are.
No. You
Boogie.
invoking your
Nobody.
religious belief, doesn't cast
Nobody.
aspersion on anyone else's intellect. It only shows that you're spouting your religious belief. If it
You
was
don't have
anything
an
other than a
idea.
religious belief, you would have a physical demonstration of your claim, which you don't. So
Yeah, Boogie, this is
that's
getting
it.
super cringe right now, okay? Because
Yeah,
you're
you don't have
talking
the idea of some sort of causation of what we experience, that what you call gravity. We only have the effect, but you want to say the effect is the cause, and the
No, he
cause
just wants
is
to say he's got a model, which he can't link, he can't demonstrate. He's not
no,
talking
because
about
he's driving,
reality.
and he doesn't realize that his effect is the cause, and the cause is the effect, and that's circular reasoning.
Well, I mean, what would hold an object to the earth? You did concede that phones, if you drop your phone, it falls to the earth.
It's not a concession, that's an observation.
Do you deny it?
We all agree on the effect of
What do you
things.
think is going
Sometimes
on
things
here?
go up.
Oh, it's
Sometimes
just the cause. So
they
you think that the gravity, the effect of something like gravity exists, but you're not saying that it's a large mass
go.
that's
We
causing it.
observe the
Did he
effect,
cut?
and people put a cause to the effect. And guess what the cause is? It's Einstein's cause. What is Einstein's cause? Do you know it?
Yeah, so his whole like, thoughts on that, like gravity and
Concept.
everything. Yeah, the concept and everything. He seemed like, it was something that he was even wrestling with the understanding of it, because
Okay,
Yeah,
so
because
you get to go
concepts
ahead
aren't
and think
reality.
there's no cause.
I mean, there's tests utilizing his theories that
What is his theories?
scientists have been able to
What is his?
utilize. Well, I mean, like his very like theories were used in development of things like the nuclear bomb and whatnot.
No, no. What is his theory?
Citation, please.
Yeah, for real. You're really getting off into the weeds. You're not able to correlate those two things at all.
Wait, but I mean, like, but his theories have been used, like you
What's his
know,
theory?
E equals mc squared?
No, buddy.
That's
What
not
are you talking?
gravity.
I know, but that's Einstein. That's one of his theories.
It's
We're talking
false.
about
Also, E equals MC squared is stupid, by the way. Anyways, I want to go ahead and address Einstein's special and general theory of relativity. Where did he state a hypothesis in his entire paper that he presented for the special and general theory of relativity?
That's actually page 5,
Good.
paragraph
Give me.
4.
Okay, give me.
Gravity is real.
That's wrong. That's wrong.
I don't
All
like.
the way.
yeah.
Just
So
all
I mean, this conversation doesn't really get us anywhere, right? Because we're still waiting for the evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball, like I asked for like half an hour ago.
exactly.
Right. I'm just saying, like, it seems like they really got somewhere though with
No,
Does
his.
it not seem weird? Because if they'd really got somewhere, then all of you guys would have been falling all over yourselves to give me globe proof after globe proof, and yet not one of you has given me one.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you,
Well,
Cyclone.
So
okay.
don't you think that's strange?
Wait,
That's strange.
To be
so
fair, up
you
until this
acknowledge?
conversation, I've never like needed to like.
I know you've not thought about it before. This is the whole point.
Well, I mean, I've thought about it, and I've seen things
Not
explained with it, and I've
critically.
seen
You've
the
not really critically
advancements in
challenged it.
technology.
But what we're doing here is
So
we are
can I
critically
jump in
challenging.
here real quick? I mean, I've been on YouTube this whole time looking at consumer grade telescope videos of Starlink, of the
Give us some
ISS.
curvature, give us some gravity, give us whatever,
Wait,
please.
how do you guys explain these consumer grade telescopes picking up the ISS orbiting?
The what?
The
I'm just saying,
International
if
Space
Einstein
Station.
could barely
Consumer grade.
explain gravity, how do you want me to explain gravity? That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, it's your claim,
their
bro. If you
bought
can't
software.
explain it, that's not our problem, I'm afraid.
Well, I'm just saying, like scientists have used those like theories and whatever
No one's
to
using
do
the
some
bending and
crazy
warping of
stuff.
space-time for anything. Using the effects of how things go up and down, yes, but relying on it being the curvature of space-time, this concept, no. You'll understand if you think about the theory of Einstein's gravity being space and time being a fabric, which is two concepts wrapped into a physical thing, a fabric, but all conceptual, and then this concept being bent, which causes gravity. So this is all conceptual nonsense, which you will realize if you think about it.
Or just
So it doesn't
do
get
it a
us
little.
anywhere.
But
And
you
quantum
acknowledge that if you drop your phone, it goes down, right?
Who cares?
Your phone is made out of matter, right?
Okay.
A gas is also made out of matter. What
it's
happens
denser
if I
than
release? Correct.
The gas will go up.
Wait, no, chlorine. What?
So air
What
moves
will
in all
Gas goes up if
directions.
it's lighter than air.
Air moves in all
Wait,
directions.
I'm asking a question.
including up.
Wait. What direction will chlorine gas go?
Well, we don't breathe chlorine gas. We're interested in
That's
the
not
air.
what I asked. That's
Yeah,
not
I
what
know,
I
but
asked.
we're talking about the Earth. That's what we're
Okay,
talking about.
that goes.
So that would be air. So your
We're
argument
talking
about the
gas pressure. We're talking about
yeah,
gas
so
pressure.
air. Yeah, air.
Gas. No. Well, that's not
Yeah,
the
because
only
air is what we
gas, is
breathe.
it?
Air is what we breathe,
That's
isn't it?
That's not the only gas, is it?
Air is what we breathe on the surface of Earth, isn't it?
Yeah, no shit, but that's not the argument that I'm making. You don't want to
that is
listen
your
to my
argument.
arguments.
So you're not arguing that
Oh my
air
God,
is
you don't
being
know what my
contained next
argument
to a
is.
vacuum.
You're
Yeah,
making
I
a
know what
red
your
herring
argument is.
fallacy.
But you're trying
Ready?
to you're trying to red herring it to something that's not equivalent to air in what the globe model says is going on. And it's disingenuous, and I'm going to hold you to it. If you want to
No.
talk about the gas pressure, then we're talking about the air adjacent to a vacuum, which is what your claim is.
Yeah, well, let me make my fucking argument, okay? So if we take, like, chlorine gas just as an example,
If
it
it's a red
sinks.
herring, then it's
Oh my
logically
God,
related.
shut the fuck up.
If it's logically fallacious,
It's
then
not.
it's not.
It's not a red herring.
Okay.
How the fuck am I How am I distracting from my own argument?
No, you're just because your argument is that the air pressure on Earth can exist adjacent to a vacuum, and you're talking about something which isn't air pressure adjacent to a vacuum. So that's why you're non sequitur to your own argument. But go on, carry on, get your fallacious nonsense off your chest.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you. So, how high will a helium go if I release helium?
Well, don't ask me the question. This is supposed to be your argument. Make the argument.
Does that just go up infinitely?
Make your argument.
No, it doesn't. It goes to the location of its atomic weight, right? Its density, right? It sinks to the level of its density. What does density correlate to? Gravity. This wouldn't happen on a planet without fucking gravity. Every gas, including the oxygen that you breathe, sinks to the level, rises to the level of its density
You're
because
wrong.
of gravity.
You're wrong.
Saying I'm wrong doesn't make me wrong.
So that all just amounted to you restating the original claim that you couldn't demonstrate. Very
Yeah,
good.
exactly. You didn't
But you can
demonstrate.
do a density test with like a cocktail.
Could you do a globe test and prove that there's a globe beneath our
Oh, I'm
feet?
just saying. I'll just go back to the density test. Like if you have.
Why do you guys never want to talk about the globe? Pretty weird.
That's what we're talking about right now.
No, we're not, because I'm asking you about globe proof, and still no one's presented any. We're still
We need a
waiting.
globe
I know, but
first for you to invoke this
are
fuck
you just
shit
wanting
gravity.
pictures of the globe?
Like we
I'm
need
just going back to density.
We need some measurements of the surface. We need observation of the surface being
Right.
curved and in motion.
This is a red herring. This is a red herring. See,
No,
you
this
don't want
is not a red herring. See,
no,
okay,
literally,
you're
as soon
not,
as we
you are
started to
not
bring up
equipped to
indirect.
have this conversation. So now that I'm focusing the discussion on what would actually prove the globe, i.e., curvature and motion of the surface, he's going to try and say this is a red herring. Now that
Okay,
you
no, but
actually
we
need
were
to
just talking about
demonstrate
density.
evidence for the globe.
There's a really great guy who makes cocktails on YouTube, and he talked all about density, the different density of liquids, and how you
Why
can
is
make
gravity
really
necessary,
cool.
though?
Well, if you can make really
For
cool
density.
cocktails based off of the density of the alcohol, or
Okay,
like how
very
much
good.
sugar
But
there is.
I'm still
but why does
asking
gravity have
for
to exist
evidence
for
that the
density
Earth is a globe. No, fuck the gravity. I'm asking for evidence that the Earth is a spinning ball.
You just need
What
to
is
go
the best evidence? What's the best
Just
evidence?
make a cocktail, bro. It'll tell you everything, bro.
Well,
What is the best evidence
it's a
that the Earth is
start.
a spinning ball? What's the best evidence?
The best evidence probably just going up to space and seeing it for yourself. I'm thinking.
Damn. So the best evidence is something that you can't do. And
Well,
none of
you
us
can do it shortly. I think in the next 10 to 20
shortly.
years, you'll probably be
So
able to do a civilian
do you
flight.
know what an appeal to future fallacy is?
Well, I'll just come back in
I'm
10
sure
years.
you can work it out. Yeah, right. We'll see you in 10 years, bro. I'll give you your flat earther tag.
Nobody can know anything because nobody can go have the God's eye view, and nobody can.
Well, I'm
The
just
best
saying, like,
evidence.
soon
You
there'll
just
be
said the best
civilians
evidence, bro.
flying up there.
How are you still a glober if you're saying the best evidence is doing this thing that you?
Well, I'm just saying the best evidence for you probably is just actually going and seeing it.
Well, I'm
So
asking, what do you think? I didn't ask you what you thought I thought the best evidence would be. I've said, what is the best evidence in your opinion? Don't try and imagine what I think.
Okay, the pictures of the global Earth.
The pictures. Right. Now we're getting somewhere.
So
Because this is
propaganda.
what any honest glober should be saying. They should be like, well, there's pictures. But you can't verify any of those pictures are real, can you?
But you can. You can.
Oh, you can. Tell me your method. You look at the picture, and then what? What do you do to verify
You
it?
just look at them.
Oh, I mean,
You collect them.
Oh, smart. Oh, why didn't I think of that? Oh my gosh.
the pictures of the people that went up there.
Yeah, how'd you verify those?
Because the physically went up there. There's like eyewitness
I mean, that's
accounts.
what I'm asking, how you verify that, not just claim it again.
Trust me, bro.
Okay. In
Just
the past, like my dad, for instance, witnessed a couple of the
my dad on the
Right, but
TV.
no, I'm talking about the pictures that you're talking about. How do you verify any of those are real?
right. So my dad. So we'll go
Your
back to
dad
this.
didn't verify or go to the
I'm
places
just
where they
saying,
claim
like,
to be going.
he and many others have physically seen rockets with people on them
Right, but
launched
they've
into
not
space,
seen, they've not
and then
verified or
they
gone to
took
the place where those
pictures.
pictures are claimed to be taken. That's on Earth. Yes, you
When
could
those
shoot
pictures were
a piece of
taken, though,
metal off
they
into
had
the
no
sky.
incentive at the time. There was no incentive to
You
lie
saying
about
your
it.
subjective opinion on what someone would or would not lie about is not verification of an image. I'm asking you how you verify an image from space to be a real
Well,
photo.
you usually verify something, like in a court of law, by witness testimony.
Ooh, that's a good one. So where is their hostile witnesses?
Why would there be a hostile witness if
There
there's no
can't be.
incentive to be hostile?
There can't be
Right.
because
No, but
nobody
I don't know,
you're
but
off.
where the evidence to
verify.
collaborate the witness?
Yeah, you can't
Eyewitness.
submit to the court unverifiable imagery.
I'm pretty sure they would submit their big rocket.
Here, let me jump in here real quick. So you've got a witness who took a photo, and the witness is unavailable, but you want to present the photo. What do you think happens in court?
Wait, the witness is there.
Who's the witness?
All the people that have flown in the ships.
Okay, no, you can't pick all. You got to pick somebody who took the photo. Who is that? So this person
Someone
took this
who was
photo.
on someone. It was either someone who was literally physically there, or whoever
Okay,
was
who
manning
is that?
the
Who is that
camera
person?
from NASA.
Okay, who is that person, dude? Holy shit! So you're right now. You're in court. You say to the judge, "I'd like to present this photo into evidence." Okay, the opposing counsel says, "Objection, Your Honor. There is no known photographer for that photo. It's an image generated by a government agency known as NASA." And
Okay,
you
and then
say, "Yeah,
there's your
you're right."
person.
Okay, then the photo would be what? What would happen to the photo?
The photo would be viewed by the jury.
No, holy crap, dude!
It'd be deemed inadmissible
Inadmissible.
evidence.
It's
I'm
it's
pretty
less than
sure that
hearsay.
if you had the entire government backing a photo that you had,
Evidence that can't be validated is inadmissible.
Don't you know that like flat
but
earthers
it
have
can be
won 3
validated.
times in court? Like globe earthers have taken flat earthers to court and they keep winning because you guys don't understand how to present evidence.
Why
Like
would they be taking them to court?
because they wanted to sue flat earthers for cause.
Suing
Like
what?
Who gives a fuck why? The fact that they
No,
can't even
I
prove the globe
I
Earth in
do.
court
No, there was a
should
I
be pretty weird to you.
No, it's not weird. I'm wondering, what is this lawsuit? Like, why would someone want to sue someone?
Because people
they
think
do
that
weird.
flat earthers are dangerous.
Dude,
damn plebs crack me
anti-flat
up.
earth.
Listen, why would you sue somebody to be compensated for a loss or a vagrant trespass
What's
on
the
my
loss?
character?
What's the loss?
It's bizarre. Just look it up and look at the court case and really kind of look at how evidence is handled in court.
Fraud.
Okay, but all I'm saying though is that
The loss of the globe.
But that's I
But no,
feel
what
like
the case was actually about was that a flat earther put up a prize for anyone who could present a globe proof curvature of the earth, a measurement of the curvature of the earth. And a glober claimed to have done it, and the flat earther said, no, this isn't a measurement of the curve. And the glober took him to court and lost 3 times. Because the court said, no, you haven't demonstrated the curvature of the earth. Because there is no curvature of the earth.
well, that's probably not exactly what the court was trying to
Well, why are you
why
saying
they
that's
didn't find
probably
that
not
person
when you
guilty.
literally just heard about it right now? Why do you think you know
Well, I'm
better when
just
you've
saying
not
that they
looked into it?
probably are trying to hold them like
When
accountable
you
for
lose a
the
lawsuit,
payment.
it's on the basis you haven't supplied the evidence needed to fulfill the loss.
Yeah,
I'm
So
just
he
saying
didn't
that they
that
owe
prove.
lawsuit
you.
was
it's probably more about the financial
Challenge
instead of
was
the.
prove this scientifically. You didn't do it, so you're not owed the money. That's what the court would rule on, whether or
And
not the money was owed.
in a
They-
civil case like that, it's presumed 50-50. So he's walking into the courtroom. If he just says, "Hey, I contracted with this guy for this amount, he owes me that," the court's already presuming a 50-50 fault. He walked out with butt kiss. Okay, not
Yeah,
only
but
did he walk out with not even, he said 100% defendant. The flat Earth, that's 3 times. It's not like, oh, like the court case, kind of like Hamden Hobb. They said, okay, well, he partially completed the thing. He entered the contest. No one else won. Somebody should win something. This guy is the best answer. You have to award him at least 25%
well,
or
I'm just
50.
saying the
He got
argument
butt kissed, dude.
could
This is
have
why when
been
you invoked like evidence,
over monetary damages. I'm sure the
yeah, you're not
argument
listening,
wasn't just
dude.
like, hey,
Dude, you're not
the Earth
listening.
is actually flat, and the judge decided that.
Dude, you're not listening. You invoked that you could go into a courtroom and prove the Earth is a globe with a photograph. You couldn't even enter that evidence in
So
a
are you
courtroom.
telling me that every ruling of a court is completely 100% just without any deviation?
No, you had said that. That was
Oh.
your framework, not
Oh,
my
that's what
framework.
you're saying. That's
No,
you're saying that because the
your
court ruled
framework was we need to shut
that
this
the
server
Earth.
down because you could prove it in the court of law.
No, you said
don't
that
even
the
know
court
how.
proved that the Earth was flat. That's
That's
what
not
you
what I
said.
said.
That's exactly what you guys are implying.
Okay, sure. If you want that to be implied, go with that. So now you know when you walk into a courtroom, you've got like court case law, jurisprudence, showing that no one has been able to demonstrate a yeah. The third case was the best one. The judge dismissed with prejudice. He said, "You can never sue this guy again. Get the fuck out of the courtroom. You're wasting people's time and money. This vendetta isn't even about the law anymore." He said, the judge said, "This is a personal vendetta, and you have wasted the court's time." Like he almost got thrown in jail. He said that would have been like, had he tried to argue like anything more, if he would have opened his mouth, contempt of court, bailiff seized him. He got a tongue lashing by the judge to finally get the snap out of it and stop whatever bullshit he's trying to use the court and settle some personal vendetta. And that's the problem you guys have. You can't even take that.
You
Take it on
guys,
the chin.
I don't have a personal vendetta.
Look, I personally like the strategy of the court of law because you can't use logical fallacies, and if they're called out, they're not just something that you can overlook like we do here on Discord.
So you're saying that if a court decides something, then it's 100% true.
No,
you brain farted again, dude. The
How
court
is that
rules
brain
on
farting?
the
evidence.
You're saying that because the court upheld it,
do-
then it's actually
Listen,
absolutely
the
true.
court makes the evidence definitive or non-definitive.
Oh,
Yes,
okay. So
that's what
if the
they do.
court
They
ruled
rule
that
based on evidence.
people have
They
to
rule
get
based on
vaccinations,
evidence.
they have to get vaccinations
Dude.
because the court ruled it.
No.
Now you're confusing executive order with law.
What?
Yeah, he's trying to get he's going off topic to get a TOS strike.
Yeah,
we'll just probably keep him on mute for a while. He should have followed the dude. Okay, you have to go up to the channel where it says rules of the server. There's specific rules in there of which topics you're supposed to talk about, which topics you're not supposed to talk about, and just generally how to conduct yourself. After you told me you've read that,
misinformation is a TOS violation. Yep.
if after you tell me you've read that, just like ping me in the chat and I'll unmute you. I'll take your word for it. For the time being, because on the internet you really don't have your well, in real life you got your name and your word, so you're using a pseudonym already, so you kind of don't have your name. But at least I hope you still have your word. But let's hope like Western society hasn't completely collapsed where you just would throw your word.
It's just so funny because these people can be disproven on many different levels, and they still accept that we don't know what we're talking about. And also that there's no way that we could prevent or present any kind of evidence in a court, or like even in a court of law, and win.
Yeah, it's pretty cringe.
Hmm.
See, that's why it's interesting when they start talking about things. They really don't know all the
Yeah.
plot points and the history of that. He said, "Hey, I'll ball court of law." Well, funny you should say that. Yeah, interesting. Did you know about this event? And suddenly he's an expert in it.
Yeah, exactly. That's why I always say that these people will Google something really quick and then become an instant expert in whatever they just Googled. It's so infuriating. Like they don't think that people go through, like I went through college. I had to do research papers. I know how to do research papers. Actually, I was I was highly recommended by professors and teachers throughout my high school and uh college career, whatever they call it, that span of time. So I know how to do research to fully give my uh, I don't know, like a collective experience of one topic without bias, and just give like an overall summary of what's collected with that certain data point or subject. These people have no idea how to go and actually do research except Wikipedia and a quick Google search, which is usually synonymous because it'll take you to a Wikipedia site. And they don't understand that that's not submissible for some sort of research paper. You didn't do any research. You just fucking Googled it. Please forgive my little rant.
No, it's on fire. I would talk about that. Use your noodle, not your Google. Just try to think these things out. That's it. Just put down, whatever you think is the sharpest tool in the toolbox in the shed. Is your Google or is your noodle? Which one's sharper? And then use the sharpest tool you got and try to get to a logical conclusion.
Nobody even knows what logic is anymore, though, Crit. They use
Yeah,
the opposite. They use the opposite of logic. The
Nobody?
opposite of it. And then justify it because it's a consensus or popularity or whatever. That is a logical fallacy, which is not logic. It's the opposite of it.
Yo, Resolve, you want to hop on the mic since nobody else is talking?
Oh my God, please no.
Does Resolve have a mic?
I hope not.
I mean, nobody else is talking. I'm
I would
sorry
pre-
if I was interrupting
yeah. I
something.
think do you have people muted?
I would prefer silence over reverse.
I said Resolve, not reverse.
Oh, okay. No, Resolve is actually awesome. So he's pretty cool.
Resolve, I don't know why you're typing. I'm not talking to you inside chat, bro. That shit's dead.
Resolve has unstable internet connection.
Bro, I'm not watching an hour-long video. If you can hop on the mic and like explain it to me.
On my screen, Resolve has unstable internet connection.
Oh. Well, maybe another time.
Aren't you the one who doesn't know if an ellipse is flat? That's weird.
No, I thought he was saying eclipse because I'm drunk.
Oh.
Yeah. It was just a miscommunication.
So, does any glober in here have any scientific evidence for the globe tarred Earth? It's a good thing nobody answered. Good job, guys.
Will do, Resolve. I will do. Ah, fuck.
So, Ty, do you have any justification for equating your effect with the cause
What do you mean?
of gravity earlier when you didn't want to speak to me? Because I was incoherent, apparently.
Yeah, and you were also kind of like interrupting a one-on-one.
I was just,
But
I
now
was
that it's
pointing,
just me and you, I think, yeah. What's your question?
I was just pointing out, not getting off subject, but the subject that you were already on, how you were able to justify equating the effect with the cause.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what the
You know,
cause is. And I don't think
so
any scientists claim to know what the cause is.
they give you the cause with special and general theory of relativity.
No, they don't. They give you the effect. What are you talking about?
Okay, so you're telling me that the bending and warping of space time doesn't cause the effect of gravity?
No, I think that's just like a placeholder, right? So it works on math. I don't think they actually like claim that that's the real cause.
All right, I'll let you slide just because you're
That's
not
what I
claiming
think. I mean, you
cause.
asked me. That's what I think.
That is.
They do claim it as a cause, but I'm glad that you don't.
Yeah, I don't.
Hey, Ty, do you subscribe to the Big Bang model?
Yeah, I think so.
Are you an atheist by chance?
Probably not.
Have to be.
No, I believe in higher beings, but like I don't believe anything's beyond science. Like I believe if there's higher beings, they're made of something and we can like
So
study them theoretically.
you're a pantheist.
I've never heard that word before, but maybe.
Multiple gods.
Oh, I don't know. I believe that there's like, I don't know. It's just like I don't believe in like supernatural shit. I just like if there's
Okay,
higher
hold on.
beings that
Okay,
are
stop.
practically gods to us, then
Let's drop anchor right there. You don't believe in supernatural shit, right? Let's drop
yeah.
anchor right there. So what is information? What is thoughts?
That's a very vague question. I don't know.
No, it's supernatural.
Thoughts?
Thoughts, information, those fall into the category of supernatural
How so?
because they're not in the natural world.
I mean, sure they are. We can. What do you mean they're not? What?
They're in your mind.
Yeah. Your mind's a physical place. We study it with MRI machines and shit.
They're above the natural world.
Yeah, I don't agree with that. I'm sorry. I'm not going to agree with
How
you
do
on
you
that
not
one.
agree with that? It is what it is.
Because people fucking experience shit and then we can like look at like the brain and see changes in the brain that correlate with the things they're experiencing. So it's obvious that thoughts are in the physical world. Okay? I don't know what the fuck you're saying right now.
Okay, so thoughts and information are physical, so can you quantify them for me, please?
Like, okay, give me like something to quantify. I don't know what that means.
Give me
Like
some.
quantify a thought? Is that what you're
Yeah,
asking of me?
exactly. Give me if they're
Yeah,
matter.
we know thoughts are part of the physical world, but is a thought itself physical?
Oh, that's
You
interesting.
have to
That's a very
quantify.
philosophical question that you're asking
No,
me. I
you
don't know
need
what that
to.
has to do with the earth.
No. You need to quantify it to say that it is physical.
Like put a number on it?
Yeah, put a number on it. Quantify it. Give me some
Are thoughts
kilojoules.
physical, or are they what we say they are? Abstract constructs created by men.
It's what the brain does, thoughts.
It's supernatural is the correct answer.
What about
Yeah, a thought has no
experiences?
matter, no material. It's not physical. We can't claim a thought
What
to
about
be physical.
experiences?
Although
The fact that I'm healing you right now, is that supernatural?
The information
a
and the
thought is not
language and
physical.
the thoughts are supernatural. The
What
the
about
way that we exchange information,
Yeah.
you can't quantify it.
So the fact that I'm healing you right now is supernatural?
The fact that
Listen,
you're
you're walking
standing
through
me.
all the processes of a mind, but you're not making thought physical, okay? Just because you act on thought doesn't make thought a physical thing.
Well, does it come from physical processes?
Why? Okay, give me your
You will never
justification for
get
not
physicality
being.
and thought together in the same category.
Just fuck it. Just tell me what your justification is for thinking that thoughts and information are something that's physical.
Well, they come from all the neurons firing in our brains. That's physical.
Are they matter though? Are your whatever is
Neurons? Brain
matter?
neurons? Yes. Brain
No,
neurons are all metal.
no. I'm talking about the information, the things that are firing, that are like giving you some sort of receptors. That doesn't give you the information that you. It does on that kind of level, but it doesn't give you the understanding of information outside of yourself.
The information, yeah, it comes from the receptors and stuff like dopamine and stuff. It comes from us doing pleasurable things. It doesn't. Dopamine isn't that.
No, it's not that. No.
Dopamine isn't caused by us doing pleasurable activities.
So you can quantify what thoughts and information are through dopamine.
Wait. I asked you a question first, though. Does dopamine come from doing pleasurable activities?
I mean, I know what dopamine is, and I know that it's released when you're doing something that gives you gratification. Sure.
Pleasurable activities. Yes. Okay. So yes.
Listen,
But that's
a
not
thought is
thoughts.
metaphysical.
That's not information. That's
Well,
dopamine.
It's a
feeling
process.
pleasure is
It's a
technically a thought.
biological process. Okay, well, jar up some thought and give it to me. You're talking about biological processes and you're making category errors.
Exactly.
What category?
Give me some sort of
You're making the
quantification
metaphysical
of
physical because of
yeah, exactly.
process. Wind blows because a fan goes, but that doesn't make wind itself physical. Makes it a mechanical process.
An effect of the particles in the air being energized, yeah. Which that
It's an
energy is
effect.
technically physical.
It's not physical.
Energy isn't physical. Is that what you're saying?
Thoughts are metaphysical.
No,
They're
we're not talking about
complex.
thoughts right
Thoughts
now.
are
We're
too
talking about
complex.
energy. We're talking about
It's not a
energy right now.
mechanical action because thoughts contain information, which doesn't happen in just mechanical process. No, so they're not physical.
We were talking about energy. Is the energy physical?
Information doesn't come from nowhere. It's an ontological premise.
We were talking about energy, though. Is the energy
What is
physical?
the nature of thought? There's only two choices. It's either physical or metaphysical. You're attempting to make it physical. I'm saying no, it's metaphysical because you can't tangibly show me a thought. Period.
Well, you can show the cause of thought.
Well, you
Yeah,
think
but he
that.
is right.
You cannot tangibly show me a thought. You're attempting to give privations of privacies,
yeah, you're
attributes
also
to nothing,
equating neurological
physicality
things.
to the abstract,
Yeah, you're
concretism to metaphysical.
yeah, your
Neurological.
receptors, your neurological receptors do not equal information.
So neurological activity
They
doesn't cause thought.
They do have information, but they don't
Can you
equal the
jar the thought it causes up
level
and
of
show it to
outside
me?
information.
Nobody denied the biological process. Now jar up that thought and give me a jar of it. We'll get to the.
You're
we'll get to the
asking for a
crux.
picture of a thought.
Yes, I am.
And that's
to
a
demonstrate.
coherent question?
Yeah.
Yes,
What
it
does this
is.
have
When
to
you're
do with
saying they're
anything? Holy
physical,
shit.
listen, when you say they're physical, they're physical. They exist in the physical world. Then you should be able to physically show them to me. That's
Well,
why
somebody
we
No,
brought
go
the
up
to
cause of
metaphysics.
thoughts. The causes
We're
of
not.
thoughts are in the
We're
physical
not
world.
talking about
The causes
thought.
of thoughts.
what is the cause of
Biological
thoughts?
process versus thought
Neurons
itself.
firing, and you can physically see neurons firing in the brain.
No, consciousness.
Yeah, well, show me it equals
Is the
thought. Show me
cause
a
of
thought.
thoughts.
You can't do it.
Well, my neurons are firing, and I'm having thoughts.
Yeah, that's an effect.
Yeah,
Of
of
thought.
consciousness.
Actions
No, it's
are
a
affected by
cause of
thought.
thoughts.
Actions are affected by thought. It's not vice versa.
Thoughts are caused by neurons firing.
What is consciousness
Yeah,
then?
that's a biological process. This is really
Well, you
simple.
just changed the subject then. We're not talking about it anymore. You're just changing the subject. You're moving goalposts.
You did. You made a category error.
Yeah, you
No,
were the one talking
physical
about it
thought
being
to
subjected
biological
to
process.
neurological.
I'm not talking about consciousness though.
Yeah,
Well,
but
that's what thought
neurological
is.
receptors do not quantify thoughts
Hold
and
on. Here's the problem.
information.
He thinks thought isn't consciousness, but
So
it is.
neurons firing doesn't cause thoughts.
No.
That's what you're saying.
No, consciousness does.
No, nobody said that.
Okay,
I
what causes
said-
consciousness,
I
do you
said
think?
Neurons firing are
That's
not
a
a thought
good
in
question, 'cause
itself.
that's
It's just a
supernatural.
biological process.
No,
It's not
neurons
supernatural.
firing. Same thing.
Okay, how is
Neurons
consciousness
firing
not
when you
supernatural
ain't doing
because
nothing.
it's above the natural?
It's not fucking supernatural just because we don't like have
No.
all of what we need in front of us to like
Yeah, just because
accurately
you don't
observe
have all
it.
the answers.
Give me the
I
kilojoules
said
of
metaphysical.
consciousness.
What fucking
Not a thought.
evidence do you have to back up the claim that it's supernatural?
Because
What
it
evidence
is
does
above
what
the natural
evidence does
physical
anyone
world.
have that
Show
that,
me a
that
It's
thought.
backs
not.
anything
How
that
do you know that? How do you know that it's above the physical
Making-
world when you exist in the physical world? Flat
Because
C.
it's
Well, make
above
it
it.
There's no access to the non-physical world.
You
We don't
can't
have any
access
access
How do you
to it.
know that something exists in the non-physical world? How do you know that?
Can't access each other's consciousness.
Do you know that God exists?
Does
Yes, I do know that.
All right, then I rest my fucking case. There's no point in talking to her.
No,
Okay,
It's a fucking
yes,
stupid
okay.
conversation.
God
What
exists in
evidence?
the natural world.
What
Show me a
evidence
picture
does
of God.
anyone have about what we're talking about?
Yeah, can we get like a topic? Just a
Yeah.
topic.
Flat Earth.
Guys,
That's what this is supposed to be.
Hold on. I mean this respectfully. Like
Instead
I'm
of
hearing.
two people yelling at one girl, can we quit
Please.
that and just go to a
I'm not yelling.
one-on-one,
No.
one at a time, when you don't talk in the middle of other people's sentences?
Yeah, because like I mean this
That is a fair
respectfully.
request.
I'm just hearing ad hominems. That's all I'm hearing, and I
I've
just
had
got
that
here.
done to
So
me several times by
please.
Fatsy and the other guy.
Ad hominem. Yeah, it's going
when
on.
you can't back
Okay.
back
What
your
did I
claim,
say?
you know.
All right.
Listen, this
Interrupted,
argument
I
is
mean.
this
Hang on.
argument is
So,
as
honest.
old as mankind. It just hasn't been won. That's the point.
But
There's
ad
You have
no
something to
consensus
add to
that
the
thought is a
conversation?
physical thing. Thought can be made physical through process,
Comment.
but we're not sold on that as a human race.
Honest.
Yeah.
Are you there?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm here. What's up?
Yeah. Do you have a question you want to ask, or do you have a topic you want to start? You seem
Generally, overall, I'm just more concerned. What's the benefit of proclaiming that the Earth is flat, and what are the
What's the
benefits?
benefit?
Sorry, let me finish. I'm sorry, but what is also the benefit of others proclaiming that the Earth is round? Like,
That's what I
what's the
was going
end
to
goal we're
ask you
trying
at
to
the same
spread?
time.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
yeah.
was
Like,
going to ask you
why do
that.
we? Yeah. Like, what's the end goal
So,
with trying to share
well,
this
the
information?
end goal is truth. Yeah, it's always truth.
Well, no, I'd say like I heard arguments like, oh, it's trying to hide God if we're trying to make people
Well,
believe that the Earth is round. But if the Earth is round, you have all that space to find God. There's nothing hidden underneath a round planet, but there's a lot of stuff hidden underneath a flat surface. So I'm
okay,
very confused.
is your end goal truth?
My aim goal is truth, just not presumptuous truth, where it's like, oh, I have these
Okay,
claims and I
cool.
have to make a, you know,
Yeah.
we're not finding a
So,
consensus, you know?
yeah, so we're all looking for truth as well, mate. So that's what we're doing.
Right.
So for the end goal could be they're hiding God or whatever, but in the end, we're looking for truth. We're looking for what the truth is. And when they tell us that we live on a spinning water ball flying through outer space with a radius of 3,949 miles, that's somewhere about
Right,
that.
but I'm pretty sure that changes here and there, you know?
When it changes here and there, where?
Well, overall, like I
Overall,
feel
what?
like that, I feel like that's a very fixated number, regardless of how
So you
the
think it
units are
changes?
measured, you know? Well, nothing's always the same, you know, there's always, you know, the tectonics plates, you know, making mountains, changing the shape of the earth forever. So,
Okay,
I
so
mean,
they
we can't
gave
always,
us
yeah,
a number, yeah.
yeah, but you know, that number is always going to change. We're talking about something as big as Earth, you know?
Okay, can you
Mountains
can you give
form,
me a
you know,
radius then?
a radius, as in like between from center to edge of like a
Let's
flat
say
surface.
center to water level, because you know on the globe the water is supposedly conforming to the shape of the ball. So radius to water level. Can you give us a radius, or you're just going to go with what they give us?
Well, what is radius to water level? Like, are we talking about center of the Earth to water level?
3,959 miles.
Yeah, that is like core to crust of the Earth, basically, right?
That's what they give us, yeah.
Yeah,
So
I'm just.
That's what we have
Sorry.
to work with, yeah, because that's what they gave us. So that's what we have to work
Yeah,
with. So
but at the same time, you can use those numbers to fit in your arguments and vice versa. So I feel like using this number consistently is just meant for a globe, picture. But if we're trying to go at this with like, the flat earth proposition, you can use that number to mitigate any argument. And I feel like, if you're a flat earth, supporter, enthusiast, or however you want to call yourself, maybe use your own numbers that you found out yourself. Because like, hey, round earthers have this number. What numbers can you give us? Like, I think
Why
we've
do
been
we have
waiting
to,
for the numbers.
Why do we have to give numbers though?
Well, so far we've only been receiving the things from, people who think the Earth is a globe. So why can't we
But
just
we
wait
don't
for
have
you to
a
give us the answer? Like
we don't have an edge.
you know.
We don't have an edge with a size. So
Well, yeah, you
now we get
eventually will find yourself from point A with one direction on a globe Earth, eventually to point A, and that's how we found that
how do you
number.
do that? Can you tell us how you do that?
Like physically, like as myself, probably not. But
Well,
we
can
have
you tell me anyone who's
satellites.
done it? You're jumping around a lot. You're really jumping around a lot. If we can sit on one subject, that might be nice.
I guess that one subject could be what number that you said about that Earth's radius.
Yeah.
How is that paramount to your arguments? Because
Okay.
you
So
can say
if
any
they give us,
argument is
yeah, so they give us a radius, which gives us the circumference of the Earth, and then we can get what the surface of the water should be dropping over distance. Yeah, because it's curved.
Wait a minute, is radius and circumference
Shut
the
up!
same thing?
No. Radius is between center to side of a surface. Circumference is from side to side if it's like circular or spherical.
Around.
Just
Yeah.
just
Around
at
the
a like
widest point. Yeah.
at a 2D display. Yeah, that is circumference versus radius.
So what if we're looking in a straight line and we're looking over water? They say it should be curving. So we
Curving,
look,
yeah.
and then someone should be able to measure that curvature. Yeah.
So to speak, not with like the naked eye, but with telescopes, because
Sure.
you see a ship far off, right?
Yep.
You can see it with the naked eye until what appears to be falling below the horizon.
And then you can zoom back in on it.
Yeah, because our eyes don't have angular fixation like telescopes do. We fade.
So
We
so
fade.
not curvature, so angular resolution.
Well, it's angular curvature. We don't have
So how do
angular
you
fixation
zoom
like
back in?
telescopes do.
How do you zoom back
So
in over a curve?
well, here's the situation. I think what you're trying to get is using biological means of the eyes to get an argument when you can't utilize it without using a telescope.
Okay, so
You need to use a
curve.
telescope to figure out that
Optics that
situation.
are
Are you
greater
going to
than the
listen to
eye
me now?
still
So
use optics that the eye uses.
all right. So
Yeah.
you're saying with when you look with the eye, it goes over the horizon, and then you zoom back in with a telescope. Yeah, correct.
And it should easily appear as is.
As is, or with a better angular view.
Well, when you zoom in, you're basically using eyes to give more distance.
Yeah, so if it goes over the curve, then how are you zooming back in on it?
Well, if it's flat, we wouldn't really be having to use the telescope.
That's not true. That's not true. How far can you see?
Not a number that I know of, but
Because I'd like to take you back to the curve, all right? Because we're talking
Right.
about boats going over the horizon, all right?
Yes.
So I said, all right, they gave us a number, we get the circumference, we get drop over distance. So we should have been able to measure that. Someone should have measured that, yeah? Measured the curvature. Drop over distance, 8 inches per mile squared at that rate. Correct?
Right.
Has anyone ever measured that?
Like, isn't there like a theorem behind it? Like, there's no term for
No,
it.
just a measurement, just a direct measurement.
Of curvature fall off?
Yeah, direct measurement
Um,
of drop over distance.
Not really sure. I don't know. I'm just
You
saying
don't know?
from no.
You'd think
No.
that if it was there and it was curving at that rate, that someone would have measured it, yeah?
Well, I feel like only a flat earther would make that pursuit.
Why?
Like, that only makes sense.
Well, but
'Cause
you mentioned satellites before, so what do satellites need to know before they fly them out into orbit?
well, I know for airplanes, for example, they use gas
No,
pressure.
we're talking about satellites. So
Oh, well, when
we
they
can go to
eventually get
planes. We can go to
yes,
airplanes
when
later, but yeah. So what do they
right, we
need to
can
know? What do satellites need to know before they launch them into orbit? What are the people making these satellites and launching these satellites? What measurement do they need to know before they send them up there?
well, you'll have
Would
well,
they
this
need
is
to know the
something
circumference or the radius of the Earth?
well, no, they would only need to know the
Why?
gravitational pull and their velocity.
Okay,
Velocity. But, you
cool.
know,
So
well, sorry. I am speaking to a flat earther, so I wouldn't actually have to let you guys know about gravitational pull because I feel like you would take that out of my argument anyway, because that's how
that's fine.
satellites stay in orbit.
But even with gravitational pull, you'd still need to know the radius of the Earth so you could get an arc, couldn't you? Because you'd need to actually know how high to send it up and what speed you're setting it at for your gravitational pull to take
For orbital
effect.
mechanics.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. Well, I'm pretty
Correct?
sure there's plenty of things on a satellites like propulsions and, you know,
Satellites have propulsion.
simple lasers like within the satellite just to keep its pinpoint on the Earth.
Lasers on the
Like,
satellite to keep it pinpointed on the Earth.
yeah, have a
Okay, so
satellite,
they
use
need
a
a
laser, detect the distance of the Earth from the distance
and then do
away
what?
in orbit, and then I can tell the satellite to use how much fuel, how much propulsion on
You
any of
think
its, you know,
that's how
little
satellites
attachments that it
work?
has. Well, as far as I'm concerned, that makes sense.
Or you think a satellite has an engine?
It doesn't need an engine for propulsion when you have a computer for a laser that is
What
giving
does it
that
use?
information out. What is used?
Yeah, what does it use?
Oh, what does it use?
Yeah.
Well, depends on like which satellite, but you know the basic
Just
components of
one.
what
Name
satellites
one.
use.
Pick a satellite and how does it propel itself? You don't know, do you? It's all
From
right to
well,
say
there's
it. I don't know.
propellants.
It's
Can you
okay
ask
to
the
say I
question
don't know.
again? Well, can I ask the
Pick a
question again so I can say
satellite.
that I don't know what I don't know?
Pick a satellite and tell me how it stays in orbit with your propulsion methods.
Velocity. Sorry, I can't pronounce that right. Velocity and gravitational pull.
So it
What about
doesn't
the
have
R?
So it doesn't have jets. Because if it's just based, so you claimed it has lasers and then it changes its velocity due to some type
Well,
of
no, it's
propulsion, and now you're claiming it's just velocity and gravitational pull.
We still
well,
need R.
there's plenty of things to keep things in orbit. Those
Cool.
of all things that I mentioned
Yeah, like
make up
R.
that.
You didn't mention anything.
Well, I
Exactly.
mentioned okay, then let's get the number for gravitational pull and a
Let's get
velocity
the
that is
number for
needed
R.
to
Let's
why
get
do
the
we need
Yeah,
number
an
you need a
R? Why do
you need
we
a
need
radius.
radius? Why do I, as someone who isn't working with satellites, need a radius to keep a satellite in the air?
Okay,
because
so
for
let's get it
orbital
because we
mechanics,
don't.
Because
you need a definite answer for R. You don't need
because
an approximation. You don't pray and spray things into the sky. You need to verify the
yeah.
curvature
So
so
if
that
we
in
if we
orbit
both don't know enough about satellites, can we change to a different topic then? Because we're not going to get anywhere on satellites because you don't know how they work.
I am reading a lot about them recently.
Cool,
I'm
but at
getting
the
to know
moment,
them.
you don't
But
know how they
when you
work. Okay.
right, but that
And
doesn't mean that when I don't know something, I can still read up upon it and let you guys know what I found out.
yeah, but it means that we can't have a coherent argument about it because you don't know about it.
Well, I
Correct?
am learning of it like now as of
I'm not
recently in school.
I'm not insulting you, mate. I'm just saying that
Please
can we
keep
have a coherent argument about something that we don't know about?
Right, and I'm letting you know that art is unnecessary. I told you
Okay,
that the
cool.
laser,
So,
like the laser that they told you, well, sorry, that I told you. I'm sorry. The
all right,
laser is
let's go.
supposed to predict the
All right,
distance
let's get
from
back
the
to the curvature of
surface.
the Earth then. All right. So, because we can't confirm these satellites and we don't know how they work and all of this, then let's go back to the curvature of the Earth on the place where we live. All right.
Okay.
So has anyone measured? I'll ask again. Has anyone ever measured it? And you said you didn't know, did you? Didn't you?
Not the drop off curvature
Cool.
number,
So
no.
how do we know we live on a ball?
Well, I feel like you don't need that now as we have the technology above that
Hold on.
answer.
Hold
What?
on.
How
Conception
can
of not
you
knowing
tell?
is good enough.
Yeah.
You can move on.
How can you tell me if I asked you, how do you know yourself? How do you know you live on a ball? Can you give me that?
Because I trust lots of independent research for it.
All right. So because someone told you a story, then you
Like
know you live on a ball.
same thing for, any takes on the Bible. But with this pursuit, it's more of a pursuit rather than, oh, we just have these texts. People pursue this type of question
Yeah.
and they came of it to be true.
Cool. So
Like they made a
they
pursuit for these
pursued
questions.
the curvature of the Earth, then who measured it?
There's definitely more things to find out other than that to figure out the
No,
Earth is round.
buddy. That's the basis of all of it.
It, man. That's it.
If no one's measured it and you can't give us a definitive measurement, then the entire cosmology is thrown out the window because everything relies on the Earth being a globe at the dimensions that they've given. So if it's not the globe with the dimensions they've given, then Venus isn't the approximate same size as Earth, and the distance to the sun is wrong, and the distance to the whole cosmology of the stars being light years away, and Andromeda galaxy, and all of these other things are wrong.
So
I'll ask you again. So how do you know that you live on a ball? Like, and without saying I trust the people who told me.
well, it's
Is
not
it
the people
your
who told me, they published these. They
okay?
didn't
What did
have
they
some
publish?
agenda. They didn't
What did
have
they
some like
publish?
agenda.
Who
What did they
cares?
publish?
Who?
What did they publish?
Hopefully, direct measurements. That's what we're looking.
Yeah, if you're saying so, they
Was
published all this.
observation not enough?
No,
Like we need tangible measurements.
You said they published all this stuff
Yeah,
that tells you
for
that.
plenty of
So
years
what
they've been publishing
what
like
did
not
they
just
publish?
no. They're not publishing things like, oh, we
What
proved
did
that
they
the earth is
publish? What?
around.
So pick one thing that they published that you can talk about.
That the earth is round. I think that's what I'm
That
getting
they
at.
published the Earth is round. And did they give you any evidence for that?
There's plenty independent evidence we
Okay,
can look
just
at.
one.
Give
One will
us
be
more.
fine. Yeah. Just
Give
one.
us. So what sources are you not going to trust?
We will
I'm just
trust
waiting for
direct
you.
measurement.
What sources will I send you that you're gonna look at and not trust?
You can
Because I
read
can
them out if
range.
you want.
We will trust direct measurement of curvature, drop over distance. Absolutely, 100%.
Yeah, I'm just trying to I'm just trying to point out that you're making an argument that you actually have no evidence for and you don't actually know anything about. Because I just asked you like a simple question and you can't answer it. You said that all the stuff they published, and I said, okay, well, can you give me one example of what they published that proves that the Earth is a globe?
Some evidence that the Earth is proposed to be a globe.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's
what?
pretty simple. It's not
Yeah.
hard. It's not like we're asking for, something extreme.
Yeah, because
We're
this is your whole view. This is your whole world view, and so far you don't have any evidence to support your world view. Because at the moment, at what you do is you walk outside and the Earth looks flat. It feels stationary, and you're saying it's not stationary and it's not flat. So there should be some type of overwhelming evidence that convinced you that the Earth is a ball. And when we asked the simple question, what you said that some people published something. So I'm just asking you what they published, because if you're convinced that you live on a ball, you must have seen some type of publication or some type of evidence that convinced you, oh yeah, that makes sense, that I live on a ball. Do you have one of them?
Maybe we can head on over to the equation, like Earth curvature.
How is an
Cool.
equation the answer to direct measurement? Like you need direct
Because
measurement
you
to
use
in.
equations to find a direct measurement.
No, you
Okay,
actually
You
use
what's
find
it
direct.
based?
area. You find area with length
Cool.
times
What's
width.
it
That is
based
the
on then?
equation.
What's the equation based on?
It is based on the Earth's radius.
Wow, there you go.
Yeah, but this is only coming
Realize
from
the circular argument?
sky view.
Do you realize the circular argument, or is it just us that realizes it? Because I'm wondering how people can justify thinking fallaciously instead of the opposite, thinking logically. The opposite of fallacious thinking is thinking logically, which wouldn't lead to circular reasoning.
Well, it says here, if you want to trust it, it says NASA, Earth's curvature is approximately 8 inches per, what is it, value?
Mile squared.
Per mile squared, yeah.
Roughly, yeah.
Yeah, tested it, not true. Sorry.
And how was it tested?
It wasn't.
I
They
tested.
measured some shadows 2,000 years ago, apparently.
Yeah, I tested it myself and it wasn't true. So can you tell me that you've tested this and found it to be true?
I wondered if you tested it correctly, if you know how they did it compared to what you did.
How did they
They
test
didn't
it
do
correctly?
anything.
So sundials,
They're the ones
none of
making
it.
the claim. They're the ones making the claim that the Earth is curved at that rate. So how did
It's
they test
not
it?
much. It's not much of like a claim. They made the observation that hey, this is the fact when we perform this test.
What observation?
Test?
Well, the test with this curvature, 8 inches per mile squared.
Yeah, where's the
What
test?
did they do?
Well, let me read up.
Don't be one of those people who Google it and become an instant expert, please. Goodness.
No, it's not that.
Yeah. No, you're doing well. You know, at
But
least
I don't
you're not
understand the
at
full.
least you're not yelling
Yeah,
at me or
that's
flatsy.
true.
So.
Honest. You are actually being pretty honest, and I really appreciate that honest.
Yeah, it sounds much better now. Thanks, guys.
You have to excuse my abrasiveness because I like to, I don't know, come at it from a hard angle because it sometimes it hammers into people's minds better, but sometimes
She
it
wasn't
doesn't.
always like that, though.
Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, you Globers made me this way, you shitheads.
Right. But I'm still not understanding the radius. Why is that the
Well,
key
because it's never been
components?
measured.
I feel like it doesn't need to be with all the other things we have been doing.
It has to be because the
Like
radius.
there's no
The
need for a
radius.
pursuit of this radius when we have pursuits of other means to
You
find it
need
Okay, so
otherwise.
if
to
there's
verify it.
yeah, if
Yeah,
there's no
why do I need a
radius,
verified
then
radius?
How can you
well, then there's
not
no curve.
verify it when it's the base of your whole cosmology?
I don't really
That's
have like this
crazy.
belief of like cosmology.
What are you talking
Cool.
about? You don't
So
think that
are
the
you
stars
open?
in the sky, in the night sky, are light years away? What about the sun? Do you think that you're rotating around the sun or revolving around the sun? Do you think that
Well, yeah,
the wandering
that's
stars are also revolving around the sun? Like this is the basis. The
well,
Earth
no, the
radius.
star itself is its own solar system. Our
This is
star
the
isn't
problem. The Earth's
the main
radius
star.
determines the entire cosmology that I just said.
Right. I'm still not understanding how this particular radius is gonna explain every other
They
thing we have
used,
done.
okay, they used the Earth's radius to
Right.
determine everything else in the heliocentric cosmology.
Yeah. Well,
Everything is based off of it.
yeah, we can tell you the process. So they assume the Earth's radius, yeah, by measuring sticks and shadows. They assume,
Right.
but at that stage they assumed that the sun was infinite miles away and light rays were coming in parallel. So this has never been seen, never been measured. So what they did then was they came up with a radius, a circumference of the Earth, yeah, from these shadow measurements. Now, what they did was, oh, okay, Earth's radius is this much. Venus is the same size. So when Venus did a transit of the sun, they worked out how big the sun was because they assumed that Venus was the same size as Earth and how
Mm-hmm.
long it took to transit the sun. And then they got the distance to the sun from that as well. Now, can you see any problems with that?
Well, I'm concerned if they kept using the Earth's radius to travel or monitor the sun's diameter or radius too.
It's
Yeah.
Like,
calculation. It's not monitor or visit or anything. It's all calculations. They used the radius of the Earth to figure out all of the things that Timbo just said.
right. And see, like, even, like, I'll be honest with this, like, even then, that doesn't feel right. Like,
Yeah.
in your light, like, that doesn't even feel right. I just feel like they would do other things without using that. Like, I don't feel like there's a need to use
I
it
hope
to find
so.
out Venus, Mercury, Jupiter.
But that's what they did.
Yeah, I know what you're feeling, but feelings don't matter in this situation. It matters like I mean, I want is people to supply the actual measurements and information that would verify all of these wild claims, but nobody has. And that's fun, like I'm not going to get emotional about it, but some people get emotional about the fact that there is none. Like the Globers will get mad at us because we're asking for something that isn't there.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What I'm hearing is that they're using like the Earth's radius to figure out like the radius and diameters of like the other planets. Is that kind
Yes.
of
Yeah,
like
and the stars
okay?
too.
That makes a lot more
Yeah.
sense. Okay. Um. So
So you get that if the Earth isn't a globe with that radius, that the entire cosmology would fall apart, right? You get that at least.
I'd say so. Like in that stance,
Yeah.
yes. But I believe from everything that I'm looking, they're not using the Earth's radius for any type of
Can you
modern
show
use
me?
for finding it.
Can you show me where they're not using the Earth's radius?
Well, I think I would like to go to the. Do you trust universities, like, with their pursuits and they're trying to?
Yeah, if they do tests and experiments, yeah, I trust universities. Yeah.
Yeah, it just depends. It's always a case by case situation because you should be able to falsify or verify anything that they say, right?
Yeah.
If they say something that you can't necessarily falsify or verify, then you don't have to listen or believe anything. You can just, whatever you know that you're okay with knowing. If you can't know it, you're okay with not knowing it. You've got to be able to take your ego out of this whole situation and be able to not have any emotions and just figure it out on that kind of level. If there's information that you can process to verify it, whatever epistemology that you need, because it's not always the scientific method. Sometimes it's direct measurement. Sometimes it's, it needs to pertain to natural laws because nothing can go against natural law. That's impossible. And that's
Mhm.
outside of science, the scientific method. If you need to use that epistemology, and there's steps like observation, hypothesis, and a hypothesis test, systematic experimentation, followed by a theory, a scientific theory. So these are
Mhm.
all things that you can do, and the theory you can falsify, even though it's gone through a rigorous systematic experimentation. So you can go do the experimentation. You can go verify it for yourself. Some things are just told to you and you have to just accept it on faith, which is, come on. Does anybody
Mhm.
really do that? That really
Yeah,
cares about absolute
that's
knowledge?
science nowadays. You're right. If we first accept this, then by this we can infer that.
Right. I'm seeing it as like, sure, they're like you're saying, like these whoever they may be, whether it be NASA, some other independent facilities out there, they're
Yeah, who
using the Earth's
yeah, I don't
radius
care.
to figure out these other measurements. But I feel
Yeah.
like they've did something not using the Earth's radius to figure out Earth's radius, and then use those methods to figure out the other planets.
Surely
I
they
think
would need to verify whatever they think it is by direct measurement. Surely that would be
Right.
something you would
I,
need, like, for your whole cosmology to be based off of it. Go verify it for certain.
yeah, just maybe the best thing for you to do then is to look into how they got the Earth's radius.
right. That's what I'm trying to get at. Like, without using the Earth's radius, what method did they use, and then how can that be applied to the other planets? And how does that
Well,
relate to whether or not they're both round or flat?
well, then you're gonna come along. Then you're gonna get another story later on about them sending probes to all these places. Yeah.
Well, there's no way to find any reason to deny that when there's like this
Yeah, but
circumference of like money involved
hold on.
and
There's
the whole
also
So it's
agencies and facilities out
because
there.
they spend a lot of money, then it must be true. Is that what
no,
you're
no, no.
saying?
You got to
Well,
think about the flip
I'm
side of
saying if
it.
there was no money involved, it wouldn't happen.
Think about the flip
What?
side of what you just said. Think about the flip side of it. There's
Right.
no way to say that they didn't do it, but on the flip side, there's no way to say that they did. Right?
Uh, Hey, I was
I'd
wondering,
I'd
did
feel
you
like you can
just
see
admit?
the,
Did you
hmm?
just admit that money makes the world go round?
Uh,
No.
Yeah, you
Like
did. You said if there
you can
was no
find.
money, there wouldn't be no movement.
you got to
Pretty
think
I
about
much.
the
don't think
flip
there's a
side.
movement
So you're
needed.
not being logically fallacious.
Oh,
You
Like
need
money
to think
like
about
moves
these
the flip
are
stuff.
side.
no, like not a movement. Like these people like genuinely invested in trying to find reason,
Yeah,
and
some of
whether
them
they have to go
believe.
about that. But what I'm trying to figure out is like there's manufacturing involved. You can probably see plenty of these probes, either A in function or B in construction, and you can physically see those devices, vehicles, whatever they may be, and then figure out how is this going to be off of our planet or let alone away from it. And I'm
Are
pretty
we able?
sure people who are constructing these vehicles, whatever they are, will tell you.
Yeah, we need to be able to verify it though. They need to be able to verify it because the people that build this stuff don't
Yeah, they don't
actually,
know.
yeah, they don't actually send it off. They're not the ones who do that. It's compartmentalized.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you got a guy that builds a data board. You got a guy that builds a part of the solar panel. You got people that supply the electronics. You got people that make the cover for it. You know, like you got all
Again,
these
yeah,
different people. Like, and then okay, they construct it. They send it to where the rocket's going. Yeah, for that rocket to launch it into space, and then they never see it again. All they receive is, well, they probably don't even receive the data. They'd probably receive a box of chocolates in the mail and a paycheck saying thank you for all your hard work.
And a confirmation
I'm pretty
email.
sure there's information received from like probes. Are you saying we don't receive anything?
Yeah, but how easy it is? Yeah, but where do you get that information
Right.
from?
You have to be able to disseminate the information that you're given, right? So construct it this way. First of all, you need verification of the radius of the Earth before you accept anything orbiting it or anything based off of it. If none of those comport together for the cosmology, then everything else that you're hearing, seeing, even the people that are out there building their part for the apparatus that's supposed to be sent off and getting the confirmation email, they don't even have to know. They don't have to know what they're doing. They just think that they're doing it. They believe it like you do.
Right, but if we like make sense about what they're being made of, maybe we can understand how we're receiving data from them.
Brother, I really hope that you get what we're saying because we're following a
I
line of
understand. I'm just
this is
like
yeah, this is a line of reasoning and logic that we're following that's not being concluded with a conclusion of logic. It's being concluded with fallacious reasoning. That doesn't follow. That's not good enough.
mm,
You need to be able to follow it with verifiable, falsifiable information that we can verify ourselves. Right? Don't you think
mhm.
that? So it's not a religion. It would be fact, right?
In that regard, I'd say so. Like, sure, like if we did have like this probe, we whatever we want to put on it, let's say a transmitter, it gives, some information back, no matter where it is.
And where are you
Let's say
getting
let let,
the
let me
information back from? Who's the person that's detecting it?
let,
People that
let us
tell you
just
you live on a
say,
ball, and the people that are taking your money and
well,
supposedly
no,
sending things into space. They're the ones that tell you, "Oh, we just received a blip from the probe we sent to Mars," and
well, let's say that we
yeah,
were
that's
on
money
this
well
team.
spent. We're doing science here, and then they ask for another grant next year because they want to send
Hmm.
they want to send one to Jupiter. So they get hundreds of $1 million to send one to Jupiter, and then they receive, someone builds it for them, and then they receive a blip back saying, "Oh, we just landed a probe on Jupiter," and then they get more funding. What's the incentive there? To get more money? And
Well, to get
who can
more knowledge, like,
falsify what knowledge about what? Who can falsify what they're doing? No one, yeah, because it's
yeah, well,
classified information.
yeah, let's say like we are this team, regardless of our beliefs. We're going to put something on this probe, and it's going to give us, information about height it is that I can detect from like the crust of the earth. Okay. And using whatever
Height of
technology, whether that be,
height from the crust of the earth.
yeah, which is just the surface of the earth, like what it is going to be launched off of. Right.
Yeah, but it doesn't do that. And who
do we just not see it? Like,
Again,
do
you're
we not
missing
go
my
to Florida
point
and
about
witness it?
you see a rocket go up in the air. How do
Right.
you know
Okay.
that
Let's say we
probe's
did
on there?
that. Yeah.
How do you
Yes.
know
Let's
the
just say.
probe's on there?
Hey, let's just say that we did that.
Yeah.
At the same time, we put this device that tells us how much it is from the surface.
Yep. Cool.
Yes, there's a computer that, when it's
Cool.
at a
Who's
flat
getting?
surface, you can reset
Who's
it.
receiving? Who's receiving the information?
May I just repeat everything before I answer questions?
No. I'm
Because I
just
feel
going to
like
say
we have to.
who's receiving the information?
Us. Everybody
Us.
in this
Who's
team.
us?
Everybody.
No, you can't do that, mate. It doesn't
Is that a
work.
filter?
That's not. You can't do it.
You're implying that in that process that it's being faked, are you not?
No, I'm saying that.
No, the other
There's
guy.
a device. Oh, well, there's.
Brandon.
I want to get something
You're
first.
implying.
I'm not implying anything. I'm just implying that how do
Asking
we know that it's?
You're saying who's getting the information back?
Yeah,
There's
exactly.
people
Who's
at
getting the
NASA
information
and
back?
stuff.
Yeah, people
who's
at
filtering
NASA,
the
exactly.
information
The
to
people who are receiving money to do it. Yeah.
So
Right,
it's
but
being
there's
faked somehow, you're implying.
Why not? I don't know that it's true, so maybe they're faking it.
He's just trying to reduce the argument to absurdity.
But
Yeah,
you're
but
saying it's
anywho,
possible that it's being faked.
Brandon, my whole point is we don't know that it's going up there.
So it's possible that it's being faked.
Do we
Okay,
know
Brandon,
that it's going
no
up there
further
or not?
input from
Brandon,
you is
do we know it's going up there or not?
The information tells us that, and you're saying it's
Do
possible that
we
the information
know-
is being faked.
Do we know it's going up there or don't we?
The information is telling us that it's going up there, and you're saying that it
Who's
is
giving
possible.
you the information?
Hold up, bro.
Who's
Yes,
giving
you're
you the
saying.
information?
Yes, exactly. You're saying it's possible that the information itself is being faked.
Because the
he's
people in
asking
question.
you, how do you verify the information
Yeah,
to be
exactly.
true? That's what he's asking you. We don't have to say fake because you can't prove it's real. So quit with the
Right,
lame
let-
crap. It's
let
not
me
a
get-
grandstand that you sit on like a throne.
Okay,
I'm just
if
gonna
we
pull us
can't
back.
verify the information, what does that mean?
Shut up. You're
It
just
means it's
reducing the argument
unverifiable.
to
You just said it in your
ridiculousness.
sentence. You gave the answer to the question in the question. It would be defined as unverifiable and not valid evidence.
So fake evidence.
Yeah, so do I got to say fake? No, I just say verify it. You can come up with whatever reason you want that you can't verify it. That's fine. But until it's verified, verify somebody was actually here when they took this image.
Right. I just want to pull back. So, to tell difference is like velocity over time. And I'm saying that there's a device that are put into probes when they're launched to send that data back. They have everything that they need to get the information back, no matter where it's at. And I'm
Who does?
saying that, well, anybody who launches satellites, anyone who launches probes,
NASA?
and many more agencies, yes.
Who?
Well, there's NASA, there's the cosmonaut, what was it?
JAXA?
Are they affiliated with NASA?
No.
Yes, they are.
No, they go to space. That doesn't mean they're affiliated with NASA.
Yes, they are.
What's the proof of that?
There's the proof that they're not.
No, you made the assumption, so you have the burden of proof. Yeah, you have the burden of proof. You said yes, they're affiliated with NASA, so you have the burden of proof.
They are.
Well, then prove it. Show me.
They give money to NASA, don't they?
Wait,
Some
so
countries do.
They do? Show me.
Wait. So
how am I going to get that information, moron?
Whoa, let's be
Well,
nice.
that's
Wait.
Why are flat
that's
earthers
your
so
burden
mean?
of proof. That's your burden of proof, dude.
Okay, so if we're not gonna trust
The
information from
on the
NASA,
government budget for NASA?
what about
Is that what you're
Roscosmos?
asking for? Because we can give you their budget for the year. The
No,
projected
no,
budget.
no.
It's on government web pages. We can look at the money they take from the taxpayers of this nation and direct into that category of the DOD or the Department of Defense.
Well, yeah, we use NASA with the what is it, Space Force that got ramified in like
NASA was
2016
DOD
from
long
Trump.
before that. Most of their people are from a military status.
Well, yeah, that's
Naval, Air
exactly what the
Force.
branch is. It's military.
I'm just saying, most of your
It's
first
been a thing for
astronauts were
years. It's just
military
been
men, career military.
right, yeah, but it's been a thing for years. Just the Space Force just wasn't like nullified or ramified, something along those lines in like 2016 or
Ramified.
2018.
Thank you.
As in like officialized or obstructed, like it erected
Launched.
as a branch of the U.S. military.
Yeah, it was a branch, but it wasn't recognized until that given date. Yes, true.
Yeah,
But
what
that
I'm
doesn't
just
give
saying, like,
validity to anything because
yeah,
Space Force and NASA don't.
they work together. That's how they use their satellites.
The Air
That's why the
Force
Space
and
Force is a thing, because
TV.
it militarized with NASA. Does that make sense? As in, like, the Space Force, their personnel use and co-side and co-work with NASA.
Yeah, they all got a category in the sub departments of the DoD. Yes.
Yeah, so they all work together with their pursuits. Even NASA things, the Space Force helps along with them, even if it's outside military use.
So,
What I'm
do we
saying
have
is
any,
that why,
do we have
you
any
know,
proof of the globe yet?
Why questions?
well, you
What's
can't
what's why
deny
gonna
the
prove?
no. How can you deny pursuing? No, sorry. How can you deny the individuals that pursue the knowledge for the globe Earth, and then, like, you know,
Not even gonna
NASA
address
or
that.
Cosmos? Yeah,
I don't
why
care what you
deny
do
them
or who
and
you
deny?
are. I don't
Right.
care what you
Because
do or who you are. That's no reason to give concrete value to every word you say.
Wouldn't NASA be concrete value for a flat Earth from what they do? Like, I'm pretty sure they would have figured that out.
Got him.
Like,
okay,
if
so
NASA,
Are
if
you
NASA
saying
is, all right,
let's
no.
trust the smartest people in the world and that's NASA?
If NASA is going to pursue the way that they do, why haven't they come out and said that the Earth is
This is
flat?
a fallacious line of reasoning.
do you trust
it
the?
doesn't
being
prove it.
honest, like, if we're not going to
No,
trust
you're not
NASA,
being
let's go
honest.
ask. No, if we're not
Got a
going to trust
question for
NASA,
you.
let's go
Do
ask
you trust?
Roscosmos.
Do you trust the government?
Which
Why are flat
portion
earthers
of the
so
government?
mean, dude?
What?
Hang on. Do you
Listen,
trust the government?
Flat
it's two
earthers are
people.
assholes.
Just you don't have to be a co-pilot, Pat, and just
How-
shut up.
No, you're just assholes, man. Instead of being polite.
Well, we
Well,
can
piss
mute
off
you, and
then.
you could
I
just
don't
be
give a-
shut up then.
Okay,
Alright.
here's the thing.
Do you trust the government?
No. Here's the thing.
Government.
Do
you trust the government?
Do I trust bureaucrats of the government? Is the right question you should be saying.
Do you trust
Because
the government?
The government could be CIA, all those things, but I'm talking about just NASA. That doesn't involve the
They're part of the
CIA or
government.
anything. I trust scientists within the governments who are bureaucrats. Yes.
The shape of the Earth is not scientific.
And how is a flat Earth scientific?
It's a geometry question.
Flat's not a shape anyway, so I don't see how that came from the shape comment. It's a description of a surface.
Can you
So
answer
there's
my
no
question?
shape to the Earth.
You took
trust
geometry,
government?
didn't you? You know flat's a
Because your
description, right?
your whole argument is that you believe that these people are doing what they're saying they're doing. They are a part of the government. We just confirmed that, yeah.
Yeah,
So,
his faith proves
They're
something.
an agency.
correct.
Listen.
So do you trust the government?
Not with all things.
Okay, so why would you trust them in this sense then?
Well, faith hasn't
Because
proved
well,
God
first,
yet.
well, here's the thing.
You got
One, the
faith in
CIA
people,
actually
but
accounts for themselves. They'll send private missions to the public after a certain amount of years. We
I'm
still
not
see that with
asking about the
NASA.
CIA, man. They
Well,
lie
I'm
all
telling you
the time.
how I trust the
They were
government
bringing,
because
all
they
right,
account themselves.
they were bringing drugs into America, cocaine
oh
wars. They
man,
started
just
all
kick
of
him
that.
in his
Now,
face.
Well,
Just
who
because you
started
have
it?
faith in people doesn't
okay,
prove anything to be a concrete reality. Your faith
yeah,
doesn't prove anything.
Right, and I'm
Sorry.
saying
I mean,
that
it's a good
there's no
conversation. So
faith.
what you're building for us is a belief system. I mean, so why don't you just concede that you have a belief system you can validate if you want, but it's based on the fact that you have faith and there are people smarter than you that actually know and they tell you because they love you
Right.
or whatever reason.
Well, there's no pursuit of like a belief. I wasn't preached this. If it's in like
No, you have
curriculum at
faith in the
school,
information that's been given to you and the people that gave it to you. That's what I said. So you built a
yeah.
belief system
And
around it that you've never validated once in your life.
well, I'm pretty sure I've asked a question when I began this
I
argument.
said
Is
validate,
what
not
is it?
ask.
Hold on, no. I said at the beginning of my argument, like who knows, 30, 40 minutes ago, I said, what is the purpose for giving out this information in the first place?
truth.
And
Yeah,
so far, I've only been told truth,
that
and
doesn't even
that
address
doesn't
what I
mean.
asked. So you still have faith in people whose information you never validated once in your life. This entire
Why are
thing
you?
is based on your
What's the
faith.
presumptuous action I'm doing? Because first of all, I'm not validating something.
Well,
I'm
you said it,
validating
man.
it.
These people are smarter than us. I have faith in them. I trust them. Trust is faith.
Yeah.
They're synonymous. So you have faith
It
in
can
people.
be like
Have you
synonymous,
ever
but they're not like
validated anything
relative.
that I asked that? Have you ever validated any of their information for yourself? This is what they're talking to you
Yes, and
about
we're
now.
doing just fine.
Validation.
Yeah,
How do
so
you
far the Earth
validate
is
all
round
the
and we're
things
doing
that you
just fine.
use as proofs? And you guys say, because I have faith in the people that's told it to me. But you won't admit it's faith or belief.
Well, there's nothing to really put faith in. I just have this information that
It's
is
all
gathered
faith.
for me.
Yeah, you
It's all
put faith
faith.
in their information. You've already admitted it.
I'm
It's
not faith in
recorded.
like information. I'm given like information.
No, it was in the form of I trust bureaucratic scientists. So
Yeah.
that's faith.
Well, they're all
Trust.
just
I have
scientists. Not all
faith.
scientists are
Which is a
bureaucratic.
bigger leap of faith, his leap of faith or your leap of faith?
Well, my leap of
His.
faith only requires observation. Every
Right,
time
and we
I
have
observe,
those.
every time I go outside, I see a locally flat Earth. Why would I
Yeah,
assume it's
first
a
first
sphere?
hand.
Just because I see spheres in the sky? I don't see no similarities between what I'm on and what's in the sky.
Well,
That's not logical.
I mean, if we're still going to use the radius of the Earth, you're eventually just going to be
No, we're
walking
talking
around
about
the Earth.
observation.
Yeah, that
Everyday
observation.
life, it's flat.
Okay, you
Yeah.
saying that, you saying
Requires no
walking around the
faith.
Earth. Does
You
that
just
does
observe
that
it.
does that mean that you think that you can just go straight and end up back at the same point? Is that what you think?
It's been done before.
When?
Well, it's called all-around trips. Lots of planes do it. We can find airlines that do it
So
all the time.
you're saying that you can point in one direction, stay in that direction, and end up back where you started?
Yes.
Can you show me who's done this?
Well, let's see. Just because you're asking, I'm just looking at it.
Yeah. Do you know that that doesn't even happen on a globe unless you're on the equator?
I mean, if you're going to follow along the equator, whether that be north and south laterally, because like
No, the equator's east-west. So if you were anywhere above or anywhere below the equator, you'd have to keep on correcting to north.
Magnetic
on
deviation.
a ball. Yeah.
It deviate.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
north would deviate because of the rounded surface.
I'm pretty sure they're called circumnavigations, where you go along the equator. There's a place, I think it's in Barrameda, Spain. This guy, Juan Sebastian Elcano, returned to Barrameda, Spain
He's
on.
Googling.
Well, you said show me a person, and I'm pulling up somebody's biography who has done
Right.
it.
Can you
can
post
sail a
search
certain
up.
east to west.
You said search up somebody who's went around the equator,
East-west.
and I'm giving you a name, Juan Sebastian
show us-
Elcano.
Can
Search
you
up
show us
Juan.
his map?
Yeah.
Yeah, show us a map of his route.
Right,
And then
Please.
after, yeah, go T.
That's where it's all at.
if you're operating
Devil's in the
within
deep.
if you're operating within specific like a south and north latitude, right, then there's nothing to say that you just simply haven't gone around in a circle around a center point on over a plane. So yeah, there's nothing to say that you've gone around a globe.
I like to look at these routes. So
Yeah, me too. And then
done
after you
quite
found
a
that,
few of them. The polar
can you give
ones,
us one?
they say
Yeah.
we sailed all the way around pole to pole, but when you look at their route, they go to the place they call this pole, they go around it and come back. And then they go down to the
Yeah.
other one and go around it and come back. They never go all the way around the backside. Look at their route, it's an oval circle between the poles.
Well, yeah, it's an oval circle because it's round.
No.
That's how a map is
Listen,
portrayed.
no. They
shouldn't
map
have
it
turned around
out
and come
they
back.
say they didn't go all the way around the backside. They just went around the poles and came back to each other. They don't even present it the way you're saying they presented it.
Yeah, because what I'd be looking for is
Yeah.
anyone who's started in the north and then gone all the way south and come up the other side. So
Back
all the
at
way
north
down,
again. Yep.
yeah, north again. So in that
From
case, you'd
north
have to
all the
go
way around back to north.
north all the way down through South America and then come up the bottom of Australia over the Antarctic. That'd be a good one.
Well, not over the Antarctic. You can go
Why
from the
not?
middle of the ocean across the middle of the ocean from the other side, from west to east, and you'll eventually find yourself in the same ocean.
No, I want south though. I want all the way around the south. Because we can go east to west
You
on a
can go
flat Earth
east to west.
anyway. You just because north just points to the center, so all compasses point north. This is the same with the globe. So when you're actually circumnavigating, if you're going if you're heading east, you have to keep correcting to north. Because if you keep on going dead reckoning, you're going to end up going south. This happens on a globe too. Yeah.
So if you go from north to south or south to north, what was the argument?
No, north to south, and then back up to north again.
North to
Over,
south, back up north.
around the bottom. Yep.
Yeah.
All the way
There's
around.
no other way.
Not just
To navigate at all, you are going to be relying on cardinal north. Like, there's just no other way to do it. You will not know where the fuck you are going.
Yeah, exactly.
He said cardinal law. I wonder if the rest of them call that cardinal directions. Dude says, you know that Take Me to Church song is anti-church. I'm like, yeah, I know. It tells you to worship women. Yep, yep. It's a sin, but we do it. Yes, we do.
So are you
We're
guys
men.
actually putting forth a rough idea of the Earth?
We're men. A rough idea of
We're
a
just
what,
having a
Scott?
Sounds like
conversation.
you're saying the Earth is a place where the North is in the center of it.
Isn't that what it is on a globe?
I don't know. I'm asking if that's what you guys are putting forth, because usually you guys don't put forth anything.
Well,
I mean,
if
it
you're
is
going
kind of
around
like
the
that.
equatorial plane, yeah, on a
Yeah, I
globe.
think it's a mistake. You shouldn't be doing that.
Well, yeah, because the
Okay,
Antarctic
so
and the Arctic is actually roughly flat on that giant globe scale. It's roughly flat, and then it kind of bloats out towards the middle where the equator is, and then you can go
What?
back up. The
Who's
Earth,
done that?
I don't know why. It's not a matter what. I don't know. Your God.
What?
who's God? What?
Who's talking about God?
I don't know.
No, because I said that it's just if you look at it, it's flat among the north and south poles, and then it gouts out or bulges
Look at
out
it.
towards the
Look at it
equator,
where? On a
and then
cartoon.
In a model.
Where are you looking at it?
from the
You're looking
places
at a
you deny
picture.
it from.
He's never
Doesn't look
looked
like that
at
in
You're
all the NASA
asking.
pics.
This is again why I ask at the very beginning when I try providing stuff. I asked you, what things are you not going to trust? And you said,
It's not about
well,
trust.
whatever, cool. And I gave you some
Yeah,
things, and you're like,
We
yeah,
don't.
NASA,
Said whatever.
NASA,
Nobody said that.
government,
Nobody said whatever.
NASA. Yeah,
listen, guy. The
you said
game
you were
here
open
is
to it, and I
you bring
said
your best evidence and then we destroy it. So you're mad
it's
because you
not
can't
destroyed. It's not even
validate.
accommodated.
So
No,
now you're
it's
You don't
not
even
mad.
because he
accommodate it
hasn't
because you
even
don't
brought
apply it.
any evidence yet.
Hold on. Now you're mad because you got faith in these people who gave you this information that you can't validate, and you just want to prove to us we're stupid, and that's where we're at.
Well, I'd just rather not have you put words in my mouth or
Well,
presumptions.
I'm just telling you,
Well, you
when
did it to us.
have a specific
No,
reason
I
why
didn't.
you say, when you have a specific reason why you deny a claim, you can't just say that somebody is saying an entire corpus of information is fake or invalid when you're invalidating it individually. That's why we do it that way. You want to say the corpus of, and we'll take it piece by piece and squash it all for you. None of it is empirical.
Yeah, but I'm hearing all of this like, hey, what can you bring to the table? And I don't get that much from you.
Bring a photo from the table, dude. The fact that you can't scientifically prove or validate any of your shit, your
Everything
sources of
scientifical
information, is
you
that
claim are from bureaucrats,
no, be
and all of them
specific
are.
about that. Nobody
No.
said it's from bureaucrats. I don't do random
I said
blanket
these
comments.
scientists. Okay, in this specific
What
regard, the
scientists? Tell
scientists,
me one. Name one.
I don't need to name one. There's an agency of
Sure,
them.
you do. I want to be individual on what he said, and then we can address what he said. Positive claims. I don't want to do blanket general
For something
bullshit
big like the
statements,
Earth,
but
there's gonna be a
blanket
team of
general bullshit
scientists.
statements don't prove nothing specifically.
Okay, non-bullshit statement. There's gonna be a team of scientists who's gonna try and find out
Name
about the
them.
Earth.
Cite their source. Let's
Could you be
cover
more
it.
vague?
I know. Come on, man. There's nothing to debate while you keep doing this shit. You're trying to tippy toe out backwards and not validate any of your information. I'm just the prick that's not going to let you do it. That's all. Tonight's menu, B mod and more of B mod. You can get 2 helpings in sauce if you're good. Just validate some of that crap. Quit saying we're calling it fake just because you can't validate it.
Yeah, it's not our problem
Thing
that
is,
you've got no evidence
so
for it.
if I
You know,
really
like
did
it's
work at NASA and I gave you
if this,
whether or
if
not
that,
it was the
I'd
same
if I was a
still tell
information,
you to
leprechaun,
validate your
if I was
stuff.
a
I'm
leprechaun, I'd have a
asking,
pot of gold.
how
Like
am I going to be
if
validated?
if that, it's
What's going to
like
validate it?
cool. Well,
NASA or someone not
do
from
an
NASA?
experiment to validate that you live on a
Hey,
globe.
hold on.
Go for it.
And
You
NASA
said
does
you're a
that for me.
leprechaun
It
and you
does it
got a
for
pot of
everybody.
gold.
What did they do?
We can all look together. We can always go on their website.
What
We
Give us
can
something.
always look
Give us
for
something
them.
specific. Give us
Yeah,
something
you just
Well,
specific.
it doesn't take
you just said
take
NASA
Glover.
does
No,
it
no, no,
for
no, no.
me. No,
Does it
hang
for
on. You said
everybody. Does it for
NASA does it
everybody.
for me.
Everybody.
You said
Does it
NASA
for
does it
everybody.
for me.
Me and
You
everybody.
said NASA does it for me.
And
What did they
everybody.
do?
Listen, bro, low hanging fruit is always bruised, man. The bugs get to the low hanging fruit first. We're going to have to reach higher.
Right.
Right. I'm
So
glad you agree.
I'm just saying.
You're
See
changing.
again. Don't be presumptuous. Don't put words in my mouth. Don't assume I do things or think things.
Listen, we're commenting on what you said. Your words.
No,
I
because your
trust.
statements are you invalidate this or you don't do
I
this.
trust these people.
Don't be presumptuous.
No, I made that faith based on you said you trust the information that's given to you by any scientist. Bureaucratic
NASA.
or
What
non-bureaucratic,
information?
I don't give a shit. I
Let's
can
be
validate
specific. Provide some of
anything
the
I say.
information.
That's anything I
And
say is
I'm
true.
saying that
I'll
all of
validate.
us I'm saying that all of us together can go look towards NASA and see what they explained or sent out, gave out to the
Home run
public.
Bush fallacy.
How
Trying to
is
back out of here.
what am I backing out? I said we both can do this thing. You're asking me to
Why
do it
don't
when I
you
know
do
we
it?
both
We've
can look at
already done it. We've
do
already
what
done
thing?
it. Let's try to narrow it down to
What?
that. What are
Okay,
what are we
so
gonna do? Hold on. What are we gonna do?
look
Based
for
on whose work?
information.
What
I said
information?
we can look for NASA's website because they're the
I'm good at
agency,
research.
not for NASA.
Are you gonna get mad when I ask for validation? I've been to NASA's webpage. You think flat earthers don't know the rhetoric well? I was educated in a different world than you. Is that what you think?
Well, it's not rhetoric.
I mean, I really don't
It's
even know
not an
what is your
institution.
what is the level of
At a college,
your
it's an
academic
agency.
career. I don't know what the level of your academic career is. I don't know how long you put in, whether you paid attention in class. I don't know.
Well, I'm asking if you will do the same with NASA.
Already
You've
done
asked
it. Your
you've,
turn, mate. It's your turn
Yeah,
to do it.
that's-
Exactly.
Well, what
That's
have you done?
that's an
Because NASA will
assumption.
not tell you the things you're telling me.
What things? We haven't What covered things? You anything haven't, and specifically.
Hold on, hold on.
we
Hold on.
just
Here's,
we're
here's the
just
first
told
thing.
on about.
Here's the
I'm
first thing I
lying.
said.
We're just
Here's
hang
here's
on,
here's the
Hey,
first thing.
we're
Here's the
just
first
showing
thing.
you. Like we're just showing you that you don't know what you're talking about. Yeah.
What?
That's
Okay.
it.
What have you shown me? What's the
We've
the
shown you
presentation?
that everything that you believe in is based on faith that you have no evidence for.
Oh,
You
yeah, we did get
demonstrated this. You told us this because you said, I believe the people who do this. So your whole belief is faith based. That's it. That's how we showed you that you don't know what you're talking about. And also your lack of specificity on any subject. That's a pretty good indicator too, as a collaborating evidence for this fact, not add on.
Well, I'm still not understanding when I gave
That's
you
apparent.
I gave you reason to go with me to look at NASA, see everything that they provide, whether it be videos, information, that any of that
Boy,
regard.
listen, could we
Ice
debate
riding to
something
the
if
moon.
we pick a subject? Do we got to pick a category? I mean, we'll roll the dice here. I'm sure homeboy can reach in his bingo wheel and pull out a topic, and we can get specific. We can stop being general. Yeah, okay, let's do it. Roll the ball, bro. I'll let you pull it out. I'm just saying. This faith-based shit, man, has got me wanting to read the Bible.
Well, I don't understand how it's faith. I don't need faith to be given
He
information.
just gave you the opportunity to go and grab something off NASA's website that we can talk about, and you went back to faith and religion. Grab
No,
something.
you're putting that faith belief in me. When you said, "Oh, you
Grab
have the
something
faith to
from
put in
NASA.
this,"
You said
I am now.
let's go
You
together and go
no,
get something from NASA that we can talk about. So go and
and
grab
I'm
something from
waiting, and I'm
NASA.
waiting.
Do it.
Okay, I'm waiting.
So
Hey,
rub it in
hey,
our
you
face. Rub it in our face.
listen.
Go grab
Every
something
time,
and rub it in our face.
yeah, every time you say NASA, bro, you got to say peace be upon your prophet. Peace be upon your prophet, NASA. Go get your source from NASA. Peace be upon him, your prophet.
So, okay, if there's no congregation, there's no place of worship, it's not a
In
religion.
NASA Allah. So, on NASA, pick out one of their proofs that show you that the Earth is a globe.
shit, I know motherfuckers that would have went to Velcro. They'd have argued Velcro. Look, NASA made Velcro. This dude can't pick one. You're boring us, son. Come on, step your game up. You can't beat the boomers?
It shouldn't be that hard. I don't even know how to use a computer.
We should have sent the women out here, damn it. Where's Flatsy at when you need her? I think it's nice that you guys let Flatsy talk. I
Oh, yeah,
want to say
she's a
that.
doll.
It's kind of hard for her to do it in their home server, so I notice it. I know all you guys don't know me, but I'm really not an asshole.
I remember you. I wasn't
sometimes
on.
Still gonna wait?
I wasn't
keeps
on
people
24/7 when you were there, but I remember
bro.
you when I joined Tartaria.
Yeah.
I spoke to you a couple of times there.
Yo, is anyone here a Flat Earth mod?
We're waiting for
Yeah,
you.
why?
Like in the Flat Earth channel. Or in the Flat Earth server, I mean.
Oh, no,
in
we can't get you on,
24/7?
man. He wants on, man.
I guess.
No,
Yeah,
not
I'm
happening.
like stuck. I'm not in the server because I left because I'm
How
fucking
much money
stuck
you
in
got? I got
cognitive
friends over
dissonance.
I can get you out of
over
cog.
there.
I'm not paying no fucking money to get out of it.
Come on,
Nah,
Timbo.
I think
I'm trying to
I just
work
want
on
to
this
talk to
shit.
people. People
Get
got
your
me stuck in
$5.
there for weeks. Like it's
You got
ridiculous.
Cash App. You could grease Timmy's palm.
Bro, I'm not paying for that
Yeah,
shit.
You can get
we
two
can let
free
you out.
ones for $10.
Yeah,
You get him what?
you got it, T-Dub?
12?
What
You're
now?
better with the keys than I am, mate.
Who is it? Who are we talking about? Who was speaking?
TY. Or Ty.
Yeah.
Oh, oh, okay.
Is that your username over
I'll
there?
join back and I'll talk to people, but like I can't at the moment because you guys just leave me in fucking cognitive dissonance, and I fucking pinged the people you told me to ping, and they didn't fucking get me out of it.
Hey, look, man, they used to tell him, here, just get Battle Mod. If you give him a good enough story, he'll get you out. Because I was up at the top, you know. But then people started getting tired of me letting all the trolls out. But if, you know, if
I'm
you
not a
don't
troll
have,
though, man. I just want to talk to people.
well, listen, not everybody they call a troll I thought was a troll. Maybe they just didn't give him a chance because it was crowded. But if you keep
Yeah, I got
everybody
banned pretty
locked up,
quick.
you don't have nobody to talk to. So I just let them out for people that had somebody to talk to, man. Because
Well, I think I'm worth letting out for anyone here who has power
I
over
think
there.
I think T-Dub's doing it for you now. Did you want to say something, T-Dub?
Well, yeah, sure. I mean, if somebody can somebody drop a link in the side chat?
Has
for
it
me?
been weeks? Has it really
Yeah,
been
it's
weeks?
been it's literally been weeks, and I pinged somebody and nobody let me out.
Hey, you want to hear something funny, Timbo?
I'm taking you on your word.
The last 24/7 link I seen, it said join again, though. I think somebody unbanned me, but oh well, I'm cool.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't like drama.
What over there? I don't know.
No,
I'm not.
I like most
I'm
of
not
people.
aware of
There's
what
just
happened in the
yeah.
past.
I like most of people. There's just some people in management I don't get along with, so it just caused drama for everybody involved, and I won't be the deliverer of that. You know what I mean?
So is this guy actually in the server or
No,
not?
I'm not in it at the moment. I left a while ago because I've just been banned for so long.
Well,
Like,
to
what was
get
the
out of
point of me
cog dis,
staying?
dude, you gotta go back.
I know. I asked if somebody could drop a invite or something in the side chat.
Oh, yeah, he needs it. Okay, there you go. You need an invite.
Is our friend still here?
Honest? That's his name, Honest. I think he's still up there. Yeah, he's there.
Still there, Honest?
Yeah.
I mean, I'll
How'd you
let
go
you
with How'd you go with the? Oh, sorry. How'd you go with the NASA stuff? You got a subject you want to talk about?
I was just waiting for you guys. I said we all should go look at it.
Oh, I was waiting for you to go and grab like some evidence from their website or something. Because I don't really need it. I've done my own
Yeah, did you
observations
consult?
to prove that the Earth is flat for me, so I don't really need NASA.
Right. We're waiting on you to consult the oracle.
No, no. See, this is where I'm going. Like, you're saying you don't need NASA because you found out the Earth is flat.
Well,
Yeah.
what of
NASA
NASA?
is the one doing all the projects to figure out otherwise.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. What are they doing?
No.
Like what?
Can we
giving
talk
you
Give us an
about it?
example. Give
not
us an
pursue NASA when I
example of
told you
what.
that you should.
What are they doing?
Well, I want to hear from like you. Like what like.
I don't really care what they're doing. You're the one that cares.
Right.
They're not my church.
Well, how is NASA a religious organization?
Because it's based on beliefs and not evidence.
Right, but they're the ones using the technology to get out of
There's that faith. You're
here.
never gonna beat that faith, bro. You just keep whipping it out.
NASA even has a technology.
He don't even have a
web
Bible.
page.
He don't know his religion.
I don't need
man.
a Bible.
Just read us one verse or one script from
Yeah.
your holy text.
Scientology has a web page in a science department too, man.
I mean, did
Yeah, but
NASA
they're
give
not
you the
anywhere from
Big
NASA.
Bang?
They're not even accepted there because they know they're bullshit.
Did NASA?
Well,
That's
that's a religion. That's a religion too. Yeah?
Scientology is a religion. NASA is just an agency.
NASA's a religion too. Sorry,
No, it's not.
heliocentrism is a religion.
There's no place of worship. There's no day of service.
Yeah, there is.
What's the day of service for NASA?
Launch day, where 3 or more are gathered together in their name.
So everybody's
That's
prepared
a
to launch if they want
congregation.
day off.
Hold on. When 3 or more are gathered together in their name, that's a congregation. A congregation formed with intent, that's worship.
The
TV is the altar.
Yeah. Or the
So,
priest. You have your
unions
priest.
or
Like,
religions.
Well, all the children in the
they're based
classroom
on
going to church at the altar of the TV.
unions aren't religion. Unions are beneficial for workers. They fight for physical things that you can prove. Yeah, like
Yeah, anything
better
you can really-
wages, more safety, things like that. Yeah, so that's not a religion.
Guaranteed work hours.
Yeah, those are physical things that you can.
Guaranteed pay rates, incentives for years of service, things your daddy wouldn't have, people don't have, better conditions at work. People stop
they don't-
losing arms and limbs and fingers at work because we made them make the machines safer for morons if they were going to employ morons like yourself. So we had to put 2 buttons on the RAM press because idiots kept sticking their head under there and then hitting a button, and just 2-ton pressing their own fucking pace. But we made it safer for you morons, and we get you 40 hours a week, son. UAW for life, baby. Local 63. Somebody tries to take your job, we'll be on the picket line and we'll kick their ass, son. We got your back.
Okay, so for anything NASA, like the International Space Station, all of that stuff, what's
What about it?
what's
How
the
are you
reason for
going to
not
prove
what's the
to
reason
me
for not acknowledging it? Why
What-
don't you acknowledging it?
No, we asked you to verify it actually exists and it is where they said it is. Validation of,
No,
of
I'm
information.
starting a question now. I'm starting a question.
Yeah, I know. I ask how you validate that
There's
what
this
they
thing
tell you is
called the
actually true.
Well, again, I'm starting a question. What is the International Space Station?
You asked, and I said, I don't know. Prove it to me.
Well, I'm saying it's this thing, and I'm asking why do you not
I know what they
acknowledge it?
say about it, but I don't know it to be true.
It's not what they say
I've
about
never
it.
verified it myself.
Okay, then we can just not look at NASA. We can look at many other agencies that actually go to
So
the
you
International
can't
Space
verify
Station.
it or validate it.
I just told you the way we can pursue to validate it. I said we can look at all the individuals that go there.
Mhm.
You know, why can't we just talk to the guy that went there? There's many.
How do we know what he's saying is true?
Why would he go about his way to lie about
It
that?
doesn't matter why. It's
Then there's no
anecdotal
reason to
evidence.
debilitate.
It doesn't matter why. Why do we just blindly believe this guy just because he says it?
Because there's many that have went with him and left him there. You know, it's a process to be in the International Space Station. It's a
Yeah,
satellite
we
lab.
watch the
That's what it is.
videos and we know what they say. But how do we make it a reality for any one of us in this voice chat?
Get
Everything you're
started.
doing is
Apply
just
for.
supposition, speculation. We can speculate based on this many people said it, that got the diagrams and the blueprint for it. It was probably built and sent in there. That's probably true. But now that's probability. That's not validation. The probability that it's true is high, and we still haven't validated it. So you can build the probability that it may be true, but I don't see how that's going to concretely validate it, make it a concrete reality. Yep, we did that. There it is.
So outside of, you know, NASA handling these trips to the International Space Station, what do you think about private passengers? Can they themselves go there and verify it themselves? Is that a no?
So honest. What have you learned tonight?
I'm still waiting for a question.
Just wondering what you've learned tonight. And just FYI, I'm not a flat earther.
Well, I don't know the specifics. I'm just trying to listening to everybody. Nothing specific, really.
You haven't learned anything about human nature?
Human nature? No, not really.
That's too bad. Because then your time was truly wasted.
The guy is muted right now. I was about
Who's
to get
muted?
to battle mod, whatever it is. You know, they were like, oh, how can we prove, international space
Yeah.
station is like verifiable or something? And he doesn't. He just believes that NASA is just circumventing everything government
Don't straw
orientated.
man me now. I
Well,
said,
that's
how do
this
you
is what I'm hearing.
validate
This
it?
is what I'm hearing.
I didn't say anything about belief. I asked how you validate it. How do you make it a reality? How do you prove that it's 100% true?
That the
Anecdotal
International
evidence
Space
and
Station exists.
secondhand. It's all anecdotal
Well,
and secondhand.
I'm trying to get like an unbiased portion from NASA. They're inviting private jets to board the International Space Station. So this means that if you have enough money, you can get through an application process and then they'll send you
Sure.
there. Go find it. We can find it.
Another Virgin Galactic, huh?
What are we finding?
Hey, Battlemon, I've never heard what verifications you've actually done. I missed that part.
On what specifically?
Oh,
Just
anything. Anything.
general?
Yeah, anything about the Earth.
Just general.
Yeah. With regard to the shape of the Earth, what have you actually verified?
I don't know. What have you?
Well, nothing.
I'm fine with ambiguity.
So the answer is nothing, right?
Well, if you want to assume that, but if you can't be specific, I'm not going to talk.
Okay. Fair enough.
I mean, I don't do general shit. That's why I don't
That's
like
fair.
this general, broad consensus corpus. That shit's just attempting to grandstand on a fucking thing you can't verify.
Well, there's people who have verified it, just not me and just not you. You don't believe them, I do.
That's an assertion, and it's based on faith, belief. You believe them.
No, I know some of these people.
Well, at least you admit it.
I know how much they studied in school. I know they learned all their stuff they
That
need to
doesn't
do
make
to
it
make these
any more valid,
measurements.
Scott. Listen.
Yeah, that does.
That doesn't qualify for it to be
Does for
100%
me.
certainty just because your buddy went to school, man.
Does for
Just
me. I'm good with it.
People
you go to
put their
school for
whole life working
qualification.
to something that doesn't mean that they're right or true.
Yeah, but they have a better understanding than I do.
It's an appeal to somebody's emotions. Like, don't you feel bad about all this work my friend put in? He's
No.
wrong.
There's
No.
no
I'm not
emotions
saying
to
that, but
have
I'm
that
also
faith.
smart enough to know that all the work he put in doesn't make anything he can't validate true.
It doesn't make anything he can validate true?
He cannot validate.
But they
That's
do.
what I said. Well, be more specific than your boy then, because that's just a general statement now.
I know people put satellites into space.
Yeah, this is also topic 2. I said, there's things in probes and stuff that sends
Yeah.
information as it's on Earth, and it will send information when it's out of Earth's orbit. And I was trying to get to like a question like, hey, if you and I, as a team, regardless of belief, pursued this project, send this probe to Earth with, the instrument of that gave us, distance from the ground data, and it goes out of orbit, and the number keeps increasing, is that going to prove A, how big your firmament is, or 2, is it out of orbit?
See, you're straw manning me again. I'm pretty sure I told you I don't believe in a firmament, but
Yeah,
pretty
so like,
sure I told you that.
there's no like boundary, there's no
You
atmosphere,
you
there's no.
you keep telling me what
I'm
I believe
asking.
in.
I'm asking.
No,
I'm asking.
kinetic theory works perfectly fine.
Okay, I'm just asking.
I think you wore him out, though, honest.
Yeah, I tried pursuing things.
You were
No,
persistent. I'll
man.
give you that.
I'm playing in a chess tournament. You didn't wear me out. I'm just playing chess.
Well, there's other people here who got worn out, apparently. Or just tired of him. Maybe they bored him, man.
I've won the last 3 games I'm in. I'm just trying to focus on chess.
So any flight earthers here want to field a celestial navigation question? It's an easy one.
No, I'm not answering any of your questions. You're disingenuous. No.
Disingenuous. Most honest person here. Talking about, man.
No, you're not. That's why you got banned for 2 days for being dishonest.
Okay. What did I say that was dishonest?
Well, you seem to be one of the very few that don't think that they experience this realm as a motionless plane.
No, I said that I don't expect to feel it moving. That's honest.
No, you specifically said that you don't experience it as flat and motionless.
No, I said I don't expect it's flat. I said I don't expect to feel it move. Those are two different answers to two different questions. And what I mean by don't experience it flat, I was just looking today again out of my 10th floor office, looking over at a mountain over in Marin County, which is across the bay from me. And it's looking right over the top of San Francisco, and I don't see San Francisco over there. Something happened to San Francisco. It's got a couple of tall buildings over there. I don't see them. All I see is the mountain. And that's what I mean when I don't experience it flat.
No, but for all intents and purposes, you experience it as a motionless plane, right?
I experience it in a motionless plane, but I don't expect to feel it move. So it's not a problem for me. And that's honest.
And so you put this expectation on what you should or shouldn't see or observe?
Of course, yes. How does anybody get through life without doing that? Don't we all? Seriously, though.
So when someone says it's flat, you know that it's a generalization, right? And that
Yeah,
they
but
mean that it's a plane. So you agree it's experienced as a plane.
No, honestly, I don't. Like I said, I would not expect to see the city if it were a plane.
Right, because you've imposed this certain expectation on what you should or shouldn't observe, but you're
Yes.
looking out and it looks planar, right? But you can't see this certain thing, therefore you're discarding the observed planar part, the
See, no,
planar
that's the thing. It doesn't
surface.
look planar to me.
It doesn't look planar. It looks like it's actually curving.
Looks like it's really, really big.
Big and flat?
No.
Like a plane? Yeah.
No, it looks exactly what I expect a big ball to look like. It's a really big ball.
So, right, so if nobody had said that to you ever, right, and you just walked out into the world not having any preconceptions or any notions, anything said to you, any indoctrination, you would just gone looked and gone, fuck, this looks like a big ball I'm on.
Yeah, sure. I would see all these phenomena that I can't account for
Load of
if it were
shit.
flat. Yeah, I mean, if you couldn't figure it out, that's, I feel bad for you, but I think I could.
And then you're like, wow, the furthest I can see really looks like it's flat, like this flat horizontal line where the land or sea appears to meet the sky. It's so flat, it must be a ball.
Wait, where are we? What's the POV?
But it doesn't look flat to me. Sorry, man.
What are you looking at?
I think he's looking at the horizon. The ocean.
And
the
the
ocean
surface.
I mean,
horizon.
from the shore, it's going to be flat because why? You're not looking as wide as the circumference of the Earth. That's how our eyes
Yeah,
are going to
no, you don't
portray
have a
themselves.
circumference. What circumference? Right.
You don't need a
So you just
circumference
look.
or a radius
Yeah,
with this
yeah,
observation.
yeah. You don't have one anyway. So you're just looking out, right? And you don't see any no apparent curvature in the x or y axis. It just looks like a plane you're looking at. Just looks planar.
No, it looks like a big flat circle. The horizon does. If you go up on a hill and you look out over the ocean,
A flat circle.
it looks like it's doing a 180-degree
Flat.
circle around you, doesn't it?
No, I can't. I don't have like eyes in the back of my head.
Well, you can turn your head, can't you?
Right, and then I'm looking at another section.
And you can't put that together in your mind to see that, yeah, it's definitely okay. Let's say you're out at the ocean, right? And you're in the crow's nest of a ship and you're out in the middle of the ocean and you spin all the way around. What's it going to look like? It's going to look like it's doing a
Yeah,
360 around you, right?
I'm
A
going to
circle.
see sections as I turn. I'm going to see sections. Yeah, I'm going to turn in a circle, and I'm going to
Mm-hmm.
see all these flat sections as I turn.
Yeah, it's going to look like a big circle, right?
No, I'm not going to see it all at once. I'm going to see one section which doesn't look like a circle. I disagree with that notion.
Are you literally incapable of putting that together in your mind?
I can put it in my mind that I have turned in a circle.
And you don't conclude that it's necessarily a circle?
No. Why would I when it doesn't look like one? I cannot observe it like that.
Wow. Okay. Don't know where to go with that because I go out there and I see a circle and I think almost everybody sees a circle. I don't know why you need to deny it's a circle.
All I can see are
That's
sections
weird.
of my limited view,
Mm-hmm.
which
And
looks pretty flat and planar apart from topography.
yes, there is no up or down, like you said. There's no up or down movement. It's just a circle going around you with you in the middle of it. At least that's what it's like to me, and I'm betting it looks like that way to most people here.
Well, I can just simply turn my head like I'm looking forward, and it just stretches out and out as far as until I can't see anymore, right? And there's a horizon, and I can turn my head to the right, and it just seems to stretch out that way as far as I can see to
Have you ever
and
seen
then
an
there's the
ocean?
horizon, right? And then I look out to my left, and it just stretches out as far as I can see that way. I don't see it curving around.
But you do. Have you ever been on an ocean?
No, I don't.
Okay, does everybody see what he sees? I'm just curious now. Anybody's been on an ocean and see what he sees?
You will, yeah. I live in Oregon. What's exactly the question?
When you go in the middle of the ocean, does the horizon look like it's making a circle around you?
I'd say so, but I never really made that connection.
Just
Like
but
when I go crabbing, I'm not too far offshore, so
oh well, yeah.
unless I'm like scuba diving, which I won't be for a couple of years, then I won't go too far off.
Nobody sees a 360 circle around them because they don't have fucking 10 eyes.
Yeah, I don't know where to go with this anymore.
I mean, you were asking him like, hey, if you were to, turn around in a circle, what would the horizon appear to you? But he's on the premise of just one POV, not the circulating one.
I mean, if there were a line drawn on the ground in chalk, a circle around you, can you tell it's a circle?
Mm-hmm.
What was your celestial navigation question?
Oh, do you think they can find their southern latitude by doing the angle of elevation off Sigma Ortanis?
Well, I don't know. Isn't that a pretty dim star?
Yeah, they can, rough it out, point in the center of the little cluster, right?
Well, if that's what they're
Yeah,
using, if it's
the
an angle, sure.
pinpoint ruler thing.
Because they were saying earlier when they were speculating about what north is, and that if you go and circumnavigate the globe, you have to keep turning right. And I'm wondering how they work that in with angle of elevation off Sigma Ortanis, or if they reject that possibility, or if it's some kind of magic. Just curious. Didn't really expect an answer, but I thought I'd ask anyways.
Well, if you define your latitude as an angle to a certain star, then it could be whatever you want it to be.
Yeah, but if they're going off a rough model of, the Polaris being the center, above the center of the Earth, and everything else radiating outwards, then south is different directions depending on where you are, right? And so what are you pointing at when you're off the southern, or you're on the coast of Australia, versus what are you pointing at when you're off the coast of South America or off the coast of South Africa?
I see
Are
what
you
you're saying.
pointing at the same thing?
Yeah.
And that's why I figured I won't get an answer, because
Well, it's because it's dependent on a model.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
And that's why I was wondering why they were going so far as to propose a rough model at all, because I think the best thing for Flatus to do is just stick away from any claim.
What he did.
Because once you put forth a claim, it can be challenged and examined.
No, what I didn't present a model or propose a model. I said if you are operating between a south and a north latitude, then you have no way to tell whether you are going around a globe or whether you're going around a central point over a plane. It could be either. You don't know. How do you know? How would you know?
No, you don't. You don't. But you did say to maintain your east or west heading, you had to go off north, which you had to keep adjusting for.
Well, that's just what we experience.
I know. But if it's a flat, then that has some ramifications. That means south is radial, right?
If that was the case.
Yeah. Whereas a globe, it comes back to a point again. And that's why we consider that evidence, because we know that Sigma Tantus is south for everybody in the southern hemisphere. It can't be radial.
Does it have a permanent ground position?
What's that?
Does it have a permanent ground position?
Sigma, yeah, it does. Somewhere over Antarctica.
Is it fixed permanently?
Seems that what they tell me, it seems pretty fixed. I've never looked at it myself.
Yeah, you can take elevation angles to it, and you'll find out that it doesn't have a fixed permanent position.
Really?
Oh, really? Yeah.
Can you look south and see it from Australia?
You know, when you take the elevation
I can't hear you.
to it.
He's breaking up.
It still doesn't prove globe.
Well, most of the world thinks it does.
You think that?
No, so yes, I do. I definitely think that.
Is there a topic or like question?
Right. It's not a proof. You said it was you tried to say evidence, right?
I would go as far as I'd go so far as to say proof. Sure.
So it's a proof in what sense?
In the sense that if you try to map it in any way and you assume that math works and you assume geometry works, it is the only shape that works on. You just can't map it to anything else. You can't, the math doesn't work.
According to what?
Everybody who understands math.
Hopefully.
According to what? What is your reference?
What do you mean?
Math according to what? You're
According to
referencing the math
geometry.
against. Yeah, and what are you referencing that geometrical concept against in reality?
I honestly don't even understand the question. Because we can go out and we can see that people at different southern latitudes can point at Sigma Octantis and it tells them their
There
southern
it is.
latitude. Where what is?
Begging the question leading into and affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy.
Sigma Octantis doesn't prove what shape the Earth is, by the way.
Can you come up with any other shape of the place where we live, where everybody in the southern hemisphere, or everybody in what's called the southern latitudes, can point to it, and it's the
We
same
don't have
thing? And
sphere shaped air, mate. Air doesn't
okay,
take the shape of a sphere.
what does it tell us then?
What? Air? What are you
tells
talking
you
about?
It
Okay,
tells you a point.
do we first agree that everybody on the southern latitudes can point to Sigma
Yeah, it's a
Octantis?
point of reference. It's a
Do we
known
first?
point of
Do we
reference
first?
in a
Let's first agree.
coordinate system.
Why don't you just be quiet for a second about your little twinkling star? It's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. You understand? Yes or no?
No.
Looking at a light in the sky, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are, is not physical measurement of the ground you're standing on. Do you understand this? Yes or no?
No.
Well, you've got nothing to do here then. You've
That's
got
true.
nothing to say, nothing to prove.
It's not a measurement,
It
but
is.
It's a twinkling
inexplicable.
little light in the sky. Twinkling little lights in the sky.
Yep,
What's that
twinkling
got
little
to
light.
do with measuring the Earth? Nothing,
It
has
doesn't
it?
have anything to do with measuring the Earth, but if
No,
you
it
can see
doesn't.
one star in the sky on one side of the planet and another star in the sky on the other
That's
side of the planet, there's no way to explain
talking
this
off
other than the Earth being a globe.
other than you can't see something.
Yeah.
Right. So what have you proved? You can't see something in the sky. So what?
So how do you explain that other than a globe?
Because you can't see it. How does that prove the shape of the Earth, you muppet?
Why do you think you can't see it?
Because it's too far away, or you're too far away from it.
So you can't see
Yeah,
it
how
on
does-
one side of the planet, but you can see it on the other.
Yeah. How does it prove the shape of the Earth? More to your point.
Because you can see it on one side of the planet, but you can't see it on the other.
And how is that measuring the Earth?
No one said it's measuring the Earth, but it proves the shape.
What? How?
Because how else could you have a thing in the sky
You tell
be
me.
visible at
I'm
one
asking
point,
you.
but not be visible
Why are you
on
asking
another
me
point?
questions? Why are you asking me questions? You're saying a light in the sky
We're making a
proves
logical
the shape
deduction
of the
here.
Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
That's
how
not
do you prove the
deduction.
shape of the Earth?
That's induction. Saying
You're
how do
talking
you
broken distance, mate.
explain is induction.
Whatever.
Yeah, so it's
You're
not a
talking
proof.
broken. You don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about a light in the sky and telling us the Earth is a globe because you can't see something in the sky. How pathetic are you?
I think it's
How
pathetic that you don't
pathetic
quite
are you?
understand it.
Yeah, I do understand it fully, mate. Believe me.
You don't, because if the ground was flat, then you would be able to see that star in the sky no matter where you are, but you can't.
Who said that? Have you tested this out?
I mean, yeah.
Right. What
Have
about
you
the
tested this out?
atmospheric extinction of stellar light in our atmosphere?
Have you tried this on a flat Earth, mate?
Science says you can't see
Yeah.
stars
I
forever
mean, you just
through
have
the
to think about it
atmosphere.
for 5 minutes.
Yeah. How did you come up with this conclusion?
Because if I imagine a flat plane, and I imagine like
Yes.
a dome over it, and there was like a thing on that dome, if the ground was flat, you will be able to
What are
see
you
that
talking
thing
about
no
domes
matter
for?
where you are
What are you
on
talking about?
the plane.
What about the atmosphere?
But if it was a globe,
What
and
about the
imagine there was a
atmosphere?
bunch of things in the sky all over the
So it's
place
your imagination.
surrounding
So
it,
you're imagining.
then you'll be able
So
to
this
see
is
some
your
of those things from one side of the sphere,
Yeah.
but you wouldn't
Great
see them if you were
imagination.
on the other side of the sphere.
You was correct.
So
If you imagine things, so you are imagining things, aren't you, mate?
I mean, we can
That's
make
all
a
you're
model
doing.
of it.
You're imagining things. You're not proving anything. You're not telling us how Earth curve is measured in physical reality. What you're talking about? What you're doing here?
We can make a model. Does a
We
model?
don't live on a model, mate. We don't live on models. We live in physical reality. Get with it.
Okay. So we
Catch up
can't
with the
model
eye.
anything, do you think?
We don't live on a model.
Can
Did
models
you hear
not
me the first
represent
time?
anything?
Do you
Yeah, we
live on
don't
a
live
model?
on a
Or
model.
do you live on a model?
No. Well, by definition, a model is, something
Yeah. So
representing
what you're
something else.
talking about models
Talking about the shape of the planet.
for then?
Because we can use
If you
models to
don't live
see
on
if
a model,
things we've observed make
why
sense.
are you saying you live on a model?
I don't think I
Let's
was saying we
use
live on a
reality.
model.
Let's get rid of the model.
Oh, his connection's cutting out.
Let's get rid of the
Must be
model and
NASA
talk
cutting his
about
connection.
reality, shall we?
We can talk about reality. We can represent reality with
Yeah.
a model.
Let's get
Would
rid
you
of the
agree that?
model.
Would you agree that we can represent reality with
I
models?
live in reality. I don't live on a model.
But do you
I'm not talking
agree or
about models,
disagree
mate. I'm
that we
talking about
can
the physical.
represent reality with a
I'm not
model?
bothered about your model. I'm not.
You're
I
not bothered
don't
about a
live on
model?
a
Okay,
model,
we can't
mate.
use models. Okay.
You might think you live on a model, but I know I don't. Yeah. And you've got no
I don't think I
evidence
said
of
I live
Earth
on a
curve,
model.
how it was measured, who measured it, when they measured it. So how do you prove Earth curve then? In reality.
Well, we can look at stars in the sky. We can see how some stars are visible at some points and not
No,
visible at
that's
other
light,
points.
mate. That's light. That's
We can
optics.
see how
That's
star
optical
trails
things, mate.
spin one way on one side of the planet
Optics.
and spin the other way on the other.
Optics. Optics.
We can see how boats disappear over the
Optics.
horizon.
Optics.
We can do
Give me
that
some
thing the
more
flat
optics.
earthers did, where they put like boards in the sand and then shone a light through them, and they couldn't see it because
How do you measure the
the Earth
curve?
curvature was causing it.
Because
Oh,
of
there's
the
lots
How
of
do
ways.
you measure the curve?
How do I
You
measure
don't
it?
know how it was measured then. How was
Doesn't
it
really
measured?
matter how it's
is
measured.
it measured? When was the last time it was measured? How was it last measured?
How was it last measured? I don't know. Doesn't really
Well,
matter.
how would you
Right.
measure it?
So you don't know. Right. Who measured it in the first place?
Well, I believe the first person to measure it was Eratosthenes.
How would you
He
measure
was
it?
measuring shadows, mate. He was measuring shadows on the surface of Earth. What you're talking about?
Yeah, and you can use that to determine the size of the planet.
No, only if you presuppose a globe in the first instance, you can do that.
No. You can do it.
When he got the 7.2 degree angle, why did he use 360?
Because that was to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Where did he get the 360 from in the first place?
That's how many degrees are in a circle.
How did he know the Earth was a sphere?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Because you can run that same calculation, and if the Earth was
How
flat,
did he know the
then
Earth
it would
was
have
a
told
sphere?
you the Earth was flat.
How did he know the Earth was a sphere in the first place?
Hey man,
He
you
didn't
know
need to know.
Aristophanes' experiment still works on a flat Earth. Like nobody quotes that as globe proof. Like that's It can work
It
both
kind
ways.
of does, but
No, it doesn't. No, it
the
doesn't, mate.
problem
You got
is that if the Earth is flat, in order for that calculation to make sense, the sun would have to be about 6,000 kilometers in the sky.
Right. So, I mean,
But
it's
if you put a
still
third stick in the ground and measure the angle of that,
Yeah, you'll need
the
a flat
angles
plane
don't
for
make
that, mate.
sense if the Earth was
Yeah,
flat.
you're gonna need a flat plane for that elevation angle
No,
using the
it just means like either the Earth is round or the Earth is flat and the sun is more local. That's all it means. But like, there's still two possibilities. You can't say it's globe proof.
On its own, you can't, but there are other things that you can look at
Where
to
did he
confirm
get?
that the Earth is a
Where
globe,
did he
and
get
then you
his
can
three?
look at Eratosthenes'
Listen, mate,
measurement to determine the size of it.
I know the story inside out, mate. Where did he get his 360 degrees from?
I don't think you quite understand the
Yes,
math
I do.
here.
I fully understand, mate. I know the story inside out.
I don't think you do because well, there's like the two possible. It narrows it down to two possibilities: is measurement. Yeah, either the Earth is flat and the sun is like about 6,300 kilometers in the sky, or the sun is so far away that the rays are basically parallel, and the Earth is, globe.
I tell you what I'm going to do with you, right?
So
He got
if
an angle.
you
He measured an
if you
angle. I'll tell you
take
what he
that
did.
same measurement
Let me
again
just tell you
at
the
different
story.
points on the
I'll tell you
planet,
the
you'll
story.
get different measurements, which
Yeah, he
don't
got
line up with the
7.2
first
degrees.
measurement,
Yeah,
but will
What's
line
with
up
what?
with the Earth being a globe and the sun
Right.
being really far away.
So he's got 7.2 degrees angle, 500 stadia away. Yeah. What does he do next?
I think it was 800.
What does he do next with his 7.2 degree angle? What does he do with that angle? That we'll give him it. He's measured an angle, elevation angle, flat baseline. What does he do then? What does he divide it into?
360.
Why?
Because that's how many degrees are in a circle.
How did he know the Earth was a circle or a sphere?
He doesn't need to know.
That's what he was trying
But
to do.
we already did know because, again, like of star trails, because boats go over the horizon.
No, it was nothing to
there's
do
like
with
lots of
star
reasons.
trails, mate. That's optics again, mate. You keep talking about optical things.
But
it's optics.
We want physical
everybody at
measurements.
that time thought it was flat, though. So you can't say we knew
didn't.
it was a sphere. Yeah, they did, bro. Eratosthenes
No,
was the
people
beginning
have
of
known
that.
the Earth was a globe for years before.
Why did he use 360, mate?
Centuries.
Why did he presuppose a globe when he was trying to work out what shape the Earth was?
Well, because we already knew the Earth was a globe.
And how did we know that? Who measured it in the first place?
You don't need to measure it to know it's a globe.
How do you measure it then?
Like I said, you can do it by measuring shadows.
Yeah, and how do you know it's a globe if you don't measure it? Your words, not mine.
Because there's other reasons. I mean, how big's a basketball? I don't fucking know.
I'm
I know
not
it's a
talking about
circle.
basketballs, mate. I'm talking about physical reality in the Earth. Keep your
I'm using an
basketball.
analogy.
Keep your basketball with your
Do
model.
you understand what an analogy is? Like the same logic that applies to knowing that like any ball is a sphere.
Okay, we've got a
'Cause, like,
basketball. We've got a basketball. We've got one finger on the top of it and one finger 40 degrees down. How do you measure that drop over distance on the Earth?
how do you measure? I don't know that one.
You don't really know much, do you, mate? You know about twinkling
I know a
stars.
bit.
You don't know why Eratosthenes used 360 because he presupposed the globe. He didn't measure a globe. He took an angle measurement on a flat baseline, and then he divided it into 360. Why did he use 360? Because he was presupposing the Earth was a sphere in the first instance. Get with it, mate.
Well, yeah, because we already knew the Earth was a sphere.
How
How?
though? How though? That's what he's asking. How?
I'm asking
By
how.
observing things like boats going over the horizon, star
That's
trails,
but
the fact that you can see some stars at some points
hold
in
on.
the planet
That's
and
not
not
that's
other
not
points in the planet.
proof. That's not proof though.
Yes, it
You're
is.
just seeing
Because
something.
these things are inexplicable by anything other than the Earth being a globe.
So,
They
okay,
don't make
are you
sense
saying
on a flat
that?
plane.
Okay, what define what is the horizon? Define it.
What is the horizon?
Yeah, what is
the
it?
horizon's where the sky and the land meet.
What in physical reality?
That's a good question. In physical reality? Well, the sky's not really a physical thing, is it? But the Earth is.
Just put the definition of horizon up. We'll go through it.
I mean, we know what horizon is.
What is it? I'm asking
You
you.
know what the horizon is.
You're saying boats disappear over it. Is it a physical location?
It's not one physical location. You can't get a
Sorry?
map, follow the directions to the horizon.
If boats are going over it, it must be physical, yeah?
Well, yeah, let's go with yeah.
Well, put the definition of horizon up, please. Because the definition of horizon has never been defined as a physical place, ever. What are you talking about?
Well, it's not really a. It's not a place.
Well,
No,
yeah,
it's
it's not
not. It's,
tangible. It's a
You said
concept
you're
we
right there, mate. It's not a
provide.
place. You're correct there.
It's not like Glasgow.
You're
You can't get a train there.
Yeah, you're correct there, mate. It's definitely not a place. It's not the leaning edge
Oh,
of a ball, is
when
it?
you say a boat goes over it, you're claiming like it's a physical thing.
Yeah. Well, how how else do you explain boats dipping down the way they do, disappearing bottom up
It just
on
disappears
anything
out
in
of
the
the
middle
line
of
of
the
sight.
Okay, no. Because when we say that boats are dropping off below the horizon, because you're a flat earther, you think that horizon is something tangible. We know it's
No,
not.
we know
We're
it's not.
claiming that it's
That's a
yeah.
straw man.
It's a
We know
concept we're
it's
using. Like,
not. We know it's not physical.
yeah, and we're not claiming that it is. It's a concept that we describe
Well,
beyond
you
something
are.
visible
When you
at
say
that medium.
when you say something disappearing over the horizon is proof of a globe,
Never,
you're saying it's physical.
From a POV, horizon is how we describe the sky level and the floor level at that median in the distance. That's the horizon. It's
Okay,
not
so
the
then why?
thing. It's not. It's a noun, but it's not a physical,
So
tangible thing.
then how does that prove the Earth is a globe if it's not tangible?
because how else do you explain boats disappearing bottom up as they sail away?
Because you
Your
can
ability
replicate this.
to explain
You can
something is not a proof.
you can replicate that on a flat surface.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can. You
No, you can't.
No, you can't.
Yes,
How
you can.
large
never been
scale
defined
No,
as
you
physical.
can't.
Shit strength,
is?
mate.
How large and how flat is a surface? If we can do it on a flat surface, cool. How do we do that?
Do what?
How do you explain a boat disappearing bottom up on a flat surface as it sails away?
It's optical with angular resolution.
No, it's not.
Shit shrinks, mate. You think you can see
No, it's
forever?
not. It's got nothing to do
What?
with angular resolution.
Okay, is it Earth curve then getting in the way?
Yep.
Right. So what's the horizon? Is it a physical Earth curve edge?
Well, the horizon isn't. The horizon's like a line. It's not really a physical thing. The globe is
It's an
physical,
imaginary line
and it's the globe getting in the way.
So,
that we
yeah.
visualize.
So if it's not really physical, where's the boat disappearing over? If it's optical.
Because we're not calling the horizon a curve.
It's the Earth that's curved.
Yes,
The
it is.
horizon is
It's
just where the sun and the
Hey,
sky
if you look in the
meet.
chat, this guy posted the GIF, and it's recreated on a flat table.
So, I've seen this. So what's happening there is basically the camera's focusing on something in the background, and as it zooms in, the blur of the table's like shrinking. So that's why you can see
Yeah,
things.
but it's still bottom up though, the exact same way you said it would only do on a curve.
Yeah, but that doesn't happen in reality. You're looking at something
What do you
like
mean? That's
inches away from the
reality.
camera.
No, the horizon isn't the curve.
Yeah, but you
From where you're
said the
standing
fact that
in
it's
the distance.
bottom up means it's a curve, but that's a flat surface doing the same bottom up thing. So clearly, bottom up does not
Flat
equal
surface would
curve.
actually
Well,
cause
it kind of
something
does because I mean, what you're looking at here is like the line between the boat and the camera.
Is that a
in
curved
that-
table?
I mean, if you draw a line from the boat to the camera, and then draw a line from like the edge of the table, it's like, I mean, it's a very what do you call it, sharp curve. But yeah, it's like
No,
a
it's
curve
not. It's
getting
a
in the way.
straight line. There's no curve there. It's a
Dude's
flat
raising the
surface.
camera. Come on.
Yes, there would be.
What do you mean? It's a flat. Like, how are
Yeah,
you?
the
Like, no
table. Look, right. In order to recreate that, what's going on in that GIF, in reality, you would need to dig a tunnel, like straight down through the Earth, in order for the Earth to get in the way. That camera is below the table.
Dude, but it doesn't matter because it's not curved. That's what you're not. It doesn't matter which angle you look at
Yes,
that
it is.
from.
The
That's a
table's
flat
getting in the
surface.
way between the boat and the camera.
When
the same way
does
the Earth gets in the way between
so you're
a
so
boat
you're
sailing over the
telling me that
horizon
depending on
and
the
you.
angle you look at a flat table, it will curve?
No, what
Is
I'm
that what you're
getting at is
saying?
there's a hump in between the boat and the observer.
Is that a
So
In that
curved
GIF, it's the
table or
table.
no?
If you
Is it a
watch a boat go
flat
over the
table or
horizon in
no?
reality, it's the Earth.
Yeah, but it disappears the same way, bottom up.
Yeah, because the camera's going below the table.
Yeah, but that's proof that you can. The bottom up thing still occurs on a flat surface. You're not explaining this away, dude.
You're not accepting it, mate.
Look, I don't think you understand
You're
it.
not willing to accept the truth. Yes, we
It's
do. We understand the
literally
Here's what
horizon.
I'll do a little paint drawing. Okay.
Are you just gonna say that that GIF is not real or something?
You've just seen it and you're saying it's not real.
I didn't say it wasn't real.
You're in denial, mate.
I'm saying the conclusions that you're drawing from it are incorrect.
You're saying the only way something can disappear bottom up is on a curved horizon, and it's a GIF of that happening on a flat surface, but you're not
I didn't say
wow.
something.
It can go behind a wall or something too. Over a hill, and go behind lots of things, right? It can drop behind a building.
It's not that. He's jumping around. But first instance, he's claiming the boats are disappearing over the horizon. That indicates that he's saying the horizon is physical. We've asked him for the definition of horizon, and it's not physical. It never has been physical, except for in the globe Earth presumption of nothing calculator. Yeah?
He's
So
saying bottom up
either you're
equal.
saying the horizon's physical and things are disappearing over it, or it's not physical. Which one are you saying?
I
He's
think we're all
saying
saying it's physical.
he's
One
saying
or the other.
bottom up equals curve, and
What do you
there's a
say,
GIF.
Maz? Physical?
There's a GIF of bottom up
Fuck
on
it.
a
Let's
flat
just say the
plane.
horizon's physical.
Yeah.
Right.
It's caused by the fucking Earth getting in the way, which is a physical object.
Yeah, the
Right,
water's
put
in
a
the way.
definition. Right, have you got a definition of horizon? Define
Why
it.
do we need a definition of a horizon? You know what the
Because
horizon is.
it'll tell us exactly what it is.
It's the last bit of water you can see.
If put the definition up, we'll read it.
That's the definition. The last bit of water you can see.
No, it's where the sky and the earth appear to meet.
It's the last bit of
Appear.
water you can see. That's what I'm going with.
Why can't we
It's
just
where the
use
sky
the
and the
real?
earth appear to meet.
Yeah.
That's the definition. Yeah, appear to meet. It's not. It doesn't mention a physical location that boats fall over.
How do you draw a dotted line in MS Paint? Oh, never mind. I'm drawing a red line.
So are you just gonna gloss over like what you said about something disappearing bottom up is proof of a curve? But he
What I'm saying
literally
is
showed.
boats disappearing over the horizon is inexplicable by anything other than a globe Earth.
But that's not
This does
true
not make any
because
sense on a flat Earth. You cannot recreate this.
he just did it in the GIF. That's a flat surface. Like explain that GIF then.
Yeah, the table is flat, but the point between the boats, the edge of the table, and the observer is not a straight line.
It doesn't matter. You're telling me
Yes,
that
it does.
you can. Okay, so you're telling me that
You're
by
observing the same
manipulating.
phenomena.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish. You're saying that by manipulating the angle in which you look at a flat surface, it becomes curved? Is that what
No,
you're
that's not
saying?
what I'm saying at all.
Okay, so is it flat or not? Because if it's flat, then it doesn't matter what angle you're looking at it from. It's still flat.
Yes,
And
it
if it's
does.
disappearing bottom up,
I mean, if you're laid underneath a table, can you see what's on top of it?
bro, you're literally
No.
proving that bottom up does not mean curve. It just means something's getting in the way. It doesn't have to be curved. It
Yeah,
can be
what do you think is
flat.
getting in the way? How can if you're both stood on top of this table, what's getting in the way?
How are you not seeing that we're saying the same thing? The only thing is
How
you're
are
saying
you
it
not
has to be
understanding this?
curved. You're saying it has to be curved though.
Yes, it does. Something has to get in the way to obscure your vision of that thing.
Does it have to be curved though?
Yes.
So then where's the curve in that
In
photo?
the case of the globe, yes.
No. I'm talking about in general.
Don't beg the question.
Must it be curved? Must it be
I don't
curved?
think you're really following here.
No,
What do you mean
anything
you're
can
not
block
following?
something else.
Yeah, it
Anything
doesn't
can
have
block
to be
something else
curved.
regardless of its shape. But in
Thank
this
you.
case, when we're talking about a boat out on the water There is nothing else to block it other than the curve.
No, but your argument was that is proof of a globe because it
Yes.
disappears over the horizon.
Yes.
When
Mm-hmm.
disappearing over the horizon can be done on a flat surface as well.
No,
It
it
does
can't.
not have to
No,
be
it cannot.
Okay,
Can
so
you demonstrate
the
this?
gift is just okay. The gift, like, why are we the
What's
gift's been
blocking?
posted?
Okay, what's blocking the boats in that GIF you saw? What's blocking the boats?
Not a curve.
Okay,
Not
what is
a curve.
blocking? Just answer the question. What is blocking the boats?
A flat surface.
Also, we
Which
don't know
part?
how
Which
flat
part?
the surface
Which part? Hold on. Which part of that flat surface is blocking the boat?
Doesn't matter. It's like
It
that's
does
the whole.
matter, and this is
So
why you don't
when
want to answer it because you know the answer. What's the answer?
is what
Which part of
that
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 flat is blocking the boat?
it doesn't matter, dude. You're the one
Then,
saying
then
it
why not just
must be
answer it?
curved.
If it doesn't matter, why not just answer it?
Yeah, the bottom, the top. Like what part?
The
Like, does
front
it matter?
edge of that table is blocking the boat, right?
Okay, is the front edge curved or flat?
The front edge is the front edge. We don't have an edge on the earth.
Is it curved or flat? I'm not. I'm just
It's a
asking
corner.
you,
The front edge is a corner.
bro.
The front
When
edge is
you
a corner. That's the answer,
from
right? Do you agree
okay,
that the front edge is a corner?
all right. So are corners curved or flat?
Corners are neither curved nor flat. They're corners.
Oh
That's
my
why they call
God,
them
why are you
corners.
coping, dude?
I
In the
mean,
video, it's
I'm
clearly a flat surface.
not
Like, why are you dancing
Th-
around this?
This is a random GIF. Why are you
being
trying to use this to like
funny,
fight
mate. I mean,
a major fucking argument?
They said there's no possible way for a boat
we've
to
all
disappear bottom up without it being a curve, and that's literal proof that it can be done on both surfaces, a flat surface and a curved surface.
Yes, it can go behind a corner
well,
also.
he's
Well,
not.
yes, they can go behind a
I
That's
can
not
go
corner
what the
behind
gift.
also.
any
That's not what the
shape.
gift. That's not what the gift is showing.
Listen,
It is. It is.
You're just
No, it isn't.
assuming.
The
Okay,
camera's
so
going
what's
below
the
the
gift
table.
showing?
you know,
That's why you can't see it.
Yeah, what shape is the table? Is the table curved or
10
flat?
times been over
Yeah,
10
fuck's sake. Yes,
by
the
the
table itself
way.
is flat.
Okay, so we agree that you can do this on a flat surface as well.
No.
Doesn't have to be
No.
curved.
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys are just
Look, there has
retarded, I
look
guess.
between you. Okay, look between an object and you, right? If there's nothing in the way, you can see it. Do you agree that? Do you agree with this?
Yeah.
You're
Okay.
roboting
If
one
you
deck.
put something in the way,
Have you
you
ever,
won't be
One
able
deck,
to
you're
see it. Do you
roboting.
agree with this?
One deck,
watched?
we can't
Have
hear
you
you
ever?
at all, man. You're full
Have
robot.
you ever watched?
Sorry, man.
National
Go ahead.
Geographic themselves
Go ahead,
demonstrated
Mez.
bottom-up occlusion over a flat surface. I don't know what you're talking about.
Have you
Oh,
ever watched?
oh wow. Look at that.
Right.
National
Have you ever
Geographic
watched?
as
Still
well.
roboting
Watched
deck.
a
One
Sorry,
deck, you
man.
gotta just give up, dude. You're roboting like crazy.
Desert highway.
Go ahead, Mez.
Right. So if you, right, you're an observer and you're looking at an object and you're on a flat
Yeah.
plane, how, without anything else obscuring it, how can you possibly not be able to see that object?
Yeah, if it's past the horizon, I won't be able to see it.
Yeah, but
That
why?
happens
Why
before
would
it
it?
even gets to
Why
the
would it
horizon.
disappear?
That's not even the case. So, look, if you're saying that it requires a curve, then it has to start disappearing bottom up at the horizon, right? Because that's the leading edge of the curve, the furthest edge of it you can see. That's where the occlusion begins, right?
Yeah.
So we can show that that effect happens before a boat even gets to the horizon. So whatever's going on, it's not a curve blocking it, because that would start at the horizon. National Geographic showed that with their little. Have you seen the thing where they send a
No, I
boat
haven't.
out and they've got a flag with some stripes on it, and the bottom one vanishes? Well, it vanishes before they even get to the horizon. Somebody could probably post it right away. It's a pretty popular image.
I mean, the
I
GIF
haven't
is
seen
very
this.
self-explanatory. Like in his head, there's a curve somewhere in that GIF. I'm trying to figure out how that makes sense to him.
Because the point the point between the boat, the edge of the table, and the camera is not a straight line.
What? What
That's
is
a curve. It's a like a fucking I don't know what you call it, like a low resolution curve. Like it's 3
So
points,
the
but it's
so
not a
the
straight line.
so the camera curved the table by zooming into
No,
it. Is
oh
what
my
you're saying.
god, you're so fucking thick. It's unbelievable. Right, look, I'm drawing this.
I mean, you're just ignoring the reality. There's no angle in which you can look at a flat table and just magically make it curved. If it's flat, it's flat.
Well, the whole thing is already done with, because if something's not vanishing at the horizon, then it's not curved that made it vanish bottom up. And also, you can show that the horizon's not geometric, so that's another way you can take out that notion that it happens due to curvature.
Yeah, this is true.
So I mean, whatever it is that's actually doing it, it sort of becomes besides the point after somebody makes the positive claim that it's because of curvature and a geometric horizon and all that. Then you show that it's not because of that, and the geometric horizon isn't even there. Like what it actually is doesn't matter. It's not like it's our claim on trial here. It's
Right,
theirs that it's
right,
Earth curve that does that.
right. It's not
Falsification
even.
independent of replacement.
That's not even a globe.
Philosopher what and a what?
He's saying that it
It's a wizard
disappears
thing.
before the horizon. You can't say that that's a globe proof, because even if the horizon is curved, that's not what's making it disappear. Clearly.
I mean, it is.
Well,
This has just entered the realm of chanting at this point.
yep.
I agree.
Guess you just
I think
decided
one
to
deck's
turn
still
the
trying to
brain off.
talk though. He keeps
When
seeing
you
his
say this
light
thing
come
about
on.
angular resolution, if that was true, you'll be able to keep seeing the boats with like stronger and stronger optics.
Yes.
But
Yes,
that's not what's
that's actually
happening.
but that is what?
No, it
That's
isn't.
what happens. That
It
literally
does
is what
happen.
happens.
No, it
That's what
isn't.
happens. Search up,
You can zoom
look
a
at videos
boat back
into.
in.
Yeah, you can
No,
zoom
you
a boat
can't.
back in. What?
Yes,
No,
you
you cannot.
can. Yes, you can. You can have the boat to where you
False.
can't see it at all, and then zoom it back in, and the geometric horizon isn't there. We can show that as well.
You can
So
have a no, you can't.
yes,
Go on
we
then,
can.
prove it. Show it. Show me a
Okay,
boat going over the horizon,
trivial.
right?
They're going to show
Disappearing
you.
bottom up,
Okay,
and then
hold on.
zooming in further, and you being able to see that boat again.
Yeah.
They're,
Okay. So
they're
what we
going to show
have
you a
is
boat that got really,
a
really small.
yeah, to the point where you
Yeah,
don't
I've seen this
resolve
gift
it at
before.
all, and then
Yeah.
you zoom in, and there it is, and the whole thing comes right back. There's
Yes,
tons and tons of those.
That's not what we're
Can you
saying though.
explain that?
Yeah, you don't
Can you
don't
explain
understand
that?
this. Yeah, I
Yes,
can
we do
explain it. It's just
understand
really
this.
far
And now
away.
you're projecting your
It's not-
lack of understanding. Okay.
Wait, you
So
No,
first
said
of
you.
all,
you
the
don't
thing
understand
that
what
you
angular
say,
resolution
listen,
is.
you're starting to trip out, dude. First of all, we can show that the geometric horizon that you say it disappears over isn't even there. And then we can get you to concede that when you go, well, that's because of refraction. So now you're arguing for an invisible obstruction, which is
I mean, yeah,
insane.
refraction's a thing.
Yeah, so you're already doing it. So
You
you've
can bend
already
light.
defeated yourself. So
Wait,
now
dude.
you're into it. Now you're saying that we have a refracted geometric horizon, which is a concession that we don't actually see the geometry that on the other hand you say you see blocking things. See the problem with your entire worldview and how scrambled it is?
I mean, do you think refraction's not a thing?
Wait,
It's not
wait.
even about that. I think the thing
Aside.
that you think is
Well, it is.
refracted is not a thing. No, it's
Okay,
not.
hold on, dude.
I think the thing
As,
that you think is refracted is not a thing. Get it right.
aside from the
The thing I
refraction,
think is
you
refracted is not a
said
thing.
you
What, light?
cannot zoom boats back in,
Nope. The
and
geometric
you
horizon.
can.
No, you
What?
can't.
Explain the GIF. He's zooming it back in on the GIF. Explain it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the boat hasn't disappeared over the horizon.
It has though. When
The
he
horizon
zooms
is
out,
not
you
in the
can't
way.
see it. When he
Yeah,
zooms
because it's
out, you
really far
can't see
away.
it. But it's
There's
past the
two
horizon.
reasons. There's two reasons you won't be able to see something, right? One of them is that something's in the way of it. Another one is it's just so far away that your eye can't resolve it.
It's the latter.
And that's what's
for
happening
both.
in that GIF.
It's the latter for both.
No, it
There's
isn't.
no
You
physical
just-
obstruction.
Well, so why can you? Why would I? Why? So again, so prove this. Show me a boat going over the
Okay.
horizon to where you can't
Didn't
see
they?
it, and then zooming in on
They
it.
did. They already
No,
did.
you didn't.
did.
I don't see a boat going over the horizon, disappearing bottom up.
Yes, it's in the chat. I'll post another one too.
Bro, are you not looking at the GIF?
Where's the GIF?
In the chat, Sensei posted
I mean, I'm seeing
two.
GIFs.
He
I
posted
don't see
two
any that show
separate
boats
GIFs.
disappearing bottom up and then you being able to see it again by zooming in.
Are
see boats
you-
really far away, and then you not being able to see it because you zoom out. But that's not what I'm asking.
that's what we
Bro,
call
wow.
cognitive
Play
dissonance.
the
Yeah, you're
GIF
not
in
gonna like
reverse
this
for
one.
him, guys. Play the GIF in reverse, then he'll get it. Like, are you fucking kidding me, dude?
It doesn't matter whether it's in reverse or not.
That's
I
what
got one
you're
at
saying.
47 after the hour where the boat
That's
is absolutely irresolvable.
Alright,
You
look.
don't see it at all, and then it zooms right back in.
Yeah. See, he just
And I
posted
can
one
also
that's in
take your
the.
geometric horizon away, the thing that's supposed to actually obstruct the boat. So you really don't have anything.
Explain that
No,
one.
you
Dude.
don't have anything.
Wait,
I
explain
know
his
you are,
GIF.
but what am I?
It's just zooming in on something far away.
Yeah, so that's
you
why you
just
didn't
said
see
you
it because
couldn't
it was
do it.
far away.
Yeah, that's why you didn't see it, but it didn't disappear in the
Exactly.
first
That's
place because it
why
went over
you
the
didn't
horizon.
see it. Oh, it didn't disappear. So you mean it didn't fail to appear?
It
You're
didn't.
telling me you
What?
can see that boat at the beginning of
That's
that
what
GIF?
disappear means. It stops appearing. You're telling me it didn't do that because it's not appearing before he zooms in.
Yes. But the reason
Yeah.
you can't see it is just because the camera's not zoomed in enough. Not because it's gone over the
Exactly.
horizon.
This kid's
So
fucking
show me
lost.
so show me a video of a boat sailing away, disappearing bottom up.
Dude, listen,
right?
zooming in,
and then zooming in on it
from,
again.
hold on,
Just
hold
did
on,
that. You're
buddy,
brick.
real quick.
We just
So
did
you
that.
see it
Real quick,
again.
real quick.
No,
Zooming
You're
in
brick.
you're
from,
bricks. You don't
please,
understand this.
please, real
Yeah,
quick.
project your lack of understanding again.
Can you hear me? If you
Yeah, go
zoom
for it,
in,
bud.
if you zoom in from the shore, and all of a sudden see a boat pop up, that's the same thing as zooming into that boat and then zooming back out. The boat is still at the location, and all the same conditions are there. It doesn't matter if you're zooming in or out. The same thing is happening. I don't know why you're asking for that.
Yes,
the
but
guy
this is
said
not
play it in
claiming what
reverse
you're
and
claiming.
it'll
It
look the
claims.
same thing.
Well,
It'll
it's
be the
'cause
same
he's
thing if you
struggling.
play it in reverse. Like, I don't get what you're asking for. It wouldn't change anything. It doesn't
He's
change.
clinging. He's clinging to the
I know
boat.
he is, but he needs to get it. He needs to understand that he's clinging and not just cling.
No, you don't understand what you're claiming and why these
Just
videos
stop,
don't
dude.
prove it.
You guys this is just sad, man. Yeah, this is sad, dude.
Cringe, dude.
You're really losing it. So now I'm
really
going to
sad
take
that
away
you
the
think
geometric
this
obstruction. Yeah, I know.
proves that the Earth isn't a globe.
Project your sadness. Okay, so now I'm going to take away the geometric obstruction that you think actually blocks boats. So that would
There
be
is
at
a second globe head.
3.46 miles in the picture that I just posted. It's not
You're
there. It
outnumbered,
doesn't
buddy.
exist. Outnumbered, that's an appeal to majority. Who cares about that?
Isn't that what you're doing right now? Trying to crowd the airwaves?
I'm just gonna
No,
be here.
dude.
You're dumb.
When
Look,
he,
this is what these guys do. They're just like ankle bite, ankle bite, ankle bite.
Bro, listen, we're here to help you. It's
Bro,
like it's like an
I'm here to
elderly
help you
person
too.
trying to.
Right.
We're trying to help an elderly person
said
across the
it's
street. It's the same thing as trying to
impossible
explain this to
to
you.
do
We're
this
doing. Hold
thing.
on, bud. We're doing you a favor by even addressing you. So please, just try to sit and learn something instead of condense something before you've even looked into it. Thank you.
I've looked into it. I'm looking at
Clearly
these
not
gifs,
enough.
and they're not showing a boat disappear over the horizon.
Yeah, they do. It's
And
gone.
they're not showing you being able to zoom in on it again.
The
to see
horizon
it again.
isn't even geometric, so that's completely irrelevant for
Right,
you.
but
That
right.
doesn't help
So
you.
look,
Invoking the horizon
sure,
does not
sure.
do any good for you in your position because we can show it's not the leading edge of a sphere. That doesn't help you.
Sure, right. You guys don't believe the horizon's caused by the Earth curvature. Sure,
Demonstrated
right.
not
But,
to be.
Whatever. But what I'm
Whatever.
asking
Yeah,
you
just whistle
to show.
past that one.
Look, I'm trying to stay on topic. What I'm asking you to show is a
listen.
boat sail away,
We've already
disappear
done
bottom
that.
up.
Look, we've already done this and we're not going to do it all night. All right? So it's over. We've shown you that there is no geometric horizon, so that would be the obstruction that you say blocks boats. Bottom up, we've shown you that that doesn't even exist. That's the end of it. We've shown you boats not being resolvable and then pulled right back into view when we zoom in on them. We've showed you all this. You're just trying to pick up the goalposts and move them somewhere else because you just can't seem to get a goal. So just drop it. We're not going to go around and around on these things we've already dealt with you all night. It's over. You need help, dude. That's what you need. You actually need to get yourself help.
Nope, you haven't shown it.
You do. Yeah, so you can it. That's fine. That's your problem. You can reality. That's totally fine. Do that to yourself. I don't really care. But there it is. It's yours to deny.
Where in any of these gifs does a boat disappear bottom up?
That already happens. I can show you that from National Geographic if you want. We've already
Bro, it
taken everything away
reappears.
from you.
If you zoom in from the beach, it reappears bottom up. It's the same thing as if you do it in reverse.
Shows that.
Yeah, every GIF shows bottom up, either disappearance or reappearance. You're not asking for anything new.
No,
We're
it doesn't.
showing it to you.
I don't know why
You
you're lying
really
about
need to
this.
get
Like,
help, dude.
anyone
It's
can look at
bad.
these gifs and see that what
You
you're
need to
claiming
get help.
is not
Look,
true.
at this point, this is just mental illness.
Wait a
We've
minute.
given
I
you
think
everything that you
I think we're
need.
being
You
trolled.
really need to help yourself, dude.
I think we're being trolled.
Yeah, by
You're
the
not being
globe.
trolled.
Yeah,
Trust me.
true. You are by the globe. You have been
I
trolled.
I I don't think he's. I think he's actually trolling.
It must
Oh, I'll
be.
just mute him then. Yeah.
I mean, at this point,
Cope.
it
You know
might
what?
as well be a troll.
I'm gonna get something to eat.
Okay.
I'll just
Bye
get
bye.
time.
Yeah. Go enjoy fantasy world. Don't talk to people who pull you out of it. Unless you're a masochist.
Well, Sensei, why are you trying to help us?
For your own benefit.
I know, but how will it benefit me? Genuinely curious.
Hang on, is my mic working still?
Yeah.
It's going.
Oh, good. Okay. So like I told my mom earlier, she tried to tell me that I saw the Earth's curvature from 35,000 feet when I didn't see it from 60,000 feet in the Concorde. We were arguing about it. Anyway, so like I told her, I was like, if you're gullible enough, naive enough to believe that people landed on the moon and came back, then you'll believe anything at all that anyone tells you, and that's a dangerous way to live. So that's why I come here. Being gullible and naive, you can just do your research on why being gullible and naive is bad.
So I've pretty much accepted Globe Earth for 59 years now.
Yeah.
How do you think my life has been made worse by it?
Well,
Not
I mean, that all
apparent to you.
depends. That all depends. I don't know you very well, so I would have to know a lot about your life first.
How might you suspect? I mean, what could have possibly
No,
happened?
there's no speculation with me, partner.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay, fair enough. So where's that globe evidence then?
So,
Did you bring some?
But you're trying to help me, though? Nevertheless?
Yeah, clearly you need it if you still believe in the globe.
Well, that's what I'm asking. If I need it, what do I need it for?
Trying to help you step into the real world, that's all.
But why?
Take it or leave it.
Would
It
you
sucks.
would you
I
rather
don't want it.
believe? Listen to this. Would you rather believe something or know something? How's that?
Well, belief is a part of knowing. It's one of
You're
the
not
three
answering the
legs.
question.
I did.
No, it's either would you rather believe or know something.
You can't know something without believing it.
But
Oh,
you can
no,
believe
he's
something
gonna-
without knowing it, can't you?
All right.
Only if.
See, I'm trying to
only if
avoid that.
He's gonna kneecap it now.
Only if
So
I have
this is
insufficient
just-
justification.
Yeah, you're
All right,
just
but
trying
look,
to kneecap
here's
the
a
conversation at this point here.
It's weird.
here's a
Just
better
show us the
thing,
curvature,
though.
dude. I don't know why you're
Here's a
getting all
better
these
thing, though.
philosophical
Why are you?
weirdos.
Why do you need a
I
reason
wasn't
to
trying to get
accept the truth?
philosophical. I was just asking you how you think it's going to help me.
Because it's truth.
I have to know more about your life, my friend.
Okay.
Why would you turn
That's
down
fair.
the truth? Why would you
Well,
need a reason to listen to the
y-
truth?
You already know my answer to that, right?
I don't. Give me
Because
a
I don't believe
reason.
it is the truth. I do think I have the truth already.
Okay, so then it's circular logic. You're saying, give me a reason why I should believe you, but it's
No, I
like,
didn't.
why,
But I
it's just
didn't
the
ask him
truth.
why I should believe him. I asked him how it's going to help me to believe him.
You don't need a reason. Like the truth is the truth. Just accept it.
I agree. The truth is, we should just accept it.
You don't need to ask why is it gonna help me. Like
He said he's here to help us, though.
yeah, because
He volunteered
like
it, not me.
just think about it for once from the other perspective.
Oh, I have.
He's saying that he's helping you because he's telling you the truth. You don't believe it's true. That's why you don't believe what he's saying.
Exactly. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so there's your answer.
Well, maybe he could tell us how his life was made better by it, and then maybe I'd find that convincing,
Well,
and I'd look into it further.
this is kind of irrelevant because you're looking for a reason as to where it might benefit you. Like, I don't think anyone should look at the
Really
truth and go, "How can it benefit me?"
Really
before I acknowledge it.
Hey, real quick, I can't
Really?
talk, but I do have to say this. Listen,
I think
but
you'd be able to
I met my wife at 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. she's giving birth to our child in the morning.
Nice.
Yeah. So seeking the truth found me even more truth and beauty. So it's
Nice.
possible. Thanks. Anyway, go ahead.
Nice.
I think you need a
I got two
reason
of my own. They're
to
the
accept
greatest
the
things
truth.
ever.
Yeah, okay. Like,
Good luck, man. Seriously.
what do
appreciate
you
that.
need a
Thank you.
reason for the truth? Like, I don't get it.
Yeah. Just take it or leave it.
No,
Just leave it there.
I
It's all
agree.
on you.
Right, you're
And
kind of arguing
same
for
goes with you guys,
willful
right?
ignorance.
I'm not the one who ignores everything in the world.
You say
Yeah,
that,
you
but
are.
you won't
You
defend
are,
it.
though.
You say that, but you won't defend it.
I won't defend what?
You won't defend the globe. You will not defend the globe. You're just going to listen to other people get humiliated. But I promise to God, you will not defend the globe by yourself. You won't do it.
How would I go about defending the globe?
Well, you believe it, so defend it. You believe it's true. If it's the truth, it should be very easy to defend, but you
Yeah,
won't
it
do
is.
it.
It
Okay,
is.
so
I can watch the
you want to
sunset.
do it?
I just did.
Okay, so a sun setting proves the Earth is a globe?
It
Really?
does for me. Yeah.
How so?
I mean, first of all, I don't think I can convince you guys of anything. I don't think anybody can convince anything of anything. We all
Why
convince
not?
ourselves. No, that's not the way our minds work. We all convince ourselves. It takes work to convince ourselves of something. We have to put in the time and the effort
You're
to
coping.
understand something.
It's
Do
the
you
truth.
not do you not
Just
agree that we all first hold on for a sec, man. Do you not agree that we all have to put in the time and the effort to understand something?
Yeah, but you're
Okay.
arguing from a defeatist point. You're saying there's no point because I can't convince you. Like you're coping.
No,
If it's
I
the
can
truth, prove me wrong. Prove any of us wrong.
I can share with you what convinced me. And I
Okay,
can
but
tell
is
you
it
why
gonna
it convinced me. And you can either accept that or not as convincing, right?
Yeah, but if it's not true, if it doesn't hold up logically, then you're incorrect.
I agree. But it does hold up logically, so I'm not going to worry
Okay,
about that too much.
okay, so tell me how watching a sunset proves the Earth is a globe logically.
Because it moves at 15 degrees per hour.
That's a
And that can only
presupposition.
no, it's we can look at it. And it measures 15 degrees per hour across
Okay,
our sky.
Okay, so how
And
does that
that can only happen if we're at the center of a circle.
what?
Yeah, it's true.
The sun can only set if
No,
we are
no. Listen carefully. It can only move at 15 degrees per hour if we are at the center of a circle.
okay, so that couldn't hypothetically happen if the sun simply revolved over the top of a flat surface?
No,
That couldn't be the case? That's
no.
impossible?
Yeah, literally, the math does
How?
not work.
What do you mean? How doesn't the math work?
Just,
Also,
this is the
you're
part where
not
you got to do
using
the work to understand the
no, no,
math.
no, no.
I did the work in
You're
high
not
school and
using
college.
but you're not using the math. You're simply saying, I watched the Earth revolve, therefore I'm on a circle. That doesn't
No,
translate
I told you a
logically.
very specific thing, 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah,
That
the
can
sun
only
travels in a
happen.
circle.
Yes.
It revolves. That doesn't mean what you're standing on
No.
is a circle.
It travels in a circle that we are in the center of.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you're standing on
Well,
a ball.
but it does eliminate your track, whatever you guys today think the sun is doing over our heads. Sometimes it's a track, sometimes you have no idea what it's doing, sometimes you don't care. So
Wait,
which one
that
are you going to be?
wait, dude. All you're saying is that the sun travels in a circle.
Yes.
How does that prove you are standing on a circle?
Well, this is where you got to do the work because I understand
No,
it's simple.
you have to do the work. You're saying the sun travels in a circle, therefore I'm on a circle. That's
Yes,
logically incoherent.
yes, because everybody on this earth
Consensus.
experiences
Appeal to consensus.
everybody on this earth experiences the sun moving over their heads at 15 degrees per hour. I've been to
Okay.
Australia, it moved at 15 degrees per hour.
Yeah,
I've
I'm not
been to
denying that. I'm
Europe,
not
it's
saying
been
it
at
doesn't
15 degrees
happen.
per hour. I just got back from New York, it's moving at 15 degrees per hour.
No
Everywhere I
one's
go, it's
denying
moving
that.
over. There's only
Yes.
there's only one model for it. Only one.
That's not true though.
It
Why
is.
does
Figure
you
out another
don't?
one then.
You're jumping logic, bro. You're saying because the sun travels in a circle, I am standing on a sphere. That doesn't add up.
It does when you take all of the points into account. Everywhere on Earth, it does this.
We're
Yeah.
back to twinkling lights in the
What is what?
sky, I take
How
it.
does that prove? It can travel in a circle on a flat surface, a cube, a triangle.
It
It could be
can't,
any shape.
but it
What do you
can't.
mean it
No.
can't? The sun moves
Why not?
independent of the shape of what you're standing on. The sun
The
moves
math,
independently.
the math doesn't work.
Why can't the
So,
sun do
so
what
the
it's
sun's
doing?
movement depends on
But
the shape of the Earth. Is that what you're saying?
why can't
Yes.
the sun do what it's doing?
Wow.
Well, I'm sorry if that's too hard for you to understand, man.
Hey,
I
Why
am.
can't
Sorry,
the
Kimbo.
sun do what it's doing?
Apparently, the movement of the sun is dependent on the shape of the Earth. That's
Incorrect.
very. That makes so much sense. Like how the fuck are you? You know what,
It's
dude? It's
the
sad that
sun.
I mean, this is what
you're that age and
Oh,
have such
can you guys
low
hear
critical
me or
thinking
not?
skills, bro. Like holy shit. If I was
Yeah.
as old as you and I believed that, like that's like an elementary school like level of fallacy. Like a middle schooler can understand those two things don't make sense. They're unrelated. The sun's movement is independent of the shape of what you're standing on. But you seem to think they're dependent on each other. Like how does that make any sense to you?
It makes sense to me because if you put together every point on the Earth and
They're
all the people
independent
looking
though.
at the sun, yes, but they would, if the Earth were anything other than a sphere, there would be anomalies to that pattern.
But there are anomalies to
you,
that
you
pattern because
There
the
aren't.
sun doesn't move
expose
the
the
same for
globe.
everyone. There are people experience a 24-hour sun.
Uh-huh.
How
That moves
much
around them at 15 degrees per
how
hour.
much of the percentage of the sun does the sun cover when it goes overhead from your position?
How much percentage of what does what? Sorry.
How much percentage of the Earth does the sun cover when you're doing your 15 degrees per hour?
Pretty close to half of
Percentage
it.
of the Earth does it cover?
Pretty close to half of it.
What, from your position? How does
What do
that
you mean
work?
from my what do you mean from my position?
Well, you said you measured at 15 degrees per hour. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So how many hours was that for?
You don't need to do it, but a couple hours.
You only need to do it for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can go out and do this for yourself tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I know you can, but I was so from your perspective, yeah, you
Mm-hmm.
see what? Let's say on average, let's say 12 hours of sunlight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. But from your perspective, you can't see half of the Earth on a globe.
True. True.
So what percentage can you see the Earth cover? Because if you're standing there, from your horizon to the other horizon is not half of the Earth.
Correct.
Correct.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah.
What's the point?
And meanwhile, we've still got no actual physical measurements of the ground we're standing on. We're talking about lights
Yeah.
twinkling in the sky, as per usual.
And what's wrong with the sun doing what it's doing? I don't understand.
Yeah, this guy thinks they're connected somehow. Like
No, I know they're connected somehow.
they're
No, you don't.
not. The
You don't
sun's
know that.
movement is
I do.
independent of the Earth. Like you can't like is it tethered to the Earth or something? Like how does the shape of the Earth influence the way the sun moves? They're not
If the
dependent
sun
on each
started
other.
moving differently, would the shape of the Earth change?
Yeah.
Did
Like,
what?
dude, this is literally like you shouldn't have said your age, bro. You shouldn't have said your age. That shit's disturbing.
Hey, don't be
No.
ageist.
And you have fucking kids, dude. Like
I
you
do.
failed your kids, bro. You lack such literal critical thinking skills, bro. It's sad.
Really? Well,
Yeah, yeah. You just told me what a fucking 5-year-old would say. Not even a 5-year-old would say that. They would get that the sun moves independently from the shape of the earth.
you know what the irony is that you sound as confused as my 4-year-old nephew when I told him about this stuff.
Yeah, you know why he was confused? Because he's
Because
actually in
he's
a state
4?
of mind. He's in a
Because
state
he's
of mind
4?
where he's actually using logic to understand. You're in a state of mind where you gave up. Like you just say things that make no sense and you think they make sense.
Hey, Scott. You
Yes.
said that you know that the sun and the Earth. What did you say exactly? I don't want to misrepresent what you said.
That
You
if we
know
take that if we take the totality of all the observations from every place on this planet and we see that the sun is always moving across the sky at 15 degrees per hour, then and there's never an anomaly to that, and there's no
Doesn't.
other possible shape but the globe.
It
That
doesn't
just
though,
means the
does
sun
it?
travels in a circle.
What happens when it gets to 15 degrees above the horizon? Does it take an hour for it to go down?
Nope.
But the sun's
Ooh, that's a good
moving
one.
15 degrees per hour, you said.
That's why I was saying before about how much percentage of the Earth you see from horizon to horizon, because it doesn't measure 15 degrees the whole way across.
That's a good one.
This is when you bring in your excuses for the thing that you're saying happens that doesn't happen.
What's your explanation for it then?
Wait.
We don't have to have
Hold
one.
on. Yeah,
I
we
know.
don't. You're
Don't run
saying
away from the
yeah.
point.
Yeah,
Either.
defend your point. Don't ask the substitute. Defend your point.
I already have.
You haven't. Explain why it doesn't do 15 degrees all the way through.
Prove that it doesn't.
You claimed it does, so prove that it does. You
Well,
said you only did it for a couple. You said you only did it for a couple of hours. You didn't do it all the way across the horizon, did you?
Well, as I told Dizzik earlier, I know I can't convince anybody else of anything ever. We each convince ourselves of things.
You're
but you can provide.
And this is what I use
that
to
you
convince
claim.
myself.
You can provide the evidence that you claim to have that the sun
do.
moves
Doesn't add up.
consistently 15 degrees across the sky at all times.
It does. When I looked at it, and I found
When
that
you
sufficient.
looked at it.
Yes.
When you looked at it, did you measure it?
I have measured it once
He
or twice.
eyeballed it.
So how do you measure 15 degrees when the only way you can do it is when the sun is more up in the sky. You can't do it when the sun's on the horizon because it comes in on an angle.
It comes in at an angle?
He eyeballed it, dude.
Yeah.
What do you mean it
Unless
comes in at
do
an
you live
angle?
on the equator?
No.
Well,
Once again, I don't expect to be able to convince you all. I was
Yeah, but
sharing
you're
what
saying
convinced me.
nonsense though. Like you're saying stuff that actually doesn't make sense.
It makes sense.
No, it doesn't. You said the sun travels 15 degrees per hour evenly across the sky.
It
But
does.
it
you
doesn't.
can't prove it. You can't prove it though. You're just saying I saw it
I
happen.
can't prove it to you. I know that.
No, you
But
can't prove it at all. No
you can
one
go
can
out.
prove
You
it.
can go out and look for yourself, right? You could do that tomorrow.
Okay, so look, how about
But you
this? I
won't.
did it, and I didn't see it. Now what?
Why would you say that? What are
Well,
you getting out of this?
because you're saying that I have to take your word, right? So now it's
No,
your word
no, I
versus
said
my word.
exactly the opposite. I say you can go out and do it yourself.
Okay, I did, and I found out that what you're saying doesn't add up. So how are you going to defend your word versus my word?
both know that you're not being honest right now, though.
That's a hypothetical.
It's hypothetical.
Well,
Like you're
why don't you go out and do it, and then we'll see if we saw the same thing. And
Yeah,
then we
but
don't have to argue about
what would your
hypotheticals.
defense be? What would your
I
defense
wouldn't
be?
have one. I would
Wait,
literally
what?
not have one.
But
If you got a
what's
different if you
but
got a different
what's the
experience than
same
I did,
thing?
I wouldn't
You
have a
just said,
defense.
well, let's see if we see the same thing, and
Yes.
the same thing would be not measuring a consistent 15 degrees per hour.
Correctly. Correct. And
You're
if, and
saying
if he
you
went out
wouldn't
and
have
did it,
one.
So,
and he
well,
didn't
how are
get
you
15 degrees,
arguing what?
if he went out and did it, and he did not get 15 degrees per hour, what I'm saying would fall apart.
What
Correct.
did you get then?
And you would
Did
just
you get? You measured it for 2 hours, and for those 2 hours, you got 30 degrees. Yeah.
You don't got to measure for 2 hours, right? You just go out there and take a measurement every hour or so, and you can change. Oh, it's
What's your
15 degrees further.
reference though? What's your reference?
Yeah, what are you measuring it against? What are you measuring the angle against?
What do you mean?
What's your reference?
It's a degrees, right? It's an angle.
Yeah. You point something at
Yeah,
the
so
sun, and then you take
what's
an
your
hour
reference?
later, and you have to move the thing 15 degrees roughly, and there's a few little other math
Against
going
what?
on because I'm at 30
15
something
degrees against
latitude.
what?
It's
15
previous
actually
degrees
have a
position.
against
point.
what?
It's previous position.
Against what? Measured an angle, right? So, like Timbo
Against
said,
its
what's your
previous
reference?
position.
What's your reference?
I don't know how to say it other than its previous position. That is the reference.
And
How
so
do you
you would
measure an
admit,
angle?
yeah. So you would admit that if you came out at 6 o'clock in the morning and you pointed that measuring angle device that you've got at the
Mhm.
sun, and you came back in an hour, that it wouldn't have moved 15 degrees.
But it would have,
Can you
and this is
agree with
something we can
that?
all test.
Can you
No,
agree with that though?
no, I think it would have moved 15 degrees.
It wouldn't, because then it would be moving in a perfect circle, not an arc across the sky. Correct?
It is moving in a perfect circle.
Not to your not from your observation, not from where you are. It would be if you were directly in the center of the Earth.
No, you got to do an adjustment, right?
You can't do an adjustment.
Yeah,
You
the
said you
thing is,
measured 15
yeah,
degrees.
if you're gonna adjust it, then you're just gonna presuppose the globe.
No.
So, but Scott, like, let me ask you, it's your word versus my word. Now what? Your argument falls apart. Is that where it ends? Like, you don't care?
Yes, yes, yes. If you got a different observation, then the universe is inconsistent for me, and then it falls apart. But I have faith in the universe. I know that if you did it, you'll see the same thing that I do.
That's his God.
The
So
universe,
there
yeah.
we have it.
I do
A
expect the universe to be
Christian,
consistent. Yes.
a Christian is more logical than you. Like, how does
So,
that make any sense, bro?
You don't expect the universe to be consistent?
so
No, it
you
is
say you
consistent.
expect it to be
Okay.
consistent, but
Yeah.
you don't measure 15 degrees per hour when
But
the
I
sun's
do.
on the horizon. When the sun's on the horizon.
Have you done this? Just curious.
I know what I see when the sun rises in the morning. Yeah. It rises
Uh-huh.
up slowly, and from the angle that you're watching it at, you cannot measure 15 degrees. It's impossible.
I don't think that's true.
Because it comes from the east and then
Yeah.
keeps coming up. Well,
Yes.
anyway, from where I am. So
Yeah.
you're looking at the sun from if I'm facing north, you're looking kind of northeast. Yeah. So how do you measure 15 degrees from northeast as it arcs up? How do you do that? Because it doesn't arc in a perfect circle. You're not even seeing you're not even seeing that. It comes up slowly, and then as it gets higher up in the sky, it moves faster.
Well,
And then when it gets
take a measurement of it and tell me what you see.
Okay, cool. I'll do it. I'll let you know.
All right. Yeah. Cool.
Because the only way that you would get 15 degrees is if the sun was directly in front of you,
Mm-hmm.
and then you're measuring it like that.
So you're down in Australia,
Otherwise,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah. You ever thought it's weird that the sun rises south of east in your
South of
summer?
east.
south of east in your summer, and it sets north of south of west in your summer?
I don't observe that.
You should try it someday. Your summer's
Either
not
way,
too far away.
I look all the time, mate, and the sun rises northeast and sets
Nah, not in December 21st. It won't.
northwest. Well, it does because I'm below the Tropic of Capricorn, so
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
yeah, it does.
wait, you're telling me the sun rises and sets in different directions based on the month he's in?
Yes.
Wow. Holy
No,
moly.
it sets for the entire world. On December 21st, it sets 23 degrees south of west for the entire world, including Australia.
On on the globe, it
Try
just
it.
oh my god, bro.
All you got to do is go look. Don't take my word for it. Don't trust me. I could be lying to you, but you can go look at yourself.
How does that work
Anyway,
from different latitudes?
That's why I think the Earth is a globe, because this is true. Everywhere on the Earth, it sets at the same direction.
How
how does that
from
work on
different
a globe?
latitudes?
Because when it gets around to sunset, the globe is angled in a particular way that because it's all parallel rays, right? And they hit everywhere at the same direction at sunset.
When
The
did
rays
you
aren't
see these?
parallel.
When did
At
you
noon,
observe
at
these
noon, at noon,
parallel
it's
rays?
very different. At noon, it's very different. In Australia, the sun will rise in your south
Sorry,
of east.
it's big. It's a big
December
place. You know,
21st,
it's like saying
it'll go.
in America. It's like saying in America it will do
Yeah,
this.
no, in Australia, in all of Australia, it will rise in the same direction.
It's 4,000 kilometers high from
Doesn't matter.
from north
Doesn't
to
matter.
from south to north.
It'll rise in the same direction. It rises in the same direction in Australia that it does in Japan, that it does in Russia.
23 degrees.
Roughly, yeah. Build it based on the tilt.
Well, that wouldn't that wouldn't show us parallel rays. Then they'd have to be.
No, they're parallel.
Well, where do we see parallel rays?
You never see parallel rays, bro. What are you on about?
Well, I think you do.
So you've never seen like rays diverging from a cloud going in angular?
Yeah.
What is that? Is that just your eyes playing tricks on you?
Yes,
Or like
exactly. That's exactly what it is.
refraction?
It's exactly.
So,
No, it's not like
so
refraction. It's
how do you
crystals
know
rays.
that's your eyes playing tricks on you, but you've never seen parallel rays? So
I
where
see
do you
parallel rays
see
all the
these?
time.
Where can you show us?
Yeah, can you show us a picture of parallel rays?
Yeah, those rays in that Sasha just posted to be parallel if you went under that cloud.
What the fuck?
This is just perspective, is what you're showing me right there. Those are parallel lines in perspective. It's exactly what parallel lines in perspective should look like.
So where do you see
Uh,
where do you see the parallel rays then?
Parallel. Wait, dude. What? Like, why are you just
But
saying things that make no sense and like you just?
Well, I'm
What do you
sorry they
mean
don't make sense to you.
parallel rays in perspective? Like, what the fuck are you talking about when you say that?
Have you ever had an art class where you drew perspective?
Hey, you're getting off the topic, all right? So
Yeah, dude. If you're saying those are like, where are the parallel rays?
see converging ray. You see divergent rays, yeah? So where do you see the parallel ones to know that these rays are parallel?
When they're not moving away from you, when they're either moving straight
When,
up or down in your perspective, they're
when
parallel all
is
the time.
this?
Bro, the ray.
When?
I've seen it come through clouds. I see it. I can see parallel rays when when I look at the shadows off buildings.
You're telling
Shadows
yourself.
off buildings.
You're telling yourself fairy tales at your age, bro. Like, this is a problem, dude. You've
It hasn't.
never
It
seen.
hasn't been so
you-
far. I've done quite well with my life, thank you, though.
No, it hasn't.
So if you've
Clearly
got
hasn't.
parallel rays, then why is the shadow of the totality of the lunar eclipse only 1/10 the size of the moon? Wouldn't that be converging rays?
Yeah, they're converging and diverging simultaneously, depending on what side of the sun they come from.
So they're converging, diverging, and straight.
Yeah.
Come
Oddly
on.
enough, there's lots of light coming off that sun, right?
Light just doesn't travel in a straight line, I guess. I guess
No,
it's
no. If
curved
you
and
if you
angles
Does
and
everything? Yeah, it curves around bends. It curves
moves
around water
around all
hills
over
and
the
stuff as
place.
well. You know,
Spiraling too.
it curves around water hills so perfectly that it makes them look flat.
except for all the times it doesn't make it look flat. Yeah,
Well,
there's
how do you know?
anomalies.
How do you know which ones are which?
Life experience. That's all.
When do you
experience.
experience the curvature?
All the
You
time.
say it's life experience.
All the time. I was just saying earlier today, I was looking out at a mountain that's about 56 miles from my office,
Yeah.
and the direction is right over this top of San Francisco. I'm down in San Jose, and this mountain is in Marin County. You guys ever want to look, you can poke. And there it goes right over the top of San Francisco. And there's a couple of 40, 50-story buildings in San Francisco that I can't see.
What?
So what's your
You're
bias?
Yeah, what's
my bias?
what
no,
does that
what's
even
the
mean?
Yeah.
point? What does
What's your
that
bias?
mean?
Where
You
are the
can't.
where are the buildings?
They're out of your
Who
line of
cares?
sight.
China.
I mean, these are questions I ask myself.
Yeah.
What's
And
your
this is why I
conclusion?
I
they're
heard you
behind
guys talking
they're
before
behind the curve.
with Simon Dan, and you were agreeing with him that only a physical horizon can block things.
Ooh.
Wait, who are you talking? Who was talking with Simon Dan?
Yeah, that guy sounded exactly like Simon Dan.
Who?
The guy was in before that you were
Mez?
sucking his dick. I mean, championing for.
Mez?
Yeah.
Yes.
Is that
No,
Simon Dan?
No, it was Mez.
I never talked to Simon Dan, so
It was
He
Mez.
sounds exactly like Simon Dan. Yeah. So is that the only way that things can disappear from the bottom up?
I can't think
Did
of
you
another
agree
way.
with him? Did you agree with him or not?
Yes, I did. I agreed with
Do
everything
you
he said.
agree that the only thing that can block things from the bottom up is curvature?
There's an obstruction.
Can the obstruction be? Does the obstruction have to be physical?
Yes, it's the nature of an obstruction.
What? Wait. So something can't appear to be obstructed from bottom up, and not be actually.
I've never seen it. I can't think of any way it could.
You know, that's not what you are looking at. And you
What do you
see
mean?
that. You said, I can't see the bottom of something, or I can't see this, or I can't see that. How do you know that's not what you're looking at? An apparent but not actual obstruction of view.
Yeah, I guess I'd have no reason other than think that there's no reason to believe it isn't.
So does
Yeah,
light
but you
bend,
believe
or
it
does
is, though.
light bend all the time, or just on certain occasions?
It bends whenever it goes through mediums of different densities. And it hits at anything other than 90 degrees, it'll bend some. And we can calculate the nature of that bend, but I don't know all the cases in which it bends and all the cases in which it doesn't.
Does light bend on a flat surface?
I guess it would. Yeah, sure.
So couldn't that make things disappear from the bottom up?
Oh no,
Why not?
because the light, all the light coming towards you from near and far sources would bend in the same amount, and you can't
Why?
have the light. You can't. Just the nature. That's the way diffraction. That's the way refraction works.
Sorry, say that again.
All the light originating both near and far would be subject to the same effect. And so if it were flat,
You know, the conditions are the same between here and there. All the way.
I'm sorry.
You would need a uniform condition, right, between what you're seeing and you. Between that
No, but
space between.
no, but
You would
once
need a uniform condition for that to
Mhm.
occur.
No, because the light from the distant object would eventually have to get to the place of the nearer object, and from that point on, that light would behave exactly like the light originated from the nearer object.
So light can only bend on a curved surface.
No, it can bend on any. It doesn't need a curved surface. It needs a change of medium, or a change of density of the medium.
So light can bend on a flat surface.
Yes, sure. If it goes
Okay.
through a change, if it goes through a change of density of medium.
So can things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface?
I'm trying to imagine this or visualize it.
Well, you're saying that light
I couldn't
bends.
see it. Yeah.
No matter what the surface.
Yeah.
I'm back. Where were we?
Oh, hey, Simon and Dan.
Did you go with meal?
Who? Simon? Who?
But it's getting near my bedtime. It's been a pleasant conversation. I'll let Mez
Yeah.
take over.
Sweet dreams, Scott.
Mm-hmm. Night.
Wow. How old? 59?
See, Scott.
That was
Geometric
fucking
horizon
pathetic.
bite you on the way out.
That's actually sad, bro.
You're gonna need one to not see things at a distance.
Guy's in charge of a family with no critical thinking skills, dude.
Oh, come on.
No, he's good. I don't mind Scott actually. Quite a nice guy. Can be an asshole in chat, but he's a nice guy in VC. All right. Anyone got any evidence that the geometric horizon is at 1.225 miles from a 1 foot observer?
As far as I understood, the geometric horizon is just the thing you do see from a certain height, right? Like a direct line of sight thing.
Geometric? Geometric would mean the leading edge of a sphere.
Leading edge.
I know spheres don't
Yeah,
have edges.
you can see birds
but
go over it.
Yeah, that's
Oh, can
kind of
you?
weird.
Yeah.
Doesn't.
At what distance?
What was it you said?
Well, from 1 foot or 1.225 miles would be the to the start of the.
Yeah, about there.
Yeah. That's funny. I see boats all the time. Out at about 25, 30 k's.
Oh, you must be very tall.
No, this is from sea level.
I don't believe you. I think you're telling porkies.
It doesn't really matter whether you believe me or not. You got any
Yeah,
evidence
I don't need
that
to.
the geometric horizon is at 1.225 miles?
What you guys up to? What you
What
guys
happens
all
when you
up
see
to?
them?
We're,
What happens when you see
we're
them
discussing
further?
a 3,000-year-old topic.
I'm trying to figure out
Oh,
why
Israel
the
versus the Middle East.
No, the other one.
Israel versus
Yo,
Christendom.
what's up, Mez? Did you figure what a woman is now?
No, I've been
Oh.
trying to ask you this, but you can't give me a clear answer. You're just as bad as these
Damn.
flat earthers.
Damn.
Hey, Mez.
Hey, I just want to point out Ben Shapiro's fucking sister is definitely conversion worthy. I would convert to Judaism just to bang a sister.
Damn.
Sorry, mate. Wrong channel. See you later.
Hey, Mez.
Hey, what's up?
Hey, why does the atmosphere stick to Earth and not fly out into the vacuum?
Why does what?
The atmosphere, why does it stick to the Earth and not fly out into the vacuum?
Because of
Yeah,
gravity, my
Mez.
guy.
Answer that.
Because of
Because of
gravity?
gravity. Yeah.
So, let's say you have a helium, right, that rises through the air.
Mm-hmm.
You would agree that on the surface, gravity is at its strongest, right?
Yes.
And the higher up you go, the weaker gravity becomes.
That's correct.
So, if the helium is traveling up through the air, progressively getting faster because gravity's getting weaker, right? Then
Yeah.
what stops it from continuing to go? And you say it's gravity, but that can't be the case because it's already moving past gravity at the surface where it's stronger. And then you're telling me at gravity's supposed weakest point, it just stops?
Yeah, because helium's lighter than the other elements in the atmosphere.
Right, but you're telling me it stops and it's held down by gravity.
Yeah.
At the edge of the atmosphere. But that doesn't make
Yep.
sense because gravity's stronger on the surface and it doesn't even hold it to the surface. So how is it holding it at the edge of the atmosphere where it's
Because
weaker?
there are other heavier elements which are held down, and the lighter elements rise to the top.
No, heavier elements are on
Or
the
elements
surface.
and molecules and whatever.
Yeah, those go down. Though those go to the surface.
Well, it all goes down, but you know, because of buoyancy and things, like more dense liquids and gases kind of settle at the bottom, and the less dense gases and
Right.
liquids and whatever
So
rise to the
there
top.
are no there is nothing heavy up there. Everything up there is very light and sparse. So
Yeah.
how is it
The
being
atmosphere
held
is
down?
thinner as you go up. By
Right. So
gravity.
what's okay? But dude, we just established gravity's weaker at the edge of the atmosphere.
Yeah, it's not non-existent. It's still there. Still
Right.
pretty
Right.
strong.
Right. But gravity. All right. I'm gonna try to make this as simple as possible. Helium goes up because the buoyancy is stronger than the gravity affecting it. Correct? That's why it travels upward.
The buoyancy is stronger than the. Yeah, sure. I'll go with that.
Okay. And so, you know, gravity gets weaker the higher you go. The buoyancy gets stronger the higher you go, right? So if these two things
Buoyancy
are
gets stronger.
constant,
No.
okay, let's rule that out. Let's just say the
Actually, the
gravity
buoyancy
gets
would get
weaker.
weaker the higher you go.
Yeah, you're right. I messed up. But
So these two things are constant though, right? Gravity's constantly getting weaker, right?
Yes.
So at what point does it magically become strong enough to stop helium?
At what point does it magically become strong enough to stop helium? That doesn't make sense.
But you're saying it stops the helium.
Yeah, it stops it from escaping into the vacuum of space.
Right, but it's weaker. Like what changed? You have to add another variable to say like
Because there's nothing lighter than helium. So there's no reason for it to keep going up.
that's not how it works. It's a vacuum. It's going to go into the
Yeah.
vacuum.
No, it doesn't, because gravity holds it down.
Bro, we already established that gravity doesn't hold it down. That's why it's rising,
But it
bro.
does.
Okay, you say
Yeah,
that.
there's multiple forces at play here, and once there's nothing
Okay,
for
so what's
you
the
know
force
you could call
stopping
it the
it?
buoyancy of the
So if you had
helium
a
to keep going up. Then it would
so
just
if you had a
stop going up.
vacuum chamber and then you put you
I feel like you're
put
changing the
a
topic here.
helium balloon in there and you pop it. Which way does
All
the
right.
helium go?
All right, I'll take it that other guy's tapping out. So if you open a vacuum
But
chamber,
he's
which way
bringing up
does
the
the helium?
same topic. It's the exact same topic.
Which way does the helium go in a gas chamber? Pop a balloon in a gas chamber. Pop a balloon in a vacuum chamber. Which way does the gas go?
Well, it'll go pretty much everywhere, but it'll
All directions?
settle
Why not down?
downwards. It does go down.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, it
It'll
fills the
settle.
container evenly. Yeah.
Yeah, it'll fill it because this is like one of the properties of gas.
Yeah.
But that's because
not gravity.
It's not like a huge environment.
Okay, so not gravity.
Like it would
Why would that
settle
matter?
more at the bottom of this container than it would at the top
Why?
because of gravity.
So
Wow,
eventually
works.
it'd all settle. There'd be just a vacuum back in there, right? Because all the gas would stop bouncing around and would just all settle at the bottom. You'd be able to sweep it up with a dustpan.
That's not what gas
Right?
does.
No, it wouldn't settle like it wouldn't completely stop, but it would be
gas doesn't
denser at the bottom
Oh.
than it would be at the top.
Why wouldn't it? If the force is continuous, this effect, right, from gravity is continually occurring upon it, why wouldn't it?
Because these gases don't have infinite energy to continually fight gravity.
Right.
Which is
They
why
would
they
have
So
at the
eventually they'd
bottom.
all just settle at the bottom, right? They'd just pull at the bottom. You have to sweep them up in the
I
fucking
mean,
dustpan, right?
usually matter, and this is regardless if the Earth is flat or not, settles at the lowest energy state. I think that's what he's trying. If we're charitable, I think that's what he's trying to say.
Oh, so nothing to do
Yeah.
with gravity then.
Yeah, that's
So nothing
yeah,
to do
that's
with
true.
gravity.
No, yeah.
It has zero to do with gravity, actually. Yeah.
That's quite a lot to do with gravity.
Like what? Did you just not hear what he said? It settles at the lowest energy state, which would be everywhere in this vacuum because it spreads out evenly. So why would it settle at the bottom? If it's just gas,
But it
just
wouldn't
helium,
it wouldn't spread out completely evenly
why not?
because of gravity. Because there's a force.
Well,
There's one
gravity's
force
not
pulling it
possible.
down. There's no force pulling it upwards. So it would
You
be
know,
denser at the bottom of this chamber than it will be
Hey,
at the top.
laddie. Hello, speak.
Well, that's funny because there's nothing pulling it down. According to your own rhetoric, there is nothing pulling down on anything. There's no force pulling things down.
Yeah, there is gravity. I don't know. Like,
What's
have I not been saying this
gravity?
for the past like 5 minutes?
Yeah, but have you ever provided an experiment that backs the existence of either space-time bending, which would be Einsteinian gravity, or Newton's version, which would be mass attracts mass? Is there an actual experiment verifying them?
Yeah, you can drop things.
Or better yet, do you have an experiment where you have a
Right, that would
pressurized
just be an
system
effect, though, bro.
next to a
Like
vacuum?
if you drop stuff,
Yeah, I mean that's the effect. That's what gravity
like,
is.
So gravity,
Well,
the
let them
gravity,
verify
so
gravity's existence. That's what we're talking about, bro. I did ask you a question, like if you got an experiment for mass attracts mass or space-time bending, you did say drop something. That would just be an
Yeah,
effect,
you
though,
can
my
observe
friend.
planets the way they orbit.
gravity
Oh,
is
that's a
usually
story about the stuff in the sky. We're talking about in
It's a
reality.
story.
Like, is there an
And you don't
experiment
observe
that
orbit.
establishes cause and effect? Like, you've not got an experiment. You've just got an effect. Drop things all day. That's the effect. How do you isolate the cause? That's the
I
problem
mean,
with
that's what
gravity.
gravity
There's
is.
no.
It doesn't really matter what the cause is here. It
There's
doesn't
no
really matter if
of
it's
course,
matter
gravity
attracting
is the
matter, whether
cause.
it's space-time bend. Doesn't matter whether it's tiny magical ponies pulling everything
Uh,
together.
It
It's just
does.
that's what
If you're,
happens.
bro, but if you're saying that things fall due to mass attracts mass or Einstein space time, then you would need an experiment to back either one. And you've not got one.
I'm
Sadly.
not quite sure what you're asking for.
I'm asking for an experiment,
I
bro.
mean, gravity exists. Do you
Uh,
dispute this?
well, that's what I'm saying. For
Yeah,
you,
I do.
what is
I do.
gravity? Some things fall, but then again, something rise. If I let go of a helium balloon,
It doesn't matter
it's
what
less
gravity
dense
is,
in
does
the
it?
medium. Well, it does. If you're claiming mass attracts mass or space-time bends, you would need an experiment. All you've got
I
is an
haven't
effect.
claimed that.
You've not got. Well,
Yeah,
you're
but that's
saying
what the
Yeah,
effect
because
gravity
is.
makes things fall.
because
Whatever
you're
the
only talking
underlying
about
cause of
you're
gravity
talking about
is
certain
doesn't
things in
matter here.
specific circumstances. No, you're talking about
Claiming.
things within a specific circumstance, and it's not always the case. Like Spake said, some things go up, some things go down depending on the medium they're within relative to their density.
Yeah, gravity
And
gravity isn't the only force in the universe.
some things are in stasis, in equilibrium, and some things like gas move in all directions.
Yeah, until they're acted on by another force, like gravity.
But gravity is not a force, and it's not been a force for like 110
Well, whatever
years.
you want to
No,
like
no,
technically
Spake,
call it, it's a thing that happens.
hang on.
And
No,
whatever.
hang on. Acting on, until a force, until a force like gravity acts upon it, you just invoked it as a cause. So make up your fucking mind, is it a cause or is it effect?
Whatever, it doesn't matter.
It does.
It's a thing that
Yeah,
happens.
it does.
It's
And
not.
it's the reason
What?
gas doesn't escape into
That's
the
a
vacuum of space.
phenomenon. It's a thing that happens. That would be a phenomenon
you're
in effect.
claiming.
Sure, you could say that.
Mez, you're equally bad in debating this and agenda. It's crazy.
This is the thing,
dare
though.
you.
Like
Well-
he's chosen his side, and he'll argue it to the death. That's all there is
He's
to it.
a weird conservative that like does this all contrarian shit.
Conservative.
Yeah, I've
Yeah.
heard him talking on the chat.
Zoidberg, how could you?
So, bro, that's what we're
Social
trying to
conservative,
establish:
sorry.
a cause and effect
Social-
relationship, bro. That's the problem.
You
We've
gave
only
up?
got
I
an
wouldn't say that
effect.
either.
If
gave
you're
up?
claiming the cause is mass attracts mass, then you need to prove that by experiment, bruv.
I didn't claim that mass attracts mass because it doesn't matter.
So, you claim gravity.
Yeah.
So what's gravity then? Big G is either Newtonian or Einsteinian. That is big G. You're claiming that the effect is caused by, i.e., mass attracts mass or space-time
No, there's a
bending.
problem with that. There's a problem with that.
I know.
At the
Major.
moment,
Yeah, there sure
have
is.
in the scientific method we have problems reproducing. So right now, if you look up how did we? And I'm unbiased right now. I'm just giving you information. This is legitimate, right? You can look this up and I can provide you a source. Anyways, so yeah, unbiased, like as in I'm neutral. I'm not part of this conversation. I just want to offer this to the room. The evidence
thanks.
that was used to justify and prove the existence of gravity, that methodology cannot be reproduced.
Well,
Which
you can't use
gravity?
gravity as an independent variable. All you can do is affirm the consequent for it.
Yeah, so essentially, you could actually realistically put gravity next to dark matter because that's the amount of proof that we can produce.
You're right. They're both part of the same cosmological paradigm that's based upon a ball in space that is trivial to falsify at the beach.
I mean, are you asking why we can't manipulate gravity to create an experiment where we test something with and without gravity?
No,
You
we
said
can
it
observe.
yourself.
We can observe. Hang on. We can observe the reactions that we believe are gravity, but those reactions could be an interaction with a different force or some other method that we
Right.
are yet to
Right.
discover.
So gravity would be your
but the-
cause
the-
Yeah, that's
interpretation,
true.
but like
It's
Mez,
our best guess right now. Like unless
cause
someone else has a better theory.
interpretation.
No, it's not.
Unless someone
It's
else has
not
a better
best.
theory.
Listen. What Mez
Oh,
just
what?
said is that you can't manipulate it, so you can't do an experiment with it. Go ahead, Spig.
Well, that's
No,
just like
I'm
saying
just gonna
God
draw
can't be
your
wrong,
attention.
therefore God is real.
Bro, could I draw your
Yeah.
attention to the
Like it's a
text
fundamental force of the universe.
chat
I
for
mean,
here
yeah,
in the
well, we
side
don't have
chat?
godlike power
There's
to manipulate that.
well,
So then you can't demonstrate it as a fundamental force.
Bro.
Thanks for playing.
oh, fuck. It's all breaking
You
up.
can't demonstrate it as a fundamental force.
Correct.
So I just
I'm not
Right,
sure
so
what that
bro,
means.
see if
for
you
the
take a
people
look
who
in
are
the
It's a
side
thing
globies,
that
chat.
happens.
for the people who are
Bro, can
globies
you
here,
take a
right?
look in the
Hey,
side chat?
Spig's trying to get in here. Let him go.
I'm just trying to say that if you look in the side chat for here, there's a guy called Dr. Eric van Verlinde. Now, he's a physics professor at some university, string theorist, and even he says the new rhetoric for gravity, this space-time bending stuff, he even says himself that gravity doesn't exist. So we've got mass attracts mass, never proven by experiment. Einsteinian space-time bending, never proven by experiment. And fucking Newton himself says that gravity was preposterous. He never wanted his name anything to do with it. So you've got major holes
I mean, I
in
don't
the
know about
gravity stories, man.
I
Well,
don't really care
We
what Newton
have
said because he was
cause and
wrong.
effect. We have something that we can observe. We're doing our best to explain the
Wait, what?
phenomenon that we're observing. We can produce expected and predicted outcomes in and around this
was-
phenomenon, but we can't define exactly what's causing it. It could very well be a form of magnetism. As we expand our knowledge in regards to magnetism,
Why?
we might find a correlation there. I'm just throwing that out there, maybe. But as
It's
of right
more
now,
like
gravity is our best understanding.
Why are you
Even
biased?
if you
Why are
just
you
use it as
biased
a
towards the
placeholder.
one vector?
Do you
bending
do you
space-time
even
is our
know?
best
Do you? Well,
understanding.
hold on, I'm just curious. Like, do the globies here know what gravity is and gravitational pull is? Because you use the word force for gravity, which is the relation between two bodies that have specific masses, and then gravitational pull is the force you want. That's the downward vector, right?
No.
Why are you biased
Are
towards
you using
one
fancy
vector
words to
when
try and
that's
sound
not
smart
what
right
we
now,
observe?
Zoidberg? Because you're a lobster, bro. Shut up.
Oh, okay.
Sure, man.
Good
Sure.
argument.
Why are you choosing? Why are you biased towards the one vector when we observe multiple vectors of relationships between things in nature? Like we said, down, up, all directions in stasis. So why is there this bias towards this one vector down? Would that be something to do with a bias about living on a sphere?
Nah, surely not.
And that's not down, that's inward. Where's the evidence for inward?
There's one vector.
There is no up and
Sure,
down.
I mean,
in
technically,
space.
maybe if you want to call it inward instead of downwards.
It is
Just a
literally
Well, it has
direction.
to
inward
be
if it's a
inward.
sphere.
Well,
Doesn't really matter, does it?
downwards is to the
Resolve.
for the globies. For you, downwards would be to the core of the planet.
Well, as soon
Yeah,
as you
but you
said
know, in the
down,
grand, like
you
the
kind of
whole
ended the planet with just down
space-time
because
continuum, there isn't really a down.
down
Is
is vertical, right, which is perpendicular to horizontal, which you're not going to have
You're an idiot.
horizontal.
I'm not supporting the existence of gravity, you stupid cunt.
Chill out, for fuck's sake.
So
Flat Earth infighting.
Dogs Are Gods is on Butterknife's account, or that was like
Oh,
a
is that who
recording.
that was?
Oh yeah, it
No,
was.
he's painting me in the worst possible light. Like, I'm not saying that gravity is real. I'm not here to defend that side. I'm just saying that it's only the best guess, and that's as far as I would accept that. And if someone has a
Guess
better
for what?
explanation for it, if someone has a better
Guess for
explanation,
what?
sorry,
Guess for what?
for the phenomenon that we observe,
What's the phenomenon?
or the reaction when you lift something and you drop it, it goes down, for example.
So what?
Right.
That doesn't always
So that's an
happen. That
effect.
doesn't always happen.
Well, it depends on the environment. That's fair.
Exactly.
right. You
So
don't
it
really-
depends on the relationship between the object and the medium,
I agreed. Because you
right?
have buoyancy.
So you could perform a egg experiment. I like this little egg experiment. You get a glass of water, drop an egg in it, and it'll sink to the bottom of the glass. Add some salt to the water, mix it up a little bit. All you've done is change the density of the medium, and up the egg will rise. So
Wait, did you manipulate
gravity?
something?
Correct.
Did you manipulate something,
Is that-
Spake, and then observe
Aye.
something occurring? Did you produce
That
an
seems like
effect by manipulation of an
it's
independent
a
variable?
it's a egg experiment, bro.
Too many eggs, by the way. Eggs are bad for your health.
No, but like, if gravity was acting on everything, which it should be, surely I wouldn't have been able to change the density of the medium, because density is not claimed to be a force. So all I've done is change the density of the medium and the egg rises. Where is mass attracting mass or space-time bending?
Yeah.
Surely that would be acting upon it. Like, that would be pulling it down constantly. And then if density is not a force like it's claimed to not be, how could I have moved it just by changing the density?
Because gravity is acting
like
on
gravity
the
doesn't
water
exist
as well as
then,
the egg.
The curvature of space-time is?
Yeah.
How do you know that?
Whatever it is.
Mass should be
Whether it's the
attracted
curvature
mass.
of space-time or whatever.
Well, I'll give you whatever. I'll give you whatever. I'll give
It
you
doesn't matter
whatever
at
it
this
is.
point what it is.
I'll give you whatever it is, but I don't know about the curvature of space-time.
Sure.
What?
So can I ask a question to the flat Earth community?
Where's that at?
The subject.
Do they have
matter-
like an address or like an
No,
email
no.
address?
I'm not trying to.
Hang
Hang on.
Official email, something like this.
No. Hold up.
PO box.
I'm asking. Does this room have a subject matter expert?
I'd like to get in touch with them myself.
Right, so
Yeah,
I'm just
yeah,
asking,
we're experts.
what is the number one
Expert.
argument made by flat earthers to support their theory?
No detectable surface curvature of the Earth, thus precluding any possibility.
Is that the
it's a
phenomenon
sphere.
where if I go to the beach and I pull binoculars out and I can't see a boat without the binoculars, if I pull the binoculars out, then I can see the boat again?
That'd be one argument, perhaps, but
Yeah,
not
I've
necessarily the
struggled
most
with that.
conclusive one.
I've struggled with that myself.
That's not necessarily the most conclusive argument. A better test would be to see if there is actually a geometric horizon. So a horizon at the distance that it would be if it were caused by Earth curvature.
And has that been disproven?
Oh yeah.
Shit. So all right. So question is: if I dig down, is it just infinitely down? And if I here's a concept for you. We're happy Hang on. We're happy to entertain a universe with infinite boundaries where you can travel in one direction forever, right? But if you apply that same thought process to infinite Earth beneath your feet, all of a sudden it's unacceptable. What if you go up infinitely and you can go down infinitely, and there's material and matter beneath you, and then there's just obviously space and sky above you, and that's just the way the universe is.
The deepest drill hole, 7.6 miles at Kola, the super deep. That's in some Russia or someplace. So that's the
They heard
deepest
hell.
you can
They
drill.
had microphones down there, and it scared them.
I heard that as well. That story that they were hearing fucking the voices from hell.
Demons
But
come.
that
Demons were down there.
if they managed to get down as deep as that, the Marianas Trench is probably about roughly the same depth. So that was the deepest drill hole. And China's just started a new one. They've just started drilling to try and beat the Kola super deep. So
It'd be
I don't know how
interesting
long
to see
that's gonna take.
if they hit something like the Minecraft barrier and they can't go deeper.
That took that below the belt, bro. You made that conversation just end in ridiculousness.
Well, the point I was making is I was actually chiming into simulation theory. It's possible that there is a boundary to the existence that we can experience.
I think there is possibly a boundary, man. Whoever created this place created it as an environment that we could function in and I suppose no escape from. Like they can't go up any higher. They've got a limit they can get to above, and they've got a limit they can get to below.
I have a solution to the problem where both parties could be right. Where you could have the Earth could be flat and round. It's just perspective. So in an environment where God is real or aliens created Earth, whatever the prerequisite is, you can have that. I don't care. It's simulation theory, whatever, right? Earth is thousands or millions of times larger than we're led to believe it to be, and it's like a golf ball, right? So I'm combining multiple conspiracy theories for the sake of entertainment. So don't hold. This is not a belief. It's just a thought experiment. So the same. So the United Nations symbol is a flat Earth. It was the first map of the world, and we know if we travel in. So what? Anyways,
was it the first map of the world? Come on, bro.
Oh, sorry. There's a map. There's a back in the day, we had an understanding that the world was flat and that there were boundaries, right? And that's why we call it the Arctic Circle, because if you traveled in any direction long enough, you would find the Arctic, right? And so the current academia will have you believe that if you go from one point on the planet, you'll end up at the cold if you go to the bottom or to the top. So
I know, but
both ways.
this map, that's not the first map of the world, bro. That's the AE
Oh, you're gonna
map,
get
I
hung
think
up on the
you're talking about.
semantics. I concede on that point. I'm not concerned about the map, bro. Anyways, I'm
No,
just
I'm
saying.
sorry, man. I'm just saying you did say that. Fuck's sake.
My apologies. Can you please forgive me for accidentally saying that it was the first map? Anyways, that was a map that was used in the past, and now it's a
You
globe
don't
that
have
we
to
use.
apologize. I'm just saying, man. Fuck.
Okay. So, anyways.
Now you're breaking up again.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me?
Fine.
Yeah, you're
okay.
good.
Yeah. So we're stuck within the confines of this circular ring of ice, right? And what you'll find is that's the first barrier. So we're born on the landmass, and then we're led to believe that's the Arctic barrier, and there's nothing that we're in a globe. If you're in a globe, you don't need to escape, right? Because it's a sphere. We understand that we don't have this urge to try and break out and explore. But if you are trapped inside the Arctic Circle, quote unquote, naturally humanity will unite and try to overcome this obstacle. That's what we do. If we have an enemy, we'll fucking fight it. So the first obstacle was the ocean. We obtained the ability to traverse the ocean. That was the first obstacle. The second obstacle is how do you survive? How do you get past the giant ice wall? Or the ice is so there's two barriers. You have the immense cold and the immense height of the ice. So that you overcome that obstacle, right? And I think that there would be an additional one. It would be more and more and more obstacles to keep us contained within this environment. You would have probably a massive, no electricity zone, and then just an infinite plane for hundreds and thousands of miles, right? And if you were somehow able to traverse this massive distance and go through the same obstacles that you in reverse into the next biodome, environment per se, or petri dish, yeah, you would find another group of another example of God's creation, living and thriving and experiencing life, and that is the meaning of life, right? Is for us to, we don't know what that meaning is, but whoever created us with we're literally just a petri dish. So what am I talking about? Imagine that Earth is a golf ball, and every single one of those divots is a flat Earth, but it appears flat to us because it's so fucking massive. So technically, both parties are
How
right.
big?
It's a flat Earth from our perspective, but it's a massive Earth.
How big is it? You don't know.
Just made that up.
I think
it's
it's
as big as you
How
want.
big is the Earth? So do you know how big the Earth is? Take it yes or no.
Do I know how big the Earth is, as in right now, or as in what the
Yeah,
current academia is, or are you asking me to theorize?
Do you know what the Earth is? That's what I'm asking you. If you know the size of it, you say it's so big. I'm just saying, do you know how big it is? But you've had plenty enough time to
so
Google it by now.
imagine a golf ball, right?
You've,
So for scale,
you've Googled it by now.
No, I don't. I could Google it if you want me to. I'm not. The short answer
Bro,
to your
you're not
question
going
is
to
no. I
answer the
don't.
fucking
Off the top of my
question.
head, I do not know the
Bro,
exact
calm
number. No.
yourself down. I know that's
It's about
a
40,000
rhetorical
kilometers in
question because I know
circumference.
you don't
thank you
know
so
the
much for Googling
size,
that for
but
me, Mez.
you're saying it's so big, but you don't know how big it is. This is the normal global stance. They say, oh, but wait a minute, Earth is so big.
Why are you trying to
how
gaslight
big is
me?
it?
I told you it was
Bro,
like
No,
he's
man, I'm
not
just
a
blatantly
Glober.
telling you.
I like the thing he was talking about. I mean, it's interesting. You gotta
Blatantly
attack him
telling
like
you.
that for no
You
reason.
you dudes like to say the Earth is so big when you don't have a fucking Scooby-Doo. What it
You're
actually
so
is.
used to defending yourself, cunt. If there was a side, I'm on your
Defending
side.
myself.
I admit I don't know.
Still, the question, bro.
Okay, so you asked the question. The first question you asked me is how big is the planet? My answer to that short answer is no, I don't fucking know how big the Earth is. Okay.
I know.
Secondly, everything I said to
I
you was a
know.
hypothetical representation of a
I know.
amalgamation of multiple conspiracies for the sake of
I know.
entertainment. Fuck, you're busting my balls, bro.
Entertainment. I mean, I'm just asking
I
you a
was entertained.
question that I knew you never had the answer to. Because people
You like
love
that
to
shit,
claim all
Dream?
these things.
Give me mod in your channel, bro. I love this place. This is my new
That's
hangout.
interesting. I'm a nobody.
Promote Dream to admin so he can give me mod.
Bro, you're claiming shit you don't even fucking know.
I told you, you dumb cunt. It's hypothetical. It was a fucking proposal. It's a thought experiment.
That's a way to get yourself a staff position is by abusing people when they
Oh
catch
my
you out
god,
on your
bro!
bullshit.
You are so critical on nothing. It's nonsense, bro. You're so
Fuck,
desperate for a win. Go play a video game, bro. Go
Who
beat
wants a
Atari or something.
win? Who wants a fucking win? I was just pointing out that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, bro.
You know what? Here's the thing. You're trying to take a fictional story and apply fucking critical reasoning to a fictional story. You
Breaking
dumb
up, so I
cunt.
can't
You are
hear
the
a fucking
dumbest
word you're
person
saying.
I've met today. Honestly.
I can't hear a word you're saying.
It's gonna be a long day.
Fuck,
You
Mez,
need
help me out here,
bro.
bro.
You need fucking help.
Wait, man, then
Help!
that
I
means you haven't
do.
met
I
your
really
family
do.
yet.
Medical.
Listen,
Medical
hold on. This
attention.
guy's never met his family. He said the guy he's talking
This is
to
something you
on the
do.
internet is the dumbest person he's ever met. Bro, you haven't met your mom or dad? Because clearly they gotta be way dumber than this dude. Anyway, just go ahead.
Was that an assault at me? Is that an assault on my character? Or?
Oh, no, my friend, you assault your character and insult us every time you speak.
Okay, I'm so sorry that you feel that way. That's great.
It's not a feeling. I'm
No, it's fine. It's fine.
relaying
You keep
objective
your subjective opinion to yourself, bro. It's poison.
Relaying objective information to you.
What
It's
is he said
poison.
that was offensive?
It's subjective, actually. It's subjective. It's your opinion. Just so you
It's
know.
objective if more than one person thinks it, surely then.
Yeah,
Like I never heard what it said.
I wasn't asking either. It wasn't a question. I was letting you know.
Yeah, no. Well, when did I ask for your opinion? Oh, that's right, I didn't.
Me, I asked for it. Telepathically, I asked him. So, is there any actual?
Why are you hung up on him not knowing how big the Earth is?
Oh, well, I'm not hung up. I just asked a fucking question because I knew
And I
that he
answered
was
your stupid
bullshitting
question.
it. My stupid question, like when you say the Earth is so
Was it
big,
stupid because you didn't
I
know it?
don't know.
No, it had no
people-
relevance to the context in which I was talking, actually.
No, but
answered
I
your
just
question.
wanted to
He said,
know
"I
that
don't
you
know."
were bullshitting.
He said, "I
And
don't know."
I never asked it again, bro. Why the fuck are you saying that I'm hung up? When all I did was ask it, it's been pointed out that he never knew what he was saying, so I never said it again.
Again,
I'm
I
not-
never claimed to make a critical fact. I was talking about a hypothetical situation for the sake of
I know.
entertainment, and you're getting really
Not
hung up.
entertaining.
You're really
Who's hung
trying to
up?
point out
I
facts when
never
I never
asked
made
you
claims
again.
for facts, man.
I
And you're
never
not letting
asked
me
you
talk. You're
again.
over talking
It
me.
was somebody else that brought it up again. It was somebody else started speaking about it. I only asked you. We clarified. You never had a fucking clue what you meant
There it
when
is.
you
There
said
it
it was
is.
so
You never
big.
had a clue, bro. You're an
You never
absolute
had a
bigot, bro.
clue.
You're an
People
absolute
say,
bigot. You're just here
"Well,
to
the
make a
Earth is
clown
so
out of
big."
yourself, man. Honestly.
I'm not, mate. I just asked you a question because I knew
And
that
I
it was
answered your
one of those.
question.
Right, and I never asked you again, bruv. Fuck's sake.
I'm not your bruv.
I'm not your sister either. The fuck is
I
that
never
got to
said
do
you
with
were.
anything? I never said you were my bruv.
Stop putting words in my mouth.
You're like a fucking impudent little kid, man.
Am I?
You're funny about a
I
knife.
know.
Thanks, bro.
I know. But it's funny as a week in the jail.
Dude, listen to yourself, bro. Go have some tea.
I've just had that Earl Grey. What are you talking about?
I can tell, cunt. You're a mess.
You can tell because I've had a cup of tea.
The
Fuck you.
narcissistic spurge attack is going on YouTube.
Yeah.
I'm
Oath.
narcissistic. The fuck are you talking about? Narcissistic. It's live streaming constantly.
Yeah,
anyway.
you know what? You should definitely just
Yep.
throw some more buzzwords out there to get some emotional rise to feel supported. You fucking loser.
Buzzword.
Crying, mate.
Geometric horizon. Buoyancy.
Refraction.
Well,
Refraction.
Oh yeah, yeah. Do it. Do it. Throw some more buzzwords out there. Fucking delicious.
Gas pressure with no container.
Listen, you're talking to
Yeah,
the
that's the
kind
one.
of kids
Gas
that
pressure.
think. Listen, you're talking to the kind of kids who believe in the globe. They defend it like this, and they make fun of flat earthers. But they're also the kind of guys who can only pay for sex, and they think having a cool car makes them cool.
Dude, I like
It's
how you're
pretty
talking
bad.
like this, like you've ever had sex, you little virgin cuck. Shut the fuck up.
My wife's giving birth
The only
tomorrow, but
the only vagina you've ever seen in your entire life was the one that you
Huh.
crawled out of, you little
yeah,
bitch.
as
Shut
my
the
wife
fuck up.
gives birth tomorrow. But that's cool. No problem.
And you got dropped on your head, bro. You crawled straight out of your mum's cunt. That was the only pussy you ever
Hey,
touched just for the
I'm
clarity
just
of the
glad
conversation, and
that
then you
I
fucking
found the
face
thing
planted on the
that
ground.
triggered you.
And the
Seriously
nurse
sad
is like, "Oh, I'm
person,
so sorry. Here's your flat-headed baby."
I'm just so happy I found the thing that triggered you. Thanks a lot. Go ahead, guys. Get him.
How
Is
the
that
fuck
crickets? Can I hear crickets
Can't
right now?
we all just get along?
That was the
Come on,
biggest
guys.
rejection from the crowd I've ever
Oh.
heard.
Shut
Oh,
up.
fucking wreck
Have
cunt!
you passed? Is your outburst passed? Have you passed your outburst? Are you still talking crap? What the fuck are you talking about now, bro?
Cool. I'm
It
gonna
must
put
be
a note
early
on this
over
guy.
there. It's not his bedtime just yet.
Crickets, man.
He's from Australia. Not all of
Crickets
us are
for
dickheads.
what?
It's
The
only
fuck
like 6
are you
p.m.
talking about?
Clearly off his fucking head early.
Space Goat, don't turn on me, cunt.
Have a
Not
cry,
much
mate.
medication.
Problem is, if Globers aren't in here making themselves look ridiculous, and we have nothing to talk about.
I'm still waiting to see this video of a boat disappearing over the horizon, and then you being able to zoom back in on it.
Not again.
And see it again.
Oh no.
We posted one. I've already
They
posted
didn't.
one.
They
Resolve
didn't.
posted one as well. We did. Yeah, well,
Wrong.
there's one I've just posted. It's not even loaded up yet. How can you say
I'll
it's
have a look
wrong?
again. Let me see.
I've
Is it
got a
uploading?
couple of them. It wasn't visible to start with until you zoomed in.
No. It has to be visible.
No.
It has to disappear bottom up over the horizon, or over
No.
whatever reason you think it disappears bottom up, and then you zooming in on it again.
It's
and being
not
able to
me
see it
that
again.
says it disappears bottom up. Who says it disappears bottom up? That doesn't happen every time.
You know,
It doesn't
another
because
thing
it's
that
far enough
people don't
away.
mention is all of your cameras, all of your camera lenses are rounded, which is going to give a curvature to the photos you take, which is going to naturally produce the illusion of a round Earth.
It's barrel
That was
distortion, we
such an
know.
intelligent statement.
What? What you just said was intelligent.
Sorry, you probably don't get
It'll be a
Australian
first-
sarcasm much.
Probably a first time for everything. Bro, Scottish people are
I'm not
better at
seeing
any
boats disappear
sarcasm than
bottom
you
up.
fucking Aussies. You can see a boat disappear there.
I can see it disappear. Not disappearing bottom up as it sails away.
It doesn't have to disappear bottom up, man.
Yes, it does.
It doesn't, man.
Because that's the curve of the Earth
That-
getting in the way.
No, it's dependent on many factors whether it disappears
Wait,
bottom
Mez,
first.
is this so? You're producing evidence that supports the round Earth theory. Who's to say
Yeah.
this isn't just a wave? This could be a wave in the middle.
It's a big wave.
It could be a
Well,
big
why
wave.
not take a look at, bro? Take a look at what I just posted. Right, that's the
But it
Black
seems to happen
Swan.
a
It's
lot.
the rigs from the Black Swan. Now take a look at it one day, you can see the bottom of the oil rig. And take a look at it the next day, you
Well,
can
hang
see
on. What's the
fucking
go with
like
this
half the oil
distortion?
rigs
Look at the crane
obscured.
on it, though. That doesn't look right at all. What's going on with the crane?
That wonky ass crane.
Exactly.
Right,
It's almost like there's
right,
some
right. I'm not talking
atmospheric distortion going on here.
talking
How do you
about the
prove that?
horizon, bro. That water is now in front of the first oil rig. So that proves that the horizon fluctuates continually due to atmospheric conditions.
No.
What do you mean, no? The fucking atmosphere obscures it. The fuck are you talking about? No. Just saying
You
not
might be able to
all.
see
It
further
doesn't
than
work.
you normally would because of atmospheric conditions. But the actual
Right.
physical, I don't want to say physical location, but I'm going to say it anyway. The physical location of the
The
horizon is still in the
geometric,
same place.
right, but you can't, nobody can ever distinguish it because it fluctuates. So there's no way anybody could ever in their
Not
life
massively.
have ever measured the the convexity level or
We
the
have
geometric
lasers.
horizon.
This would be pretty
There's no
easy
way
to
to
debunk,
tell.
wouldn't it?
What? The light is laser no made of
Kinda.
light though. Well, there's multiple laser tests that destroy the
Like,
whole
why can't you
fucking
see? Why can't you see the
numbers.
bottom of that oil rig?
Because it's a wave, possibly.
Big wave?
I don't
I
fucking
don't
know.
know.
King Tide, bro.
The sea
King
looks. The
Tide.
sea looks pretty calm. Doesn't look very wavy. I don't think it's a wave, guys.
In actuality, if you have a look at the structure of the like, not to take a side, just in this photo you've provided, would that, if that's accurate, that would put half of the fucking that oil rig underwater.
Mm.
Like if you pick a point on that see it before and after, right? If you pick that low deck there, all right, and you imagine that there's no water there, then there's water there. That's going to submerge half of the fucking oil rig. I'm pretty sure they're not designed to be underwater, bro. So I would say that's a fake photo. Sorry to debunk your photo, bro.
Don't worry, we're not sorry.
Debunk? How about rebunk?
I'm not sure angular resolution will cause half a boat to disappear and the other half to remain visible.
Give me this hard evidence, bro. Like, give me the fucking bee's knees of shit. Convince me.
What a NASA photo.
Yeah, but give me an actual photo, not a composite, bro.
Look at this one and then use your noggin.
Obviously, you don't know what I'm talking about, Space Goat, so shut the fuck up.
Really, I do.
I don't think you do. I don't think you know anything about anything.
Chill out, you fucking weirdos, man.
You're asking everyone else to hold your hand. That's what.
That's I love balls. That's funny. Oh, that's fucked. You went to space with a toilet seat. That's awesome. I think the biggest problem for the round Earth proposal was when astronauts nearly drowned in space because their suits leaked and there was bubbles all over the place. I mean, that's a pretty
I've
hard
got that
one
on my
to.
YouTube channel.
I'm scratching my head.
But I mean, that doesn't really prove anything to do with the shape of the Earth, though, bro. It's just another evidence to say that NASA are bullshitting.
Yeah, well, this we can agree. How does an astronaut drown in space? It's just a bit weird.
Well, I've got the, what do you call it, the news report. I just put it in
Well, I
the
mean,
side
it
chat
could be
if
the
anybody
case
wants
that
to see
like
it.
liquid enters their lungs, right? Like they don't have to like from
No.
inside the suit, right?
Sorry, my
No,
apologies. My
the
apologies. My
water
apologies.
started seeping into their suit. They were going to drown
No,
in the
there
suit.
was an incident where they were like live. They were doing a live broadcast, and there was an astronaut that was quote unquote doing a spacewalk because they do plenty of those, irrespective of the risk of exposure to gamma rays, etc. Like it's pretty dangerous, micrometeorites, etc. No, we're gonna go into a spacewalk. It's fucking easy out there. Okay, we're gonna do a spacewalk. And old mate's out there, and then all of a sudden there's this big ass bubble that comes from his feet up past his head, past the bubble exterior of the suit, which doesn't make any sense. And then about 10, 15 minutes later, oh yeah, we got to, I've got to, there's water in the suit, and then you could like literally see the fucking astronaut that was like water underneath his chin, and they cut the video.
Well, I just played the clip there just now. Dropped the clip on my YouTube channel, but it's not letting me embed links for some reason. So. Well, anybody talking about long range observations, there's a guy called Dr. John D. I just shared his channel there as well. He's got some good stuff. Good long range observations and shit.
Have you? What do you guys think about this moon stuff with the transparent moon and people being able to see stars through the moon? This phenomenon. And they try to say, oh, it's the well, we don't know. It's a bit weird. What do you guys think about
It's
it?
the we don't know.
Transparent moon.
Yeah, there's a
the first
thing
time I
where
heard about that one.
there's a thing where people have got their, you know, like cameras are getting better and better, and there's this guy and he pulls his phone out and he zooms in on the moon, and the fucking star, like one of the brightest stars, shines straight. You can see it clear as fucking day. It shines straight through the fucking moon, and I was like, that's bullshit. So I started looking into it, and I was like, what the fuck? This is a thing.
Fucking moon, bruv.
It's quite
Right
strange.
through the fucking moon, man.
Probably because the moon's gas.
There's a gas moon now. That's interesting.
Roof.
The
Well,
moon is not.
that would throw the whole we landed on the moon into question, wouldn't it?
Yep.
I mean, that's
I
another
never
thing too.
landed
I'd
on
love
the
to talk to someone about that. Like, we didn't know about the Van Halen belts or the effect of
I can
radiation on the
100%
human
tell
body.
you. Van Allen, not Van Halen. It's
Spice.
not like
Right.
rock and roll, bro.
Hey, okay, you don't have to bash me. I apologize. I didn't
Yeah,
pronounce
Eddie
it
Van
properly.
Halen is playing like his like fucking
Okay,
electric
well, I'm going
guitar.
to continue to, because I know it upsets
Oh
you. I'm going to
no,
continue
you
to call it.
mispronounced the word. Oh no.
Yeah, I'm so sorry. I do
I'm
apologize.
teasing him. I
There's
know
no
him.
mods here anyway, by the looks of it.
Listen, I'm not the most educated dude, but I'm trying. Anyways, so I had the problem, right? They didn't know about the Van Halen belts. If you look up when they discovered them and then when they went to the moon, the Van Halen belts, from my timeline, because it's, you know, the Mandela effect. That's what we used to call it in my place. The Van Halen belts, right? The technology that they used to go through the Van Halen belts, they actually weren't ruggedized, so it should have fried all their computers. Secondly, when they went through there, the astronauts, there was no shielding to protect the astronauts, and all of the astronauts that went on those missions lived long and happy lives without exposure to cancer. So, riddle me this: like, how the fuck does that work if we went to the moon?
Not only that, but the thermosphere, which is like 2,500 Celsius. How do they get through that?
Because they say that the air or the heat, all the particles, they're so far apart from each other. That's why they say that, because the ISS was made almost entirely aluminium. That melts under 1,000 degrees. It's like 800 degrees or something it melts. But supposedly, because in the ISS, they're enveloped by this place called the thermosphere. But because the particles are so far apart, heat doesn't act like heat. That's what they say.
It doesn't matter
So
though, because it's not about the
heat's not
particles; it's
hot.
about the ability for the medium to conduct the heat. So you put a bit of metal, for example, if you put a bit of metal in space, that it as it absorbs more and more heat, it's going to collect and generate. It's going
What
to.
kind of metal? New metal? Death metal?
What
I'm
metal would you
joking, I'm
like?
joking.
What kind of metal do you want?
Van Halen.
I hate Zoidberg. It's so fucking much.
Okay, let's talk about this differently. Energy has to dissipate, right? So
Right,
heat,
but
like
that's their
heat.
claim.
Hang on, can I
The
talk? Or you?
thermosphere, the particles are so far apart. That's what I'm saying to you.
All right.
That is their
You're the
answer.
scientific dude. You give your explanation then.
I'm not. No, that's what I'm saying to you. That's what their answer is. The particles are too far apart, so there's no conduction.
So then,
That's
how can
what they
something
claim.
cool down then? Wouldn't that mean that there would just be a mass accumulation of heat over time?
Ask them,
Well,
bro.
the ISS isn't actually in space.
That is their
It's in
answer,
like
bro.
low Earth orbit. It's still in an atmosphere.
It's in a fucking swimming pool, more like.
Well, you can see it.
That's where the
If it's in low
astronaut.
Earth orbit and it's in an atmosphere, quote unquote, wouldn't it suffer like immense drag and eventually slow down?
Yeah, I suppose it would.
So how do they correct the orbit decay
Wait, on what?
on the ISS?
Is it in the atmosphere?
Well, this guy just made this claim.
It's not in. It's not completely in.
It's in a thermosphere.
But anyway, orbital decay occurs
It's on
without
like the edge of
atmosphere,
space,
doesn't it?
Timbo, you're really quiet, bro.
I said orbital decay occurs without atmosphere, doesn't it? I think that's the claim.
Yeah, orbital decay is
Doesn't
very
it?
different. It's just the physics of like two bodies orbiting each other. don't think it has to do anything with the atmosphere.
I think it's entirely plausible that the space race was lost because America was worried. Sorry, there was the risk of them losing the space race to the Russians and suffering a massive insult, considering that Russia put the first satellite into space, Russia put the first animal into space, Russia put the first man into space, Russia put the first
Man or animal? Because we don't know if Russians are.
Both.
I'm joking. I'm
Oh,
joking.
okay. Well, with the first Slavic into space, whatever. You can do what you want with that. And then on top of all of these achievements, they were also the first group of people to do a soft, well, in a long time, the first group of people to do a soft landing on the moon. And what I mean by that is have the ability to have an intact spacecraft that can, obviously relaunch, etc. And so America was forced with two options. One is develop and catch up somehow, and risk everything. Go all in and fucking risk looking like an absolute joke. Not only because if they fail this, right, not only do they lose the space race because Russia was really close. In addition to that, they would look like failures because they had. Sorry, hang on. They attempted it and failed, right? So that they were worried about that. So what do? Did they take that risk and pull it off like we're led to believe? Or did they fake it?
I mean, I don't think they faked it. Photoshop wasn't very good in 1969.
So you're 100% confident that we went to the moon?
100%? I wouldn't say 100%. You can never be sure of anything.
I wish I had your faith.
I'm pretty confident.
I just don't trust them, mate.
Dude, all of the moon stuff is the fakest crap I've ever seen. It's unbelievably fake.
The fakest?
The
you
most.
should see some of my school projects.
That was a particular event on an island recently, and I've seen better acting in a Bond film, so I think anything is possible at this point. What do we got here? Close up. Close up. Okay, what do we got here? Cardboard. There's another thing that's been pointed out about the moon too, that sort of throws it into question, was the flags moving. They couldn't help themselves. What's it called? Sensationalism. The American flag's got to be waving on the moon. Well, that's a hard thing to explain.
Sensationalism.
Why is it?
Well, how does the moon? Is there lunar wind?
No.
Okay.
But it still has inertia from when it's stuck in the ground.
So when there's no wind, how does the flags what does a flag do when there's no wind in Earth, right? What does it do?
On Earth? Oh, it'll just fall down.
Yeah, beautiful. And we have an amount of gravity on the moon, yeah?
It's significantly less, yeah.
Right.
But there's also no atmosphere.
That's
so
yeah, gravity on Mars is
there's
less
no
than
pressure.
gravity on Moon.
Right. So what I'm getting at is, how is it that you have an American flag that's flailing in the wind, on the moon? I'm just curious.
It's not flailing in the wind. It's
The
just
story is
wobbling a
that
little
they
bit
took
in a
foil
vacuum.
flag, and they opened up a foil flag, and there was an L-shaped brace in order for that foil to hang on to. But
I thought they had a
for it
little
to make
motor that made it
wind
wiggle.
whenever they walk by it is not supposed to be happening.
Oh, yeah, you can see. Yeah, it's on an L. It's not. I don't know. I don't know my flag terminology, but it's not just on a stick. It's on like an L.
I'm not gonna sit here and pretend to be a. I'm not gonna sit here and claim to be a subject matter expert.
No one cares, Zoidberg. Shut up.
I'm not claiming to be a subject matter expert on
your
flags.
language.
I'm simply pointing. Sorry, Zoidberg. What were you saying?
Well, no, I was criticizing Mess for his inability to wield the English language. Which is kind of ironic.
Well said. Well said. Now, before I was rudely interrupted by my crab friend down here, my crustacean friend, I was trying to say I'm not actually a flag connoisseur, and I would never claim to be a subject matter expert of flags, but I just don't understand. I'm struggling with the logic here, like how a flag can wave like that in a zero atmosphere with no wind.
It doesn't.
Well, the lack of atmosphere is what makes it wobble. Because
Oh.
there's no there's no like friction in the atmosphere. There's no air pressure. So whatever force is given to it, it'll just keep doing that.
So the action will be essentially continuous?
Yeah, more or less.
I don't think that stacks up. Like rotation, sure.
Well, why would it stop?
No,
wobbling?
wait, hang on. Like rotation in a vacuum, sure, that could happen. It could spin infinitely. If you had a ball and you rotated it, sure, okay. But I'm talking about a flag that is a bit of cotton, or even if it's foil in your case, right? This thing waves as if there's a wind current blowing on it, and it's going side to side. That does not stack up, bro.
I'm watching the video now.
Fantastic.
No, it's not waving like wind's blowing.
Oh, you've seen the what version are you watching? Obviously this is there's a few takes.
I'm watching. I don't know. Apollo 11 astronauts plant the flag on the moon. July 20th, 1969.
Space flag waving. I was just going to go to YouTube. Space flag waving. Let's see what happens. Let's see if we can. Surely I can find one example. And the telemetry data. I mean, that's a pretty important thing to just, lose. Yo.
Did they lose the telemetry data?
What?
Did they lose the telemetry data?
Yeah, they did. They never had it, so it was hard to find something you never had. They misplaced it. I'm not sure. What? Yeah. Can you microwave it for me?
Are you fucking serious?
All right, fine. I'll sort it out.
Oh my god, bro! Like, mute your mic.
I'm sorry, you had to hear a woman's voice. My bad.
Yeah, you better be sorry.
Please forgive me. Okay, I have irrefutable
Is this guy
evidence
falling
here.
asleep?
Irrefutable evidence to say that this flag. I'm watching the flag fucking flail in the wind like there's a fucking wind current, bro. Come on, what's going on there?
Who knows?
Flail.
What goes on is you'll
It's 'cause
have
he's-
people who will see things, and then it goes completely against what they believe and understand, and then they deny it wholeheartedly. For example,
you could-
there was a time where we had a guy in here who was starkly ignoring where the location of the horizon was in a particular photo, for the simple fact that it was done by National Geographic, and they were trying to claim that the horizon was before the horizon, and the guy was not letting go of that horizon before the horizon to claim that
Can I ask you a question?
was still there.
Let him finish, Globes hard.
Yeah.
Stupid Globey.
I've never said I was a globie.
I can sniff it off of you, boy. You smell like a
I can
Globey.
sniff it off of you, boy.
If it smells like a globe-tard, walks like a globe-tard, and acts like a globe-tard, then what is it?
I literally
A
just spent like an
He's
hour
memeing, right?
debating this
Please
guy.
tell me
That's
you're memeing.
Yeah, I was gonna say I just spent an hour arguing with this globe dude, and then you're gonna come at me? What the fuck?
Nah,
Anyways,
you're a fake one. I know.
I never even made the claim, bro. You're entitled to your
Get
belief.
up,
God be
globe-tard.
with you.
Mute him. Mute him.
Thank you.
You know, we need a better slur for the flat earthers. Flurf just sounds like cute and cuddly.
Can we go back to the bubbles though? That's a good one too.
Oh yeah. No, I wanted to ask before I was. Well, I didn't actually mean to interrupt you. Actually, that was rude. I'm sorry. I should let you finish. But that did not give this other character the right to attack my character.
I think he was doing a Quantum Eraser impression.
No, I genuinely think he was offended.
I think he's doing an impression, bro.
I hope so. Hey, Kiko?
Yeah.
What is your position, if you don't mind me asking?
First flat, bro.
So are you you don't have to answer this, you can tell me to fuck off if you want. But are you religious?
Not really.
Religious?
I'm just wondering,
How's
like,
that good? How's that
if you
good
do
to
the flat
answer?
earth take, where does that lead, like, for creationism and like the state of the universe, etc.? Like, where are we still in space, or where are we at, sort of thing?
Not in space. We're in a
Well, I don't think
contained
we're
created
gonna.
environment.
We're in a contained what?
Created environment. It didn't just happen on its own.
Yeah, okay.
There's a creator.
So this is a so yeah, okay, interesting. So there's a grand architect or something.
There has to be, bro. Like, once you take away the Big Bang and evolution and all these sort of stories that jump onto the side of the globe and hold it all together, once you dismantle all of that, what are you left with? No Big Bang, no fucking evolution. Where did humanity and all the intricate forms of life that are everywhere, man? Just the systems in your body, your genetic codes, for instance, that needs a coder. Like, there is a coder to this universe.
Are
He
you
knows what
familiar
he's
with
doing.
Sorry.
He's a mathematician and he's an artist as well, I would say. Whoever it is.
Are you familiar with a channel on YouTube called Kurt's Kazakh, or In a Nutshell?
Never heard of it, bro.
You have or have not?
I have a suggestion. Oh, not a suggestion, a question.
You let him
If
finish,
any...
bro.
Oh, sorry.
It's just Kurt's, what's this guy's channel? Has this got to do with the topic at hand, or are you
Kurt's
sidetracked?
Kazakh is an amazing information exploring channel.
The Germans.
No, it's Kurt. No. They got many
The
channels, bro.
Germans.
Kurt's, it's called In a Nutshell. But they recently put a video out that explored. I'll do my. Don't hold it against me. I'll do my best to sort of summarize the video. So they make the argument that life is far too complex in its current form to have come to fruition in the time that the Earth has been around. And they make the argument, or that they put forward the notion or the possibility that in the early stages of the universe, there was a period of time where the universe was hot enough for long enough, like hundreds of millions of years, where earlier on in the universe has existed. This is not my belief. This is the argument that they made. I thought it was interesting, at the very least. Right? So the argument they make is that
How does this prove the Earth is a globe? You stupid globe-tard.
Are you not interested in what I have to say? Then don't listen, bro. You can mute me. It's fine.
Let him get it out. Let him get it out.
A globe.
So what are you saying then, bro? Finish what you're saying.
No, well, the argument they were making is that it's like their proposal was that earlier on in the universe, life came to fruition and became complex, and then it died out as the universe expanded. Everything cooled down, and then life went into like a dormant state, and then eventually it was reseeded onto Earth, but it already existed as free floating examples of life, almost like seeds, right? So they would land on a planet. If the conditions were right, it would spur up and start over again.
Evolution's fucking
Panspermia.
nonsense, man.
That's panspermia.
Oh, I
This is the
haven't
weird
heard
thing about
about
flat
that.
earthers. Because like it's not just like the shape of the Earth that has to be wrong. It's like everything we know about gravity, evolution, the stars, the planets, orbits.
Why would evolution be wrong on
infectious
on a
disease
flat Earth?
science?
You know how I know the
like
Earth is flat?
everything we know about science is like wrong, and every scientist and every government on the Earth
You want to
knows
know
the
how I
truth
know
and
the
is
Earth
lying
is
about it.
flat?
I'm saying, how come the
I don't know.
top globe proponents
It seems
say
kind
that
of
they
unlikely.
don't know what gravity is? Well, how come the
kinda
top
fucking-
globe
Well,
proponents?
because we don't really know what gravity is. We can't.
Well, they don't. They
We
say
don't have
they
a
don't have
blueprint
a
for
clue.
reality.
It seems kind of
99%
fucking,
of the
and excuse
universe
my
is
language,
dark
We can make
energy and dark
observations
matter.
and make determinations
it
from that.
seems
But
kind of fucking retarded to be a globe tard in my
He might be fucking retarded.
Yeah,
So the
the
whole
globe
thing,
tard.
Maybe talk over
Globe
top of
tards
Just
is
get
everyone.
one
believe
at a
anything
time,
Talk
NASA
over the top
tells
of each
them.
other. That'll
you're all
help.
speaking at the same time, brothers.
Globe.
Fuck's sake.
Hold on, brother. Just give me 5 seconds, please. That's all that I ask from you, sir.
That's all
I
you
just
got
want
for
to
a memory
say,
bank.
You ain't talking about
yes,
fake
sir.
accent.
I just want to say that globe tards believe anything that NASA tells them. If NASA said, "Give me your fucking paycheck," these stupid globers would do it, and they would go
Have you ever
fucking
paid
broke.
tax in your entire life or what?
Yes, sir,
Just
I
now,
have,
faking
brother.
it. Faking
Yes,
your
sir. I'm a
accent,
proud
bro.
American citizen.
Stop
You paying
faking your
taxes though?
accent, bro.
Yes, I pay tax.
My man, let's go.
Gosh,
Jesus.
we need to keep it to one
Right.
person at a time. And if we have people over talking each other, we're just going to have to mute because that 5 people at a time is nonsense. No one can hear each other. No one can actually make a good reply to each other. And it's literally just garble.
True,
Okay?
dude.
Well,
Facts.
to be honest, some people just want to hear many people speak so they can like run the conversation faster, assimilate more information. I don't know. It's crazy.
Well, nobody can understand what the fuck's going on, though. Eh?
Yeah, that's the joke.
So, who's got positive proof for all this nonsense that was just claimed? Like you said,
No,
you don't know
I wasn't
gravity,
claiming
right?
it as a fact, bro. It was a proposal.
No, but all the things that you claimed, like stick to pick one
Again,
and
I
stick
haven't
to
claimed
it.
him as fact, bro.
No, but I'm saying pick one and stick to it, and we'll go through it.
Well, if you want to see the video that I referenced, you can go to Kurt's
No,
Kazakh
but-
or In a Nutshell.
No,
I
it was
don't think
like
he was
Some
the,
really,
no,
really
the
nice.
guy. It wasn't you. It was the
Mez. He
other
was
guy.
talking
He
to
chimed
Mez.
in, and I'm not sure what his name was. Was that
Oh,
was
my
that the same guy?
apologies. Sorry,
Not
sorry,
you.
mate. I thought you were talking to me.
Yeah, not.
Sorry.
No,
No, I
not
just
you,
wonder
brother.
because he did make quite a few claims about quite a few things. But
Mez is
if you
quite intelligent. I actually
just
like
pick
hearing him
one,
speak.
just
Yeah,
pick
Oh,
one,
thank you.
Mez
and then we
says we
could.
have.
There's plenty of people here.
Mez says we have
So,
all this knowledge
I
that
don't
flat
agree with
earthers
him.
deny.
I don't agree
come
with
on,
his
bro, you're
position, but I
speaking
like
over
hearing
him.
him speak.
Bro, you're speaking over Tambo.
Thank you. I like hearing you speak too.
Thanks, bro.
Got a nice cadence.
Thanks,
Yeah,
bro.
I like when you guys speak too.
So can we
We should
get
get
this?
Fuck up,
together.
Zoidberg, I hate you so much.
Can we get these claims back? Anybody got one of these claims to back?
What can you do? Can't win them all.
The guy who says he mentioned
Hey,
gravity and he mentioned a few other
Hey,
things.
Zoidberg, question.
Yeah, what's up?
Are you safe, bro?
Safe?
Yeah.
Safe as houses.
Yeah.
Well, I know you're a Jew. I was just wondering, like, are you safe? With the whole conflict and shit.
What is that supposed to mean?
The whole, the war and all that. Like, have you been conscripted in that, or?
Which war?
Take it to the war room.
Oh, yeah, true. Fair call. Sorry, mate. That was my bad. I have a long relationship with Zoidberg. I was genuinely concerned for his well-being.
Well,
that's true.
I'm sure he wouldn't be just sitting on the internet
That's
if he was
fair.
getting conscripted to war,
Yeah.
unless he was sitting on the front lines with a fucking mobile
Yeah, it
phone.
wouldn't be on. Yeah, it wouldn't be on Discord. Yeah.
Standing there in the fucking
Maybe he's
training
on.
camp.
Maybe he's on
hiding in
lunch
the
break, bro.
barracks.
You know.
Maybe.
Oh, he's not allowed to have a mobile phone, would you? So, that guy who claimed all those points, have you got one point? we could
Can you recite one of the claims that you want evidence for? Can you give us one point?
Well, he mentioned a lot. He said gravity to
Just
begin
one.
with.
Just one claim.
He said gravity to begin with. And he said that we don't know much, and that's one thing I did say. I posted that clip about 5-10 minutes ago that shows you all the top globe proponents saying they don't even have a fucking clue what gravity is anyway. But he did mention some other ones. I'm not sure precisely what he did mention, but he did mention some other points.
Was it me? You talking about what I said?
No comment. Hey, I think it possibly was your voice, bro. Yeah. On you go.
He's asking you to recite all of your claims in
I'm just
chronological
saying, like,
order
all
and provide
these
sources for all of
things-
your claims.
Well, that's going to take some time.
All of your claims, chronological order.
But what I'm saying is, like, there's all this evidence that we have. Well, they don't like that word, evidence, but there's all these things that we've been taught that show, that lead us to believe that the Earth is a globe.
Sorry.
It seems unlikely that all of it's going to be wrong. I don't know. I think I have a bit more faith in our scientists and institutions than these guys.
You do, but then you deny things like gender. That's crazy.
I mean, yeah, that's just fucking crazy.
But scientists said that.
But science.
I'm sorry, bro, but two blokes ain't making a baby,
Yeah, I
bro.
believe
That's just
gender's
facts.
nothing to do with this discussion.
I know. I'm harking back to
There's
another conversation I had with him.
plenty of other rooms in here that can have those discussions.
No, Spike, I understand this. The fact is that he's referring to scientists now when it's convenient to him, right? That's the point.
That's usually the global way to go.
Trust the science, guys. Come on.
Trust the science
I don't
until
think you
you
should
don't
trust the
trust
science. You shouldn't blindly trust it.
Trust the science till it's untrustworthy.
I don't think it's really scientists claiming gender either. It's more
We're not talking about gender, bro.
social
Fuck's sake.
scientists, which are well.
You know what?
how come on?
I think it's time that we call it what it is. Science has become a religion, bro. It's scientism.
Scientism, bro.
That's true. I believe that.
Because, for example, group parts, bro, out of place archaeological anomalies are a fucking real thing, and there is blatant evidence of covering up things that can't be explained for the sake of people's egos. It's disgusting.
There you go.
Like, tell me how the fuck they build the pyramids, bro. Okay, don't worry about the pyramids. How the fuck you do polygonal masonry, bro? Look that shit up. That'll blow your fucking mind, cunt. Polygonal masonry. Look it up. Bring it up, chat. Chat.
Polygonal
chat. Bring it up,
masonry.
chat. Chat. Bring it up. Or the Egyptians having fucking absolutely perfectly sculpted fucking vases, you know, as if they were lathe. They never had lathes. Anyways, let's get past that. Made of diorite or fucking what's that other shit called? Granite, red granite. Is it red granite? I don't know. But it's the hardest shit. The only way to cut it is to use a material that's harder, and the only material that's genuinely harder
Diamond.
is diamond. And the only way you would have diamonds is if you had machines that could process diamond, which nobody had at that time. So it's like, well,
So they say.
either we've got it completely wrong, or there are significant parts of our history that we're not being told. So I don't care
It's
which. But
obvious. Look at the structures all over
Is
the
that
world.
true that you need a harder
They've got-
material to wear away another material?
yes.
Well,
I mean, water erodes like rock,
hang on, to
and water's
produce
softer than rock.
No. To
You
produce.
have to have a material within your water and push the water at high pressure to help it break away the granite. It still needs the material. The water's not going to do it on its own.
But who's to say they never had complete fucking control? Because when you look
Okay,
at look at all these different
okay. Hang on.
structures,
Let's pretend that we don't have the answer here, right? Let's
there's
move
too many
past that.
structures.
Look at the king's chamber in the pyramid, right? You've got 100, exactly 100 stones used to construct that room. Look it up. It references pi, the golden ratio. It's a testament to their mathematical understandings. The pyramids are a fucking statement of their technological capability for the time, bro. And anyone that wants to, it's 100 stones perfectly symmetrically cut to within a micron. Like, these things are so symmetrical. They use exactly 100. Like, if imagine today, right? We know we're going to go extinct. Something's coming, and we want to put a name in the ground so that everyone remembers us or whatever, right? We would do something similar. It's a statement.
So when you look at all the fucking buildings and all the structures that have been built all over the fucking world, they obviously were able to cut these rocks precisely. Like some of the walls, the Nasdaq lines, for instance, there's structures everywhere and they all line up with the constellations as well. So for them to say we're barreling in all these different motions at mind-boggling speeds, but the constellations line up with these stone structures. Even that fucking last thing that got demolished, the fucking what's it called? Like those big 3 stone tablets, the Georgia Guide stones, the hole in
Yeah,
it.
the Georgia.
You could line up the fucking Polaris with the fucking hole in the fucking stone, but they destroyed it.
Those guide stones are a conversation in amongst themselves. Like how strange and bizarre was that? Like, have you seen what was entailed on those stones?
Yeah, man. To take human population to
Oh
500,000
my
or
god!
something. Or 500 million, I think it was, possibly.
I mean, talk about hypocritical though. Like those stones were literally created by the wealthiest, most exploiting, cancerous examples of humanity, and they want to
But
sit there and
were
make those claims, cunt. Spare me, you fucking disgusting hypocrite cunts.
That's how you really feel.
Oh, I'm going to go and jump in the shower, boys. Back in a bit.
Alright.
Hello.
Hey.
Damn, bro. There's so many people.
Mashallah, brother.
Does anyone have any topics they'd like to discuss? Give me a question about any conspiracy theory. I'm a fucking
Can jet fuel really melt steel beams?
I'm a master of fucking tinfoil hatism, cunt.
Why would they lie about the shape of the Earth?
To prevent human. Oh, hang on. First disclaimer. This is not my view. It is merely information for the sake of entertainment purposes. So in the event that the world, I've already said this, but I'll say it again. In the event that the world was flat, right? Then the next question is, well, what's the boundary? How far is it? And then you got to ask yourself, why is it the way that it is? Is it, if it's flat and the boundary is ice, is that to contain us or is that to protect us? Naturally, this will eventuate in everybody talking about the same thing, and so the natural, like, using logic or using even just discussing where would we end up, what would be the logical next step once we discovered it's a flat earth, right? Immediately you would see a massive change in the direction of humanity, and we would embrace a sense of escapism. Like, we would have this unbelievable, overwhelming urge to escape the confines of our containment. That would become our main goal, would be to overcome this boundary, this obstacle, this challenge to our wit.
Yeah, but we're already doing that by trying to venture into space.
Yeah. But in the event,
so what would it matter if we're trying to do it?
There's no space because you go up.
The far lands, or whether it's
Operation. Hang on, Operation Iron Dome was literally the United States government sending rockets to shoot the fucking dome that's above us.
That's Operation Dominic with an
Oh,
Operation Fishbowl.
Yeah,
Operation
fishbowl.
Fishbowl happened in Dominic.
My bad.
Dominic was them pressing their nuclear power. Fishbowl was them launching it into the sky.
Yeah, when they actually hit the dome.
Right.
The sky's
I don't
falling.
think they hit the dome. I think they hit the layer above us. I don't think they hit the dome. It'd be like being underwater and throwing the toy torpedoes towards the surface and watching the toy torpedo bloop up and then come back down. Except in reverse, it would be like a plane flying and then nosediving into the water. It just obliterates.
Oh, so you're saying there's another medium outside the planet, but it's not a void like we're led to believe. You're saying it's some thicker substance.
The firmament.
Right.
Whatever you're saying, it's class
above
C6
us.
above, bro, and it's been corrupted. We can't hear you speak right now. You're being censored, bro, by the fucking overlords, man.
Yeah, my satellites suck right now.
Can you continue where you got derailed at, though?
Not gonna derail it. Waiting for my signal. So we're in a contained environment, right? Biblically speaking, it's called the firmament, but it doesn't really say a shape. Okay, it just says it's hard as a molten looking glass, like sapphire crystal. You know, firmament container. That's it. And then within that, underneath it, are the waters underneath it, right? And then there's waters above it, and it's being used to separate the waters above from below, right? So the waters underneath it have settled into their own layer, right? So you got the sea below us that we don't live in, okay? And then within the sea itself, there's different densities of water. We have to build our submarines in specific ways to get into those different depths, right? There's like 2 or 3 different submarines that has to be launched in order for them to reach the bottom of the Marianas Trench. So you have balloons that go up, and you have planes that go up. You've got our rockets that launch satellites, but they all don't go into space, right? And so when you see things like SpaceX flying up, and then they make this long wave pattern, kind of like a boat, they're just hitting the upper water layer, right? But
That
I
is
say
weird
water
how they always go to an angle. Like they
doesn't mean
don't go
it's
straight up; they go
actual
to the
water.
side.
He talks about superfluid helium and how the helium is how that super helium is created. It'll actually like rise up along the walls of its container and then force itself out of the container. So whenever they're launching the rockets in fishbowl and they blow up, they're just hitting a different layer, and they're too dense, acting like an impact, and detonates the bombs in the sky. That's it. It's not hitting the container.
Did anyone hear him talk at the end there? Because it broke up for me.
Yeah, the rockets aren't actually hitting the quote-unquote dome or whatever. They're just like hitting right before it or something like that.
I said container.
So in your proposal, right, is the next layer above our atmosphere, or like the layer that we breathe, whatever you want to call it, is it more dense or less dense than what we experience?
It's less dense because it sits on top of our layer.
I just wanted to make sure that's okay. Yep. Okay, cool. I'm with you. So is in your proposal, is there a boundary to our existence? Like if I had if I pick a direction and I just travel in that direction infinitely, will I fall off the planet, or will I just is it an infinite plane?
You're in a container. How do you fall out of your room?
So there's a wall.
I'm in a contained environment. There's got to be some sort of container.
Okay. So are we like in a giant snow globe?
If you want to paint that picture, go
Essentially.
ahead, but that's not what I'm saying. We're just in a
Oh,
container.
I'm just
We don't know the
you know,
shape
trying to
of the
like
container.
visualize the
When
environment that we're in.
people travel towards Antarctica, they try to travel like Antarctica, right? Those are their machines. They put like huge back on. The same shit happens in Russia. So Admiral Byrd went out there with a whole fleet and airplanes and came back with a portion of what he was sent out with. So it's a harsh environment. And even if they reached the container, they didn't tell us they did. But what better way of, a creator making a container, preventing his people from getting to the container than to make the environment so inhospitable that they can't reach it?
I'm sure we
But
could devise
essentially,
some
it
form
heats
of
up
drone
from
that
the
could
side.
survive the environment and provide us with information about it.
Yeah. I don't think your drone's going to get out there.
I think you can, because the temperature would make the air pressure next to nothing. A drone couldn't be able to fly.
Yeah. Well, you should also note that they say the 60th south parallel is the limit for, for permissionless travel towards the south, and then compare the 60th north and see how much land is actually being blocked out, right? Make a comparison like that. And they're blocking off that
You know,
much.
there is one part that has come to light that I really did find hard to get past, right, with this whole flat Earth stuff, and that is the flight paths that are used for international travel. So there are, I wish I could remember. There are 2 cities in that should take X amount of time, right? But it is impossible. There is no actual way to take a flight to get there's a part. I think it's like there's 2 parts on the planet. I can't think what they are. I'll have to look it up real quick. But
It's probably from Sydney to somewhere in Chile. That
I'm not sure, but
is
it should be close as fuck. On the round Earth map, it should take like 2 hours, but then on a flat Earth map, it would take 16 hours, and there's literally no one has ever been able to do it in 2 hours, and it's impossible. And then you watch the existing flight paths where planes go from point A to point B. There's a really good video on it that shows you, because you can track any flight now, or the majority of flights, and you can see that there's some very strange behavior being mapped by planes. So, I mean, either someone at the top that organizes flight paths is having a massive laugh and wants to give, copious amounts of controversial evidence for the flat earthers, or there's more to the story. But yeah, if you have a look at the international airports and the time it should take to get from point A to point B, they make all these unnecessary and additional stops, which makes sense if it's a flat Earth and they're trying to justify a round Earth. But if it's a round Earth, then why the fuck don't they just take the shortest possible flight, because it would generate the most profit, which is why you're doing the flights as a business in the first place.
But they are making the least amount of spending as possible by making these other routes, and which doesn't seem like it makes sense on a globe. But
That's what I'm saying.
the
On a
land
flat
is
Earth, it makes sense, but
shortage.
on a round Earth, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
So there's that. That's a I wouldn't say compelling, but there's definitely questions to be asked about that.
Somebody's.
Sorry, that's my little man.
My teenagers sound just like that.
No, this is a little baby, bro.
I know.
Oh, I didn't know if you could hear him. He's yelling.
Take care of your chores. Way. I miss those days.
Yeah, I'm genuinely concerned about it, to be honest. Like, how the fuck are they going to buy a house when they get older? You know, it's pretty much at the point where if you work a normal job, you know, you're at the point where you could never possibly pay a house off in your lifetime. It's, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like, what's that going to look like? I don't know. And like, why would people contribute to a society if they can't get anything out of it? You know?
Well, I think that's, in my opinion, that's one of the reasons why the distortion of creation is the way it is. Is remove God from the picture. That way, whoever is in charge is God, and then that God can create existence however they want. And who are you to challenge them whenever they tell you this is the way it should be?
Oh, are you doing the whole like I speak for God and then once I say that euphemism or whatever the fuck, then I can say whatever I want. Like, so, you know, you're a witch because, you know, you've pointed out something I don't agree with, you know, you silence the witch.
No. My point is, aside from getting into a moral debate on whether or not morality is objective, by removing God, you make it totally subjective. And then from there, the society would create its uh, the direction of travel for the growth of society, if that'll make sense. So, like,
That's not
we
accurate.
need a banking structure. So,
Well,
who's
could I
going to
say
run
this
the
real quick?
banking structure? It's going to be whoever is going to control that structure.
We have
And then
multiple
when
examples.
that banking structure can pay the education systems to teach specific thing, then that tool is going to teach that specific thing because they're going to get paid for it.
You're talking about inherent biases, bro.
Like I said at the beginning of my statement, avoiding the argument of morality.
So what I would say about your statement, right? I would go as far as to say that the behavior that societies undertake is predetermined to an extent. So we have multiple examples of individuals coming together and creating societies, and they all follow a very, very similar path, right? They come together, they group up, so they divide into different chores. They specialize in different roles, and there's a level of codependency. And if they're lucky enough, and if they can exist long enough without being wiped out by another clan, then they'll develop a military, a hospital. They'll have some form of deity or god. I can't think of a single example of human existence that doesn't embrace some form of spiritualism yet. Maybe there is one, but at its core fundamentals, I can't think of one. But ultimately, what I'm getting at is you'd almost have to argue that if you see enough of a behavior, you'd have to say it's instinctual, right? So I think humans are hardwired to follow the same path.
I think you're thinking I'm speaking of a different topic, even though they're semi-parallel to each other. I'm not talking about that specifically. What I'm talking about is if somebody says, or if a group of people believe that God exists, then whatever it is that God is saying is right and wrong, those people are going to do that. But if there is no God in those people's minds, they're just going to go with what their leader tells them.
Well, that if that's true, then you'd never get anyone breaking the mold. Obviously, people like they themselves, right, as individuals, decide what is right or wrong, and that's why you have kings that have been cut down by the peasants, bro. That's why you have people saying this isn't a good enough deal for me because I don't agree with this. That's why you have people standing up for things that they don't believe are the right course of action.
Right. Then who steps up?
Well, not everyone's equal, bro.
Was it the king? Was it the king that got cut down and then his child took over, or was it the king got killed and then they put another king?
It's are you what are you? Sorry,
I'm
I'm
talking
not
historically. I
exactly.
don't want to be hypothetical. I don't like hypothetical.
Well, let's use you can use fucking France.
Sure. When their king
There
was
was
thrown down, what they do? They put up
they
another
ate
king.
the peasants consumed the entirety of the royal family, and they created their own version of pseudo democracy.
Okay. So they put somebody else in charge.
Sort of.
Yes, they did. They put somebody else in charge.
Well, a collective of
Well, if
individuals,
you
not
want
in
to make it a
hang on.
monarchy, a democracy, a communism, or any other form of government, they put somebody else in charge.
But that's a very different form of power structure where you have individuals elected that can be removed from power via a collective of opinion, as opposed to having a king where if you speak against him, you're cut down for being heresy. What is the term? Not heresy. Fuck. What's it called?
Exiled or like what?